Chapter 1. Binding of the Sign-in System. Binding of the Sign-in System in progress. Chinya gradually awoke from a deep slumber, feeling a heaviness in his head. Wait, wasn't I sleeping at home? Observing the somewhat unfamiliar surroundings, Chinya found himself perplexed about his current situation. Strange decorations adorned the space, and a peculiar scent lingered in the air. As memories flooded back, Chinya's lips twitched. The Great Toad? Myouboku Mountain. This is the world of Naruto. Although Chinya was not an avid anime enthusiast, he was certainly well acquainted with Naruto. The memories in his mind confirmed that he was indeed at Myouboku Mountain, within the realm of Naruto. And his name was also Chinya. However, he had been brought here by a gigantic toad, and everything else remained a mystery. Sign-in system bound successfully novice task being issued. Novice task. Proceed to the depths of Myouboku Mountain's temple to sign in successfully. Meeting Gamamaru will count as a successful sign-in. Task reward. Perfect sage mode. Chinya felt little panic. A golden finger, the standard for travelers across realms. Yet, this golden finger seemed to possess a rather unique beginning. The reward was indeed quite formidable. Perfect sage mode, which should be on par with the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, right? Chinya shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. The immediate priority was to complete this novice task. Gamamaru, if memory serves me right, should be the Great Toad Sage of Myouboku Mountain. Meeting the Great Toad Sage was no simple feat. Even though Chinya was currently on Myouboku Mountain, it would be exceedingly difficult. Creak! A sound caught Chinya's attention. Turning to look, he discovered two short toads entering the room. Kid, you're awake. Zemai's voice sounded somewhat surprised. You were brought back by that bunch outside. You've been in a deep sleep for 5 days. Beside him, Shinzua added, This is Myouboku Mountain, the legendary sacred land of sages. Chinya displayed little panic, merely wearing a curious expression. So are you sages? To fulfill the sign-in task, certain unavoidable measures were necessary. Zemai nodded earnestly, shamelessly attributing the title of sage to himself. A hint of excitement flickered across Chinya's face. Since you are sages, you must know the whereabouts of Gamamaru. Upon hearing this, Shinzua and Zemai nearly choked on their own saliva. As the trusted aides of the Great Toad Sage, how could they not know who Gamamaru was? Yet, how could this kid know the name of the Great Toad Sage? Shinzuo's expression grew serious. Where'd you hear the name Gamamaru? Chinya appeared bewildered, responding. A voice told me while I was dreaming. His appearance provided a substantial degree of deception. A mere 5 or 6-year-old child posed no threat whatsoever. Moreover, the confusion in Chinya's eyes seemed genuine, not a mere act. Zemai pulled Shinzua aside, whispering, Boss, what do you think about this matter? Shinzuo's expression was somewhat conflicted, uncertain how to handle the situation. We cannot afford to be negligent concerning the Great Toad Sage. I shall inquire personally. With that, Shinzua left the dwelling, heading to the depths of Myouboku Mountain. Moments later, he returned with an unusually peculiar expression on his face. Kid, the Great Toad Sage requests your presence. Zemai seemed to realize something and refrained from speaking. Joy illuminated Chinya's face, this time genuinely. As long as he met Gamamaru, the sign-in task would be deemed complete. Due to Chinya's physical condition, Shinzua arranged for him to ride on his toad mount to the temple in the depths of Myouboku Mountain. At the first sight of the Great Toad Sage, Chinya's astonishment was unmasked. The colossal figure sat majestically, wisdom gleaming in the half-closed eyes. Are you Chinya? I cannot discern your fate. There were no indications in my dreams. His calm words betrayed no hint of emotional fluctuation. However, I sense that your every word and action will profoundly influence the changes within the entire ninja world. Chinya felt a surge of surprise. Truly, the Great Toad Sage's prophetic abilities were extraordinarily potent. Novice sign-in task, completed rewards being dispensed. As a torrent of information flooded into his mind, Chinya could feel unique energies continuously reshaping his body. The Great Toad Sage, who had initially appeared languid, suddenly opened his eyes wide. His enormous toad eyes were almost bursting, squeezing other features aside. This is natural energy. As the great toad sage of Myouboku Mountain, Gamamaru was exceedingly familiar with natural energy. Yet, when this energy wave emanated from Shinya, it bore an inexplicable strangeness. Shinzua and Jimai exchanged alarmed glances, each reflecting the other's fear. Do we bring back a monster from outside? How long has this young lad been at Myouboku Mountain? Shinzua swallowed hard, feeling a dryness in his throat. Jimai, standing opposite him, appeared equally unsettled, his slit pupils fixated on Shinya. If memory serves, it should be 5 days. As soon as the words left his mouth, both toads turned their attention to Shinya, who was immersed in natural energy. Indeed, this kid is truly a monster, isn't he? Chapter 2, the Soso Sage Mode. Having spent 5 days at Myouboku Mountain in a comatose state, he somehow managed to comprehend natural energy. This could no longer be described merely as talent. The two toads gazed at the great toad sage perched above, seeking an answer from him. The great toad sage soon regained his composure, a glimmer of wisdom shining in his half-closed eyes, instilling a sense of reliability. Great toad sage, how could Shinya? Before Shinzua could finish his question, he was interrupted by the great toad sage's raised hand. Everything is the arrangement of fate. The profound and enigmatic demeanor quickly captivated the two toads. They stared blankly at the great toad sage, admiration swelling in their eyes. Seeing that he had mesmerized them, Gamamaru secretly sighed in relief. Who knows where this kid's abnormality came from? Had it not been for the fate's guidance in my dreams, I would have considered using a sage technique to obliterate him. Gamamaru suppressed his astonishment, ensuring Shinzua and Jimai remained oblivious to it. He took a deep breath and stated, Shinzua, leave Shinya in the care of that good-for-nothing lad. By the way, what was that lad's name? The great toad sage seemed to suffer from a moment of senility again. Memory loss was a glaring symptom. However, at that moment, Shinya could not afford to dwell on such matters. The natural energy within him had accumulated to a peak. His pitch-black eyes underwent a transformation. In the center of his golden pupils, two barely discernible marks intersected. Surrounding his eyes was a golden-red shadow, though it was not overly pronounced. What is this? Shinzuo's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of their sockets. What on earth is happening? Could it be that I'm truly losing my sight? He could hardly believe his eyes. The sight before him was simply astonishing, or rather, astonishingly toad-like. A mere 5- or 6-year-old child, without any guidance from predecessors, had independently comprehended sage mode. Most importantly, he had only been at Myouboku Mountain for 5 days. Initially, Shinzua thought it was already outrageous that Shinya could sense natural energy. But in the next moment, he vehemently slapped his own face. Zimai's reaction was no better. He vigorously shook Shinzuo's body, murmuring, boss, am I getting old? My vision failing me? Did I just witness little Shinya performing sage mode? A glimmer of astonishment flashed in the great toad sage's half-closed eyes, but he did not speak up to inquire. He had received scant predictions regarding Shinya's existence. In his dreams, he had seen no glimpses of Shinya's future. Yet, he had received indications of the future fate of the ninja world. In a world rife with unending conflict, blood flowed like rivers, and slaughter was ubiquitous. Human lives had become the least valued commodity. Above this ninja world, it seemed as if a pair of great hands were orchestrating everything. A shadow loomed, its visage obscured. The only thing that could be discerned was the intertwining marks deep within those pupils, remarkably akin to the gaze of Chiba. Before him, the great toad sage. Upon this reflection, let out a faint sigh. Have you informed that white-haired little scoundrel? Yet, he still could not recall Jiraiya's name. Shinzo, recovering from his astonishment, opened his mouth, eager to inquire about Chiba, but was preempted by the sage. Taking a few deep breaths to suppress his surprise, he replied, to the great toad sage, I have already notified young Jiraiya. He will come to Myouboku Mountain once he finishes his current tasks. The great toad sage nodded in satisfaction and gestured for them to depart. Shinzo understood and took Chiba aboard his toad steed, leaving the temple behind after their departure. A gentle sigh resonated within the depths of the temple, seemingly lamenting the so-called fate. Within a treehouse, a tall ninja with waist-length white hair, sat cross-legged opposite Chiba. The two stared intensely at one another, as if attempting to glean something from each other's eyes after a moment. Jiraiya was the first to yield. Kid, have you truly mastered Sage Mode? Chiba nodded gravely. There was no way to conceal this from Jiraiya after all. Having already encountered Gamamaru, it was all too easy to shift the blame onto him. The great Toad Sage taught me. His youthful voice left no room for pretense. Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a twinge of headache. A child of merely 5 or 6 had already grasped Sage Mode. Would it hinder his own talents if he took him under his wing? At that moment, Jiraiya lacked a clear understanding of his own teaching abilities. His disciple would undoubtedly achieve great renown in the future ninja world. Whether that renown would be good or bad mattered little. There was a singular trait that stood out: capable of combat, and exceptionally so. Demonstrate Sage Mode. Jiraiya resolved to assess the situation. First, Chiba calmed his mind and swiftly entered the state. Although he could have instantly transitioned into Sage Mode, it was prudent to avoid being too ostentatious. Time ticked by as someone who had successfully mastered Sage Mode. Jiraiya could sense the natural energy surging in the air. Approximately 10 minutes elapsed, and golden red eyeshadows began to form around Chiba's eyes. Jiraiya, who had been counting the seconds, was momentarily taken aback. 10 minutes? Chiba opened his eyes, gazing at Jiraiya with innocent curiosity. Jiraiya-sensei, is it sufficient? Upon hearing Chiba's voice, Jiraiya nearly choked on his own saliva. Well, that's passable, I suppose. He quickly adopted a serious demeanor, assuming the role of a mentor to instruct Chiba. Taking 10 minutes to enter Sage Mode is a rather mediocre result. You must strive to improve. His calm facade belied the storm of thoughts raging within. 10 minutes to enter Sage Mode. Where did this little anomaly come from? This little prodigy expects me to teach him? Surely the great Toad Sage has lost his marbles. Young Jiraiya, this is the great Toad Sage's directive. Shinzo interjected from the side, holding a teacup with an air of composure. Just as you guided that kid Minato, take Chiba under your wing in the same manner. There's no need for excessive worry. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya recognized the futility of refusal and reluctantly agreed. Just as he consented, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Chiba's ears. Chapter 3. New Sign-in Task. The second sign-in task has been issued. The system's prompt resounded. Sign-in location. Ninja Academy task requirement. Become a student at the ninja school. Task reward. Basic mastery of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Chiba felt somewhat bewildered. Why had another sign-in task suddenly appeared? Moreover, this task seemed remarkably simplistic, with Jiraiya having agreed to take care of him. Entering the so-called Ninja Academy would be a breeze, needing only his endorsement for smooth completion. What was more significant was that the reward for this task was exceedingly generous, unlike the novice sign-in tasks. Not only was the sign-in location simpler, but the requirements were also incredibly lenient. As for the foundational mastery of the 3 types of techniques, it was of paramount importance for any ninja. This formed the very essence of a ninja's existence. Regardless of who it was, no one could escape the realm of these 3 techniques. Even in the later stages of divine confrontations, the methods of attack employed would still rely on various techniques armed with foundational mastery and paired with the perfected Sage Mode. Chiba would possess a degree of self-preservation by then. Determined, Jiraiya thought, since that's the case, he would take this child under his wing. Chiba, you see. He turned to Chiba, but was interrupted before he could finish. Jiraiya-sensei, do you know where I can find peers my age? In a bid to fulfill the sign-in task, Chiba once again played up his youthful innocence. His large, glimmering eyes exuded an air of utter innocence. The only incongruity lay in the golden red eyeshadows surrounding his eyes and his unique eye color. Jiraiya placed his large hand on his face, feeling somewhat powerless. Sighing, he said, "Well, if that is the case, let's return to Konoha first." Shinsaka nodded in satisfaction, as he had fulfilled the request of the great Sage Toad. With a creak, the door swung open, and Shima entered, carrying a large platter. Just in time for a meal. "Chiyuki, come and taste my culinary skills." Chiyuki instinctively turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. In an instant, his expression turned ashen. The platter was filled with writhing green caterpillars, each more lively than the last, truly testing one's threshold of tolerance. Jiraiya's face also darkened. Under normal circumstances, He would prefer something more palatable. Thank you for your kind offer, but I'll have to decline. Chiyuki managed to suppress his discomfort and refused. There is no time to waste. I am particularly eager to meet my peers. He looked at Jiraiya with earnestness, asking, Jiraiya-senpai, don't you agree? Jiraiya snapped back to reality and nodded repeatedly. Since it is Chiyuki's request, we should set off at once. With that, he took hold of Chiyuki and bid farewell to the two. Departing. What a pity to waste such a grand feast. Shima shook her head, not dwelling on it further. Jiraiya led Chiyuki away from Myouboku Mountain, casually inquiring if he wished to sign a summoning contract with the mountain. Upon seeing Chiyuki's bewildered expression, Jiraiya proceeded to explain the summoning contract in detail. The great toads of Myouboku Mountain? Chiyuki nodded with some excitement. Of course, due to his sage mode, he had a certain connection to Myouboku Mountain, making the signing of the contract remarkably smooth. Utilizing the reverse summoning technique, the two of them returned directly to the vicinity of Konoha. Although Jiraiya hadn't returned to the village in a while, he had been lingering nearby. After half an hour of trekking, Chiyuki finally beheld the great gates of Konoha. This. Konoha? He murmured. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Indeed, this is one of the 5 great ninja villages of the shinobi world. Konoha Village. You will live here from now on. The gate guards, Kamizuki Izumi and Katetsu Tenzin, were quick to approach upon noticing Jiraiya. After exchanging casual pleasantries, Jiraiya took Chiyuki to the Ninja Academy. This should be the place you were eager to come to. Chiyuki understood that matters would not be so straightforward. The task of enrollment would likely involve some bureaucratic wrangling. However, to his surprise, Jiraiya led him right inside. After greeting several ninja instructors, he unceremoniously placed Chiyuki into the academy. Little Chiyuki, take a moment to familiarize yourself with your surroundings. Jiraiya reassured him that I have some matters to attend to and will return shortly. Chiyuki nodded, feeling somewhat enlightened. One of the legendary 3 of Konoha. Jiraiya undoubtedly attracted much attention. Bringing a child back to Konoha would inevitably stir various events. Next, Jiraiya would likely be busy dealing with the ensuing chaos. Chiyuki, however, was content to enjoy a leisurely day. Merely a 5 or 6-year-old child, children should engage in activities befitting their age, such as striving to be a good student. Enrollment task completed. Task rewards are being distributed. Task rewards successfully distributed. The host has now mastered the fundamentals of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Upon hearing this notification, Chiyuki's eyes brightened. Finally, it's time to engage with ninjutsu. Chapter 4. A first encounter with the Prince of Konoha as a flood of information surged into him. Chiyuki quickly grasped the basics of the 3 types of techniques. Although these were merely foundational ninjutsu, they held exceptional significance for him. In terms of ninjutsu, these included C-rank techniques, such as the Great Fireball technique and the Great Breakthrough. The taijutsu was similarly aligned, featuring techniques like Leaf Rising Wind and Leaf Great Whirlwind. For genjutsu, there were techniques like the Nirvana technique and the Illusion. This place is not. Generally, the techniques provided by the system were restricted to C-rank and below. While diverse, their lethality remained limited. Strengthening oneself was of paramount urgency. The true Konoha was not as idyllic as portrayed in the original narrative. There existed many dark facets. Wherever leaves fluttered, flames would inevitably ignite. While bringing forth illumination, darkness accompanied it, as both were inherently intertwined. To seize control of one's fate, one must possess sufficient strength. The middle-aged ninja before him rubbed his head in frustration, unsure of how to accommodate Chiyuki. Just then, a ninja instructor entered, alleviating his concerns. Irika, you're here, the middle-aged ninja greeted with a somewhat obsequious smile. Irika, feeling puzzled, did not display his confusion that he chuckled and asked, is there something on your mind? You seem quite troubled. The other's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly replied, it's all because of Lord Jiraiya. He brought back a child from outside the village and insists he enroll immediately. The enrollment period has already passed, and classes have been assigned. I'm at a loss as to which class would be best for this child. Though Irika was not particularly strong, he was quite clever. He quickly grasped the implications of the other's words. Ever the warm-hearted individual, he brushed aside such concerns. Leave it to me. My class has only a few students, as long as the child puts in some effort. He should be able to keep up. Thus, through their conversation, Chiyuki's placement was determined. In fact, even Chiyuki himself had not expected to end up in the same class as the future pillars of Konoha. If there was no ulterior motive at play, he would never believe it. Something felt amiss. Chiyuki muttered to himself, eyeing the group of somewhat arrogant children before him. Hello everyone. I am Chiyuki. Please take care of me. There was no applause or welcoming cheers as he had imagined. This group of young ones was not particularly friendly. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans were considered prominent families in Konoha, and others were not far behind. It seemed that apart from Naruto, an orphan, most of them came from notable backgrounds. As for the Uchiha boy, he wore a heavy expression, likely indicating that the Uchiha clan had suffered a tragedy. Chiyuki felt reassured. The timeline had roughly aligned. Iruka stood beside Chiyuki, smiling as he asked, "Does anyone have any questions?" The group of mischief makers lazily glanced at Iruka, but remained silent. Iruka, unfazed by the lack of response, pointed to an empty seat in the back and said, "Chiyuki, you can sit over there." Soon, everything fell into place until the end of the school day, while the other children had places to go. Chiyuki remained uncertain. Jiraiya still had not appeared, so everything was left to wait till he settled into an inconspicuous corner of the playground and began to refine his chakra. After Iruka's explanations and the information provided by the system, Chiyuki was no longer the uninformed novice he once was. He had a solid grasp of the foundational knowledge. What he lacked was merely practice, however, with the perfect grade Sage mode as a foundation. Refining chakra was child's play for him that he soon entered a state of focus. As dusk approached, a sneaky figure stealthily crept toward Chiyuki, wearing a mischievous grin and holding an unknown object, while in a state of training. Chiyuki had entered Sage mode. In this state, his awareness of the surroundings was exceptionally acute. The approaching figure was not a particularly strong ninja, and Chiyuki had already noticed him the moment he entered the playground. Casually picking up a few stones from the ground, he utilized his perception to throw them. Bang! Bang! Ouch! The sneaky figure fell to the ground, clutching his forehead and groaning in pain. Chiyuki exited his training state and approached the shadowy figure. Blonde hair, blue eyes, a whisker mark, and a disgruntled expression. This person seemed somewhat familiar. Isn't that our protagonist, Uzumaki Naruto? Thus begins the first formal encounter with Uzumaki Naruto. As for the Umbu members surveilling him in the vicinity, they were completely disregarded by Chiba. It was only a matter of time before he caught the attention of Konoha's higher-ups. Even if he was being monitored by the Umbu, what of it? Furthermore, Jiraiya is no pushover. With this thought in mind, Chiba quickened his pace towards Uzumaki Naruto. His mind was brimming with ideas he longed to put into practice. Chapter 5, The Great Incident of Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Chiba wore a perplexed expression. Uzumaki Naruto recognized the person before him as today's transfer student. He felt quite pleased that Chiba remembered his name. "How do you know my name?" At this moment, Naruto, despite often engaging in mischief, did so merely to attract attention. Ultimately, he was still just a pitiable child. Iruka-sensei called your name a total of 38 times during class. You rank first among the troublemakers. Upon hearing this assessment, Naruto instantly drooped his head, looking somewhat disheartened. Chiba, having nothing better to do, casually fabricated a number, inadvertently tricking Naruto. "There can't be that many," Naruto muttered under his breath. Somewhat indignant, Chiba casually helped him up, not wishing to dwell on it. However, upon noticing the paint and rope on the ground, curiosity got the better of him, and he instinctively asked, "What are you planning to do with those?" Naruto's expression immediately turned shifty. He glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, and leaned closer to Chiba, whispering, "I'm planning to do something big." Chiba's face took on a strange expression as he suddenly recalled something. It couldn't be detection of the host's current circumstances has been completed. A special sign-in mission has been issued. Mission details. Proceed to Hokage Rock to sign in, with the requirement to doodle on it. Mission reward. Jonin level chakra capacity. The emergence of a new sign-in mission inevitably brought Chiba a sense of delight. However, upon reading the mission details, he felt a bit of a headache. Doodling on Hokage Rock, while it might not seem serious, could indeed be quite troublesome, especially depending on who was involved. Naruto had the protection of the third Hokage, so he would naturally face no repercussions. As for Chiba, he lacked any substantial background or support. Arriving in Konoha only to cause trouble for Jiraiya was hardly a wise choice. Yet, upon seeing the mission reward, Chiba gritted his teeth, thinking, "People die, birds fly to the sky. If I don't die, I'll live forever." What he lacked most at present was chakra. Although he had undergone a baptism of natural energy in Myouboku Mountain, his own chakra capacity was still significantly lacking. If he completed this mission, he would finally rectify this shortcoming. Thus, Chiba beamed at Naruto. A smile that struck a strangely familiar chord within him. It seemed he had seen this expression before somewhere. Naruto, with his obliviousness, would never consider that if he were to look in a mirror right now, the reflection staring back would bear an uncanny resemblance to Chiba's expression, with a similarity rate exceeding 80%. Naruto, as I've just arrived in Konoha and am still unfamiliar with everyone, and they too are unfamiliar with me. If I wish to expedite our mutual acquaintance, we must undertake a significant endeavor, with his silver tongue. Chiba managed to bewilder Uzumaki Naruto. Are you saying you want to bring me along? Naruto exclaimed, somewhat incredulous. In Konoha, most of his peers tended to avoid him. Rarely did anyone approach him to join in his escapades. As for Shikamaru and the others, they seldom participated in his antics. Chiba was the first. This inevitably touched Naruto's heart, and his gaze instantly became resolute. All right, if that's the case, let us make a big splash. Then, under Naruto's lead, Chiba made his way to Hokage Rock. Gazing up at the four familiar yet foreign faces above, he felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Let us start with the first Hokage. Chiba adjusted the paint bucket in his hand, channeling chakra to his feet. Without any tools to assist, he directly stepped onto the rock face of Hokage Rock. The doodling commenced. Uzumaki Naruto stared in disbelief at Chiba standing on the rock wall. Muttering, is this also a ninjutsu? Half an hour later, the system notification chimed again. Congratulations to the host for completing the special sign-in mission. Rewards are being dispensed. As the mechanical voice faded, Chiba sensed every cell in his body surging with chakra. The total amount of chakra was continuously increasing, soon reaching the level of a jonin. After familiarizing himself with the sudden influx of chakra, Chiba felt his power swell. At least for the time being. As long as he didn't act recklessly, he could live quite comfortably. Meanwhile, Naruto had also finished his work, painting the third and fourth Hokage in a rather comical manner. However, at that moment, someone had already noticed their presence. Hokage Rock, as one of Konoha's iconic structures, was highly conspicuous. Any alterations made to it would be instantly recognized. Capture those two brats. A loud shout instantly sent several ninjas racing towards Hokage Rock. They leaped from the buildings, swiftly closing in on the two. Seeing the situation, Naruto felt a tingle of dread at the nape of his neck and whispered, Chiba, should we make a run for it? Upon hearing this, Chiba couldn't help but roll his eyes. Now you want to panic. Where were you earlier? Besides, do you really think we can escape with so many ninjas surrounding us, facing the encirclement of ninjas? Chiba remained calm and collected, mentally preparing his countermeasures. As for Naruto, he could only hope for the best. May he remain unscathed. Chapter 6. The best measure to avoid punishment. Chiba, feeling quite resigned, set down the paint bucket in his hand, waiting for the ninjas to approach. Seeing this, Naruto felt too guilty to abandon Chiba and obediently stood by his side. As the first person willing to undertake a big endeavor with him. Naruto held a favorable impression of Chiba. Or perhaps it was simply that Naruto was inherently trusting of others. Moments later, Iruka hurried over upon hearing the news. He gazed at the two young rascals before him with a pained expression. That's the statue of every Hokage, a symbol of Konoha's honor. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto mumbled a few words, but they were too quiet to be heard. As for Chiba, he merely pointed his chin towards the surrounding ninjas, indicating Iruka to look at them. Iruka instinctively turned to the direction Chiba indicated, only to find the expressions of the crowd in a daze, all staring at Hokage Rock. This caused Iruka's heart to sink. Could it be that these two boys had written something outrageous on Hokage Rock? He quickly glanced in that direction. Upon looking at the statues of the third and fourth Hokage, he found them covered in a plethora of colorful doodles. Gaudy and vibrant. It appeared quite fitting for the mischievous antics of children. Iruka's heart immediately sank. However, the statues of the first and second Hokage were a different story. Black paint adorned the sides of their statues, with lengthy passages written beside them. First Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the god of shinobi, lifelong achievements, pacified wars, suppressed tailed beasts, established Konoha. Turning to the second Hokage, he saw, second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, the fastest in the ninja world, lifelong achievements, assisted the first, maintained Konoha, guided the younger generation. These two simple passages clearly outlined the lifelong achievements of the first and second Hokage brothers. Most importantly, the lettering was exceptionally beautiful, providing a visually pleasing experience. Iruka was the first to regain his composure. As Naruto's mentor, he was well aware of his student's capabilities, at least on the surface. This level of calligraphy was certainly beyond Naruto's abilities. Thus, there could only be one possibility. Chiba, did you write this? Iruka inquired with a warm expression, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Upon seeing this, Uzumaki Naruto was suddenly filled with a sense of foreboding. Chiba nodded and explained. Jiraiya-sensei told me many stories about Konoha on the way here. These are all things he shared with me. In any case, with Jiraiya currently absent, placing the blame squarely on him is certainly unwarranted. As for the calligraphy, it is a skill I brought from my previous life. Having practiced traditional brush writing for an extended period, he possesses profound knowledge in the art of calligraphy. His handwriting is exceptional. However, when Irika noticed the content, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Perhaps it would be best to leave it to the Hokage to handle. The onlookers offered their suggestions, and Irika nodded in agreement, firmly believing that the third Hokage would adeptly manage the situation. A moment later, in the Hokage's office, Irika stood there with Chiba and Naruto, maintaining a rather composed demeanor. However, Naruto's expression clearly displayed his discontent. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat behind his desk, his chin resting on his hands. He was already well acquainted with the details of the situation. At this moment, Jiraiya stood nearby, observing the evidence laid out on the desk. The photograph was strikingly clear, and the calligraphy was legible. Jiraiya shot a surprised glance at Chiba, not expecting him to possess such talent. Hiruzen's gaze shifted from the photograph to Chiba and Naruto. He was quite familiar with Naruto, but this was his first encounter with Chiba. It was no wonder that Jiraiya had returned to Konoha because of this child. The implications were indeed significant. Hiruzen's scrutiny made Naruto feel uneasy, compelling him to lower his head and avert his gaze. In contrast, Chiba exhibited no signs of trepidation. He met Hiruzen's gaze boldly, his innocent eyes devoid of any impurities. After a brief pause, Hiruzen retracted his gaze and remarked, "The writing is commendable. We shall keep it. However, since a mistake has been made, accountability must be taken." The initial part of his statement relieved Irika, but the latter portion caused his heart to race once more. As a responsible ninja instructor, he regarded each student as his own child, and Naruto, in particular, held a special place in his heart. Hiruzen paused again before continuing. Let Naruto erase the graffiti on the two statues. As for Chiba. Chiba found himself at a loss for words. Why couldn't these so-called important figures just say everything in one go? Why leave things half-finished and ensure the biographies of those two statues are recorded as well? Before Chiba could respond, Irika interjected, "Thank you, Lord Third." After the three departed, Hiruzen's voice echoed once more in the Hokage's office. "Jiraiya, is this the child you brought back from Myouboku Mountain?" Facing his mentor's inquiry, Jiraiya hesitated before nodding. He did not divulge the entire truth. It was not a matter of mistrusting Hiruzen, but rather a lack of faith in the current state of Konoha. Having witnessed too much darkness as one of Konoha's former leaders, he understood the weight of the trust placed in him by the great sage Toad. If he could not care for Chiba properly, it would be a betrayal of that trust. Chiba possesses considerable talent. I hope he can remain in Konoha, Jiraiya stated, gazing directly into Hiruzen's eyes, seeking an affirmative response. Chapter 7. Jiraiya's persistence. Chiba has notable talent, and his character is quite amiable, Hiruzen acknowledged, nodding in agreement with Jiraiya's proposal. During his earlier observation, he had discerned that Chiba's essence was not malevolent. Otherwise, he would not maintain a positive relationship with Naruto. In that case, let him stay in Konoha, Hiruzen concluded, adding, "I shall keep a close eye on him." A glimmer of joy flickered in Jiraiya's eyes. With Hiruzen's assurance, he felt a portion of his worries dissipate. After ensuring Chiba's stability, he would resume his travels throughout the ninja world, for Konoha's atmosphere was not suited for him. At Hokage Rock, Naruto's expression was grim, filled with resentment. Why does Chiba get a free pass? Why am I the only one suffering? Chiba, lounging on the platform below, replied lazily, "Because some people have that thing around their necks, and it doesn't contain what it should." After spending half a day together, their relationship had evolved from mere acquaintances to friends. Naruto's complaints were merely verbal. He bore no genuine grudge against Chiba. Once he had wiped away all the chaotic graffiti, the subsequent matters would be Chiba's responsibility. There was no need to expend too much effort on the deeds of the third and fourth Hokages. He had already memorized them. Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, ninja arts instructor, lifelong achievements, trained the legendary three ninjas. Maintained Konoha's peace, improved the education system. Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash, lifelong achievements, gained renown in the Ninja World War, pacified the Ninetales incident. As Chiba wrote about the fourth Hokage, he couldn't help but glance at Naruto. Unaware of his own lineage, Naruto's life remained fraught with adversity. It seemed rather unfair for the son of a hero to endure such a fate. Sighing, Chiba added a note after Minato's achievements, a great Hokage, but an inadequate father. From an outsider's perspective, Naruto's childhood appeared quite tragic, largely due to the nine tails residing within him. However, Minato's foresight was consistently aimed at ensuring a better future for his son. Regardless, it seemed that aside from his inability to choose a name, he had no other glaring flaws. When Jiraiya arrived at Hokage Rock just as Chiba finished his final stroke, he was taken aback by Chiba's assessment of Minato. This child he had brought back to Konoha seemed to possess considerable knowledge. Jiraiya was certain he had never shared such matters with Chiba. How he acquired this information remained a mystery. "Chiba, are you finished?" Jiraiya called out from the platform. Chiba packed away his tools and leapt down from the rock face. Jiraiya had long since grown accustomed to Chiba's display of ninja talent. Mastering Sage Mode was no small feat, and manipulating chakra was merely a trifle. "All done," Chiba affirmed. Looking at Jiraiya with complete composure, he held a measure of admiration for Jiraiya, a man who had single-handedly managed to change the entire ninja world. It would be difficult to find another like him in the world, though his personal ending was rather tragic. Upon reviewing Jiraiya's life, it was consistently bleak. Although he appeared to achieve little, his passing was met with recognition. Regrettably, Jiraiya would never witness it. "Let us go. To welcome you, I shall treat you to Konoha's signature ramen." Jiraiya was a clever man, or more accurately, he possessed a wisdom uncommon among others. He did not pry too deeply into Chiba's background. Since the great sage Toad had already given his guidance, all he needed to do was follow it. Would it influence the ninja world? Jiraiya glanced at Chiba, who, despite being somewhat precocious, was still just a child. A smile crept upon his lips as he cast his worries aside. Ichiraka Ramen, as the most iconic ramen shop in Konoha, it had made more appearances than some supporting characters. By now, the sky had grown dark. The shop was bustling with customers. "3 bowls of ramen," Jiraiya called out. Shortly thereafter, the ramen was served. The broth was crystal clear, garnished with vibrant green scallions and fragrant chashu pork. The snow-white, chewy noodles quickly disappeared under the motion of chopsticks. As Naruto savored his meal, he suddenly remembered that he had no idea who this white-haired uncle was. By the way, uncle, who exactly are you? I've never seen you around the village. Jiraiya cleared his throat, adopting a serious expression as he replied, "Ahem, I am none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, renowned far and wide." Chiba set down his chopsticks and timely interjected, "Let us call him the lecherous sage." Just as Jiraiya, lost in his self-indulgence, nearly choked on his own saliva, he inquired, "How do you know this title?" Chiba regarded Jiraiya with a peculiar expression, his brow arching as he asked, "Are you certain you wish to know?" Jiraiya nodded earnestly, his reputation before the younger generation at stake. Chiba's gaze towards him brimmed with sympathy. Why must he cling to this matter so tenaciously? Chapter 8. Jiraiya's choice to depart. Faced with Jiraiya's unwavering resolve, Chiba sighed silently. He shrugged and explained, "The great sage Toad cannot remember your name, only that of a lecherous white-haired man." Before he could finish, Jiraiya covered his mouth, as the attention of those around them had firmly fixed upon the two. "Everyone, please, continue." Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly, pulling the two young boys from a ramen shop. "You may address me as the great sage Toad, the white-haired boy, or Lord Jiraiya." Jiraiya rattled off a dozen titles in one breath. Yet Chiba merely shook his head in self-containment. Why is lecherous sage such a bad title? Jiraiya's face darkened, eager to refute. "I am not lecherous in the slightest." Chiba pointed at his bag, declaring, "I finished reading your novel. It was quite good." This evidence rendered any explanation futile. Nearby, Naruto was doubled over in laughter. "Lecherous sage, ha ha." Jiraiya delivered a light punch to Naruto's head. "Show some respect for your senior." "Ow, ow, ow," Naruto groaned, cradling his head. Then shouted back, "Then why can Chiba call you that?" Jiraiya was momentarily at a loss for words. Strangely, after spending some time together, he had not felt the usual seniority towards Chiba. As he struggled to formulate a response, Naruto received another playful bop on the head. When a senior speaks, you must not retort. The trio strolled down a moonlit path, gradually receding into the distance, after dropping Naruto off at his residence. Jiraiya led Chiba to a modest domicile. It was sufficiently spacious, furnished with various essentials. After helping Chiba settle in, Jiraiya continued, "You will reside here from now on." Chiba remained silent, awaiting further elaboration from Jiraiya. Surely he would clarify the situation in Konoha. "The Hokage is already aware of your background," Jiraiya stated calmly, his expression betraying no emotion. "Living in Konoha is your wish. I had no intention of letting you stay here. As you are not an ordinary child, you are special and may attract evil." His tone grew increasingly grave as he spoke, fully aware of Konoha's darker aspects. Chiba nodded, understanding. I will take care of myself. Jiraiya felt a sense of relief. Chiba was far less troublesome than Naruto. In that case, I shall not linger in Konoha any longer. Jiraiya left behind a sum ample for Chiba's living expenses and departed under the cover of night, not forgetting to impart some words of caution. However, Chiba was too preoccupied to heed such advice. His focus was entirely on the system. Sign-in task issued. Sign in at the Forest of Death and repel Orochimaru. The emergence of this new sign-in task caused Chiba to furrow his brow. The tasks he had previously undertaken were generally straightforward, devoid of any real danger. However, this new assignment was fraught with peril. Setting aside the fact that the Forest of Death was inherently unsafe, the presence of Orochimaru was enough to instill dread. One of Konoha's legendary Sannin was not merely an empty title. Chiba was confident in his own strength, ensuring his survival was not an issue. Yet, facing an established powerhouse was a different matter altogether. Moreover, Orochimaru's combat prowess was formidable. Summoning 2 reanimated corpses would likely leave Chiba with no avenue of escape. Fortunately, this sign-in task would not require immediate action, as it should occur during the Chunin exams. At present, Orochimaru was unlikely to be within Konoha, and given Chiba's capabilities, locating him would prove exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, he would not appear in the Forest of Death. Curious about the task rewards, Chiba read on. Task reward: Beginner Sage Body. Upon seeing this reward, Chiba's brow knitted tightly. It was indeed a conundrum. The power of the Sage Body was indisputable: unyielding vitality, terrifying energy, the ability to utilize ninjutsu without hand seals, and the potential to integrate with sage techniques. Perhaps this beginner Sage Body came with various limitations. Yet its might was beyond question. This reward could catalyze a transformative change in Chiba's strength and was not to be overlooked. Sighing, he resolved to strive harder to grow stronger. With Jiraiya gone, Chiba found himself alone in Konoha as dawn broke. With the sun casting its first rays, Chiba had already ventured to the outskirts of Konoha to commence his early morning training. As for why he possessed knowledge of various techniques, he attributed it all to Jiraiya. After all, he had already departed from Konoha. At the very least, under Chiba's perceptive senses, Jiraiya's chakra fluctuations had vanished from the village. In sage mode, Chiba's perception was remarkably acute. If he focused intently on a specific chakra, no one within a 10-mile radius could escape his awareness. Last night, Jiraiya's chakra had dissipated towards the village gates. However, surrounding him were other unfamiliar chakra signatures. The appearance of these ninjas heightened Chiba's vigilance. Chapter 9, The Ninja Exam. After several twists and turns, through careful observation and scheming, Chiba discerned the identities of several individuals. Was the Umbu's operation always this swift? Chiba felt a headache coming on. Those unusual chakra signatures were adorned with masks bearing strange patterns and clad in neat attire, clearly members of the Umbu. It remained unclear whether these individuals were loyal to the third Hokage or Danzo. If they served the third Hokage, it would be somewhat reassuring. Perhaps they had come to protect and observe Chiba out of respect for Jiraiya. However, if they were loyal to Danzo, there would be no protection. Only surveillance. If they discovered anything worth studying, he could very well be captured. Given Danzo's temperament, he would never allow an entity exceeding his control to exist within the village. Fortunately, the Umbu members did not appear to take any action. Granting Chiba a momentary sigh of relief, the training of chakra was nothing to draw attention to. By midday, Chiba concluded his training and proceeded to report to the Ninja Academy, following the previous day's lessons. The others had gradually come to accept Chiba's presence. Thanks to Naruto's incessant antics, Chiba quickly integrated into the class. His naturally cheerful disposition, combined with his striking appearance, made him quite a popular figure. You wrote those words on Hokage Rock. Shikamaru and the others looked on in disbelief. As one of the top students in the class, he understood the effort required to achieve such calligraphy. Chiba nodded affirmatively. If you knew I could write on Hokage Rock without any tools, you would be even more astonished. Naruto Uzumaki stood nearby, muttering in discontent. The appearance of Chiba seemed to have stolen the attention that was previously directed at him. Although he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he did not dwell on it excessively. The playful banter of the group made time fly by. After a few minor tests, the graduation examination of the Ninja Academy officially commenced. Unbeknownst to him, Chiba inadvertently revealed that he had been taught by Jiraiya. Thus, participating in the examination alongside them posed no significant issue. The so-called graduation test of the Ninja Academy primarily assessed the mastery of the 3 basic techniques. As for Irika's side, it was even simpler, focusing on the transformation and shadow clone techniques. These 2 jutsu were entirely categorized under the foundational mastery of ninjutsu. For Chiba, It was astonishingly easy. Uchiha Sasuke. Irika called out from the podium, announcing names for the examination. Sasuke, as usual, maintained his aloof demeanor, his expression dark and brooding, as though others owed him millions. Chiba was never particularly fond of such individuals. Yet he refrained from instigating trouble unless provoked. One could only hope that Sasuke would not find himself in a conflict of interest with him. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan might indeed face dire consequences. Just like in the original story, Sasuke was a top student in the class. The transformation and shadow clone techniques posed no challenge for him. As students took turns to take the exam. Among the famed Konoha 9, only Naruto encountered any difficulties. The stimulating harem technique, which would later evolve into a jutsu capable of turning the tides of battle, was presented before Chiba for the first time. However, it was worth noting that since Naruto had just invented this technique, Chiba, with his expert eye, could identify numerous flaws. It lacked firmness and elevation, possessing little merit beyond its flamboyance. Chiba shook his head, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. Unsurprisingly, Naruto ended up receiving a thorough beating. Finally, it was Chiba's turn. He stepped forward, performed the hand seals methodically, executed the shadow clone and transformation techniques, resulting in a flawless performance. Irika, with tissue stuffed in his nose, appeared comically absurd. No mistakes were made. He achieved a perfect score. Upon hearing this, Naruto hung his head low, visibly dejected. A thought crossed Chiba's mind about the events that might unfold that night. The sealing scroll, that rascal Mizuki would likely be up to no good again. Although the thought of the forbidden techniques inscribed on the sealing scroll intrigued Chiba, he quickly dismissed it, knowing that the Umbu were always monitoring such matters. Better to have a life to live than to take unnecessary risks. There was absolutely no room for maneuvering. With the third Hokage's telescopic technique, attempting to swap out the sealing scroll would prove exceedingly difficult. Moreover, it was likely that those Umbu would not stray far from Naruto's side. Once the exam concluded, Chiba successfully obtained the so-called Konoha forehead protector. Crafted from fine steel, it bore no aesthetic appeal. Chiba was reluctant to tie such an unsightly object around his forehead and instead secured it to his shoulder, signifying his identity as a Konoha ninja. Everyone, tomorrow you will be assigned a lead instructor. So please do not be late, Irika declared, announcing the end of the day. The young ninja scattered, each returning home. However, to Chiba's surprise, Naruto approached him. Chiba, big brother, Chapter 10, the contest for the sealing scroll. His awkward demeanor sent chills down Chiba's spine. Speak plainly, if you have something to say or a flatulence to release, there is no need for theatrics. Chiba responded bluntly. He found the situation somewhat overwhelming. Could you help me with the shadow clone technique? Upon hearing this, Chiba was momentarily taken aback. Why was Naruto suddenly seeking him out? This script felt off. Hold on, hold on. Chiba extended his hand, signaling Naruto not to come too close. He had no interest in men. You want me to teach you ninjutsu? Naruto's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he nodded vigorously. Chiba stroked his chin, adopting a mature demeanor. This matter seemed quite feasible, observing Naruto's urgent expression. Chiba began to formulate a plan in his mind. I can teach you ninjutsu, but you must promise to assist me with something in the future. Naruto nodded repeatedly, appearing utterly oblivious to any ulterior motives. Such an innocent child filled Chiba with a sense of guilt. Yet he quickly cast that feeling aside. The two of them ventured to a relatively secluded corner of the schoolyard, spacious enough for practice. Chiba surveyed the surroundings before commencing his teaching. His proficiency in the foundational techniques allowed him to possess unique insights into the shadow clone technique. Teaching Naruto at this moment was as easy as pie for Chiba. After half a day, he had imparted all he could to Naruto. The rest was up to him. Simultaneously, Chiba sensed an extremely volatile and malevolent chakra within Naruto. Likely the Nine Tails, Kurama. You practice on your own for now. I need to handle a few matters. Chiba dropped this statement and departed. Naruto continued to practice diligently, unaware that a figure was approaching him. Meanwhile, Chiba crouched on a nearby branch, observing the sudden appearance of Mizuki. I hope this goes well. As night deepened, the sky was adorned with countless stars. The crescent moon hung above, casting a somewhat cold glow. A diminutive figure dashed excitedly, alarming the ninjas of Konoha. Aside from the Umbu observing from the shadows, numerous other ninjas were present. Naruto remained blissfully unaware of the magnitude of the impact his actions would have on Konoha. All he understood was that in order to grow stronger, he must learn the techniques contained within the scroll. He swiftly entered the forest, hiding beneath a large tree. Panting heavily, he placed the sealing scroll on the ground and spread it open. The myriad of complex forbidden techniques nearly blinded him. Multi-shadow clone jutsu, flying thunder god technique, Reanimation jutsu. He had barely begun to peruse the contents when Iruka's voice called out from behind him. Naruto, his shout interrupted Naruto's intention to continue reading. Seeing Naruto hastily attempt to stow away the sealing scroll and escape, Mizuki's sudden appearance blocked his path. Hand over the sealing scroll, Naruto. A spectacular showdown was about to unfold. Chiba, perched on a nearby branch, casually snacked on seeds, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Let the battle commence. Since arriving in the world of Naruto, he had yet to witness a genuine ninja fight. This was indeed a splendid opportunity. Chiba was unconcerned about being discovered by others. If one were to scrutinize closely, they would notice the golden-red shadow surrounding his eyes that in sage mode. Chiba's perception extended far beyond normal comprehension at that moment. Two Umbu lay in ambush to Naruto's left front, while three others flanked Mizuki's right. Their chakra fluctuations were exceedingly faint, indicating their hidden skills were maxed out. The battle was about to ignite. However, the situation was far from favorable. It was a one-sided affair. In terms of combat experience and inherent strength, Mizuki had Naruto completely at his mercy. Chiba assessed the situation and murmured, "It's about time." Just as he finished speaking, he dashed out from his hiding place and charged straight into the fray. "Naruto, get out of the way." His voice was urgent, resonating with palpable intensity. The anxious expression on Chiba's face, coupled with the beads of sweat beginning to form, vividly conveyed his concern. Naruto stood dazed, staring at Chiba as he suddenly emerged, his mind jolted by the unexpected turn of events. Mizuki, momentarily caught off guard, did not hesitate in launching his shuriken. Swish, thud. A large, oversized shuriken plunged directly into Chiba's shoulder, crimson blood splattering into the air. Chiba had intercepted this lethal attack on behalf of Uzumaki Naruto. Chiba, big brother. Naruto's voice trembled slightly, the scene before him causing a profound shock. He had never imagined that someone he was not overly familiar with could sacrifice so much for him. Chapter 11. Chiba's plan in motion. Hiss. Chiba gasped, having invested heavily for this performance. One endowed with foresight regarding the future, Chiba was not one to follow conventions. Since he had arrived in this world, it was indeed necessary to seize the initiative himself. Uzumaki Naruto was one of the most crucial points for him to gain a foothold in this realm. The searing blood splattered onto Naruto's face, his pupils dilated, and he stood rooted in shock. Murmuring, Chiba, big brother." Chiba yanked the massive shuriken from his shoulder, pressing down on his wound, and using chakra to staunch the bleeding. "Hurry, Naruto, you are no match for this guy. Seek help." The hidden Umbu surrounding them felt their minds reeling at this scene. Where did this boy come from? What was this heart-wrenching farewell all about? Why did they feel a tinge of sorrow? Turning his back to Naruto, Chiba fixed his gaze on Mizuki, his lips twitching slightly. When he had rushed out earlier, he had momentarily lost control of his strength. That shuriken had indeed inflicted internal injury. If it were not for the exquisite chakra control from Sage Mode, Chiba would have likely collapsed from blood loss by now. No, I cannot abandon you, Chiba big brother. Naruto, seemingly ignited by Chiba's words, stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Chiba with unwavering determination. He stared at Mizuki and declared, "I will defeat you, Shadow Clone Jutsu." As soon as he spoke, an overwhelming amount of chakra erupted from Naruto. The Shadow Clone Jutsu was unleashed in an instant, countless orange-red figures filling the forest. How is this possible? Mizuki staggered back, his expression ghastly. You're merely a bottom-tier student. How could you possibly learn forbidden techniques in such a short time? Naruto chose not to waste further words. Charge. The resounding echoes of their voices reverberated through the woods. Mizuki, witnessing the unfolding scene, retreated step by step, panic flashing in his eyes. The A-rank forbidden technique, Shadow Clone Jutsu. With Mizuki's meager strength, he stood no chance of resistance. In the blink of an eye, he found himself pinned to the ground, being pummeled mercilessly. Iruka arrived late, gazing at the scene in bewilderment. That Mizuki? It was hard to believe that a mere student could confront and defeat a chunin like Mizuki. Seeing Mizuki's battered state, Iruka stepped forward to apprehend him. Naruto, do you realize the magnitude of your error? He glared at Uzumaki Naruto. However, Naruto was too preoccupied, rushing over to assist Chiba, his face etched with concern. Iruka-sensei, please take Chiba big brother to the hospital. His injuries are severe. Iruka, witnessing the situation, set aside Mizuki for the moment. Chiba's face was pale, his clothing soaked in blood, presenting a rather tragic sight. He took Chiba on his back and instructed, I will take him to the hospital. You stay here and wait for others to arrive. Naruto nodded, urging, Iruka-sensei, please hurry. I'll keep an eye on Mizuki. Irika activated his chakra beneath his feet and dashed toward the Konoha hospital in the village's center. Chiba glanced back at Naruto, giving him a thumbs up. Well done, Naruto. He praised him for his ninjutsu and for thwarting the attack. With this performance, Naruto's confidence in him should be well established. Chiba contemplated. At Konoha Hospital. Irika hurriedly summoned medical ninjas. Under the effects of healing ninjutsu, Chiba's injuries healed rapidly. Once the treatment was completed, Irika looked at Chiba seriously and asked, "How is your condition?" Chiba attempted to move his shoulder and replied, "I feel fine, thank you, Irika-sensei." Seeing Chiba's state, Irika breathed a sigh of relief. In the future, never engage in such reckless behavior again. He did not question Chiba's motives. In his eyes, Chiba was merely a child who had just graduated from the ninja academy. Chiba nodded, indicating his understanding. "Come, let us go see Lord Third." Irika's expression turned serious. "This incident is quite serious. As one of the involved parties, you must make an appearance. But rest assured, not only will there be no punishment, but you may also receive a reward." Chiba felt a flicker of surprise at this, but he also harbored a vague sense of anticipation that a reward from the third. Chapter 12. Significant changes in class assignments in the Hokage's office. The third sat behind his desk, resting his chin on his hands, scrutinizing the two young boys before him. Uzumaki Naruto. The already jittery Naruto shivered at the mention of his name. Do you realize the gravity of your actions? Naruto hung his head, barely able to meet the third's gaze. If it were just a typical prank, Naruto might have felt defiant. However, his misunderstanding of Mizuki's words had placed Chiba in danger, weighing heavily on his conscience. "Lord Third, Naruto didn't mean to," Irika interjected, attempting to defend him. "Mizuki manipulated Naruto, leading to this incident." The third nodded, acknowledging this. "Had it not been for Mizuki, I would not have gone easy on Naruto, for now. Consider this a lesson. You should be grateful to Chiba. If it weren't for him, you would likely be the one injured." Naruto nodded repeatedly, his gaze toward Chiba filled with gratitude. At that moment, Chiba felt like one of the closest people to him, despite their brief acquaintance. "Thank you, Chiba, big brother." Naruto's tone was sincere, devoid of any pretense. The third, Saritobi Hiruzen, regarded Chiba with a scrutinizing gaze. Chiba, naturally aware of this, remained calm and collected, showing no signs of panic. He had acted as a friend, coming to Naruto's aid. Moreover, Chiba's age presented a significant ambiguity. Coupled with Jiraiya's endorsement, he felt confident that the third would not harbor any ill will toward him. Chiba smiled and nodded, refraining from further comment. The third, observing this interaction, sighed and waved his hand, signaling that they could leave. That Naruto's punishment ultimately fizzled out. Only Naruto could escape such a situation unscathed. Had it been anyone else who attempted to steal the forbidden sealing scroll, they would likely face severe consequences. Chiba remained intensely interested in the techniques within the scroll, yet he knew well that given Konoha's upper echelons, it was better to abandon such thoughts. Chiba's path to strength was not confined to that single route. Sign in. The thought of his golden opportunity ignited a fire within him. To celebrate Chiba's recovery and Naruto's exoneration, Irika turned back and proclaimed, "Today, I treat. You choose the place." Before Chiba could respond, Naruto enthusiastically shouted, "Ichiraka ramen." However, he then cautiously looked at Chiba and asked, "Chiba, big brother, maybe you should decide." Chiba chuckled and replied, "Let us have ramen. Uncle Ichiraku's skills are quite exceptional." At the Ichiraka ramen shop, a trio engaged in spirited conversation. But it was predominantly Naruto Uzumaki who held the floor, while Chiba and Irika listened attentively. As one of the most tragic figures among the Hokage, Naruto had seldom known the warmth of friendship, and meaningful dialogue was a rarity. The following day, upon Chiba's return to the Ninja Academy, he was informed that class assignments were imminent. He pondered to himself, which teacher would he be assigned to? Like a butterfly flapping its wings, Chiba's presence was sure to instigate a shift in the established trajectory. Presently, he found himself on the precipice of validating this change. The classroom buzzed with excited students, their voices rising in anticipation. Just before the class division announcement, they were abuzz with enthusiasm. Upon entering, Chiba noticed Naruto and Sasuke Uchiha locked in a fierce stare, each seemingly wishing to vanquish the other with mere glances. The other girls clamored for Sasuke to deal with Naruto, and the atmosphere grew chaotic. Suddenly, one student stood up, shattering the dinto everyone's astonishment. Naruto and Sasuke collided, their lips meeting. This sparked further pandemonium in the classroom. Chiba found a quiet corner to sit as he awaited the teacher's arrival. After a lengthy preamble, Iruka finally began to announce the class assignments. At this moment, Chiba's spirits lifted. The main event was about to commence. The preceding classes held little interest for him. When it came to Class 7, Iruka set aside his papers and announced loudly, "Chiba." Upon hearing his name, Chiba was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Had he supplanted Sakura Haruno in the roster? This was certainly an unexpected turn of events. Iruka seemed to sense Chiba's confusion and promptly clarified that the class assignments were based on students' daily performance and grades, with balance being the most crucial criterion. Chapter 13. The outspoken Sakura Haruno. Iruka-sensei, why would someone as exceptional as I be placed in a team with this guy? Upon uttering this, Chiba facepalmed. Indeed, aside from the inconsequential individual in question, the narrative continued along its original path. Both Sasuke and Chiba had excelled in their final assessments, while Naruto languished at the bottom of the class. Iruka admonished, stating that to ensure each class maintained a comparable level of strength, such assignments were necessary. Once again, the class erupted into chatter. Observing Naruto's dejected demeanor, Chiba contemplated. Perhaps he could alter the course of events. Having arrived in the world of Hokage, allowing past regrets to resurface would indeed render his journey meaningless. Moreover, he held certain hypotheses about his unique abilities, specifically the sign-in system, that required validation. Should his conjectures prove correct, his path to strength would undoubtedly expand. After the class assignment ceremony concluded, Chiba ambled aimlessly out of the classroom. To his surprise, he witnessed Naruto proposing a date to Sakura, yet she, preoccupied with Sasuke, dismissed Naruto's advances without a second thought. Following this rejection, Naruto appeared profoundly dejected. Chiba, feeling somewhat exasperated, approached him. Naruto lifted his gaze, a look of despair etched on his face. "Brother Chiba, when did you become so blind?" Bewildered by Chiba's words, Naruto could not fathom what he had done wrong to elicit such a reprimand. Chiba cast a glance at him and continued, "Why are you infatuated with Sakura? What is it about her that captivates you?" Upon hearing this question, Naruto hung his head in resignation, lamenting, "Sakura is beautiful." Before he could finish, Chiba interjected, "Then I must ask, when did you become so blind? You possess exceptional qualities, yet you pursue someone who shows no interest in you. As your elder brother, I feel compelled to impart this wisdom." Naruto, utterly confounded, was left pondering Chiba's words. A sycophant meets a dismal fate. Chiba shook his head and departed, leaving Naruto behind to grapple with the implications of this advice. With the future stretching ahead of him, there was no need to divulge everything at once. Now that it was confirmed they were all in Class 7, Chiba eagerly anticipated the days to come. After much contemplation, Naruto resolved to approach Sakura once more, this time proposing a meal together. However, he opted to employ a transformation technique. Just as he was about to seize the moment, he was struck with a sudden stomachache and hurriedly dashed to the restroom. From his elevated vantage point, Chiba observed everything unfold, feeling disappointed in his younger brother's performance. Honestly, is Hinata Hyuga not attractive enough? Why the fixation on Sakura? To say your eyesight is poor would be an understatement. As Sasuke re-entered the scene, the atmosphere shifted, becoming somewhat tense. Sasuke inquired about Naruto's whereabouts, only for Sakura to launch into a critique of him. People like Naruto clearly lack proper guidance, she asserted, a smug expression on her face. Look, he doesn't even have parents. Just then, another voice interjected from the side. Does relying on the affection of others give you free rein to act as you please? Chiba leapt down from his perch, his footsteps silent. That it was indeed a grave error to maintain hope for your character. A lesson must be imparted for you to learn. His words hung in the air. A glint of cold steel flew from Chiba's hand. Cling. Sasuke's reflexes were swift as he instinctively drew a kunai to block the attack meant for Sakura to go. Chiba's gaze narrowed, his demeanor turning menacing. Sasuke Uchiha, do you wish to meddle? Though they were soon to be assigned to the same team, Chiba had no intention of indulging him. To act rashly against a classmate was the gravest of errors. Sasuke's eyes darkened dangerously. Forget it. I won't waste my breath on you. Chiba waved his hand dismissively. Since you wish to intrude, allow me to make you see reason. As his words fell, Sasuke's pupils constricted in realization, sensing Chiba's voice behind him. The icy sensation of the kunai pressed against his neck rendered him immobile, the chill of impending doom enveloping him. Chapter 14. Sasuke Uchiha speculation. When did this happen? Sasuke stood frozen, utterly paralyzed. In that moment, he felt the specter of death looming over him. To Sakura's eyes, Chiba seemed to vanish, only to reappear behind Sasuke, The kunai pressed firmly against his throat, and Chiba's murderous intent radiated palpably. A drop of crimson blood trickled from Sasuke's neck, splattering onto the ground and forming a foreboding blossom. Your pride is merely the illusion of superiority over your peers. Chiba's voice was eerily calm. When this supposed strength is dismissed by others, what significance do you hold? In other words, what is there to boast about? Sakura collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide with terror. Trembling, she reached out with a quavering hand, timidly calling, Sasuke. Chiba tightened his grip on the kunai, casting a glance over his shoulder as he flung it backward. The cold gleam shot toward Sakura. Whoosh! Sakura Haruno felt a chilling flash pass before her eyes, leaving her momentarily frozen in place, utterly paralyzed by fear. However, the anticipated pain never followed. When she finally regained her senses, she discovered that pink strands of her hair were cascading down around her. Chiba was not the type to act recklessly. Engaging in a confrontation in Konoha was already considered quite excessive. If he were to truly injure someone, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Thus, a minor lesson would suffice. The kunai he had just thrown had merely severed a significant portion of Sakura's beautiful hair. He hoped this small reprimand would serve as a reminder. Turning away, Chiba departed, knowing that those who spoke without restraint often incite considerable disdain from others. Ignoring the two, he returned to his small courtyard, leaving the subsequent events beyond his concern. After this lesson, it was likely that Sakura's capricious nature would temper somewhat. Only when Chiba's figure had disappeared did Sasuke Uchiha, who remained motionless, finally begin to breathe heavily. Beads of sweat, the size of yellow beans, trickled down his forehead, rendering him quite disheveled. Was he truly a fellow student of ours? A glimmer of fear flashed in Sasuke's eyes. Having experienced the night of the Uchiha massacre, he could keenly sense that Chiba's murderous intent was no mere fade. Had he made even the slightest move at that moment, he could have met a gruesome fate. Both left the scene, still haunted by their lingering dread, and returned home. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki, upon his return, looked at the empty seats with a disheartened expression. Why is it that I'm always left alone? Time flew by, and soon it was the day for the teacher handover. However, after the other students departed with their new instructor, the 3 members of Team 7 found themselves anxiously awaiting the arrival of their new teacher. Chiba sat quietly in the front row, patiently anticipating Kakashi's arrival. If his assumptions were correct, this class arrangement was likely the third Hokage's idea. Among the teachers, Kakashi's prowess stood out as one of the most exceptional, excluding Might Guy. Kakashi was undoubtedly the strongest presence. The title of copy ninja was not bestowed lightly. Unable to suppress his restlessness, Naruto placed the eraser against the door. With a loud smack, it hit its mark. As Kakashi entered the classroom, he immediately sensed that the atmosphere was off. Ignoring the boisterous Naruto, Chiba remained composed in the front row. Sasuke chose a position far from Chiba, occasionally casting fearful glances in his direction. This boy seems to harbor some secrets, Kakashi mused inwardly. I am your instructor, Kakashi Hitaki, a jonin of Konoha. Chiba, Sasuke, Naruto, please come with me. After a brief introduction, the 4 made their way to the training grounds. After explaining the rules of the bell game, Naruto charged ahead without hesitation. The wind swirled around him, and before he could react, Kakashi had effortlessly subdued him, holding a shuriken to the back of his head. Sasuke's pupils dilated at this sight. It was eerily reminiscent of his own recent experience. Could it be? Sasuke suddenly considered the possibility that Chiba's strength was already at the jonin level. Chapter 15. The test for the bell's youth is often marked by impatience. Kakashi lowered his shuriken and addressed the trio. You must at least wait for me to say go. With the bells tied around his waist and the shuriken returned to Naruto, Kakashi officially announced, begin. As his voice echoed, the 3 vanished from sight. Although Chiba was eager to ascertain his current level of strength, he was not prepared to reveal his full capabilities for the sake of his own safety. Nonetheless, as an exemplary student, he needed to demonstrate a certain level of skill, a balance that he would have to navigate himself. As anticipated, Naruto charged headlong into Kakashi without hesitation. Kakashi, the nominal jonin, was a formidable opponent. Even a being as powerful as Kaguya could only exchange a few blows with him. Chiba admired Naruto's audacity. True to the original storyline, when Kakashi unveiled the Ika Paradise, Naruto surged forward like a man possessed. Soon, he was confronted with the consequences of his actions. Konoha's secret body technique, 1,000 Years of Death. Naruto experienced the sensation of soaring into the air, only to plunge directly into the water below. But soon, 2 shurikens sliced through the air from beneath the water, aimed straight for Kakashi. Kakashi was unfazed. preparing to catch the shurikens. Yet, in that instant, danger loomed ominously. Wind release. Gale palm. Concealed in the shadows, Chiba clasped his hands together, compressing the raging winds before unleashing a ferocious hurricane. Kakashi's eyes widened as he swiftly closed his book. In an instant, as the tempest approached, smoke billowed, and he vanished from sight, leaving behind only a weathered wooden stump. Such a level of ninjutsu, Kakashi emerged from the nearby foliage, his expression grave as he regarded Chiba's position. The chakra fluctuation had revealed his location. "This is a technique taught to me by Jiraiya-sensei," Chiba declared, beaming with confidence, revealing no hint of vulnerability. Any inexplicable elements could simply be attributed to Jiraiya. Even if a Konoha ninja sought to verify with Jiraiya, he would likely cover for Chiba given his nature. Upon hearing that name, Kakashi fell silent. Indeed, Team 7 warranted serious attention. Yet, despite his thoughts, he did not put away his book. At most, his lifeless eyes had gained a touch of vigor that a C-rank ninjutsu like Gale Palm was hardly enough to earn his full attention. Sasuke, lurking in the shadows, gritted his teeth, refraining from acting rashly. The immediate priority was to seize the bells from Kakashi. With Chiba confronting him head-on, he would strike from the shadows. Suddenly, without warning, Naruto had managed to latch onto Kakashi from behind, resembling a koala bear clinging tightly. Surely, the body replacement technique couldn't be reused in quick succession. As his words faded, Chiba too vanished from sight. With Naruto holding Kakashi in place, physical prowess proved to be the most effective strategy. Konoha's Gale. With a powerful kick, Chiba aimed directly for Kakashi's lower body. The dry grass swayed in the wind. Bang! Faced with such an onslaught, Kakashi demonstrated his true caliber as a jonin. He disregarded Naruto behind him. Crouching low and unleashing his own technique. Konoha's Gale versus Konoha's Gale. Chiba felt a tremor in his legs, pain radiating from his calves. His physical attributes were somewhat lacking in comparison. Reeling back, Chiba was not inclined to continue facing Kakashi head-on. If the situation escalated, he might have to reveal more of his strength than he wished. Thus far, his performance was commendable, especially since he had already secured a bell. "Kakashi-sensei, the game is over." Kakashi paused, momentarily bewildered. What do you mean it's over?" He looked down at his waist, only to find the bells had vanished. As for Naruto, he had been propelled far away during their previous clash. These kids truly should not be underestimated. Upon realizing the bells were gone, Kakashi surrendered any pretense of resistance. He stood still, gazing at Chiba, and inquired, "There are only 2 bells. What choice will you make?" With a slight smile, Chiba replied, "One for Naruto, and the other for Sasuke." Chapter 16. The answer regarding companions. This response was, one might say, unexpected for Hatake Kakashi. Initially, he presumed that Chiba would choose Uzumaki Naruto, with whom he shared a closer bond. However, Kakashi had underestimated Chiba's capacity for understanding. "Why did you make this decision?" Kakashi's left eye, concealed beneath his forehead protector, fixed its gaze upon Chiba, attempting to instill psychological pressure. Without a moment's hesitation, Chiba replied, "Because they are all my comrades." Kakashi felt a tremor within, yet his expression remained inscrutable. He continued, "If, and I emphasize if, you were faced with an exceedingly difficult mission that required you to abandon your comrades in order to succeed, what choice would you make?" "Chiba." There was a weightiness in Kakashi's voice, and his gaze grew increasingly solemn. Chiba smiled faintly and said, "If a conflict arises between the mission and my comrades," he deliberately paused, savoring Kakashi's anticipation. "Then, at a critical moment, I would undoubtedly choose to abandon the mission." Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. "Do you realize, those who violate the ninja code are regarded as worthless by others? Moreover, you would forfeit your right to be a ninja." His booming voice resonated in Chiba's ears. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto appeared momentarily dumbfounded, unable to grasp the situation. Their typically laid-back teacher had suddenly transformed into a figure of fury. A transformation that was quite difficult to accept. Chiba had anticipated this reaction, his expression remaining unfazed. It seemed that the events of the past still haunted Kakashi, leaving an indelible scar. "Those who breach the ninja code are deemed worthless," Chiba stated with an unexpected calmness. "However, those who fail to value their comrades are even less than worthless." His soft-spoken assertion might have appeared unremarkable to Naruto and Sasuke, perhaps even worthy of endorsement among ninjas. Yet to Kakashi's ears, it struck like thunder. In a moment of reverie, he seemed to perceive a familiar figure in Chiba, one of his most significant comrades from the past. If given the chance to relive those days, Kakashi might have made different choices. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto's voice jolted Kakashi from his reflections. Congratulations, you have passed the assessment, Kakashi stated, his tone laced with exhaustion at a moment that should have been joyous now felt unexpectedly heavy after hearing Chiba's words. Hey, I will never abandon you, Chiba and I, Naruto exclaimed, eager to continue. However, he was abruptly interrupted by Sasuke. Fool, Kakashi-sensei, means we all passed the assessment. Indeed, you all passed the assessment. Kakashi looked up at the sky, a sense of melancholy washing over him. Why? Naruto still struggled to comprehend. Given his mental capacity, such reflections were indeed challenging. Kakashi clarified, Chiba is absolutely correct. Those who defy the ninja code are labeled as worthless. Yet, those who disregard their comrades are even less than that. This assessment was fundamentally about the essence of comradeship. Upon hearing his explanation, Naruto began to piece it together, though he still had a lingering confusion. But that was all Chiba and I's doing. Sasuke and I didn't complete the assessment. Sasuke, hearing this peculiar remark, could only weakly cover his face in despair. How did I end up with such a teammate? It's all right. You two are considered bonuses, Kakashi reassured, undeterred by the possibility of undermining their confidence. From his observations over the past few days, he recognized that both Naruto and Sasuke had a remarkable capacity for resilience. After all, one had endured relentless discrimination, while the other had suffered the tragedy of clan annihilation, experiencing anguish that many would struggle to bear in a lifetime. Though he spoke thus, upon hearing Kakashi's words, Sasuke and Naruto's expressions darkened significantly. Damn it. I will prove you wrong. Kakashi turned to leave. Paying no heed to Naruto's outburst. He had already provided ample guidance for the two. There was an unspoken truth that remained unaddressed. Their success in the assessment was not solely due to Chiba. A portion of it stemmed from Naruto. After all, he was the last scion of Kakashi's only bloodline. Chapter 17. Another assignment. The successful passing of the assessment marked the official establishment of Team 7. Meanwhile, Chiba, the butterfly that had traversed through time, propelled the once static narrative into uncharted territory. Today, our mission is to capture the missing cat of the feudal lord's wife, Little Tiger, Kakashi said, glancing at the note in his hand with a tone devoid of enthusiasm. For him, a Jonin, to lead these three genin on such trivial tasks was indeed a form of torment, particularly after days filled with delivering messages, searching for lost items, and assisting with farm work. Kakashi's last vestiges of enthusiasm had been utterly drained. The other three members of Team 7 shared similar sentiments. Aside from the composed Chiba, Naruto was teetering on the brink of eruption. As for Sasuke, his impatience was evident in his furrowed brow. All right. The mission has been accepted. Let's complete it. Kakashi offered a few words of comfort. After much effort, they finally captured Little Tiger in Naruto's embrace, restraining the struggling feline. The agitated cat clawed and shrieked, exacerbating Chiba's already fraying temper. Quiet down. If you keep screeching, I'll make you regret it. A dark voice echoed in the cat's ears. Instantly, the cat fell silent, settling obediently in Naruto's arms. In this world, animals possessed a notably high level of intelligence. Understanding human speech was not beyond their capabilities. Little Tiger could sense the murderous intent emanating from the person before it. It understood that failure to comply could result in dire consequences. Hey, Chiba and I, you're incredible, Naruto exclaimed, astonished at how a single word from Chiba had quelled the fierce cat. Sasuke, witnessing this scene, felt no admiration. Rather, fear gripped his heart. While Naruto appeared endearingly simple-minded and lacked ulterior motives, he failed to perceive Chiba's true nature. In contrast, Sasuke was acutely aware that the menace radiating from Chiba was no illusion. Kakashi arrived tardily, but upon seeing the subdued cat, a flicker of surprise crossed his exposed eye. Well, since we've found Little Tiger, he said, dismissing the incident, the task's completion is what matters. In the Hokage's office, the feudal lord's wife, Shikimi, awaited eagerly. Upon seeing her cat, her eyes lit up with joy. She promptly took Little Tiger from Naruto, lavishing it with affection, her cosmetics falling away like dust. If returning to its owner, the cat resumed its shrieking. Yet upon encountering Chiba's icy gaze, it froze, its cries diminishing into pitiful whimpers. The third Hokage examined the mission scroll in hand and declared, "Your next task is to deliver some items to the neighboring village. Perhaps assist with weeding in the fields." Upon hearing these tasks, Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed, "Is there not a more challenging mission?" After a spirited debate, the third Hokage chuckled warmly. "In that case, I shall assign you a C-rank escort mission." At this announcement, Naruto's excitement surged. "Really? Is it a lord or a princess we are to escort? The third Hokage called out to the entrance. Come in. As Chiba gazed at the person who entered, a smile graced his lips. It was the bridge master from the Land of Waves, Tazuna, the debut mission of Team 7. Chiba thought to himself, although the task seems somewhat arduous. At least we can finally leave the village. The third Hokage turned to Tazuna and explained, these are the ninjas who will escort you back. Tazuna took a sip of his drink and expressed his dissatisfaction. What? They're just a bunch of kids, especially that shortest and dullest one. Are they really ninjas? Chiba paid no heed to Naruto's desire to eliminate Tazuna. At that moment, his mind was entirely absorbed in the system. Just moments ago, a new system task had been issued. Sign in task issued task content. Travel to the Land of Waves to sign in and eliminate one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Momochi Zabuza. Task reward. 8 gates release. Hidden task issued. The sudden task left Chiba somewhat bewildered. It seemed he had yet to complete the previous sign in task, right? Chapter 18. Hidden tasks and bets with 10-10. However, the system's prompt was far from over. Hidden task. Name the soon-to-be-completed bridge after yourself. Hidden task reward. C-rank ninjutsu power enhancement. Gasp. Chiba inhaled sharply. Not only was there a sign in task, but also a hidden task. It appeared that the trip to the Land of Waves was imperative. This sign-in task was not as simple as it initially seemed. Compared to the previous 2 sign-in tasks, the difficulty had escalated significantly. There were 2 targets this time, the Mist Ninja, Momochi Zabuza, and his subordinate, Haku. Both possessed the strength of high-ranking ninjas. For Chiba's level, defeating them would indeed be a challenge. Thus, he turned his gaze towards Hatake Kakashi. The copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi. His strength is unfathomable, and his most formidable trait is his ability to engage anyone on equal footing, regardless of whether they are a high-ranking ninja, an umbu, or even a shadow-level powerhouse. Even the progenitor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya, would find herself in a match against him. Therefore, Chiba felt somewhat reassured regarding combat. After accepting the mission, Kakashi afforded them ample time to prepare necessary supplies. Having completed several missions, Chiba had managed to accumulate some funds sufficient to purchase weapons and food pills, essentials for any outing. The shuriken had to be of good quality. Otherwise, he would be forced to withstand a large blade with his own body. And not just any blade, but a decapitating one. I recall that 10-10's family seems to sell ninja tools. Chiba wandered through Konoha village in search of a suitable shop. There it was. The name truly concise. 10-10's ninja tool shop. It appeared 10-10 was quite favored at home. TSK, a hidden wealthy individual among the Konoha 12. That Chiba still remembered the overwhelming feeling he experienced each time he watched 10-10 fight in his previous life. Countless ninja tools raining down. While others relied on various ninjutsu and strategies to defeat their enemies, 10-10 simply overwhelmed them with wealth. Chiba entered the ninja tool shop, surrounded by a dazzling array of tools. Feeling somewhat dazed, tap, tap, he approached the counter and lightly tapped on the surface. Coming. A clear and melodious voice resonated from the back of the shop. Hello, esteemed guest. How may I assist you? Dressed in a pink cheapao with a small collar. Her traditional hairstyle adorned with hairpins, her delicate features and genuine smile provided a most comforting ambience. I am the owner of this shop. 10-10. Gasp. Chiba inhaled sharply once more. He had somewhat underestimated 10-10's wealth. He had initially presumed the shopkeeper would be a family member or elder. Little did he expect that, at such a young age, she had already become a shop owner. I wish to purchase some shuriken and kunai. They must be sufficiently sturdy. Chiba articulated his requirements. 10-10 regarded the young boy with curiosity, mildly surprised by his request. Are you going out on a mission? Chiba nodded, explaining. Our team leader just accepted an escort mission. Hence my visit to procure some ninja tools. Upon hearing his words, 10-10's curiosity deepened. You don't seem to be in the same graduating class as me, do you? Chiba had no intention of concealing the truth. Stating directly, I am a recent graduate from the Ninja Academy, Chiba. Currently, I am part of Team 7 under the leadership of Kakashi Hatake. 10-10 gasped. You have already accepted a C-rank mission so soon? To this, Chiba showed no humility. Perhaps it is because I am a genius. 10-10 stared at the boy before her in astonishment, not expecting such a self-proclaimed explanation. Who boasts of being a genius? Moreover, I do not believe a freshly graduated student could be particularly strong. Hearing 10-10's words, a knowing smile crept onto Chiba's face. Then how about a friendly competition to see who is stronger? Without causing harm to one another? Chiba's proposal piqued 10-10's interest. Being part of Guy's class was indicative of her competitive nature. All right, Let us compete. I do not believe you can surpass me. Under Chiba's persuasion, Tintin eagerly accepted the challenge. Wait a moment, we ought to wager something to make it interesting. Chiba gestured for her to hold on. The loser must grant the winner a request. What do you say? Upon hearing this wager, Tintin hesitated briefly, but her resolve quickly solidified. I agree. Chapter 19. The outcome of the competition and Tintin's threat. Chiba followed Tintin to the back of the ninja tool shop, which provided him further insight into the extent of her wealth. Behind the shop lay an expansive training area. According to Tintin's explanation, some customers wished to test the quality of the ninja tools, and this space conveniently accommodated such requests, contributing to the shop's thriving business. Are you truly certain you want to compete against me? Tintin asked again. I specialize in ninja tools and techniques. A moment's carelessness could cause you harm. From her tone, it was evident that Tintin was inherently a kind-hearted girl that, of course, given her current strength, it would be quite challenging for her to injure Chiba. Do not worry. I am quite confident in my abilities, Chiba replied. Consider this competition a warm-up before our mission. After bowing to one another, their duel officially commenced. Hidden weapons barrage. Once the battle commenced, Tintin transformed entirely. Her expression now serious yet imbued with a hint of grace. As one of the few in the Konoha 12 who understood space-time ninjutsu, she carried a vast array of ninja tools. Chiba recalled that in his memories of her battles, her opponents were invariably overwhelmed by her sheer wealth of weaponry. The deluge of various ninja tools sealed off all of Chiba's escape routes. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The speed at which Chinya performs hand seals has already reached the level of a jonin, due to a temporary surplus of chakra and various ninjutsu at his disposal. What he needs to focus on is refining his hand seal speed. This enhancement will grant Chinya formidable combat capabilities and survival skills. That a fierce gale erupted from his mouth, howling as it swept toward the incoming shurikens. In an instant, countless weapons collided, producing a cacophony of clashing metal. Upon witnessing this scene, Tintin's face paled considerably. Her proud jutsu was instantly countered, and a sense of foreboding surged within her. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Seizing the moment, Chinya would not let the opportunity of his opponent's momentary bewilderment slip away. Tintin gritted her teeth, drawing 2 scrolls from her hip pouch with resolute determination. Double Rising Dragon. This technique was still somewhat beyond her current capabilities. Yet faced with the incoming vacuum wind bullets, she had no choice but to unleash it. The 2 scrolls flew forth, spiraling directly toward Chinya. In a heartbeat, the entire arena was enveloped by an array of weapons, shurikens, kunai, sickles, and katana. Hiss! Chinya marveled once more at the sheer audacity displayed by Tintin. Truly an indiscriminate onslaught. However, there was little time left to execute a major breakthrough. Be careful. Tintin's complexion turned ashen as she noticed Chinya standing still, showing no intention of evasion. After the vacuum wind bullets deflected the weapons before him, they lost their lethality. The newly created gaps were swiftly filled once again by the incoming projectiles, under Tintin's fearful gaze. The weapons pierced through Chinya's body in unison. Clang! To her astonishment, there was no expected sound of flesh tearing, but rather the distinct thud of wood. When had it happened, the one covered by the weapons was not Chinya, but rather a sturdy wooden post. Body replacement technique. Once revered as a divine skill in its early stages, it had become nearly extinct in later times. Focused during battle, Tintin's body suddenly stiffened. Chinya's voice resonated in her ear. Apologies, but I have one. He held a kunai he had retrieved from the ground, gently pressing it against Tintin's fair neck. The clean and decisive defeat was something Tintin had not anticipated. She had assumed that even if she could not best him, she would at least be able to hold out for a while. Yet, Chinya had only unleashed 2 techniques, and the entire skirmish had lasted merely a few minutes, most notably, while holding the kunai to restrain her. His breath brushed against her ear, evoking an oddly peculiar sensation. Why you need to let me go? Tintin's face flushed, her words stammering. Upon noticing her reaction, Chinya understood that prolonging this would likely cross a line, and promptly withdrew the kunai. This time, you have won. Tintin took a few steps back, her cheeks still flushed. Speak. What conditions do you wish for me to agree to? Chinya propped his chin on his hand, contemplating. I need to think this over carefully. He did not want to let such a fine opportunity slip away. I warn you. Do not push your luck. Tintin bared her small fangs, threatening him. Or else. She pondered for quite some time, but could not devise any repercussions. It seemed she truly could not match Chinya's strength. With that thought, her expression fell, awaiting Chinya's demands. Chapter 20. The Concealed Mission. Ninja assault? Or else what? Qianye leaned slightly closer to Tian, a dangerous smile gracing his face. Tian's cheeks flushed crimson, her hands instinctively crossing over her chest as she retreated repeatedly. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Qianye recognized the limits and retreated in a timely manner. Any requests? I can't think of anything at the moment. However, I am quite pleased with the quality of the weapons. He toyed with the kunai in his hand, smiling as he spoke. After purchasing a batch of weapons from here, Tian's gaze toward Qianye grew increasingly friendly. Talented, strong, and handsome, was the new generation of ninjas truly this formidable? Tian stood at the entrance of the weapons shop. Watching Qianye's departing figure, her heart still slightly aggrieved. Yet, recalling the earlier battle, she felt a sense of helplessness. The disparity was simply too vast. They were clearly not on the same level after a day's rest. The next morning, Team 7 gathered at the entrance of Konoha village. Among them, the most animated was still the blonde-haired prince, Uzumaki Naruto. In contrast, Qianye and Sasuke appeared considerably more subdued. As for Kakashi, he remained engrossed in the latest issue of Ika Paradise. Dasna looked at the escort team before him, feeling a wave of exhaustion. Was it truly wise to entrust his safety to such a motley crew? He sensed a lingering aura of impending doom. These four did not seem reliable in the slightest. Hey, everyone, perk up. Dasna felt the atmosphere within the team heading toward a potential disaster. Only Naruto responded to him, his excitement palpable as it was his first time undertaking a C-rank mission. This was the first hurdle on Naruto's path to becoming Hokage. Rest assured, Uncle, I will protect you. Dasna stared at Naruto with lifeless, fish-like eyes. His response was decidedly lackluster. Hey, what do you mean by that? Naruto exclaimed, are you looking down on us? Kakashi promptly stepped in to defuse the situation. All right, let's set off soon. Kakashi did not place much importance on this mission. After all, for an elite jonin, a C-rank task posed no real danger. Among those present, it was Qianye and Naruto whose emotions were most stirred. Naruto was thrilled to be on his first external mission, while Qianye was acutely aware of the hidden truths behind this task. If they were not careful in their approach, they might find themselves in dire straits. After all, this was the ruthless world of ninjas. After a morning of trekking, they encountered little danger. However, upon passing through a grove, a puddle of water caught Qianye's attention. He raised his right hand to shield his forehead, squinting at the glaring sunlight. The team continued to advance calmly. Kakashi also sensed something amiss but refrained from voicing it. Real-world experience was essential for a ninja, and this was a lesson that Team 7 had to learn. Within Qianye's perception, he detected a surge of chakra behind them. The first one, a calm, yet chilling voice echoed in Kakashi's ear. Cold iron chains suddenly ensnared him. Blades whistled through the air, dust swirling. Faced with the sudden assault, Naruto and Dasna were left in stunned silence. The second one, that brutal voice rang out once more in Naruto's ear as the blades drew near. Confronted with the specter of death, Naruto stood frozen, unable to react. Bang, bang, a gust of wind swept past. A shadow darting in front of Naruto and Dasna. A tremendous crash resounded against a tree to their left. By the time Naruto regained his senses, the two ambushing ninjas had already vanished from sight. Looking beside him, he found Sasuke and Dasna with expressions of bewilderment. What just happened? He followed their gazes and saw the two ninjas lying unconscious beneath the trees. Hiss! Naruto inhaled sharply. Glancing at his side, he saw Qianye standing there, his expression calm as if nothing had occurred. Clap, clap. Applause echoed from behind the trees as Kakashi reappeared before everyone. His swift reaction and brilliant combat skills were met with generous praise. Qianye's prowess was indeed worthy of commendation. From an observer's perspective, it was evident that in the instant the enemies launched their attack, Qianye had struck back with lightning speed. The ferocity of his assault drew Kakashi's attention. With a single kick, he had sent both ninjas hurtling into the trees dozens of meters away. The force of the impact rendered them instantly unconscious. This battle was a testament to Qianye's remarkable capabilities. The admiration flickered in Hatake Kakashi's eyes. Chapter 21. The inevitable path to becoming a ninja. However, both Sasuke and Naruto exhibited a slight sluggishness in their reactions during the battle. Hatake Kakashi directed his gaze towards the two of them, merely offering an objective assessment. In truth, even he had not anticipated the prowess displayed by Chiba in the recent skirmish. The moment the ambushing ninja appeared, Chiba had dashed forward, swiftly delivering two high kicks that utterly incapacitated the foe. From any perspective, Chiba's combat skills were on par with that of AJ Nin. Perhaps this was influenced by Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Hatake Kakashi found himself momentarily lost in thought. The teaching prowess of Jiraiya, who had mentored the fourth Hokage, remained as formidable as ever. Damn it. Damn it. Naruto exclaimed indignantly, next time, I'll definitely be able to react. Chiba responded with a smile, of course you can. I believe in you, Uzumaki Naruto. After all, you are my little brother. Chiba gave Naruto a thumbs up, reinforcing their bond. Sasuke, however, maintained his usual indifferent expression, his demeanor dark and unchanged. Yet, Chiba discerned a flicker of turmoil in his eyes. Perhaps, rectifying the worldview of this brooding figure might not be a bad endeavor after all. This thought stirred within Chiba. Mr. Tazuna, I would like to discuss something with you, Hatake Kakashi said, turning his attention to Tazuna. At that moment, beads of sweat adorned the brow of the bridge builder, who had just bound the two unconscious ninjas to a tree. They were beginning to regain consciousness. Typically, C-rank missions do not involve ninja attacks. We merely handle gangsters or thieves. Kakashi's deadpan gaze surprisingly emanated a sense of pressure. Yet, with the emergence of ninjas, the task had escalated to a B-rank mission. Thus, for the safety of the students, at that instant, Uzumaki Naruto abruptly interrupted Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, I want to give it a try. No matter how dangerous this mission is, I want to attempt it. My goal is to become Hokage. Hatake Kakashi regarded Naruto's resolute gaze. Feeling a stir within his heart, the image of a long-lost figure inexplicably overlapped in his mind. Chiba silently applauded Naruto's courage. Good kid, you're not letting your brother down this time. You've escaped injury. The sign-in mission in the Land of Waves cannot be forsaken, but he had coveted the 8 Gates technique for a long time, but its rank as a forbidden jutsu made it inaccessible. Therefore, this sign-in mission presented an excellent opportunity to add another card to his hand, one that he could not afford to miss. Kakashi-sensei, I believe we should give it a shot. Chiba interjected, D-rank missions can no longer provide us with the training we require. Although leaping to a B-rank mission is a considerable step, I believe it presents a valuable opportunity for growth. After listening to Chiba and Naruto's appeals, Hatake Kakashi fell into contemplation. Moments later, he turned his gaze to Uchiha Sasuke. Inquiring, Sasuke, what do you think? With the other two opting to continue the mission, Uchiha Sasuke would certainly not back down. Let us proceed with the mission, he stated succinctly, without any hesitation, since the three of them formed a team. It was imperative for Hatake Kakashi to consider each individual's feelings. Fortunately, Sasuke's tenacity made matters significantly easier. Thank you, everyone. Tazuna expressed his gratitude, albeit feeling at a loss for how to repay them. All right, now we come to the crux of the matter. Hatake Kakashi clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. The attackers are mist ninjas. Their methods of completing tasks are notoriously bloody. Therefore, Chiba, Naruto, I leave them to you. Naruto's complexion paled, and he stammered. Kakashi-sensei, what do you mean by that? Hatake Kakashi leaned down, bringing his face close to Naruto's and whispered, if you wish to continue the mission, you must eliminate them. As ninjas, killing is unavoidable. Chiba regarded Kakashi with surprise. This was a deviation from his previous impressions of the man. However, when embarking on this path, Chiba had already mentally prepared himself. To him, death was merely a fleeting spectacle. Uzumaki Naruto gripped his kunai, his face almost overtaken by hesitation. Suddenly, a kunai whizzed past Naruto's ear, embedding itself in the forehead of one of the ninjas. Naruto, if you can't even get past this hurdle, Chiba's expression remained eerily calm. I suggest you reconsider the path of a ninja. Chapter 22. The Great Deception Technique. It was no surprise to Hatake Kakashi that Chiba was willing to take action. Yet, Chiba's displayed calmness caught Kakashi off guard. I can do it. Uzumaki Naruto shouted at Chiba. However, his hand, still clutching the kunai, trembled. The fear that flickered in his eyes was a testament to his current state of mind. This demand was still a bit too much for him. The reason Kakashi urged Chiba and Naruto to take action was that Uchiha Sasuke was significantly more adept in this regard. After all, the night of the massacre was not an experience everyone could endure. Naruto, this is the inevitable path for every ninja. Chiba's calm voice echoed once more in Naruto's ears. I hope you can rise to the occasion. At that moment, Naruto's kunai slipped from his grasp, hurtling towards the last mist ninja's brow. Blood trickled slowly from the ninja's face, life extinguished. Yet, Naruto's body continued to tremble uncontrollably. This was his first act of killing. Kakashi-sensei, Chiba and Sasuke, Naruto's voice quivered, laden with fear. Does every ninja have to be stained with blood? Hatake Kakashi remained silent, as did Uchiha Sasuke. Neither had a definitive answer to this query. However, it was certain that every ninja's hands were stained with blood, without exception. This was the nature of the world. Chiba approached Naruto, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. The fault does not lie with you, nor with the ninja, but rather with this sickly world. Only those who stand at the pinnacle can alter this reality. Upon hearing Chiba's words, a spark reignited in Naruto's eyes. Do you remember what I wrote beneath the statue of the first Hokage? After a moment of contemplation, Naruto responded, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas. Achievements: pacified wars, suppressed tailed beasts, established Konoha. This was the foundation of his friendship with Chiba, and thus, Naruto recalled it vividly. Naruto, the reason the first Hokage was able to achieve such feats was not merely due to his benevolence, but because of his strength. Confusion flickered in Naruto's eyes. Strength? Chiba clenched his fists, exuding the fervor of a seasoned salesman. Strength is the foundation of everything. If you disagree with the end of war, I will fight until you concede. It is precisely because of this strength that the chaos of the past was quelled. Listening to Chiba's words, not only Naruto but even Uchiha Sasuke displayed a contemplative expression. Meanwhile, Hatake Kakashi felt a pang of exasperation. Hey, kid, don't lead them astray. We're merely undertaking a B-rank mission. Is this a matter of strength? After a moment of contemplation, Hatake Kakashi realized that it indeed bore a connection to power. The wooden man asked Susanoo, and the two engaged in a balanced confrontation across the four nations. This was an undisputed fact throughout the entire shinobi world. Although Kakashi had not witnessed the battles of yore, he had heard whispers within the Umbu records. Thus, to alter the current situation, Chiba's voice rang out, fervent and rhythmic, igniting a sense of passion within. Only strength matters. As he spoke, his hand rested upon Uzumaki Naruto's head. Fortunately, my older brother has always strived toward this very goal. Naruto's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at Chiba, realizing that his elder brother harbored such lofty aspirations. Upon witnessing Naruto's expression, Chiba nodded in satisfaction, relieved that his efforts had not been in vain. This moment deepened the bond between Naruto and himself, a profitable endeavor indeed. Kakashi was pleasantly surprised to find that, after Chiba's guidance, Naruto's blunt instincts seemed to have adapted. Time had already been wasted considerably. Kakashi interjected, since Chiba and Naruto have passed the test, let us continue our journey. Dazna expressed his immense gratitude for the group's decision. As a destitute bridge builder, he could not afford the remuneration for a B-rank mission. After a day's arduous trek, the group arrived at the dock. After hiring a small boat, they successfully reached the unfinished bridge. A thick mist hovered over the sea, casting an ominous shadow. Upon passing beneath the bridge, the scene before them transformed dramatically, revealing a vibrant landscape. They had now entered the land of waves, bidding farewell to the boatmen. The group proceeded toward Dazna's home. Yet, the moment they entered the forest, Chiba's body tensed with sudden alertness. It felt as though an endless malice was seeping through the surroundings. Chapter 23. The Appearance of the Mist Shinobi. Although he had not entered sage mode, Chiba's perceptive abilities far surpassed those of ordinary ninjas. Perhaps Kakashi had yet to sense the lurking danger, but Chiba was already aware. Such palpable malice could only emanate from one individual. The Mist Shinobi. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Momochi Zabuza, faced with a ninja of elite caliber. Even among J-nin, Chiba dared not be careless. With sage mode not an option, he did not believe himself capable of engaging Zabuza in solitary combat. At times, the strength of teamwork proved essential. Kakashi-sensei, Chiba cautioned, I sense danger approaching. That palpable malice. Were Naruto to issue a warning, Kakashi might not take it seriously. Yet, Chiba had already demonstrated his prowess through action. Thus, vigilance was imperative. Oh dear, I didn't expect such a well-mannered little brat. As the voice echoed around them, a whistling sound sliced through the air above. Duck. Chiba had long been prepared, darting aside as the deadly blade swept past. He had initially intended to attempt to subdue it, but it was imbued with Zabuza's chakra. Quick reflexes, Zabuza emerged from the foliage, standing upon his executioner's blade, surveying the group from above. Hand over that old man, and we can avoid unnecessary conflict, can't we? His eyes, concealed beneath his forehead protector, glinted with murderous intent. The copy ninja of Konohagakure. Hatake Kakashi. Zabuza's expression turned grave. I have heard of your renowned name since my days in the assassination unit. Kakashi faced Zabuza with utmost caution. This man had once single-handedly altered the selection process for ninjas in the Hidden Mist Village. His terrifying capacity for slaughter warranted the utmost vigilance. The mist silently enveloped the group. A sense of impending doom began to permeate the air. Though I wish to eliminate that old man swiftly so I can rest, Zabuza's eyes glimmered with a hint of red. However, it seems a bit difficult to spare your life. Kakashi, as soon as he spoke, he leaped from his blade and landed on the surface of the water. The mist thickened even further. Ninja technique. Hidden mist jutsu. Before the eyes of all, Zabuza's towering figure vanished into the fog. As the dense mist rose, visibility diminished rapidly. The trio formed a defensive formation, protecting Dazna. Meanwhile, Zabuza's voice resonated from above the treetops. 8 vital points. The throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, and heart. Which target shall I choose? His calm voice betrayed a thirst for blood. At 6 o'clock, within 10 steps, Chiba remained composed, activating his maximum range of perception. Whoosh! The sound of shuriken slicing through the air raced toward the indicated direction. At that moment, Zabuza's voice abruptly ceased. Impossible? His tone was laced with urgency. At this critical juncture, Kakashi chose to place his trust in Chiba. Though the hidden mist jutsu was formidable, Zabuza's attempts to feign nonchalance were hardly convincing. Without auditory cues, it would indeed be a challenge for Chiba to locate him. The vibrations of sound in the air would cause subtle changes in the mist, difficult for even seasoned J-nin to detect. However, for Chiba, who had experience with Sage Mode, it posed little difficulty. It seems I must first deal with this brat. Zabuza had pinpointed his target. Naruto, Sasuke, remain vigilant, Chiba warned, drawing a kunai from his pouch and gripping it tightly. Clang! The clash of metal reverberated through the tranquil forest, strikingly loud. The immense force from Zabuza's executioner's blade tested Chiba's strength. This brat is quite formidable. Zabuza's eyes, filled with a murderous glint, suddenly closed in on Chiba. Alas, just a tad short. Chiba observed as Zabuza's muscles bulged, the overwhelming power surging from the executioner's blade. Leaf hurricane. A fierce gust of wind surged from Zabuza's right side. At that crucial moment, Kakashi finally arrived just in time. Close-range combat was best suited for Guy's taijutsu. A direct hit to the head. Unfortunately, the water erupted in a splash, revealing that the Zabuza before them was merely a water clone. The atmosphere thickened with malice once more. Chapter 24. The machinations of elite shinobi. Kakashi of Konohagakure truly proves to be a formidable opponent. Amidst the dense mist, the sharp sound of slicing air echoed once more. The executioner's blade cleaved through the fog, aimed straight for Kakashi's vital points. Swoosh! The water parted, and Kakashi's figure shattered, scattering upon the grass. It is over. The kunai pressed against Zabuza's neck, reflecting Kakashi's murderous intent in its glint. Oh, you think such a trick will suffice to take my life? Zabuza, pinned by the kunai, showed no sign of restraint. Instead, he grew even more arrogant. I am the demon of the mist, Momochi Zabuza. His voice resonated from behind Kakashi. Hidden mist, silent killing technique. The clash of finely crafted kunai and the executioner's blade rang out with a deafening sound. Both combatants were among the pinnacle of power within the ranks of J-nin, excelling in both taijutsu and ninjutsu. Their backgrounds were strikingly similar. Kakashi had previously been a member of the Umbu, and assassination missions were as familiar to him as breathing. Zabuza, too, had relied on assassination tasks for his livelihood. The dazzling display of taijutsu exchanges left every onlooker on edge. Bang! Seizing upon a momentary lapse from Kakashi, Zabuza delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. Kakashi deftly used the momentum to leap into the water. However, that leap placed him squarely into Zabuza's trap. Water style, water prison technique. The specially crafted water prison ensnared Hatake Kakashi, rendering him temporarily unable to escape. Upon witnessing this scene, Chiba could not help but place a hand on his forehead. Speechless. It seemed that in the battles of Jonin, each one was more cunning than the last. Every individual a master of subterfuge. The meticulous calculations and intricate strategies displayed were a testament to the pinnacle of their intellect. All right, you stay here for now, he declared. Momochi Zabuza pressed a single hand upon the water prison, his countenance cold. I shall cleanse this place of those little brats. Being a ninja is no mere game. It is the very embodiment of walking the fine line between life and death. As his words fell, another figure emerged from the depths of the water. Water style, water clone technique. You are no match for him. Flee, Kakashi called out from within the water prison. The water clone cannot stray too far from its original body. His expression was urgent, his eyes filled with concern. As the teacher, allowing his students to fall into such dire straits was undeniably a failure on his part. Kakashi-sensei, I believe that if we run, Chiba interjected, we might meet our demise even faster. Moreover, it contradicts my principles. Zabuza sneered coldly. Such confidence from a mere child. You will pay dearly for your reckless decision. Chiba offered no concession, retorting, you need not worry about that. Sasuke, Naruto, protect Tazuna. With that, Chiba's figure vanished from sight. What a jest. Even when faced alone with Zabuza, Chiba held a chance of victory. let alone against a mere water clone, which possessed only a fraction of the original strength. Even without entering Sage mode, he could achieve a swift kill. His furious speed was entirely uncharacteristic of a student freshly graduated from the Ninja Academy. Witnessing this, Zabuz's pupils constricted, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Wind style, great breakthrough. A tempestuous gale erupted from Chiba's lips. The suddenly swirling mist obscured Zabuz's vision. The howling wind drowned out all other sounds. One water clone appeared insufficient. Chiba's voice resonated from behind the clone. Zabuz's eyes widened in alarm as he swiftly raised his blade. Yet, it was already too late. The finely crafted shuriken in Chiba's hand had found its mark upon Zabuz's neck. This was the hidden mist technique. In that fleeting moment before awareness slipped away, Zabuz's clone sensed Chiba's jutsu. Yet, for Zabuza, it was a profound humiliation. To be struck down by one's own favored technique was an affront to his dignity. However, Chiba was not to blame in such thick fog. The hidden mist technique proved exceptionally effective. Fortunately, among the rewards from his previous mission was the acquisition of this jutsu. The ensuing brawl would be left to Kakashi-sensei. Observing the predatory glare from Zabuza, Chiba swiftly launched a surprise attack with a shuriken. The flying shuriken pierced through the mist, aiming directly for Zabuz's true form. At the moment of his instinctive evasion, the water prison technique was shattered. Kakashi, who had been preparing for this moment, struck at Zabuza's vital points. Chapter 25. The Bold Chiba. Incredible. Naruto Uzumaki stood, dumbfounded, gazing at Chiba, who stood upon the water's surface, unable to regain his composure. While they had all been paralyzed by Zabuz's murderous intent, Chiba single-handedly dispatched the water clone. Crucially, this was a swift and decisive kill, devoid of any hesitation, utilizing wind-style ninjutsu in conjunction with the hidden mist technique. He had struck down Zabuza's water clone using the very method Zabuza excelled at. For both Naruto and Sasuke Uchiha, this was utterly absurd. Could the gap between students who had just graduated from the academy be so vast? Tazuna exhaled in relief upon witnessing this turn of events. When Kakashi had been ensnared by the water prison, he had genuinely feared for his life. Yet Chiba's emergence had turned the tide in an instant. Kakashi-sensei, the next part is up to you, Chiba declared, retreating from the center of the battlefield occupied by the two elite jonin. As their weapons clashed, the two momentarily separated, each standing firm. Zabuza was horrified to discover that Kakashi's movements mirrored his own. How is this possible? He roared inwardly. Shouldn't the Sharingan only replicate techniques after witnessing them in action? Water style. Water dragon bullet. A torrent of chakra surged into the river beneath them, in an instant. A massive torrent erupted from the riverbed. The colossal water dragon loomed several meters high, exuding an immense sense of pressure. The two water dragons faced off, poised to strike at any moment. Zabuza felt an acute sense of trepidation. Realizing that Kakashi's combat prowess far surpassed his expectations, with a thunderous roar, the water dragon lunged, unleashing a torrent that threatened to engulf them both. The river seemed on the verge of spawning a tsunami. Waves crashing against the shore with deafening force. Seizing the opportunity, Zabuza submerged, intending to launch a surprise attack from below. As a former ninja of the Hidden Mist Village, he was adept at underwater combat. Yet Kakashi's Sharingan had already discerned his intentions. The moment Zabuza began forming seals, Kakashi completed his own water-style, great waterfall technique. Before Kakashi, a colossal sphere of water materialized. The river's water level plummeted in an instant. As he channeled chakra into the massive water sphere, it became imbued with tremendous lethality. Impossible? Zabuza held in disbelief as the water sphere surged towards him. How could you know I intended to unleash that technique? With a resounding crash, the water roared, creating a cacophony that was nearly deafening. Zabuza braced himself, crossing his sword over his chest to withstand the onslaught of the great waterfall technique. Coughing violently, crimson blood spewed from his mouth, staining the bandages that wrapped his chest. Leaning against a tree, he struggled to rise again, glaring at everyone with fury. How could I possibly lose? Do not move. Chiba's voice emerged from behind a tree. If I sever your throat, you ought to know better than anyone what the consequences entail. A chilling sensation crept along Zabuza's neck. He froze in place, paralyzed by fear. In the face of death, it is nearly impossible for anyone to quell the instinctual terror that grips the body. Naruto and Sasuke stood, wide-eyed and aghast. Initially, they had deemed Chiba's solo confrontation with a water clone an unbelievable feat. Yet now, he had managed to approach Zabuza from behind, with a kunai poised at his throat. This was a man with countless kills to his name. Chibane, do you not harbor even a shred of respect? Naruto screamed within, unable to fathom that Chiba, his peer, could be so vastly superior. Even Sasuke, the most exceptional of their cohort, stood in stunned silence. Damn it, I cannot even surpass my peers. How am I to defeat that man? A flicker of red glimmered in his eyes. The scene before him was overwhelmingly stimulating. Suddenly, the sound of whistling pierced the air, prompting Chiba to instinctively block. However, as he recognized the incoming projectiles, he forcibly suppressed his reflexes. Tsusenbon pierced through Zabuza's neck. Chapter 26. Arrival at the destination. Upon witnessing the scene of blood splattering, Chinya let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had refrained from intervening. Otherwise, it would have inevitably resulted in chaos. The crux of the matter was that, should he have intervened, his mission would have been jeopardized. Although the assassination of Momochi Zabuza was a foregone conclusion, Chinya was uncertain about the specifics of how the kill would be counted. If the actions of others could also count towards the kill, he might consider facilitating the achievement of the others. However, such a guarantee was elusive. To safeguard his mission, Chinya resolved that it would be best to take matters into his own hands. Moreover, there was another significant hidden task, the naming of the bridge. Though it sounded rather embarrassing, one could not simply forego the rewards of the mission. Ignoring the opportunities presented was akin to inviting misfortune. With the reward seemingly handed to him, failing to seize it would be utterly foolish. Chinya aspired to ascend to the pinnacle of the ninja world, to become the master of the chessboard. The most crucial requirement for this was to enhance his own strength. Every opportunity must be seized. He expressed his gratitude for the battle against Zabuza. A boy clad in a peculiar mask stood high upon a branch, presenting him with the opportunity for a decisive strike. Kakashi Hatake recognized the identity of the masked youth from the mask itself. He was a pursuing ninja from the hidden mist. In the face of Kakashi and his team's readiness, Haku appeared remarkably unfazed. He leapt down from the branch to stand before Chinya. "May I take the body?" he inquired. The hidden mist requires its retrieval at that moment. Chinya naturally turned his gaze towards Kakashi. In such a situation, the opinion of their Jonin leader should take precedence. Kakashi exchanged a glance with Chinya, then approached. After a brief confirmation, he nodded and said, "Confirmed dead. You may take him." Haku received Zabuza's corpse and nodded slightly to the others. With a sudden gust of cold wind, his figure vanished from sight. Naruto Uzumaki watched Haku disappear, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing his eyes. However, when he turned to Chinya, his resolve was reignited. Chinya and I. Please teach me how to become stronger. He ran up to Chinya, exclaiming loudly, "I want to work hard to become powerful and eventually become Hokage." Chinya rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "Naruto, why aren't you seeking out Kakashi-sensei? Why come to me?" Upon hearing this, Naruto's expression grew rather peculiar. Earlier, witnessing Chinya's performance had momentarily left him dazzled. Nevertheless, there was no need to seek Kakashi now. Chinya shrugged and said, "The blue's all used up." He s down. Everyone turned to follow his gesture, only to hear a thud. Kakashi Hatake lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. "You too, assist Kakashi-sensei." In such a moment, Chinya unreservedly directed the others that I'll keep watch and protect. Fortunately, during the subsequent journey, no hazardous incidents occurred. Just a few petty thieves leapt from the woods, easily dealt with by Naruto. This caused Chinya to reflect. The disparity among people in this world was indeed disproportionate. As ninjas, even a mere child in their teens could easily defeat an adult. And no matter how many ordinary people there were, they posed no threat to ninjas, rather than being governed by the daimyo. It was more accurate to say that it was those with unparalleled strength among the ninjas who held the real power. Their words carried more weight than those of the so-called daimyo. After wandering for half a day, they finally arrived at Dazna's home. Much to his delight, having reached the small town, they could momentarily consider themselves safe. Kaido dares not act openly here, Dazna explained. What he desires is to control everything in this nation, not merely to suppress through brute force. After ensuring Kakashi was settled, the group began their first dinner at Dazna's humble abode. The exceedingly simple fare spoke volumes about the state of the nation. However, Chinya was not one to be particularly picky in his previous life. During times of destitution, he had survived on just 3 coins for an entire week. Compared to that, his current situation was infinitely better. The following morning, as sunlight streamed through the window, filling the room with warmth, Kakashi awakened from his stupor. Upon seeing Chinya and the others, his first words were an apology, that "I'm sorry. Everyone that my Sharingan drained my chakra, and I lost consciousness." Naruto reassured him. "It's all right, sensei. Under Chinya and I's guidance, we encountered no difficulties." Kakashi extended a hand from under the covers to shield his face from the sunlight. "That I see. It seems you all need some training." Chapter 27. Commencing training in the woods beside Dazna's home, Kakashi leaned on a cane as he explained the principles of chakra control to the group. Since a ninja's chakra is limited, it is imperative to master precise control over every ounce of chakra. Only then can you achieve significant progress and strength. With that, he limped over to a nearby tree. What you need to do now is to channel chakra to your feet and climb to the top of the tree. Saying this, he awkwardly stepped onto the trunk of the tree. His stable chakra control allowed him to firmly adhere to the bark. As Naruto and Sasuke looked on in astonishment, Kakashi hung upside down from the branch, gazing at them. You may give it a try, he encouraged the group, specifically focusing on Shinji in his eyes. The three members of his team were exceptionally unique. Naruto was the Jinch Riki of the Nine Tails. Sasuke was the last of the Uchiha clan, and Shinji had been brought back from Mount Myouboku by Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. All of this had been conveyed to him before he took on Team 7 by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Had it not been for Kakashi's extensive experience and formidable strength, he would never have been entrusted with this team. Consequently, Kakashi harbored a greater curiosity about Shinya's abilities, sensing that he concealed a level of power yet to be revealed. Shinya shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless that he had anticipated such a situation. Sighing, he remarked, "Actually, I don't recommend showcasing my abilities in front of them. It might cause psychological setbacks for Naruto and Sasuke." With that, he stepped onto the tree trunk. Under Kakashi's expectant gaze, he effortlessly ascended to the top. "But it seems you do not require training in this regard," Kakashi noted. "However, I believe you would be interested in ninjutsu." Upon hearing this, Shinya's eyes lit up. This suggestion was quite appealing. Currently, the ninjutsu he possessed all fell within the C-rank category. While that was considered quite strong for a genin, it was far from sufficient in Shinya's eyes, not to mention. During his battle with Zabuza, the effectiveness of C-rank ninjutsu had proven somewhat inadequate. He needed stronger and more advanced techniques. "All right, Naruto and Sasuke, practice climbing the tree," Kakashi instructed, nodding at Shinya. "Shinya, come with me." Under the envious gazes of his teammates, Shinya followed Kakashi away, leaving Naruto and Sasuke staring at each other defiantly, neither willing to back down. "I will surpass you," Naruto declared, filled with determination, as if he were to become Hokage the very next day. Sasuke let out a cold snort. With his proud demeanor, he naturally would not engage in a debate with Naruto. Soon after, the two began their frantic attempts to climb the tree. Shinya accompanied Kakashi to a more tranquil setting. "Shinya, I want to know what ninjutsu you currently possess." Kakashi Hatake gazed intently at Chiba. Faced with the question, Chiba pondered for a moment before responding. "What Master Jiraiya taught me consists primarily of basic C-rank ninjutsu. I have dabbled in taijutsu, genjutsu, and ninjutsu, but I primarily utilize wind release techniques. But Mygoda techniques are great breakthrough, vacuum sphere, and gale palm." Kakashi withdrew a sheet of white paper from his bag and handed it to Chiba. "This is chakra paper. Let us test your chakra affinity." Upon seeing the paper, Chiba's eyes sparkled with keen interest, as he had long anticipated this moment. He had forgotten to mention it to Jiraiya. But now he could finally conduct the test. Chiba took the chakra paper and infused it with his chakra, in the next instant. One half of the paper tore apart, while the other half ignited in flames. Kakashi observed this scene, pondering for a moment before saying, "You possess both wind and fire chakra affinities. Quite a remarkable combination. Wind enhances the flames, and both types of ninjutsu are inherently offensive in nature. When combined, they amplify each other's power. However, I must regretfully admit that I am not particularly proficient in these two forms of ninjutsu." Kakashi shook his head, expressing a hint of disappointment. "Nevertheless, teaching you will not pose a problem." Hearing Kakashi's words, Chiba felt as if his heart was on a roller coaster, soaring with excitement. "Rest assured, due to time constraints, I have decided to teach you two ninjutsu." In Chapter 28, Potent Ninjutsu, Chiba's eyes brightened at this proclamation. "What ninjutsu?" Kakashi, with his characteristic deadpan expression, replied, "Wind release, great vacuum sphere, and fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. These are the only two techniques I can teach you that suit your affinities." At the mention of these two ninjutsu, the light in Chiba's eyes shone even brighter. Both the great vacuum sphere and fire dragon flame bullet are formidable techniques, while he was uncertain of how Kakashi had acquired them. Given his background as a former Umbu and his reputation as the copy ninja, it was not surprising that he would possess countless techniques. Furthermore, these techniques were not forbidden and were relatively widespread. It was only natural that Kakashi would master them. "Since you are more familiar with wind release," Kakashi said, positioning his staff under his arm to free his hands, "let us begin with the great vacuum sphere technique." The hand seals for this technique are not overly complex. Compared to the 44 hand seals required for the water dragon bullet, it only requires 23. Ashi, na, in, shin, yu, rin, zi, hai, yu. Listening to Kakashi's explanation of the hand seals, Chiba quietly began to practice. To his surprise, he found that his talent for wind release was quite impressive. Of course, it was also possible that the Great Vacuum Sphere had a connection to the Vacuum Sphere technique, which facilitated his learning process. Ashi, na, in, shin, yu, ren, zi, hai. The rapidity with which he formed the hand seal sparked a flicker of astonishment in Kakashi's eyes. Chiba's speed was hardly inferior to his own, fortunately, with his Sharingan and lightning release as his trump cards. Kakashi felt reassured. Otherwise, as a teacher, he would have been lacking in confidence. Wind release, Great Vacuum Sphere. With a flurry of hand seals and a continuous flow of chakra, Chiba successfully unleashed the technique. In that instant, a turbulent wind gathered in his mouth, propelling forth a wind sphere many times larger than the vacuum sphere. Boom! The highly concentrated wind sphere collided with the trees before Chiba, shattering them effortlessly. The sturdy trees, in the face of the wind sphere, were reduced to mere splinters, leaving behind a path several meters wide, as if plowed through. The ground was upheaved, and the scene was one of utter devastation, with fallen trees and debris strewn about. "Wow," Kakashi exclaimed, "though this is your first time using the technique, there is no sign of clumsiness, and its power meets the standards of a B-rank ninjutsu. Truly a genius." He did not hold back his admiration for such a student. "I have nothing more to teach you regarding the Great Vacuum Sphere," Kakashi stated. "The rest is up to your own practice. Next, we will proceed to learning fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Please demonstrate any other fire release techniques you have mastered, so I can assess your current capabilities." Chiba nodded and stood before the area ravaged by the Great Vacuum Sphere. See, Ushi, Shun, Hai, Wu, In. Upon witnessing his hand seals, Kakashi immediately identified the technique Chiba intended to perform. The fire release, Great Fireball technique. Its formidable power was only hindered by its relatively slow speed. With that, a searing flame erupted from Chiba's mouth, coalescing into a massive fireball that crackled audibly. The great fireball shot forth, sweeping across the recently devastated ground. Boom! The fireball exploded, turning the earth beneath into charred remnants. Chiba was somewhat astonished by the destruction wrought by the great fireball. Although it was his first attempt at the technique, its power seemed remarkably impressive. A colossal crater formed before them, and in terms of sheer power, it rivaled some B-rank ninjutsu. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. Although Chiba had a solid foundation in fire release techniques, the difficulty of the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet surpassed that of typical B-rank ninjutsu. The hand seals required for it were Ashi, Wu, Si, Chin, Zi, Cho, In. Kakashi paused momentarily to elaborate on its intricacies. The Fire Dragon Flame Bullet requires precise control of the flames to strike enemies from various angles, necessitating a high level of chakra mastery. Before he could finish his explanation, Chiba shouted, "Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet." A chaotic surge of flames erupted forth, engulfing everything in sight. In an instant, all that met the eye was a landscape of charred remains. In Chapter 29, The Notion of Talent, Kakashi stared wide-eyed, murmuring, "This level of talent is somewhat outrageous, isn't it?" The power of the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet far exceeded that of the Great Fireball technique. Chiba, while executing the technique, appeared to exert little effort. From explanation to mastery, it seemed he required hardly any time at all. Kakashi was astonished by the scene of flames wreaking havoc before him. Each flame was infused with chakra, rendering them particularly formidable. Although Kakashi himself was a prodigy, Chiba's display of talent was even more remarkable. Truly, there was nothing ordinary about Team 7. Since you have mastered this technique, Kakashi concluded, there is little more I can teach you. My knowledge of ninjutsu in both fire and wind release is limited. I might as well request assistance from the third Hokage. He looked at Chiba earnestly and said, "As far as I am concerned, you are already a competent ninja. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei." Chiba was a person who understood gratitude. Both Jiraiya and Kakashi had shown him genuine kindness, and he would remember their favors in his heart. He had begun to integrate into this world, where every individual was a living being imbued with emotions, rather than mere characters from a comic book in his previous life. This shift in perspective allowed him to immerse himself more deeply in this world and become more amiable. Upon hearing Chiba's expression of gratitude, Kakashi waved his hand dismissively and said, "Actually, I have a favor to ask of you." Chiba paused, inquiring, "What is it?" "I would like you to continue training Naruto and Sasuke. Providing them guidance when necessary, Kakashi articulated his request. Given my current physical condition, I cannot teach for extended periods. Previously, there had been no thorough examination. That mist vanishing pursuing ninja exuded an air of enigma at every turn. Even the manner of his demise was peculiar. Thus, I surmised that he might not be dead after all. Chiba was already aware of this, yet a flicker of surprise crossed his visage. I must restore my body in the shortest time possible. Kakashi Hitaki, with a grave expression, placed his hand upon Chiba's shoulder and declared, "From now on, Naruto and Sasuke are in your hands." With a sense of resignation, Chiba nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he observed as Kakashi retrieved a certain book from his pocket. Due to the necessity for vigilance, it had gone unnoticed until now. Finally, he could feast his eyes upon it. Chiba's lips twitched in disbelief. Truly, he was a worthy successor of Jiraiya, with the essence of an old pervert coursing through his veins. He sighed, choosing to disregard Kakashi's antics. Since he had already mastered his own ninjutsu, it was time to see how the Leaf Prince and the second pillar were faring in their training. Chiba made his way to the location where the two were attempting to climb trees at this moment. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha appeared somewhat disheveled. The extensive consumption of chakra, coupled with their relentless ascent, had drenched their clothes in sweat. Fortunately, Sasuke was faring slightly better than Naruto due to his superior agility and chakra control. At that moment, Naruto was overwhelmed, his head spinning. Hey, Chiba, why are you here?" Naruto exclaimed. Noticing Chiba's arrival. "I've completed my ninjutsu training," Chiba replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "Kakashi-sensei needs to recover, so he tasked me with supervising your training." Upon hearing Chiba's words, both were left speechless. After a considerable pause, Naruto shouted, "What? You've learned ninjutsu that quickly? It can't be something like the E-rank technique, ninja art, 1,000 years of pain, can it?" Naruto seemed to harbor a deep-seated grudge against that particular jutsu. Chiba shook his head, teasingly hinting, "You'll find out soon enough." According to Kakashi-sensei's deductions, Zabuza Momochi is likely allied with that mist ninja. Therefore, before the next battle arises, you both must exert yourselves diligently. Though perplexed as to how someone presumed dead might resurface, Naruto grasped the essence of the latter statement. "Yes, I will definitely train hard." Chiba looked at the simple-minded Naruto and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Naruto was indeed easy to persuade. In contrast, Sasuke remained silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. This child still needed a suitable opportunity to be coaxed. Chapter 30. The lazy Chiba leaning against a sturdy tree. Chiba basked in the dappled sunlight that caressed his face, granting a most pleasant sensation. A gentle breeze wafted through, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. Sometimes, life requires a balance of relaxation. Chiba appeared much like a sun-dried salted fish. "Moreover, you two should focus on your training," he admonished. "Time is not to be squandered." Two stones flew forth, heading straight for Naruto and Sasuke's foreheads. Fortunately, their forehead protectors deflected the blows. Otherwise, they would have certainly been left with a bump. Damn it, Naruto never concealed his emotions. Why can Chiba just lie there like a salted fish? The term salted fish was one he had learned from Chiba himself. Chiba reclined leisurely, entirely unfazed by Naruto's grievances. Sasuke has made a bit of progress. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately set aside his complaints and resumed his training. In his eyes, Sasuke was the first person he wished to surpass. As Sasuke advanced, he found himself stagnating. Such a comparison starkly highlighted the disparity between them. To avoid falling further behind, Naruto realized he must exert himself even more. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his innate talent was already exceptionally formidable. Chiba reflected on memories from his previous life and shook his head. Despite the numerous advantages he possessed, Naruto's talent could not be overlooked. His ability to rapidly learn and develop ninjutsu, along with devising multifaceted strategies, marked him as an undeniable genius. Perhaps his earlier mischief had squandered some of that talent, but now he was beginning to shine. Observing the increasing marks on the tree, Chiba's expression grew serious. "As a player with exceptional advantages, I cannot afford to be complacent." Though he lay on the ground like a salted fish, Chiba continuously extracted chakra, expanding his own chakra capacity. In this world, while Jainin may appear strong, ultimately they are still akin to cannon fodder. After all, danger lurks everywhere. Days of relentless training had taken their toll on Naruto and Sasuke, leaving them both thoroughly exhausted. Kakashi focused on recovering from his injuries, his attention fixated on that very book, reluctant to part with it. Chiba practiced extracting chakra and refining his hand signs, striving to make the most of every moment. Let us take a brief rest. Chiba suggested. I'll share some additional insights. Upon hearing this, Naruto rushed eagerly to Chiba's side. Sasuke, despite his proud demeanor, could not resist the allure of enhancing his strength and obediently sat down. Both of you possess an impressive amount of chakra. Enough to evoke envy in many, Chiba stated candidly, highlighting their strengths. Whether it was Naruto from the Uzumaki clan or Sasuke from the Uchiha clan, their chakra reserves were unattainable for ordinary ninjas. However, this also posed a significant obstacle in their training. Therefore, mastering the control of their chakra usage became their focal point for improvement. Chiba shared all his insights with them, and judging by their expressions, they seemed to comprehend. Following this, they dedicated themselves to even more rigorous training. Finally, as the moon ascended above the treetops, both succeeded in reaching the pinnacle. Yet, they were utterly drained. Ignoring their protests, Chiba hoisted one of them over each shoulder and made his way toward Dazna's home. "Hey, Chiba, this is so embarrassing," Naruto pleaded. "Actually, I still have a bit of energy left. You can put me down," Sasuke conceded. Don't mind the details," Chiba replied, a smile barely concealed on his face. Nothing was more entertaining than witnessing the duo's predicament. After a rigorous training session, rest was equally vital. Their swift passage through the forest soon brought them to Dazna's doorstep. "Naruto, open the door." With a sulky expression, Naruto pushed the door open. Kakashi observed Chiba carrying the two with an expression of amusement. "What's this?" Chiba dismissed the inquiry casually. "Oh, I was concerned they might have overexerted themselves, so I brought them back." Naruto and Sasuke crossed their arms, turning their faces away in a huff. "Let us eat first," Dazna suggested. "The bridge is nearly completed, and we'll need your help to protect the workers tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Chiba's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that the mission was finally coming to fruition? Chapter 31. The calm before the storm. After dinner, Naruto and Sasuke retired to bed early. Chiba had sensed their fatigue while carrying them. It felt as though he was hauling two desiccated salted fish, utterly devoid of any resistance. Among them, Naruto was particularly affected. Had Chiba not brought him back, he would have likely taken a considerable amount of time to make the journey. He could barely walk, which spoke volumes about the intensity of his training. "Chiba, come with me." After dinner, Hatake Kakashi spoke to Chiba. At this moment, his injuries had nearly healed. At the very least, there were no outward signs of any issues. Chiba nodded and followed Hatake Kakashi outside. Dazna's house was situated by the dock, with the endless sea stretching out behind it. Standing on the wooden planks, Chiba felt the gentle caress of the sea breeze. The night sea held a unique beauty of its own. "Chiba, I have an unsettling premonition. Tomorrow's completion will undoubtedly herald significant events." Hatake Kakashi's eyes were filled with solemnity. Chiba nodded and inquired, "So, will Momochi Zabuza definitely make an appearance?" "Not only him, but also that mist ninja from earlier." Hatake Kakashi seemed to contemplate deeper matters. "I can hold off Momochi Zabuza, but that boy's strength." He trailed off, clearly reluctant to burden Chiba with too much pressure. However, Chiba discerned Kakashi's thoughts and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei. Tomorrow, you can focus on dealing with Zabuza." Seeing the confident smile on Chiba's face, Hatake Kakashi felt a measure of relief wash over him. "With your assurance, I feel much more at ease. Now, we await the arrival of tomorrow." He gazed far out at the sea, his eyes deep with contemplation. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed in, everyone was prepared to set off. "Naruto seems a bit out of it," Hatake Kakashi remarked, observing the still-lying Uzumaki Naruto on the tatami mat, feeling a twinge of annoyance. As the most unpredictable ninja of Team 7, Naruto was indeed full of surprises. "Wake him up," Chiba suggested. "Naruto's recovery speed is quite remarkable." A hint of surprise flickered across Kakashi's face. "You've noticed too?" Chiba shook his head and explained. "Jiraiya-sensei once shared many insights about the ninja world with me, including details about the Uzumaki clan. At this point, he chose not to elaborate further. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened slightly in shock as he regarded Naruto, his gaze shifting to something more profound. "So, Naruto is also from a special clan?" He silently clenched his teeth. Chiba noticed Sasuke's unusual demeanor, aware that he was reminded of the Uchiha clan. Wishing to deepen their bond, he thought that sometimes an equal status could be a favorable choice. Hatake Kakashi cautioned, "Let's keep this information under wraps. Naruto's identity is rather unique." Chiba nodded, stepping closer to tap Naruto on the head. "Naruto, it's time for us to depart." With a start, Uzumaki Naruto jumped up from the tatami. "Where are the enemies?" As the time to leave approached, Chiba calmly stated, "If you keep delaying, we might have to leave you behind." Flustered, Naruto hurriedly donned his clothes. The five of them officially set off towards the bridge. Just before departing, Chiba glanced back at Dazna's home, smiling. What's wrong, Chiba? Hatake Kakashi sensed that today, Chiba seemed a bit different. Nothing. Let's hurry and depart. We must strive to complete the bridge today and provide this country with a resolution. Chiba adjusted the ninja tool pouch at his waist and walked ahead. He had meticulously calculated every detail to accomplish the mission, and he must not disappoint this time. After a considerable journey, they finally arrived at the bridge. However, the scene before them left everyone aghast. All the bridge workers lay on the ground, their faces contorted in pain. Dazna, upon witnessing this, hurriedly rushed towards the workers. Phew. Thankfully, there are no fatalities. Yet, at that moment, a thick fog suddenly enveloped them, a palpable killing intent shrouding the entire bridge. Momochi Zabuza has arrived. Chapter 32. The looming danger. The first to react was not Chiba or Hatake Kakashi, but rather Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Like startled cats, they swiftly drew kunai from their tool pouches, standing ready for battle. Chiba silently positioned himself in front of Dazna. Protecting the client was paramount, especially since the core of his hidden mission rested upon this old man. Should anything happen to Dazna, the hidden mission would be compromised. The sound of whistling wind rushed from all directions, making it impossible to discern the source of the attack. Clang, clang, clang. Hatake Kakashi made the most astute judgment. In that instant, multiple kunai were flung forth, the air ringing with the clash of metal. Kakashi, it's been a while. Momochi Zabuza emerged from the fog. The earlier probing had already demonstrated that a surprise attack was of little effect against a ninja of Kakashi's caliber. You truly haven't perished. Hatake Kakashi's expression turned grave as he noticed the young boy beside Momochi Zabuza, the masked genius ninja from the Mist Umbu. Haku, leave Kakashi to me, Zabuza commanded. As for the three little brats, his gaze passed over Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, landing on Chiba. In Zabuza's mind, this young ninja had left the most profound impression on him. Chiba met Zabuza's gaze unflinchingly and spread his hands. My task is to protect the client, Uncle Dazna. Therefore, the battle is for you all. Do not lay a finger on my client. Otherwise, his eyes gleamed with a hint of menace. The fight will unfold in a manner you least desire. Chiba would not spare anyone obstructing his mission. If necessary, he would reveal his trump card. Hatake Kakashi nodded in agreement. He felt reassured by this scene. Entrusting Dazna to Chiba was the most comforting decision. Compared to Chiba, both Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were considerably lacking, be it in terms of strength or temperament. Then I shall eliminate you first. Momochi Zabuza glared at Hatake Kakashi, his right hand resting on the massive blade at his back. I'm happy to oblige. With that, the two clashed fiercely. A powerful force emanated from the center of their confrontation. They were both exerting considerable restraint, perhaps considering the battles of those around them. Uchiha Sasuke seized the initiative, rushing at Haku with kunai in hand. Haku's response was swift as he parried Sasuke's attack with a handful of sanbon. The two were evenly matched in strength, but from Sasuke's tightly clenched jaw, it was evident that he was struggling. Now, the advantage lies with me, Haku declared confidently. Chiba had been closely observing their battle. He watched as Haku blocked Sasuke's assault with one hand, while the other began forming hand seals. Hatake Kakashi also noticed this with narrowed eyes. How is it possible? He can perform hand seals with one hand. Momochi Zabuza unleashed a powerful strike, forcing Kakashi back. Haku's talent is beyond your imagination. His voice brimmed with pride for Haku. Wow. Chiba marveled inwardly, despite his external assistance. One cannot overlook the abilities of others. He envied Haku's proficiency in one-handed hand seals. Secret technique. 1,000 killing water shurikens. The mist coalesced into dozens of sanbon, targeting Uchiha Sasuke. In the next moment, the cold glint surged forth. Fortunately, Uchiha Sasuke reacted quickly, leaping away just in time to evade the attack. Sasuke, I'll come to help you. Naruto Uzumaki, unwilling to be sidelined and neglected, joined the fray. In the realm of taijutsu, he faced off against the formidable Uchiha Sasuke, who was momentarily held at bay by the skilled white. However, with Naruto's involvement, the situation became increasingly precarious. Seizing an opportunity, White executed the water body flicker technique, extricating himself from the battleground. Be cautious. I shall now engage earnestly. Ice release secret technique. Crystal mirror ice. The moisture on the ground and the mist in the air began to coalesce. A series of ice mirrors materialized, encircling both Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki, shifting the tide of battle once more. Simultaneously, within the home of Tazuna, a loud crash reverberated. Two armed samurai burst in. Who are you? Tsunami gasped, her gaze filled with terror as the dishes in her hands shattered upon the floor. Surely, they can serve as hostages. The two samurais' gazes were menacingly intense. Chapter 33, An Unexpected Turn of Events. The sound of shattering dishes drew Inari from another room. What are you? He stammered, panic evident as he laid eyes upon the two warriors. I recall Boss Kaido mentioning something. One of the samurai spoke, revealing that he only required a single hostage. With a slight push of his thumb, his long blade slid slowly from its sheath. You see, I believe, a voice emerged from behind the two. If Kaido himself is in peril, what need is there for a hostage? Brother Chiba. Inari's face lit up with joy. Chiba's timely arrival turned the tide of danger. Anticipating the need for a decisive act, Chiba had previously awakened Naruto Uzumaki, ensuring that naming the bridge would not be a task left unfulfilled. You weren't supposed to be here. Weren't you meant to be at the bridge? The samurai crouched slightly, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his gaze steely. Shadow clone technique. Chiba pointed to his forehead protector, asserting, I am a ninja. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances. Since it's a clone, we shall send you on your way. In an instant, they lunged forth like feral beasts, their blades unsheathed with a swift motion, aimed directly at Chiba's vitals. One must admit, this assault was nothing short of exquisite. Their teamwork exhibited not a single flaw, and from every angle and with every ounce of force, it was flawless. Alas, they had misjudged their opponent. The Chiba before them, even as a mere clone, was far beyond their capability to contend with. Long before this encounter, Chiba had sought Naruto's guidance on the shadow clone technique. Although this ninjutsu was notoriously difficult to master, through numerous practices, Chiba had acquired its essence. The only drawback was that his chakra reserves were somewhat limited, preventing him from employing the multi-shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, swiftly they came, and swiftly they fell. To ordinary onlookers, the two samurai might appear formidable, yet in Chiba's presence, they were no different from the average person. Two precise elbow strikes landed upon their necks. Their reaction speed was so lacking that they scarcely perceived Chiba's assault. Crack. A crisp sound echoed as it resonated from their necks, for those who approached with murderous intent. Chiba showed no mercy, sending them directly to the realm of the deceased. However, given their caliber, they might not even reach that destination. Chiba dragged the two warriors and unceremoniously flung them into the sea, considering it a fitting end. According to his understanding, the Land of Waves practiced a custom of water burials. Upon returning to the room, Tsunami and Inari had already tidied up. Thank you, Tsunami said, bowing slightly. Her words filled with gratitude. Chiba waved his hand, replying, it was the least I could do. You should find a place to hide for now. The chakra of the shadow clone is limited and cannot protect you indefinitely. Tsunami nodded, taking Inari with her as they departed. Tazuna had anticipated such a situation and had prepared a hiding place in advance. Watching their figures fade from view, Chiba dispelled his shadow clone. The memories of this brief interlude instantly merging back into his consciousness. On the bridge, Chiba sensed the return of his memories and breathed a sigh of relief. This mission was likely secure. The battle continued, yet it remained a one-sided onslaught. The shadow clone technique was repeatedly employed. Naruto Uzumaki, embodying sheer recklessness, demonstrated the essence of chaos. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke sought openings amidst White's relentless assaults, as for Kakashi Hitaki and Zabuza Momochi. They were entrenched in a deadly confrontation. Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. A thick fog enveloped the area, obscuring all visibility. Zabuza proclaimed that he had seen through the so-called Sharingan, under the guise of self-hypnosis. He deemed the Sharingan trivial. Yet, Zabuza lacked the courage to confront the Sharingan head-on. In this dense mist, Chiba's visibility was severely compromised. Lacking any bloodline limit, his sight was rather ordinary. However, with experience in Sage Mode training, his sensory abilities far surpassed those of a typical ninja. Chiba, be careful. Kakashi seemed to sense something amiss, calling out to him. However, Zabuza had already appeared behind Tazuna. Everything seemed to be unfolding too late. Clang, the sound of metal clashing reverberated across the bridge. Zabuza, did I not instruct you to leave Uncle Tazuna unharmed? Chiba's voice resonated with a chilling edge. Zabuza suddenly realized that Chiba's eyes gleamed with a brilliant gold. Chapter 34, The So-Called Sage Arts. Locking eyes with Chiba, the seasoned killer Zabuza felt a long-lost fear creeping into his heart. What manner of eyes are these? Zabuza murmured inwardly, feeling his body stiffen as if ensnared by an icy grip. At that moment, Chiba had entered Sage Mode. While he had confidence in confronting Zabuza in his ordinary state, he could not guarantee Tazuna's safety to ensure all was secure. entering Sage Mode was the most prudent choice. His kunai pressed firmly against Zabuza's executioner's blade. Although the kunai was finely crafted and of high quality, it was still a daunting task to contend with one of the 7 ninja swordsman's blades. Mere moments of confrontation led to cracks forming in the kunai. Interfering, are we? Then I shall dispose of you first. The slight fear within Zabuza ignited the latent ferocity within him, known as the demon of the hidden mist. He could hardly be considered a normal man. Though uncertain of the nature of Chiba's eyes, it did not deter him from attempting to eliminate the youth before him. The executioner's blade rose abruptly, cutting through the air with a fierce wind, aimed directly at Chiba's head. Given the momentum, it appeared poised to cleave Chiba in two. Yet, under the enhancements of Sage Mode, Chiba's capabilities were significantly amplified. While he might have struggled against Zabuza in his normal form, now he could effortlessly dominate. Sage chakra surged in his legs. Crack! A massive pit erupted on the bridge's surface. The sheer velocity of Chiba was on full display. Zabuza had only just lifted his executioner's blade, preparing to strike when a shadow suddenly appeared before him. Before he could comprehend what the shadow was, a tremendous force struck his chest. Konoha Whirlwind. This was Chiba's most proficient taijutsu technique. Though its name may seem juvenile, its effectiveness exceeded expectations. In such close combat, martial arts proved to be the optimal choice. Zabuza was sent flying, crashing several dozen meters away, leaving his head spinning. Struggling to regain his footing with the executioner's blade, he shook his head in disbelief. What is this? How can a mere child possess such overwhelming strength? The resounding roar of Momochi Zabuza echoed across the bridge. With a powerful stomp, it seemed to inflict a lingering aftereffect upon him. His bloodshot eyes, resembling those of a wild beast, surveyed the crowd with a predatory gaze. Kakashi Hatake cast a shocked glance at Chiba, struggling to fathom that his student harbored such hidden prowess. At this moment, Chiba had emerged from Sage Mode, having mastered it to the extent that he could seamlessly re-enter at will. If his chakra permitted, he could remain in that state indefinitely. Kakashi-sensei, I leave Zabuza to you, Chiba declared, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. That attack I just unleashed can only be performed once within a short span. The secret technique taught to me by Jiraiya-sensei is still beyond my complete grasp. Regardless, it's best to leave it all to Jiraiya. He won't be returning to the village anytime soon. Chiba felt a sense of relief regarding this matter. In the perilous world of ninjas, concealing one's strength was undeniably prudent. Chiba did not believe he was favored by this world, allowing him to recklessly court death. Even with considerable power, it was merely sufficient for self-preservation. Although Kakashi harbored lingering doubts, the time spent together ultimately led him to place his trust in Chiba. At this moment, Zabuza appeared as an indomitable cockroach. Undeterred by adversity, the Konoha Whirlwind, infused with Sage Chakra, was immensely powerful. Yet, even so, Zabuza merely coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood before charging forward once more, brandishing his executioner's blade. Kakashi focused intently on the battle, his gaze unwavering. His singular objective was clear: to eliminate Momochi Zabuza. The two figures collided repeatedly within the mist. The clash of metal rang out like an exhilarating symphony, building towards a crescendo. At the pinnacle of this thrilling moment, another sound interjected, elevating the entire composition to its zenith. Boom! The malevolent chakra surged across the bridge. Chiba paused momentarily, casting his gaze toward another battlefield. This was the chakra of the Ninetales. Chapter 35. The open-hearted white. The release of the Ninetales chakra ignited a surge of energy within Naruto Uzumaki, propelling him to his peak performance. Oh my, this is truly terrifying. Chiba observed the battle unfolding between Naruto and was filled with astonishment. The speed and strength displayed were formidable, as he fought purely on instinct. In this moment, Naruto resembled a mindless beast, fixated solely on vanquishing his opponent, Haku. Though the ice mirror technique was powerful, under the enhancement of the Ninetales chakra, Naruto shattered it as easily as a common mirror. Crack! In an instant, Haku was expelled from his secret technique, tumbling onto the bridge. The next moment, Naruto launched himself anew, his limbs pounding against the bridge as he ran. The sinister chakra swirled around him, as if a vile creature was clawing its way out of hell. Though Chiba was positioned far from the fray, he could still sense the brutality and cruelty of the unleashed chakra. TSK, everyone has their own cheat. In this world, it was challenging to make a name without some form of advantage, just as Naruto's fist was about to connect with Haku's face. The mask of the mist ninja slipped away. Staring at the somewhat familiar face before him, Naruto froze in place. Wah, how could it be you? Naruto could hardly comprehend that the boy he had encountered during his training would turn out to be his adversary. Why do you hesitate? I have already killed the one you sought to protect. Haku's pure gaze held not a trace of impurity as he earnestly regarded Naruto. Naruto was perplexed. How could someone with such snow-like clarity in their eyes associate with a killer like Zabuza? Under Naruto's questioning, Haku recounted his past, which left Naruto profoundly shaken. It was a path he must traverse in his growth. Chiba's shadow clone silently appeared behind Haku. Are you here to kill me as well? In the mist, Haku seemed to possess an extraordinary sense of perception. Chiba shook his head, responding, No. I merely wish to inquire about your experiences in practicing one-handed seals. Haku's expression turned slightly bewildered. He had not anticipated that at such a critical juncture. The youth before him would harbor a desire to learn from his enemy. Oh, by the way, Naruto, Chiba addressed the sorrowful Naruto. Sasuke is currently in a state of critical condition. I suggest you check on him. If anything unexpected occurs, he may not survive. Despite being some distance from Sasuke Uchiha, Chiba could still sense the vibrant flame of life within him. The Konoha 12 were not so easily extinguished. Especially not Sasuke. Upon hearing this, Naruto's face lit up with joy. Really? His whisker-like cheeks trembled, mirroring his current emotional state. You'll die if you delay any longer, Chiba admonished. This fool seemed utterly oblivious to the fact that he still wished to learn the one-handed sealing technique. What a surprise! Haku turned to Chiba and softly spoke. I never expected to encounter such a formidable ninja among a freshly graduated squad. Chiba felt a flicker of resentment at Haku's gaze. Why did someone so strikingly beautiful have to be male? This sentiment had lingered in Chiba's heart since his previous life. Life often unfolded in such ironic ways. Furthermore, even in my absence, the outcome of this battle was already predetermined. Chiba silently recited a mantra to regain his composure. Let us not dwell on this. I need the technique for one-handed seals. In return, I can grant you one request. Upon hearing this, Haku smiled brightly. Akin to a brilliant plum blossom blooming in the depths of winter. Very well. He was the most accepting individual, even in the face of death. The greatest challenge of one-handed seals was not the 12 fundamental hand signs, but rather the flow of chakra within the body during the technique. Haku divulged the entirety of the one-handed sealing technique without reservation. Chiba silently committed it to memory, asking, Is there anything I can do for you? Haku's smile remained, like the most resplendent flower in a thick fog. If possible, please bury me alongside Zabuza. Chapter 36. Chiba's decision. This response left Chiba momentarily speechless. To be honest, he did not wish to stand opposed to such a pure individual. In a world where the strong prey upon the weak, excessive purity became a burden. Since the outcome of their conflict was unavoidable, Haku maintained his serene smile, accepting the reality with equanimity. Then let me choose the outcome after the battle. As a rogue ninja from the mist, Zabuza was relentlessly pursued by the Umbu. Even in death, his corpse could be taken by his foes. The words were harsh, yet the speaker's expression remained unaffected. As though recounting a mundane event, Chiba nodded, assuring, I will see to it properly. Then, please kill me. Haku tilted his head slightly, gazing at Chiba. For a suitable tool, dying in battle was the most fitting conclusion. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bridge, Kakashi and Zabuza's battle had also reached a stalemate. Ninja art, summoning technique. Kakashi, being a skilled ninja from Konoha, possessed a vast array of techniques. The summoning scroll was pressed against the ground. The ninja dog squad sprang into action. The bridge creaked ominously underfoot. Witnessing this, Chiba sighed, shaking his head. This will delay us for another 2 days. The blood of Zabuza Momochi still stained the beheading sword. It would not pose a significant challenge for the ninja hounds to track him down. With a thunderous roar, several ninja hounds surged forth from beneath the bridge, their gleaming, sturdy teeth immediately pinning Zabuza in place. The reason he was recorded in the annals of various ninja villages was not solely due to his Sharingan. Kakashi Hitaki's right hand, hanging low, crackled with lightning. The tangible blue chakra surged between his fingers. Raikiri, Chiba's shadow clone glanced at Haku and said, Perhaps, that is your final destination. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Haku's figure vanished before him. The violent lightning flickered and danced in Kakashi's hand. The crimson Sharingan absorbed every minute detail. Whoosh, Kakashi's form vanished, his right hand shooting forth like a spear of thunder towards Zabuza's heart. Thud. Zabuza gazed at the figure before him, his body trembling slightly. The outcome of the battle had not changed. Haku, having served as Zabuza's tool, lay dead before him. The raised beheading sword swung toward Kakashi, entirely disregarding Haku's existence. Chiba astutely noticed that Zabuza's hands were quivering. His dilated pupils and unfocused gaze made him appear somewhat deranged. The moment of Haku's demise, the heart of the Mist's demon, Zabuza Momochi, was utterly shattered. In his current state, even an unremarkable Chiba could easily slay him. Let alone Kakashi. The chaotic battle held no chance of retaliation against Kakashi. Only when the cold kunai was poised to pierce his throat did Zabuza finally regain his senses. He countered with his beheading sword, attempting a desperate exchange with Kakashi. However, Kakashi, still in fighting form, would not commit such a grave error. He deftly thrust the kunai into Zabuza's right arm, which clutched the beheading sword, rendering Zabuza completely incapacitated. The injuries to his arms, the loss of blood, and his frayed mental state left Zabuza in a state even inferior to that of a lowly genin. The only remaining concern was the madness gradually consuming his eyes. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed from the other side of the thick fog.is. That all there is. Zabuza, you are unexpectedly somewhat endearing. The diminutive Kaido approached, leaning on his cane times. Entrusting matters to you ninjas is quite superfluous. He exemplified what it meant to be a villain. His expression was one of a petty individual reveling in his triumph, completely disregarding those present. Has this little brat perished? Speaking of which, I still have an account to settle with him. With that, Kaido raised his cane and pressed it toward Haku's face. Boom! A ferocious gust of wind surged between Kakashi and Zabuza. Bang! A terrifying force instantly struck Kaido. Chiba's full force blow landed squarely, like a rolling gourd. Kaido's corpse was sent tumbling toward the rabble he had brought. Haku's death was his own choice. Chiba regarded Zabuza with a cold gaze. As for protecting him and your remains, that is my decision. Kaido is dead, and the rest is up to you. Zabuza. Chapter 37. The curtain falls on Zabuza. Chiba is a man of his word. Although his methods may seem extreme to others, Zabuza's hostility diminished considerably as he looked at Chiba. With Kaido's demise, Zabuza's arms hung low, blood dripping steadily to the ground. Drip, 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 like an hourglass shedding its grains. Zabuza struggled to contain the murderous intent within his heart. Haku's death cast the world into darkness once more. Thus, there was no longer any need for further combat. Little brat, may I borrow your kunai? Zabuza's sharp, beast-like teeth tore away the bandages wrapped around his face. Upon hearing this, Chiba's spinning kunai soared directly toward Zabuza. Clang! The sound of teeth clashing with kunai was crystal clear. Despite his grievous wounds, Zabuza's title as the Demon of the Mist was not for naught. Even without his hands, he charged into the ranks of the warriors like a ferocious tiger among sheep. Utterly unstoppable in an instant, the ground was strewn with corpses. That moment, Naruto Uzumaki supported Sasuke Uchiha as they approached. Has he died? Naruto's voice trembled as he looked at Haku's lifeless form. Yes, Chiba's expression was calm, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Was his name Haku? Naruto's gaze fell, his voice becoming somber. Humanity and names share a purity. Upon hearing this, Chiba regarded Naruto with slight surprise. He had not expected to hear such philosophical words from him. It seemed this mission had indeed fostered considerable growth within him. Yet, Chiba himself had also made significant progress, not merely in strength, but more so in mindset. Zabuza had made Chiba acutely aware of the unremitting brutality of the ninja world. This was no longer a fictional realm for him. This was reality that a single misstep could lead one to plummet into an abyss. After a sigh, he turned to gaze at the other side of the bridge. Zabuza's battle was nearing its conclusion. Severely injured, he bore numerous weapons embedded in his back, appearing grotesque. The warriors gazed at this man before them in terror. Their weapons trembled in their hands. Zabuza had even lost the courage to look at them. With his last ounce of strength, he staggered toward Haku's side. Thud! He collapsed to the ground, utterly motionless. This man has also fallen. Brothers, the time for revenge has arrived. Slay all these ninjas and loot the town clean. This rabble was nothing more than a group of bullies who preyed on the weak. Chiba stood behind Zabuza, facing the crowd, forming hand seals at lightning speed. Henzi Choshininrenzi high. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Chiba's cheeks puffed out, and the air around him seemed to be instantly evacuated. Whoosh! A chaotic gust of wind erupted from Chiba's mouth, engulfing the warriors entirely. There was no hint of obstruction before the cannonball-like vacuum great sphere. They had no opportunity to retaliate and were all sent soaring into the air. The few standing at the front found their bodies cracking apart, blood spraying forth, a scene of utter carnage. Even in this restrained state, Chiba shook his head, lamenting the fragility of life. Had this been the complete version of Vacuum Great Sphere, would they not have been reduced to mere pulp in an instant? Without a glance at the defeated, who had lost the will to resist, Chiba turned to Kakashi, who had come to Zabuza's side. "Can I see that fellow one last time?" Zabuza's voice was barely a whisper. Kakashi reached out to support him, but Chiba was quicker. As he placed Zabuza beside Haku, Chiba also delivered a timely strike. Chakra surged from his palm, shattering Zabuza's heart. "Haku, I truly wish to accompany you to the same place." Tears streamed down his face. The mist demon, Zabuza Momochi, had officially met his end. Simultaneously, the system's notification rang in Chiba's mind. Task completed. Wave Country sign-in. Rewards being distributed. Task rewards successfully granted. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 8 gates of Duinjia technique. The lingering gloom buried in his heart was somewhat dispelled. Chiba felt a flood of knowledge related to the technique surge into his mind. Truly fearsome, it is indeed a forbidden technique. Chapter 38. The completion of the mission. Although he had mastered the 8 gates technique, Shinya did not possess the confidence to execute it. To be precise, learning the art of the 8 gates was not an overly challenging endeavor. The difficulty lay in enhancing one's physical prowess. Activating the 8 gates would inflict unimaginable damage upon the body. Without a physique as formidable as Kai's, recklessly opening the 8 gates would undoubtedly lead to regret. Shinya shook his head, temporarily burying this jutsu deep within his heart. For now, the 8 gates would remain as a trump card. Until his physical abilities reached a certain level, this forbidden technique would remain in use. Shinya turned to Kakashi Hatake and said, "Teacher Kakashi, please bury them." Beside him, Naruto Uzumaki was already in a state of utter despair, appearing exceptionally disheveled. Kakashi's expression reflected a hint of melancholy. In contrast, Sasuke Uchiha seemed somewhat indifferent, perhaps due to his familiarity with death. However, this event profoundly impacted Shinya in the woods surrounding the Land of Waves. He selected a suitable spot and buried the 2 individuals. This was his promise. Despite their enmity, Shinya held a deep admiration for Haku. A promise made was a promise kept. This was his moral compass and the creed of a ninja. Shinya was gradually discovering his path as a ninja. Words must align with actions. Interestingly, it appeared that Naruto's ninja way resonated similarly. Although Shinya had initially harbored other thoughts upon meeting Naruto, he gradually acknowledged the existence of this younger brother. Regardless of who influenced whom, or if both were affected, Shinya was willing to embrace this development. A ninja worthy of respect, Kakashi gazed at the unmarked grave with profound contemplation. "Teacher Kakashi, must a ninja be destined to become a mere tool?" Naruto posed the question he had long wished to ask. The so-called ninja could not pursue the meaning of their existence. Viewing oneself solely as a tool was of utmost importance. Kakashi, with his hands in his pockets, gazed into the distance, his expression contemplative. The shinobi of Konoha were no different. The setting sun gradually dipped below the horizon, mirroring the sentiments of the group. "Then, what if we attempt to carve out our own ninja way?" Shinya leaned against a grand tree, contemplating the unmarked grave. Although this path was fraught with difficulty, it was worth pursuing. "What do you think, Naruto?" His infectious gaze locked onto Naruto's, who seemed to be gradually inspired, his eyes brightening with clarity. "All right, it's decided. I will forge my own ninja way, just like Brother Shinya. A path I will never regret." The construction of the bridge continued unabated. Although Zabuza Momochi had assaulted the bridge workers, he did not take their lives. After a brief period of recuperation, they returned to work. With Shinya and his companions providing protection, the workers were particularly invigorated. Even so, it took 3 days for the bridge to be completed. Gazing at the magnificent structure, everyone understood that the fate of the Land of Waves had truly changed. However, Dazna realized they were merely supporting characters in this narrative. The true force behind the transformation of this country was the young man named Shinya. Though several days had passed, Dazna felt as if it had all occurred yesterday. The decisive actions of Shinya and the instantaneous demise of Gado's death precipitated the collapse of his entire company. With the threats of mercenaries and assassins eliminated, the Land of Waves could finally thrive. Most importantly, Dazna learned from his grandson that Shinya had left a contingency plan to save them. This kindness would forever be etched in his memory. "Uncle Dazna, does this bridge have a name?" Shinya inquired as he surveyed the structure. Dazna paused, momentarily taken aback. "Well, I hadn't thought about that. However, your question has sparked a splendid idea." A flicker of excitement crossed Shinya's face, though he masked it well. "What idea?" Dazna gazed across the bridge and said, "Thanks to you, the Land of Waves has truly emerged from its shadow. So, let us name it the Shinya Bridge." As Dazna's words fell, A system notification chimed in unison. Hidden mission completed. Rewards being distributed. Rewards successfully distributed. Congratulations, host. The power of C-rank ninjutsu has been enhanced, doubled. Upon hearing the notification resonate in his mind, Shinya finally exhaled in relief. Though fraught with challenges, he had completed the mission. Even in the later stages, C-rank ninjutsu would prove to be formidable in combat. It was quick to unleash, consumed little chakra, and boasted considerable power. To be honest, Shinya felt that the rewards for this mission were rather generous. The doubling of the power of all C-rank ninjutsu ignited his imagination in future battles with other ninjas. If an opponent unleashed a fireball technique towering over a person, Shinya could effortlessly devour it with his own fireball technique. Such a spectacle was indeed enticing. All right, it's time for us to depart. Kakashi waved to the people of the Land of Waves, signaling the conclusion of their mission as they officially set out for home. On the journey back, Shinya suddenly recalled something. It seems the Chunin exams are fast approaching, right? Chapter 39. The secrets of the escort mission in the Land of Waves. The return journey to Konoha was devoid of significant danger. Upon seeing the headbands worn by Shinya and his companions, several petty thieves opted to retreat. Confronting a group of ninjas as an ordinary person was not a wise choice. After several days of travel, they finally beheld the gates of Konoha once more. The gatekeepers, Kamizuki Izumo and Kotetsu Tenzin, were the same duo as before. Among the multitude of Konoha ninjas, Shinya could distinctly remember these two, as they truly stood out. Their strength was entirely inconsistent with Chunin level, and their camaraderie was akin to an unbreakable bond between men. Indeed, the friendships among the ninjas of Konoha were always uniquely special. After exchanging greetings, Kakashi led the trio toward the Hokage's office that he needed to report the details of their mission in the Land of Waves to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, a former member of the Umbu. Kakashi had already sensed some unusual undertones surrounding the mission. After briefly summarizing the mission, Kakashi handed over the rewards due to Shinya and the others before dismissing them. Hokage-sama. Regarding this mission, Kakashi began, but was interrupted by Hiruzen, who raised his hand. I am aware. This mission carries a deeper significance. Hiruzen spoke with his pipe in his mouth, though no smoke emerged. While conducting business, he maintained a level of restraint. However, holding the pipe had become a personal habit, providing him with a sense of reassurance. Please forgive me for withholding certain details about this mission. Of course, had it not been for your strength, I would not have entrusted you with it. Evidently, the Umbu of Konohagakure are not merely idlers. The Land of Waves, though desolate, is nonetheless a nation worthy of diplomatic relations. Konohagakure does not need to expend much to satisfy the needs of this country. In contrast, the Land of Waves can provide a substantial number of construction workers, an advantage that is unparalleled by other nations. Having heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's explanation, Hatake Kakashi nodded in agreement. He had already anticipated the intricate details of the covert mission. Thus, he felt no anger towards the matter. After all, as a ninja, one must possess the mindset of becoming a tool. Kakashi had grasped this truth during his time in the Umbu. Furthermore, the identities of the members of Team 7 are somewhat exceptional. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his hands clasped beneath his chin, gazed thoughtfully. I hope you can be more forgiving. Kakashi slightly bowed and replied, as the leader of the team, it is my duty to do so. Upon hearing his words, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction and smiled. I have a task that is quite suitable for the three of them. The level of danger is not high, making it ideal for relaxation. He then pulled out a mission scroll from his desk. After a few days of rest, you may proceed with this task. Kakashi, intrigued, accepted the scroll and opened it, the contents immediately capturing his attention. This mission, the lackluster entertainment options in Konohagakure, left Chiba feeling somewhat bored. It seemed that besides training, there was little else to engage in. Uzumaki Naruto, as Chiba's loyal companion, suggested, Brother Chiba, how about we go for some ramen? This time, the mission's rank had been reassessed. We have completed a B-rank mission. Clearly, Naruto was still reveling in the joy of their accomplishment, which was entirely understandable. After all, the reward, once divided, amounted to 5,000 ryo per person. According to Kakashi, this was Konohagakure's compensation for them. For Naruto, who had always been relatively impoverished, this was indeed a considerable sum. Naturally, the first order of business after the mission was to indulge in ramen. In truth, Chiba had also been troubled by financial issues lately. Ever since he had embarked on the training of the Eight Gates, his expenses had soared. A significant portion of these costs was attributed to food. The training in taijutsu was exceedingly expensive. Let's go eat ramen then, Chiba grumbled. The portion sizes from the hand-pulled noodle shop were quite generous. The relentless training in taijutsu had transformed Chiba's appetite into something quite formidable. Initially, a large bowl of tonkatsu ramen would suffice to satiate him. However, now, even after consuming 7 or 8 bowls, he felt no sense of fullness. By the way, let's invite Sasuke, Chiba proposed. This is our first gathering after completing the mission. Naruto nodded in agreement without objection. Of course, when they dragged Uchiha Sasuke out from the training field, his expression was far from pleasant. However, Chiba and Naruto had long since become accustomed to his sullen demeanor and paid it no mind. At Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto exclaimed in astonishment as he glanced at a notice in front of the shop. Ichiraku Ramen's Big Eater Challenge? Chapter 40. The Big Eater Challenge Champion. Chiba stared at the announcement before him. Somewhat bewildered, had the Big Eater Challenge already commenced? Yet, a wave of excitement followed swiftly. In times when 1 or 2 portions could be counted as 2, this competition was indeed hard to resist. Naruto, Sasuke, let's sign up. Chiba's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. All right. Naruto immediately supported the idea. Although Sasuke was reluctant to participate, Chiba had already draped an arm around his neck and was leading him towards Ichiraku Ramen. Such events were meant to be enjoyed together. Moreover, eating could also be considered a form of training. Chiba attempted to rationalize the notion. However, Uchiha Sasuke, being the stubborn, prideful type, merely grumbled in protest. Chiba sensed no significant resistance from him. Hand-pulled noodle master, we 3 would like to register. Naruto was exceedingly eager about the prospect of eating ramen. The hand-pulled noodle master, recognizing his regular patrons, readily registered them. Naruto, you must give it your all this time, he said with a smile. His words provided Naruto with immense motivation. Furthermore, the prize this time was a permanent discount coupon for Ichiraku Ramen, 50% off. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes gleamed with excitement. The champion of the Big Eater Challenge is going to be me. Just then, a voice called from behind them. Not necessarily Naruto. Approaching them was Akimichi Choji, heir of the Akimichi clan, donned in a green knitted jacket with a large food character embroidered on his white shirt. As one of the future Konoha 12, he possessed considerable strength. The Akimichi clan, known for their prowess in eating, was quite renowned in Konohagakure. Chiba's expression became somewhat grave. To be honest, he was unsure of his current eating capacity. However, since the Akimichi clan had arrived, could the true Big Eater be lurking nearby as well? Hey, Naruto, a slightly teasing voice chimed in again. Inuzuka Kiba, with his signature triangular markings on his face, accompanied by his teammates. Shino and Hinata approached. Teammate is here. Don't underestimate us. Chiba rubbed his forehead, his expression serious. The most formidable competitors had indeed arrived. The competition venue was designated by the hand-pulled noodle master to be an open space behind the Ichiraku Ramen shop. It appeared quite spacious and was piled with various ingredients. Clearly, Ichiraku Ramen was in the midst of an expansion. Several rows of tables had been set up in the area, allowing for a comfortable arrangement. Aside from ninjas, there were also civilians present. Within Konohagakure, there was little distinction between ninjas and civilians. The hand-pulled noodle master stood before everyone and announced, the theme of this Big Eater Challenge is Tonkatsu Ramen. I have been preparing for this competition for a long time. The prize for the champion is a permanent 50% discount coupon. Everyone, please give it your best. As he called out, several waitstaff began serving bowls of ramen to each participant. Clearly, these were temporary hires. The time limit was set to half an hour, and the competition commenced. With a signal, Naruto, seated beside Chiba, lunged at his ramen like a ravenous wolf, devouring it with abandon. Sasuke, secretly competing with him, was equally relentless. Chiba found himself sandwiched between the two, feeling the intensity of their fervor. TSK, it seems I am underestimated, he thought with a hint of resignation. The true potential contender is right beside you. Soon, Chiba also threw himself into the fray. However, compared to the two's gluttonous consumption, he maintained a more refined demeanor. Yet, if not for the hand-pulled noodle master's keen observation, one might have been deceived by this seemingly cultured lad. While others struggled to finish a bowl in a minute, Chiba managed a bowl every 30 seconds, and his pace was quickening. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he felt an ominous premonition. This promotional event seemed destined to incur losses. Time ticked away. The Big Eater Challenge rapidly approached its conclusion. Naruto had initially intended to check Sasuke's progress, but found his view obstructed by a towering stack of bowls. Wait, I don't remember eating this much. He scratched his head in confusion. "Time's up," the hand-pulled noodle master announced. "Perhaps it is due to my own overindulgence that I am experiencing this strange sense of heartache." Uzumaki Naruto felt an inexplicable pang in his heart upon hearing the announcement. Third place, Akimichi Choji, with 23 servings. It was evident that Choji was still too young to eat as much as he would in the future. Second place, Hyuga Hinata, with 31 servings. Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback. "Wait, 31 servings isn't enough for the championship." The hand-pulled noodle master continued to announce, his voice trembling slightly, and the champion is Chiba, with 68 servings. Chapter 41. A new task despite the results of the contest causing the noodle master considerable distress. As evidenced by the twitching of his expression, Chiba was thoroughly satisfied with his hearty meal. If given the chance, he would choose to participate in this big eater challenge every month. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke came to a realization. Chiba seemed to surpass them not only in strength, but in other aspects as well. "This is your coupon." Although it pained him, the noodle master was not one to renege on his word. As a reputable establishment, he understood that this grand eating contest was also a splendid marketing opportunity. One could assume that the Akimichi clan would be intrigued by the newly crowned champion and would inevitably come to Ichiraku Ramen to try their hand at it. This would undoubtedly boost business. Lost in thoughts of the promising future of Ichiraku Ramen, the noodle master gazed into the distance. Chiba carefully accepted the permanent 50% discount coupon, placing it securely in his ninja tool pouch. For a long time to come, this would guarantee his meals. One must admit that the taste of Ichiraku Ramen was indeed quite delightful, although he had overindulged in tonkatsu ramen and felt slightly unaccustomed. He planned to try miso ramen next time, and seafood seemed acceptable as well. The Big Eater Challenge concluded quietly, yet a rumor began to circulate throughout the village. There was a terrifying monster in Konoha that could consume over 5 servings. It was said to devour children and swallow the living, all while laughing heartily. This rumor cast a shadow over the nights in Konoha. Chiba, however, was blissfully unaware of it, and, even if he had known, he would not have paid it much mind, for a new mission had already been conveyed to them by Hitaki Kakashi. Ugh, why is it another task related to cats? Uzumaki Naruto expressed his dissatisfaction upon reading the mission details. However, Uchiha Sasuke and Chiba did not share his sentiments. This mission was not about ordinary cats. It required them to complete it independently. Hitaki Kakashi added, "I am merely responsible for conveying the task. Now, it's up to you that I have my own mission to attend to." With that, he vanished in a puff of smoke, revealing that the previous Kakashi was merely a shadow clone. All right, let us head to the designated area. As the leader among the trio, Chiba was the backbone of their group. The other two acknowledged his leadership without protest. Uzumaki Naruto had always been agreeable to Chiba's suggestions, while Uchiha Sasuke, unable to rival Chiba, was taciturn. Chiba, my brother. Uzumaki Naruto posed the most crucial question. Kakashi-sensei didn't tell us where this area is. Do you know, Chiba? Chiba shook his head and turned to Uchiha Sasuke, saying, "Sasuke, lead the way." Sasuke nodded without objection, though a hint of melancholy flickered across his face. The designated area. Visitors have arrived. The elderly cat lady, seated in her home, gazed fondly at the album in her hands. A supplier of ninja tools for the Uchiha clan. She had been resting for quite some time. "Little Sasuke, I've been waiting for you." Upon the trio's entrance, the cat lady displayed a hint of surprise, her attention captured almost entirely by Chiba. "What a formidable young man you are." Chiba's eyes widened. He had not anticipated the cat lady's acute perception. Perhaps it was due to her long association with felines, granting her an innate sense of danger akin to that of cat-like creatures. The room was filled with playful cats, predominantly small tigers. A haven for cat lovers. Chiba mused as he settled down on the tatami mat, casually picking up a small tiger that had been playing with a yarn ball. Embarking on his journey of petting cats, after exchanging pleasantries with the guests, the cat lady began to explain the details of the mission. The cat yokai resided in its castle, a paradise for ninja cats. Their task was to obtain the paw print of the cat yokai. The cat lady regarded Uchiha Sasuke with nostalgia. The strength of the cat yokai is formidable among ninja cats, but that is relative to you. She deliberately avoided mentioning Chiba, who was engrossed in petting cats. Tianhua and Rina will guide you to the castle of the cat yokai. Go forth and retrieve its paw print. Reluctantly, Chiba set down the small tiger he had been petting and departed the designated area. Under the guidance of 2 ninja cats, they finally arrived at the cat yokai's castle. To facilitate your infiltration, we have prepared this. One of the ninja cats presented a pair of cat ear headbands. Chiba's expression was one of deep conflict. Chapter 42. The Two-Tailed Cat. Cat yokai. To be honest, while he adored petting cats, he was quite resistant to wearing cat ears, however, under the pressure of his companions. Uchiha Sasuke obediently donned the headband. Click. The flash of a camera made Sasuke realize something was amiss. Wait, Chiba, how do you have a camera with you? Chiba waved the camera in his hand, explaining, I borrowed it from the cat lady while petting the cats. I'll return it after developing the photos. Uchiha Sasuke felt a premonition that his carefully maintained image might soon shatter. He considered snatching the camera back, but, recalling Chiba's prowess, he silently withdrew his hand from his ninja tool pouch. Never mind. It's just an image. It doesn't matter. By the way, Chiba, why aren't you wearing one? Uzumaki Naruto appeared eager to see Chiba in the cat ears. Chiba waved his hand dismissively, stating, I can't pull off that style just yet. You two can wear them. We can split into 2 teams. You go in front, while I infiltrate from behind. With the tasks assigned, Chiba walked on the water's surface, circling to the rear of the castle. Though it was his first time executing a mission independently, he appeared unfazed. In fact, the risk level of this task seemed relatively low. Chiba felt no sense of urgency, approaching the situation as if on a leisurely outing. He scaled the walls and entered the castle with ease. With his keen perception, he could effortlessly evade all the ninja cats within. Should he find it unavoidable, he could simply incapacitate the ninja cats. However, he was reluctant to harm such adorable creatures. And besides, the mission did not require animosity towards them. Merely obtaining a paw print, Chiba's stealth went unnoticed, while the two who entered through the front encountered difficulties. Uzumaki Naruto, as always, was careless in a moment of distraction. His cat ear headband fell off, triggering an alert throughout the castle. The incessant blaring of alarms left Chiba feeling weary. Indeed, allowing them to enter from the front had been a misguided decision. After incapacitating 2 Nico ninjas, Chiba finally ascertained the precise location of the cat sage. Nestled within the castle's central loft, as he stepped into the loft, Uchiha Sasuke happened to arrive simultaneously. Chiba, he stammered. Gazing at the early arrival, can I handle this enemy alone? Upon hearing this, a meaningful smile crept across Chiba's face. This related to the Uchiha clan? I'm fine with it, but I hope you don't get hurt. Uchiha Sasuke cast a grateful glance at Chiba, silently taking note. During the battle in the Land of Waves, through the descriptions provided by Hitaki Kakashi and Uzumaki Naruto, he had come to understand who among their team was the strongest. Chiba's prowess exceeded his expectations. The ability to face off against elite jonin like Momochi Zabuza and force him back said a great deal. If Chiba were to intervene in the ensuing battle, the cat sage would likely not last more than a few minutes. I shall assist you from the sidelines. Chiba signaled for Uchiha Sasuke to proceed ahead. As they traversed the staircase, they entered a broad hall illuminated by flickering candles. The overall atmosphere was unsettling. Uchiha brat, meowed. A voice emerged from behind the curtains. There, a colossal figure lay reclined. The peculiar tone of the voice indicated its identity. Wait, who are you? Noticing Chiba, the being abruptly rose. All fours on the ground, its fur bristling ominously. Oh, I'm merely a spectator. Chiba waved his hand dismissively, indicating that the creature need not concern itself with him. Finding a spacious spot, he sat cross-legged, awaiting the onset of battle. Uchiha Sasuke, unable to restrain himself before the cat sage, swiftly unleashed 3 shuriken through the curtain. However, the creature's sudden disappearance heightened his alertness. Observing the standoff between man and cat, Chiba scratched his head. A cat that can perform ninjutsu seems quite rare, though it may still be lacking now. Its potential is astonishing. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of excitement that it seems I still lack a summoning beast. Don't I? Chiba recalled a detail. Although he had forged a contract with the Toad clan during his time in Mount Myouboku, this did not preclude him from acquiring other summoning beasts. The Toads of Mount Myouboku were exceedingly magnanimous regarding Chiba's existence, for he was the prophesied human of the great sage Toad. The appearance of the Sharingan shattered the cat sage's genjutsu. The charging behemoth posed a challenge for Uchiha Sasuke to withstand. After several close calls, it was fortunate that Uzumaki Naruto arrived just in time. Otherwise, Chiba would have had to intervene. With a series of explosive tags laid out, the ceiling above the cat sage was blown apart. The rumbling stones pinned it beneath. Seizing the moment while the creature was restrained, Uchiha Sasuke swiftly imprinted his paw mark. Chiba then approached, inquiring, by the way, cat sage, how about becoming my summoning beast? Impossible, the cat sage retorted defiantly. How could I ever become someone else's summoning beast? I aspire to surpass all existences and become the strongest Nico ninja. The icy kunai suddenly silenced the cat sage. Yet, there remained a possibility for negotiation. If you can consistently provide me with wood ear mushrooms. Before the creature could finish, it was interrupted by Chiba. 3 per week. The cat sage squatted amidst the rubble, manipulating its claws as it calculated. That seems somewhat acceptable. How about 5, 4, and not a single one more? Chiba's expression remained calm, yet a hint of menace gleamed in his eyes. The cat sage shivered at the intensity of his gaze. For is sufficient. I agree to the summoning contract. The sixth sense of the Nico ninja warned it of the danger posed by the young man before it. Under Chiba's coercive persuasion, the cat sage quickly relented. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto stood in stunned silence, witnessing the unfolding events. It appeared things were veering into unforeseen territory. Hey, since Chiba and I is so confident, I must put in the effort too. Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Being surpassed by a Nico ninja would be quite the embarrassment, right, Sasuke? Uchiha Sasuke buried his face in his hands, unwilling to face Naruto's foolish grin. Why are you competing with a cat? Do you seriously think it could surpass us? Uchiha Sasuke pondered this possibility, glancing at Chiba. Wait, if it's this guy, it might not be impossible. For a moment, Sasuke felt a twinge of uncertainty. Rest assured, if I acquire any surplus resources, I will store them with Granny Cat. Moreover, I will regularly train you to help you catch up in strength. Chiba continued to weave his grand vision, but for now, all you need to do is play cute. As he spoke, he affectionately petted the cat sage. Clearly in high spirits. Moreover, Chiba's eyes shimmered with depth, revealing that he was contemplating grander schemes. What kind of waves could a cat proficient in various ninjutsu create in the ninja world? And what if it were to master sage techniques? Cat Sage Sennin? Suddenly, it seemed like a splendid idea. Having bid farewell to the cat again, the group first proceeded to deliver their tasks to the old cat lady. Subsequently, they returned to the village of Konoha. Unlike when they departed, Chiba noticed an abundance of unfamiliar faces populating the streets of the village. Moreover, the number of vigilant ninja on duty had multiplied several times over. All these signs pointed to one undeniable truth. Chiba murmured softly, "It seems that something significant is about to transpire." Chapter 44. The upcoming Chunin exam. In the days following the completion of his mission, Chiba remained engrossed in his training. However, to his surprise, during a session focused on physical conditioning, another figure joined him. He could hardly believe that someone else shared his affinity for weight training. Sweat is indeed the essence of youth. Observing Lee's enthusiastic thumbs up and the peculiar glint at the corner of his mouth, Chiba felt his lips twitch. He had not anticipated encountering him here. "Let us wager our youth," Lee declared. "If we cannot complete 50 laps around the village before lunch today, then this afternoon, we shall undertake 5,000 weighted squats." Lee's fervent invitation appeared incredibly earnest. However, Chiba's expression turned peculiar, making it hard for him to accept. Truth be told, facing Lee in his normal state left Chiba with little confidence in easily overcoming him. Once Lee activated the 8th gate, he transformed into a veritable beast of destruction. Even among the elite of Konoha, he was an exceptionally formidable presence, had it not been for his overpowered status being sealed. One could only imagine the terrifying duo of Night Guy and Night Lee on the battlefield during the 4th Great Ninja War. "No, my training for this morning has already concluded," Chiba declared, letting the barbell drop to the ground with a dull thud. This statement was not merely an excuse. Due to his habit of rising early, his physical training time had indeed reached its conclusion. What a pity. Lee remained exuberant. Finding a kindred spirit who shared his rigorous training regimen within Konoha was no small feat over the years. Aside from Might Guy, Lee had never encountered anyone who trained with such intensity. "I am called Lee, but you may refer to me as Little Lee, a student of Guy-sensei." "Chiba," he replied, currently under the tutelage of Kakashi-sensei and Team 7. Aside from his occasionally overzealous and neurotic nature, Lee was indeed a decent person. "I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Today was the day to deliver the cat's ninja technique scroll. After several days of effort, Chiba had successfully compiled his learned techniques into a scroll. If Cat Yu possessed sufficient talent, he would undoubtedly glean something of value from ITAS for Sage Mode. That would come in due time. Point 1 must consume their meals one bite at a time and traverse the path one step at a time. Chiba intended to first report to Kakashi Hitaki. Leaving the village as a ninja required documentation, otherwise, one could inadvertently be deemed a defector. However, on his way to find Kakashi, he stumbled upon something peculiar. "Sakura, you see, I have become considerably stronger after this mission." Presently, Naruto Uzumaki remained infatuated with Sakura. The last conversation Chiba had with him had been akin to speaking to a wall. Tsuke, it appears I must further instruct this lad. Chiba stood atop a lamppost, surveying them. Yet, the approaching Konohamaru core drew Chiba's attention, signaling something amiss. Soon, due to Konohamaru's loose tongue, Naruto found himself on the receiving end of a beating. However, this was entirely due to Naruto's reluctance to retaliate. Currently, Sakura, having not been part of Team 7, had only experienced a slight increase in strength at this rate. She would easily fall behind. Bang. The fleeing Konohamaru collided with a youth clad in black. The paint on his face rendered him somewhat unsightly. This was Chiba's initial impression, but to be frank, Kankuro's looks paled in comparison to others as the conflict erupted. Naruto found himself ensnared by the chilling and terrifying aura emanating from his opponent. However, he was not as helpless as one might imagine. Bang! After all, Konohamaru was a subordinate of his subordinate. How could he allow him to be bullied? The unexpected stone thrown startled everyone. Even Sasuke Uchiha perched in the tree above, who had not noticed where the projectile had come from. Should Sand Ninja choose to disregard the rules, I would not hesitate to teach you a lesson. Kankuro warned. If you wish to instigate a war between our villages, feel free to continue. Chiba's next words left Kankuro, who was contemplating violence, frozen in place. Who are you? Chiba and I. Naruto exclaimed, waving excitedly. Chiba and I. Konohamaru's peculiar address caught Chiba off guard. He leaped down from the lamppost, his striking appearance immediately capturing Temari's attention. So handsome, in the land of wind. Youths with Chiba's looks could be considered nearly extinct. Konoha ninja, Chiba. His somewhat icy gaze rendered Kankuro motionless. The familiar killing intent reminded him of Gaara. No, it felt even more terrifying than Gaara. Meanwhile, in the Hokage Tower's office, numerous teachers gathered, awaiting the words of the third Hokage. Hiruzen said, I believe you are all aware of the matter at hand. Hiruzen crossed his arms, resting them on the desk. The smoke wafting slowly added an air of authority. I cannot believe how quickly time has passed. Kakashi Hatake maintained his usual lethargic demeanor. Team 7, Chiba, Naruto, and Sasuke. In my capacity as Kakashi Hatake, I recommend them to participate in the Chunin exam. Chapter 45. Kankuro's apology at the street corner. The standoff continued. To be precise, Chiba was teasingly observing them. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Even Naruto, with his notoriously thick skin, sensed something was off. Apologize. After a long pause, Chiba's calm voice broke the silence, devoid of any emotion. Kankuro instinctively attempted to retort, but upon meeting Chiba's gaze, he found himself once again rendered immobile. It was hard to fathom. Though both were genin, Kankuro felt overwhelmingly overshadowed by Chiba's presence, both in terms of aura and other aspects. Konohamaru bumped into you, and he has already apologized, Chiba stated, considering the guest status. Thus, I hope you can extend the same courtesy in your apology. He then turned his attention to the tree beside the road. Sasuke, how much longer do you intend to remain up there? He observed Sasuke Uchiha trying to conceal himself among the branches. Had Chiba not spoken, none would have noticed him. And let us not forget our final guest from the Sand Village. One cannot casually employ ninjutsu within the village. The sand swirled. Gaara's figure emerged before them. Sasuke felt a chill run down his spine. From the moment he arrived, he had been utterly oblivious to Gaara's presence. Chiba gazed at Gaara's crimson locks, shaking his head. The question of whether this child, starved of affection since childhood, could ever become friends with Naruto remained an enigma. However, this was of no concern to Chiba, who had no reason to fret over it. Compared to Gaara, he had a greater fondness for attractive girls. Kankuro, apologize. Gaara, in moments of lucidity, displayed a semblance of politeness. Yes, I'm sorry. Overcome by fear for his younger brother and under Chiba's watchful gaze, Kankuro quickly capitulated. The intensity in their eyes was palpable, each more fearsome than the last. Should he fail to apologize, Kankuro feared he might not leave this street alive. I hope to see you at the Chunin exam, Gaara remarked as he departed, leaving behind a lingering sense of foreboding. His sister, Temari, appeared to possess a far more amiable demeanor than her two brothers. Goodbye, until we meet at the Chunin exam. In Temari's eyes, Chiba's prowess assuredly qualified him for participation in the Chunin exam, though the fate of that blonde fellow remained uncertain. Truly, a remarkable elder brother. Konohamaru gazed at Chiba with eyes brimming with admiration. Naruto Uzumaki sniffed the air, his expression radiating joy. Naturally, for Chiba was indeed impressive. Since their introduction at the Ninja Academy, Chiba had consistently provided care and support to Naruto, not only in training but also in daily life. Chiba's resources were considerably more abundant than Naruto's, particularly after forming a summoning contract with the cat spirit. Initially, he had thought he would need to care for the cat spirit by providing it with herbs. But he soon discovered that the profits generated in the Ninja Cat Castle were substantial. After accounting for the expenses of the ninja cats, a significant sum remained. Thus, Chiba no longer had to worry about finances. Upon seeing Chiba, Sakura Haruno's complexion paled. Memories of that fateful day flooded back, and Chiba's presence felt like a nightmare. However, Chiba paid little heed to her discomfort, as he had a ninja scroll to deliver. If all went well, the cat spirit would soon prove to be quite useful. Everything hinged on the cat spirit's potential. Initially, he had contemplated sending it via Granny Cat, but upon further reflection, he decided that it was best to handle the matter personally. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hatake had been conspicuously absent, leaving Chiba unaware of his current activities at the designated bridge. The trio waited for an extended period until the sun reached its zenith. Everyone, I find myself once again adrift on the path of life. Which is why I am a bit late. Kakashi's figure appeared atop the railing. The reason I summoned you here today is to inform you of an important matter that in my capacity, I recommend that the three of you participate in the Chunin exams. Of course, this is not obligatory. It is entirely up to your discretion. With that, Kakashi handed over 3 examination eligibility certificates, commonly known as admission tickets. Ignoring Naruto, who was lost in his thoughts, Chiba inquired, when will the Chunin exams take place? Kakashi smiled at the group. In 7 days. Chiba sighed in relief. That meant they had ample time, contingent upon the cat spirit's aptitude. Kakashi-sensei, I would like to request a village exit permit. I have formed a summoning contract with a ninja cat at the Ninja Cat Castle. Chiba had no intention of concealing the matter regarding the cat spirit. Is it that particular cat spirit? Kakashi pondered. Return promptly and ensure your safety. He felt quite assured of Chiba's safety, especially since their last mission had been successfully completed by the 3 of them independently. After receiving the exit permit, Chiba also asked Kakashi for a chakra paper, as he was yet unaware of the cat spirit's chakra attributes. Chapter 46. The Cat Spirit's Training Plan. Ninja Cat Castle. The overall atmosphere here was undeniably pleasant. After a previous visit, the ninja cats had come to recognize Chiba. After tossing them a few herbs, the ninja cats regarded Chiba with even friendlier gazes. They warmly welcomed such a generous guest, especially considering Chiba's rapport with the cat spirit. In the attic, Chiba encountered the cat spirit once more, its imposing figure remaining unchanged. However, among summoning beasts, the cat spirit's size could only be considered average, even somewhat diminutive. Having seen the colossal toads from Myouboku Mountain, Chiba found the cat spirit's stature rather unimpressive. Have you reached your maximum growth? Chiba gestured, estimating its height to be over 2 meters. For Chiba, that was quite a considerable size. The cat spirit shook its head, declaring, I am a special breed. A two-tailed cat. One cannot gauge our kind's dimensions by the standards of ordinary ninja cats. Intrigued, Chiba pressed. How large can you grow? The cat spirit contemplated for a moment before responding. Approximately 20 meters. Chiba's expression turned to one of astonishment. Even the formidable Bunta measured only 17 meters. The notion that a two-tailed cat could reach 20 meters seemed to defy the natural order. However, considering that even toads could grow to over 10 meters, Chiba decided not to dwell on the laws of nature. Then why are you this size now? He gestured, noting that it seemed to be around 2 meters tall. The cat spirit appeared somewhat embarrassed, explaining, our growth is determined by the amount of chakra we possess. Since my training period has been brief, I can only acquire a limited amount of chakra through consuming food. Chiba scrutinized the cat spirit closely. This indicated that there was significant room for improvement. That explains why you only utilized one illusion during your battle with Sasuke, Chiba analyzed. The cat spirit nodded, clarifying, that is indeed the only illusion I possess, a unique ability of the two-tailed cat clan. Upon hearing this, Chiba facepalmed in exasperation. Clearly, I cannot place too many expectations upon you. He then presented the ninja scroll. This contains various techniques I have compiled. Due to its considerable size, the scroll was quite large as well. The cat spirit's paws were remarkably dexterous, enabling it to utilize specialized ninja tools like cat shurikens with ease. Thus, perusing the scroll posed no significant challenge for it. Fire release, water release, wind release, along with taijutsu and jinjutsu. The cat spirit's shock deepened with each technique it encountered. Tears welled in its enormous eyes. Meow, master, you are too kind to me. In all my years, I have never met anyone as generous. The cat spirit suddenly embraced Chiba, nuzzling against him fiercely. Chiba managed to push it away, collecting the fallen cat fur. Enough with the flattery. If you wish to repay me, then train diligently. In the future, assist me in battles. The cat spirit nodded vigorously, its eyes shimmering with gratitude. Since I have some time now, I can guide you in your training. Chiba was earnest in his dedication to the ninja cat. After the cat spirit showcased all its skills, Chiba was pleasantly surprised to discover that its combat prowess was on par with that of an average chunin. If not for its slightly lacking battle instincts, it might have been eligible for the chunin exams. Given that your abilities are sufficient, let us embark on a week of intensive training. Chiba issued his first command to the cat spirit. Before the chunin exams, you must learn 3 techniques, 2 ninjutsu and 1 taijutsu. As for genjutsu, you can handle that on your own for now. Additionally, they would need to engage in physical training and develop battle instincts. Chiba's subsequent remarks instilled a sense of trepidation in the cat spirit. I will conduct one-on-one combat training with you. Meow? Is that appropriate? The cat spirit hesitated. What if I hinder your training and you fail the chunin exams? Before it could finish, Chiba interrupted. Do not worry about me, that I will pass the chunin exams with ease. His words were laced with confidence. The cat spirit pondered this and realized he was indeed correct. If it were not strong enough, how could it have entered into a summoning contract with Chiba? Moreover, I will provide you with weighted training gear for future sessions. The cat spirit did not dwell on this, viewing weight training as an essential aspect of training. After guiding the cat spirit through some key points of ninjutsu practice, Chiba departed from Ninja Cat Castle. Upon returning to Konoha, he made his way directly to Tintin's ninja tool shop. Chiba had not forgotten the favor Tintin owed him after losing a bet, and now seemed the perfect time to call in that favor. Chapter 47. Weighted training equipment. Tintin had been feeling somewhat irritable lately. Not due to any particular reason, but rather because a certain figure had been persistently lingering in her thoughts. How vexing. A mere novice, recently graduated, daily plunges the Kanayan hand into the plush doll before her. How could she possess such formidable strength? Yet, she faltered, her cheeks blooming with a blush. How vexing. Miss Tian, do you have any troubles weighing on your mind? The figure of Chiba suddenly appeared before her. You can confide in me, Chiba. I offer solutions to worries at a fair price. As Tian gazed at the figure before her, the flush on her cheeks spread rapidly, overtaking her entire lovely face. I have no troubles at all. I was merely pondering the upcoming chunin exam. She seemed to have found a suitable excuse, appearing quite resolute. It's good that you have no worries, Tian. Chiba's expression grew somewhat despondent. However, I have encountered a minor predicament that requires our previous wager. Tian straightened her posture and inquired, what sort of matter? Chiba recounted her premeditated response that it involves a person clad in a green bodysuit whom I encountered during training. He extolled the virtues of youthful zeal and showcased his training results. From him, I learned that he engages in weighted training daily. At this point, Chiba's expression grew increasingly troubled in order not to fall behind this new acquaintance. I too am considering trying weighted training. Listening to Chiba's words, Tian felt a growing familiarity. You're not referring to Shaoli, are you? Chiba displayed a look of surprise. How did you know? Tian, with a hint of pride, pointed to herself and replied, Shaoli and I are in the same class. The weighted training device he uses was provided by me. Upon hearing this, Chiba's spirits lifted. Do you still have that weighted device? After much discussion, we finally arrived at the crux of the matter. In truth, Chiba was well aware that Shaoli's weighted device was not easily obtainable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have expended so much effort. The only breakthrough point lay with Tian. As the owner of a ninja tool shop, she naturally had her own channels. After considering Chiba's request, Tian fell into deep thought. The weighted devices were not non-existent. However, she hesitated, hinting at some unspeakable concern. Chiba sighed, seemingly realizing her impulsiveness as she prepared to turn away. Tian, with an anxious expression, called out, Wait, the weighted device indeed still exists. But it was prepared for Shaoli by Teacher Kai. Shaoli must replace his weighted device periodically. The remaining one I have is meant for his next training session. Seeing Chiba about to leave, Tian held nothing back. However, if you wish to use it, Tian's face twisted in uncertainty, conceding, I can lend it to you for a while. She gritted her teeth, articulating her greatest concession. The weighted device is not common fare. Its production cost is considerable. Even within the entire ninja tool shop, there are but a few. The type Shaoli uses is a premium item, appearing compact yet offering substantial weight. Merely 2 leg weights achieve a staggering 1,000 pounds. Consequently, during the Chunin exam, his strength was among the elite. Though the exam was merely days away, Chiba felt compelled to make an effort. Really? Chiba suddenly turned to Tian Tian, seizing her small hand, gratitude radiating from her face. Feeling the warmth of the boy's hand, Tian Tian's face flushed crimson once more. In that moment, she resembled Hinata, closely approaching Naruto. Although Tian Tian's personality is far more vivacious than Hinata's, this was her first encounter with such a situation. "Why you can let go of me now," Tian Tian murmured, her voice barely audible. Had it not been for Chiba's acute hearing, he would scarcely have caught her words. Chiba sheepishly released her, his smile appearing rather endearing. After several deep breaths, Tian Tian finally regained her composure. "Let us go. The weighted device is in the storage room." Following behind Tian Tian, Chiba entered the ninja tool shop storeroom for the first time. The opulent array of items within exuded an air of extravagance. Kunai, shuriken, chains, and katana. Whatever one could conceive, it could be found here. "The weighted devices are over here." Tian Tian pointed toward the back, where boxes of kunai were stored. There, among the clutter, lay a white vest, a pair of wrist guards, and a pair of leg weights. Chiba eagerly approached, attempting to lift them from the ground. Tian Tian hung her head, softly stating, "The total weight of these items is around 2,000 pounds. You can try a portion of it first." Before she could finish her sentence, she was taken aback by the scene before her. How is this possible? Under Tian Tian's watchful gaze, Chiba removed his outer garment to reveal a white undershirt. After donning the vest and wrist guards, he felt a significant burden. By Chiba's estimation, the vest alone weighed around 800 pounds. The combined weight of the wrist guards was also approximately 800 pounds. In contrast, the leg weights were considerably lighter, totaling only about 400 pounds. Struggling, Chiba barely managed to stand before Tian Tian. "Why you can actually bear such a weight?" Tian Tian's face turned pale. 2,000 pounds was beyond her imagination. Even Shaoli required extensive training before he could manage such a load. Yet here was Chiba, seemingly able to bear it entirely, and importantly, his expression did not betray much exertion. Unbeknownst to her, Chiba too bore a silent struggle. At present, he could only maintain a normal walking pace. Increasing the training intensity was entirely out of the question, and engaging in combat was an even more distant fantasy. "I can barely walk," Chiba admitted candidly. The sight before Tian Tian had a profound psychological impact. Previously, she had regarded Chiba as a prodigy of ninjutsu, but now it appeared he excelled even more in physical prowess. However, a new question arose. "Chiba, have you also registered for the Chunin exam?" Tian Tian tentatively inquired. Chiba, without hesitation, nodded. "Yes, I have met the required number of missions. Teacher Kakashi applied for the Chunin exam for us. Here, this is my candidate certification." For someone as innocent as Tian Tian, Chiba felt a pang of guilt after deceiving her once. Continuing the deception seemed too much for his conscience. As Tian Tian accepted Chiba's certification, her complexion grew even more ashen. Given the current circumstances, what would happen if they encountered each other in the Chunin exam? Regardless of which side was hurt, it seemed she could hardly accept it. Just as she wrestled with her thoughts, a warm hand brushed through her hair. "Do not worry about the Chunin exam. I will be there for you." The confident and warm gaze instantly melted away the shadows in Tian Tian's heart. In a mere 3 seconds of locking eyes, she suddenly lowered her head. From Chiba's perspective, he could clearly see her crimson ears thump. Her voice remained barely above a whisper. After bidding farewell to Tian Tian, Chiba returned to his small courtyard. To be precise, it was the residence arranged for him by Jiraiya. He barely managed to open the door and stepped inside. Hiss! Chiba inhaled sharply. This is indeed quite strenuous. Though his physical prowess was formidable, the sudden addition of such heavy weights was inevitably disorienting. It would take at least 3 days to acclimate. Chiba had a rough understanding of his physical condition. For the time being, he planned to halt intense physical training. He had his own training regimen, and maintaining a standard level of training would suffice. For the past 3 days, Chiba has been diligently training alone in his small courtyard, aside from the occasional visits from the members of Team 7. The only other visitor has been Tian Tian, who has come to check on him. From Chiba's own words, she learned the location of his residence. According to Tian Tian, her concern was not for Chiba's well-being, but rather for the condition of her own weight-bearing device. She certainly seems to possess a touch of pride. Watching Tion depart, Chiba pondered, stroking his chin that it appears that their interactions have awakened some formidable attributes. 3 days later, Chiba had grown accustomed to the presence of the weight-bearing device. While he may still find combat somewhat challenging, there were no issues with his daily training, Haisu Shinwei, with a splash of blood appearing on Chiba's fingertip. The summoning technique was successfully executed. The colossal form of the cat spirit, Nico Y, materialized in the courtyard. Remarkably, in just 3 days, Nico Y seemed to have grown significantly, now standing over 3 meters tall. Impressive, Chiba exclaimed, noting the evident effectiveness of the mutiny-flavored soldier pills he had provided to bolster Nico Y's strength. He had custom-ordered mutiny-flavored soldier pills from the Akimichi clan shop, alongside those flavored with catnip. Nico Y had since abandoned both mutiny and catnip in favor of the soldier pills. Despite the peculiar taste, Nico Y, with a carefree disposition, remained unconcerned. "How goes your study of ninjutsu?" Chiba inquired regarding Nico Y's progress. Nico Y responded with a charming demeanor, stating, "Chiba, I have completed the tasks you set for me regarding ninjutsu.as for taijutsu. I am currently practicing." Chiba nodded in satisfaction, recognizing Nico Y's considerable talent, if not for the lack of resources. Perhaps the ninja world would have known the name of the two-tailed cat. Yet, there was no need for concern now. With Chiba's continuous support, that day would surely come, when the two-tailed cat would rise to prominence in the ninja world. Chapter 49. There will always be malcontents seeking to undermine me. Time spent in training flew by. Chiba had established his own schedule during the days leading up to the Nin exams. Kakashi had given Team 7 a break. Uchiha Sasuke secluded himself within his clan's territory for intensive training, while Chiba was similarly occupied. The only one without a specific destination was Uzumaki Naruto, who frequently came to linger with Chiba. Reluctantly, Chiba included him in the special training regimen, with Nico Y as the target of their efforts. This time, I, the Great Lord, have triumphed. Nico Y gasped for breath. Limbs sprawled comically in the AIR.AS, a feline creature. Such behavior was decidedly unusual. Upon closer inspection, sweat glistened on his paw pads. For Nico Y, whose sweat glands were underdeveloped, this was the most effective means of cooling down. If possible, he would have even extended his tongue for additional relief, though it lacked sweat glands. This genius merely let his guard down momentarily. Naruto, too, showed no concern for appearances. The training between the boy and the cat focused on combat prowess. Strangely, Chiba's combat awareness surpassed that of both Naruto and Sasuke. The foundational rewards from their earlier missions included essential combat experience. Aside from the 3 primary jutsu categories, Chiba's experience in battle was notably superior. Furthermore, his innate talent appeared quite remarkable. Following their journey to the land of waves, he had internalized the instincts of combat. "Let us conclude today's training here," Chiba declared, removing his drenched clothing. During this period, aside from the cost of food, the greatest expense had been his garments. With frequent changes and washes, even slightly inferior fabrics had succumbed to wear. Consequently, Chiba found himself purchasing a multitude of clothes. Strewn about his room to save time, he often discarded the soaked garments. Naruto vehemently condemned such wastefulness. Eventually, when Chiba assumed responsibility for the wear and tear of Naruto's clothing, he insisted that such minor expenses hardly constituted waste. "Exams are approaching, that it's crucial to restore one's condition," Chiba mused, fully aware of the importance of balancing work and rest. He held the Nin exams in high regard, as they were directly linked to his next sign-in task. "Hey!" Naruto exclaimed, springing up from the ground. "Chiba, is it time for a meal?" Indeed, discussing states of readiness with Naruto was akin to speaking to a wall. "Yes," Chiba replied, his voice lacking vigor. Having taken on such a little brother, one could hardly complain. After all, he was soft-hearted. However, the recent expenses had become rather daunting. Chiba calculated that his savings barely sufficed to carry him through the Nin exams. It seemed he would need to seek additional income. Suddenly, Nico Y, lying on the ground, shivered and leaped up. "Boss, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Instead of vanishing in a puff of smoke as he should have, Nico Y's expression twisted in distress. "Nico Y, I recall you have some hidden savings, don't you?" Chiba remembered that he had a rather affluent companion. Although this companion bore a feline appearance, Nico Y nodded pitifully, murmuring, "That's the tribute from the ninja cats." "Boss, Could you please let go of my tail? Though I have two, your strength will still hurt. Chiba shook his head. You know, I've been fretting over your training these past days. Yes, he was about to continue. Nico Y immediately adopted a noble stance. Rest assured, boss, my money is your money, and your money is still your own. I will always remember your teachings. Faced with the realization that his hidden savings might not be secure, Nico Y promptly offered all of it, pledging his loyalty. Hearing Nico Y's words, Chiba nodded in satisfaction. Although he was uncertain of the exact amount of Nico Y's hidden savings, it would certainly suffice for a while. After the CHNIN exams, finances would likely cease to be an issue. Then let us be off. Chiba went to wash up and change his clothes in preparation for their outing. The small courtyard was well equipped, suggesting that Jiraiya had invested considerable effort into its setup. He had always kept the great sage's admonitions in mind. Nico Y returned to his Ninkat fortress. Despite his recent progress, he still struggled to master the reverse summoning technique, which caused Chiba some concern. As he made his way to the Ichiraka ramen shop, he contemplated whether to apply a bit more pressure on Nico Y. Sitting on his large bed, Nico Y suddenly shivered. Achoo! He rubbed his nose, complaining, there are always malcontents plotting against me. If only I knew who was scheming against me, I would ensure they regretted it. Chapter 50, A Dual Wagering Youth. Irika was feeling particularly irritable lately. His agitation stemmed not from any trivial matter, but rather from the impending CHNIN exams. Among the Konoha ninja participating in the exam, 9 were his freshly graduated students. He could not fathom what their instructor was thinking. Allowing students who had just graduated to partake in the CHNIN exams was quite questionable, especially Kakashi, who had the audacity to use himself as a benchmark, claiming to have passed the exam at 6 years of age and attained J-nin status at Naruto's age. Was there any basis for comparison? Irika was quite displeased with Kakashi's approach. I must ascertain the situation, he resolved, feeling an unsettling sense of responsibility. As a dedicated educator, Irika felt an inherent responsibility towards his students, particularly towards a certain underperformer in his class. Seizing an opportunity, Irika boldly abducted Imo Huang in front of Uzumaki Naruto, leading her into the dense woods of the village. However, an unforeseen event transpired. A powerful force descended from above, striking him with such intensity that he was rendered unconscious. He fell from a branch several meters high, completely unprepared. Humph! Attempting to abduct Imo Huang in the presence of this genius. Do you not recognize who I am? Irika-sensei. The failure of the transformation technique revealed Irika's true form at the dango shop. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Irika with a sheepish grin. At that moment, his head was tightly wrapped in bandages, leaving only his mouth and eyes exposed, creating a rather comical appearance. So, you fell headfirst? Chiba, seated opposite Irika, struggled to suppress his laughter. Indeed, Irika responded, his expression clouded with frustration, as his once illustrious reputation had been tarnished by Naruto. Go ahead and laugh. Just don't hurt yourself in the process. No sooner had he spoken than Chiba's unabashed laughter filled the dango shop. Haha, Irika-sensei, you've truly had a fall from grace. Upon hearing Chiba's words, Irika's expression grew even more dismal. No one could have anticipated Naruto's rapid progression in strength. Caught off guard, he had fallen for it. The mere recollection of the incident sent a dull ache through Irika's head. Despite his injury, a sense of relief washed over his face. However, witnessing your growth in strength reassures me. The progress of my students is, after all, the greatest joy of a teacher, though this advancement may not be directly related to my influence. Uzumaki Naruto held a deep respect for Irika. Even without the conflict surrounding the Mizuki incident, the bond between teacher and student remained steadfast. Following the unfolding of events, Naruto's resolve to pass the exam had only strengthened. On July 1 SD, the Chunin exam arrived as scheduled. Team 7 gathered once more atop the Great Bridge. Sasuke, I've been training diligently during this time, Naruto exclaimed proudly. Chiba has crafted an exceptional training regimen for me. I shall not be outdone by you. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke momentarily faltered. Since returning from the Land of Waves, he had consistently viewed Chiba as a rival to surpass, though only a few days had passed. The individual before him seemed even more formidable. Humph, just a mere underachiever. Uchiha Sasuke remained unconvinced. Hey, Naruto attempted to retort, but was silenced by Chiba's hand. Enough, we are all in the same team. Let us keep the atmosphere cordial. Chiba's smile radiated warmth. To him, the camaraderie within Team 7 felt harmonious. However, the other two were stubborn and unwilling to concede. Since we are all here, let us proceed to register, Chiba suggested. Kakashi-sensei must be waiting for us. At this, Naruto scoffed. He has probably lost his way again on the path of life. The registration took place at the Ninja Academy, the same venue for the first exam at the Ninja Academy. A voice called out, "Hey, Chiba, are you also registering for the Chunin exam?" The energetic Lee, clad in his trademark green jumpsuit, looked on in astonishment, having encountered Chiba during his weight training sessions at dawn. Gradually becoming familiar with him, did I not mention this? A hint of confusion crossed Chiba's face that I graduated from the Ninja Academy recently and am participating in the Chunin exam for the first time. Lee's reaction was one of fervent excitement. Indeed, the spirit of youth resonates with the same fervor, does it not? Youth is meant for striving. Observing the exuberant Lee, Naruto quietly inquired, "Chiba and who is this watermelon head? He seems rather feeble." Despite his hushed tone, it did not escape Lee's keen ears. "Hey there, young man. Shall we engage in a duel that tests our youth?" Lee declared, his left hand behind his back and right hand gesturing invitingly. Combat is the true measure of strength. Chapter 51. A battle of equal strengths. Lee's challenge to Naruto caught Chiba off guard. This unexpected turn of events sparked concern within him. Given Naruto's current level, could he truly prevail? Although he had significantly improved compared to the original timeline, Chiba remained skeptical of Naruto's chances. It must be noted that once Lee opened the 8th gate, he transformed into a formidable force. Without utilizing any special advantages, Naruto's capabilities were still quite limited. "What? You wish to challenge me?" Naruto exclaimed, astonished. Can the brilliance of this genius be overshadowed? After the initial shock, Naruto quickly reverted to his characteristic audacity. "Indeed, I am a genius." Impressive observation, bushy brows, Naruto exclaimed, giving Lee a thumbs up. "I have faith in you." Lee, hands behind his back, urged, "Come forth. I formally issue you this challenge. As Chiba's comrade, I hope your skills are worthy of this title." At Lee's words, Chiba raised an eyebrow in surprise. While he had previously defeated Lee during their physical training, he had not anticipated that Lee held him in such high regard. "Rest assured, I will not bring shame to Chiba and Let the battle commence." Chiba and Uchiha Sasuke stepped back slightly to provide ample space for the duel. Are we truly allowing them to fight? Sasuke's concern was evident in his tone, albeit subtle. Chiba, however, was unfazed. "Do not worry. Even if he gets hurt, it will be fine. Naruto possesses exceptional resilience." Chiba dismissed the concern entirely. The first exam was merely a written test. There was no need to fret over anyone's condition. After all, as long as Naruto maintains that personality, he will undoubtedly pass the exam smoothly. Both sides braced themselves, tension palpable in the air. The battle was imminent. Bang! In the next moment, they collided with ferocity. Like two wild beasts fighting to the death, a fierce wind swept through the arena. Naruto's aptitude for learning was remarkable. Within these few days of sparring with the Nico Waikai, he had adopted the creature's attack style, relying on instinct. It is worth mentioning that while foxes belong to the canine family, they share many similarities with felines. Influenced by Kurama, Naruto had undoubtedly undergone certain transformations, making the Nico Waikai's approach particularly suitable for him. Meanwhile, Lee was taken aback, sensing that he was not facing a mere ninja, but rather a frenzied tiger descending from the mountains. The disparity in their physical combat skills was not excessively vast, though this was partly due to Lee not exerting his full strength and still bearing the weight of his training. After all, no matter how much of a genius Naruto is, he could not have surpassed Lee in just a few days. Speaking of which, among the 12 ninja of Konoha, who isn't a genius, even Sakura possesses an unexpected talent in chakra control. However, Chiba, occupying her place in Team 7, was evidently stronger. The two were simply not on the same level. Bang! Bang! The relentless sounds of their clashes echoed throughout the arena. Uchiha Sasuke, witnessing the battle unfold, was filled with astonishment. Is this truly the progress Naruto has made during this time? His voice was low, yet Chiba heard every word. Uzumaki Naruto is not merely an underachiever. He is a genuine genius, one whose potential is not in any way inferior to yours. That Chiba's voice was flat, devoid of any fluctuation. Yet, each word seemed to pierce directly into Uchiha Sasuke's heart. If you continue to cling to your so-called Uchiha pride, I believe Naruto will soon catch up to you, perhaps even surpass you. Chiba's words were devoid of any falsehood. The truth was indeed as he stated. Even in the absence of Chiba, Uzumaki Naruto would eventually rise from the bottom, gradually overtaking the newcomer Sasuke, and even surpassing him. Reflect on this carefully. Chiba cast aside a remark and chose not to dwell on it any longer. This moment, the battle in the arena had reached a fever pitch. Undoubtedly, Naruto was at a disadvantage. The relentless assault from Lee, akin to a tempest, was far beyond what he could withstand at present. Within mere minutes of the contest, Naruto found himself thoroughly overwhelmed. Bang! A powerful fist struck the weak point where Naruto's hands crossed, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Witnessing this scene, Lee's eyes brightened. An opportunity. Shadow Dance Leaf. A furious roar echoed throughout the arena. With a swift high kick, Lee struck Naruto squarely on the chin. Instantly, Naruto was sent soaring into the air. Completely devoid of any capacity to resist, Chiba's gaze sharpened. He recognized the technique. Next, it should be a move akin to Lotus, right? Sure enough, Lee leaped behind Naruto. The bindings on his hands had quietly loosened. Chapter 52. A frenzied warning from perception. Whoosh. A glint of cold light flashed through the air that a kunai struck Lee's bindings, pinning him to the distant wall. Chiba would not wait idly any longer. Had it been Uchiha Sasuke engaged in battle with Lee, he might have chosen to observe further. However, with Uzumaki Naruto as his subordinate, how could the elder brother remain passive and wait for someone else to rescue him? At the moment the kunai's rescue concluded, a shuriken flew through the air, narrowly missing the bindings pinned to the wall. How could this be? From afar, a somewhat subdued voice arose, clearly filled with astonishment. Lee, have you forgotten what you promised Teacher Guy? Bang! Naruto plummeted from the sky, crashing directly to the ground. Chiba observed this scene with a twitch of his nose that he would never admit that he was so astonished by the sight of this great turtle that he forgot about Naruto in midair. Such a blemish would be swept away by the wind. Clearly, even Naruto, upon seeing this turtle, had forgotten his own pain. A talking turtle? Chiba, my brother, can a turtle truly serve as a ninja's teacher? He widened his eyes, struggling to believe it. Forbidden techniques are not permitted to be used casually. The ninja turtle's expression turned grave. I believe it is necessary for Teacher Guy to personally teach you a lesson. In the next moment, smoke billowed upwards. Clearly, this ninja turtle's reverse summoning technique was far more adept than that of the cat. Witnessing this scene, Chiba resolved firmly in his heart, after the Chunin exam, I must ensure that the cat learns the reverse summoning technique, regardless of the cost. Meanwhile, far away in the ninja cat castle, the cat shivered, nearly dropping the massive stone it bore. There are always schemers seeking to harm me. Might Guy's flamboyant figure appeared before the crowd. Chiba cast a glance before hastily turning away. To be honest, the impact of such a scene on one's psyche was quite substantial. In his view, it was no less than an ordinary jinjutsu. Truly, you are all the epitome of youth. This bizarre educational method was revealed for the first time to Team 7, whether it be Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, or Chiba, their worldviews were undeniably shaken. Although they had anticipated it, Chiba covered his face, feeling utterly drained. However, witnessing this scene in reality was still too overwhelming. Might Guy and Lee embraced, weeping profusely. Lee, running beneath the setting sun, is the true essence of youth. Might Guy gazed into the distance, tears streaming down his face. As punishment, I have decided to make you run 100 laps around the village. Yes, Teacher Guy. Lee always obeyed Might Guy's words unconditionally. Suddenly, this atmosphere seems rather pleasant. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head, appearing quite content. Upon hearing this, Chiba's eyes lit up. It seems like a promising development. Hatake Kakashi's deliberate favoritism meant that Uzumaki Naruto did not receive the attention he deserved. Rather than that, it would be better to hand him over to Might Guy. Training solely in taijutsu would pose no problem at all. As his thoughts deepened, Chiba became increasingly convinced that this plan was absolutely feasible. After all, it wouldn't cost anything. Why not give it a shot? Uzumaki Naruto remained blissfully unaware that he had been sold out by his brother Chiba. Naruto, what do you think of Teacher Guy? Chiba began to probe. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head and replied, quite warmly, and very youthful. The mention of youth immediately captured Might Guy's attention. Hey, young man over there, do you also admire youth? Chiba explained, Teacher Guy and Teacher Kakashi are very close friends, and can be considered eternal rivals. Clearly, he had just stolen Might Guy's line, mainly because Chiba's words would lend credence to Naruto's belief that to be precise, Teacher Guy's strength surpasses that of Teacher Kakashi. Chiba's words left Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke in a state of shock. They stared, utterly incredulous. This man before them, seemingly eccentric, was actually stronger than Hatake Kakashi. If we were to compare Might Guy at full strength against Hatake Kakashi, it would undoubtedly be Guy. With the 8 gates released, he could even show the gods what he was capable of, that a mere Sharingan-wielding Hatake Kakashi could not withstand the might of 8 gates Guy. I didn't expect you to understand me so well. Might Guy's voice emerged from behind the 3. Noticing this, Chiba's pupils slightly contracted. With his current strength, he could barely catch a glimpse of Might Guy's previous movement. I presume you must be Chiba, as mentioned by Kakashi. Might Guy placed his hand on Chiba's shoulder. In that instant, Chiba's senses screamed a frantic warning. The man before him was undoubtedly not his match. A very special youth. This was Might Guy's assessment of Chiba. How about joining the ranks of youth together? Chapter 53. The Dream Master, Yakushi Kabuto. Might Guy's words truly took Chiba by surprise. Clearly, from his gaze, it was evident that he held Chiba in high regard. I heard from Lee about your fiery training regimen. You understand youth far better than Kakashi. Might Guy gave a thumbs up, his pearly whites shining. Chiba could not tell if it was merely his illusion, but it seemed as though a glimmer of light flashed before his eyes. If it were to accept Teacher Guy's guidance. Chiba diplomatically replied, I think it would be a wonderful opportunity. However, upon hearing the initial praise, a smile spread across Might Guy's face. Yet, the moment he heard the word however, his expression shifted dramatically. No however, young man. Youth does not permit laxity. Might Guy grasped Chiba's shoulder, a powerful force radiating from his arm. No. Teacher Guy, please calm down. I merely wish to bring Team 7 along to receive your guidance together. Chiba spoke rapidly, fearing that a delay might provoke Might Guy into some extreme action. After all, we are comrades. Chiba declared with righteous fervor. As comrades, we should strive for progress together. Let us embrace the passionate youth. Upon hearing his words, Might Guy displayed a visage of utter astonishment. Faced with such a plethora of emotions, Chiba found himself at a loss for words. It was exhausting. Is this truly your resolution? Might Guy turned his gaze towards his beloved disciple. Lee, you must learn much from Chiba. This, indeed, is the essence of a life lived without regrets. The 2 men embraced once more, tears streaming down their faces. Chiba observed the pair, his mind brimming with countless thoughts he wished to express. However, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of his internal monologue, he found himself unable to articulate even a single word. All I wanted was to witness the sight of the prince and his companion clad in their green spandex attire. What does that have to do with a life without regrets? Yet, Chiba remained oblivious. Following his declaration, Uchiha Sasuke cast a glance in his direction, a gaze fraught with complexity. In contrast, Uzumaki Naruto perpetually wore an expression of admiration. Chiba, you are my current pillar of strength. No worries, young man. Might Guy reigned in his emotions, revealing the most radiant of smiles. Furthermore, the time for the Chunin exams draws near, and if you do not hasten, you may very well miss this opportunity. Chiba's expression shifted, realizing the gravity of the situation. With a swift motion, he seized both Sasuke and Naruto, dashing toward the building's interior. Lee and the others promptly followed suit. Might Guy watched their retreating figures, reflecting, what an enviable youth they possess. In the final 3 minutes, Chiba and his companions successfully entered the examination hall. They appeared to be the last group to arrive, the moment they burst into the classroom. All eyes turned towards the 6 of them, filled with a palpable sense of hostility that rendered Sasuke and the others somewhat tense. However, the oblivious Lee and Naruto remained unfazed by the atmosphere. As for Chiba, he stepped forward. The terrifying aura emanating from him instantly enveloped the entire classroom. Silence. Not a sound was heard, as if everyone had been pressed into a pause. A gulp, the sound of someone swallowing, shattered the stillness in the room. All gazes turned to Chiba, filled with astonishment. Hey, why is everyone so quiet? Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head, perplexed. His words prompted Chiba to retract his menacing aura. The skills he had acquired from Zabuza remained remarkably effective. The combination of his own menacing presence and Zabuza's created an effect greater than the sum of its parts. They were merely taken aback. Nearby, a bespectacled ninja emerged from the crowd. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yakushi Kabuto. Having participated in 6 Chunin exams, I consider myself quite experienced. Chiba regarded the man with keen interest. One of the orchestrators of the 4th Great Ninja War, the Master of Dreams. Yakushi Kabuto. Currently, he holds the roles of a double agent, an information gatherer, and a premier actor. Yes, your senior. I feel it necessary to offer a word of caution. Prior to the examination's commencement, it is only natural to feel anxious. Additionally, I'd like to extend a small gesture of assistance to you, my dear juniors. Yakushi Kabuto produced a stack of cards from his pocket on a vibrant orange background. A large kanji for ninja was emblazoned. These are ninja identification cards. Through a special method, information is recorded upon them. Kabuto knelt on the ground, spreading out the cards that if you infuse them with my chakra, the information will be displayed. For the past 4 years, I have been diligently gathering information to help you succeed in the Chunin exams. With a thud, images and text materialized on the ninja identification card. It even featured a 3-dimensional illustration, highlighting pertinent details about the Chunin exams. Chiba's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What a marvelous revelation. It seems the technological advancements in this world have yet to be fully realized. After Yakushi Kabuto's preliminary explanation, the young ninjas from Konoha gained a semblance of understanding regarding the Chunin exams. However, new questions soon emerged. Are there cards that detail personal information? Uchiha Sasuke inquired, particularly interested in certain individuals' profiles. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and replied, yes. Is there someone specific you are interested in? I can help you find that information. Without hesitation, Uchiha Sasuke declared, Gaara from Sunigakure. This was the individual who had once appeared behind him, unnoticed. Uchiha Sasuke held a keen interest in him. Kabuto nodded, extracting a card from the pile. Having a name makes it much easier to locate. Found it. Gaara from Sunigakure.as. He infused the card with chakra. Gaara's image promptly appeared. However, the anticipated data did not materialize, because he is also a newcomer. The information is limited. 0.8 C-rank missions and 1 B-rank mission. Kabuto examined the data on the card, commenting, a genin has already accomplished a B-rank mission. How impressive! Kabuto's words stirred a profound sense of urgency within Uchiha Sasuke. Just recently, he had attempted a B-rank mission, which had nearly resulted in his grievous injury or death. The stark contrast in their capabilities left Uchiha Sasuke feeling somewhat unsettled. Then, Kabuto-senpai, do you have information on Chiba? A clear voice rang out from the back of the crowd. Chiba turned, intrigued by the voice, and found Tenten gazing at him with unwavering determination. Under her scrutiny, Chiba scratched his nose, feeling a touch bashful that Konoha's newcomer. Chiba, is it? Kabuto exchanged glances with Chiba, offering a slight smile. Would it be convenient to showcase your information? Chiba shrugged, unperturbed. Sure. The ninja identification card whirled rapidly, smoke dissipating that Chiba's details materialized before them. Chiba, a genin from Team 7, with the supervising instructor being Hitaki Kakashi. 0.7 D-rank missions and 1 C-rank mission. All tasks completed without injury, exhibiting well-rounded capabilities. Observing the Pentagon warrior depicted on the ninja identification card, the crowd's expressions twitched slightly. Is this a monster? Nara Shikamaru's face was filled with astonishment. As a member of the Nara clan, he understood just how terrifying such data could be. Whether in ninjutsu, taijutsu, or weaponry, there appeared to be no weaknesses. Such a person could undeniably be described as a monster. Chiba contemplated the information presented on his card. The mission in the Land of Waves had evidently been classified as a C-rank. Clearly, Konoha's higher-ups had concealed much about the events that transpired there. As for the specifics, only a select few were privy to the truth. This also indicated that Yakushi Kabuto's intelligence had its limitations. Nevertheless, despite this, the information was still quite impressive. Glancing at his pentagonal data, Chiba felt a sense of satisfaction that he paid no mind to the gazes directed at him. Now that he had entered the Chunin exams, he had no intention of remaining hidden. At this moment, he had officially entered the spotlight. During the Chunin exams, the only thing he needed to be wary of was the lurking presence of one of the legendary 3 of Konoha. The ominous figure known as Orochimaru, a rather formidable newcomer indeed. The lenses of Yakushi Kabuto's glasses glinted with light, suggesting he had something on his mind. Speaking, he drew out another ninja identification card, preparing to provide further information to the crowd. This time, it pertained to the number of participants from various nations in the Chunin exams. However, when he mentioned the Sound Village, there was a hint of disdain in his tone. Being a small ninja village, there was not much information to be had. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed through the crowd. It seemed someone was in quite a rush. Chiba reached for his ninja tool pouch. Swish, swish, 3 kunai were hurled into the sky. While the crowd was still perplexed as to why Chiba would throw kunai into the air, 3 figures suddenly emerged from within the throng. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated from the trio of sound ninjas. However, The immense force from the kunai instantaneously repelled them. During the examination period, disturbances are strictly prohibited. That a hint of imperious authority laced Chiba's calm voice. Little brat. Meddling in others' affairs, it was evident that Tors held a deep-seated resentment towards Chiba. If you wish to meet your demise, I would not hesitate to oblige. The murderous intent emanating from Chiba rendered Tors's words stuck in his throat. Chiba's intervention instilled a greater trepidation among the other ninjas present in the examination hall. A formidable newcomer, a being akin to a monster. This year's CH9 exam seemed to have escalated in difficulty. Such sentiments echoed throughout the examination venue, until the podium was engulfed in rising smoke. Silence, you bunch of useless fools. Chapter 55, the CH9 exam commences. The individuals from Sound Village. Mori no Abiki cast a stern and ferocious gaze towards the back of the classroom. Conflicts had arisen between the ninjas of Sound Village and Konoha Village. Though as an examiner, one must uphold fairness and justice, he resolutely stood by Konoha's side. You best refrain from engaging in any skirmishes during the exam. Otherwise, you shall all be expelled. The Sound Ninja trio shot a disgruntled glance at Chiba, still feeling unconvinced. Yet, upon noticing Mori no Ibiki's expression, they sheepishly withdrew their hands. Little brat. I hope you continue to have good fortune. Tors's single eye, obscured beneath his forehead protector, glinted with malice. To him, it seemed that he had merely been careless earlier. After all, Chiba was just a rookie participating in the CH9 exam for the first time. Hitting him was nothing more than luck. The first round of the exam is a written test. I shall explain the examination rules, and afterward, no questions will be entertained. Mori no Ibiki picked up a piece of chalk and began writing on the blackboard. Chiba understood all too well that the crux of the matter lay in the final question. Mori no Ibiki was adept at psychological warfare. Although Naruto Uzumaki had changed significantly compared to the original world, Chiba was aware that Naruto's mindset had become even more resilient. Thus, he held no worries regarding this examination. However, he was intrigued by the first 9 questions of the written test. The essential subjects required for a ninja. A.S. Mori no Ibiki concluded the explanation of the rules. The test papers were distributed to each participant. Chiba glanced at the test paper. The first question, code word question, passed. The second question, in the illustration, Ninja B stands on a tree 7 meters high. Illustrate the maximum range of the shuriken held by Ninja A, indicating the characteristics of the opposing ninja within the elliptical range depicted, as well as the maximum range during flat combat. What a ridiculous question. Chiba roared internally. As a ninja, is it necessary to comprehend such things? If I am to engage in a fight, must I also calculate the rules of projectile motion? Damn it. Faced with such completely off-topic inquiries, Chiba had his own answer. He scribbled on the test paper. Throw the shuriken, aiming for a decisive hit. If 1 shuriken is insufficient, then throw 2. If 2 are still inadequate, I suggest picking up my fists and fighting. Ninjutsu is also within the realm of consideration. As a former underachiever in examinations, Chiba had always detested such mentally taxing questions devoid of practical significance. During his previous life watching anime, he had never seen a ninja calculating the range of a shuriken. Chiba swiftly completed the second question and continued to examine the other questions on the test. The third question was even more outrageous. The impact of the environment on combat, geology, wind direction, and the intensity of rainfall. Face death with indifference. If you refuse, then fight. That was Chiba's response. Such trivial and tedious questions did not warrant much of his mental energy. The subsequent questions followed a similar vein. Yet, the 9th question piqued Chiba's interest. During a mission, if you encounter an enemy ninja you cannot defeat while alone, what should you do? This subjective question was precisely what Chiba favored. It allowed for unrestricted expression. If I cannot win the first time, I shall attempt again. I, Chiba, shall never be inferior to others. An hour's examination time passed, and Chiba only spent 10 minutes completing the test. He set down his pen and leisurely surveyed the surroundings. Naruto Uzumaki, utterly devoid of hope, wore a desolate expression. Sasuke Uchiha, frazzled and struggling to contain his emotions, was showing signs of his Sharingan awakening. Some astute ninjas had already discerned the potential rules of the exam. In the absence of the examiner's notice, they could easily cheat. Chiba's confident demeanor also drew the attention of other ninjas. Previously, during his confrontation with the Sound Ninja trio, he had attracted quite a number of gazes. Thus, his test paper became a target of interest for those ninjas adept at cheating. Wait, what is the meaning behind these bizarre answers? Face death with indifference. If you refuse, then fight. Always remain in a state of combat, seemingly quite logical. The expressions of those who had scrutinized Chiba's test paper grew increasingly peculiar, as if they had choked on something, their faces contorting. With a swish, a kunai flew past Chiba, landing on the test paper of a candidate behind him. 5 instances of cheating, and you are disqualified from the exam. This seemed to serve as a signal. Following the expulsion of the first candidate, others were swiftly discovered as well. However, among this year's newcomers in the CHNIN exam, no one else had been found cheating multiple times. Only Naruto, the clumsy one, had been thoroughly frightened. What to do? What to do? He looked towards Chiba, who was 2 seats away, seeking a glimmer of assistance. Yet, Chiba's only response was a thumbs-up gesture he had learned from Guy. Keep it up, Naruto. Chapter 56. Naruto's struggle. Chiba's performance did not go unnoticed by Mori no Ibiki, an amusing little brat. In such a brief time, it seems he hasn't even finished reading the questions, suddenly taking an interest in his test paper. Mori no Ibiki found himself in a dilemma to ask the chief examiner. He could not leave his seat. The podium was the only place from which to oversee the entire situation. Oh well, I can always review the test papers after the exam concludes. The kid under Kakashi, if he recalls correctly, is named Chiba. Leaning against the back of his desk, Chiba casually observed the others. His demeanor resembled that of an examiner rather than a candidate. Candidate 27 has cheated 4 times. TSK, such crude methods of cheating. Yet the examiner does not seem much better. Chiba mused to himself. His observational skills surpassed those of the nearby examiners by leaps and bounds. Candidate 89 is in for trouble. This should be the 5th time they've been caught. Sandai, that ninjutsu is quite impressive. Time flew by. As the numerous candidates displayed their talents, they managed to arrive at the correct answers. Alright, time's up. It is now time to announce the question for the 10th item. Mori no Ibiki gazed at the remaining candidates in the examination room, a dangerous smile creeping across his face. Before we proceed, there is a desperate rule that everyone needs to be aware of. The decision to answer or not answer the 10th question. If you choose to forfeit answering the 10th question, your entire team will be eliminated together. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a flurry of discussions that a sense of urgency, restlessness, and anxiety permeated among the candidates. Furthermore, those who chose to answer the 10th question but failed would be forever stripped of their qualifications for the CHNIN exam. Upon the utterance of these words, a tempest of turmoil ensued. The atmosphere shifted once more, as despair enveloped the hearts of all present. No1 possessed absolute confidence in their ability to answer the 10th question. The difficulty of the preceding 9 had already made that abundantly clear. It was a consensus among everyone that the 10th question would undoubtedly be even more challenging. Struggles brewed within each individual's heart. Perceiving the change in mood, Shinya cast an unexpected glance towards Sena Ibiki. The captain of the interrogation team from the Dark Division exhibited an almost flawless mastery over the emotions of the crowd. With mere words, he propelled them into a chasm of hopelessness. Now, let us begin. Those who choose not to answer the 10th question may raise their hands. As these words left his lips, the surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Shinya observed that Uzumaki Naruto was biting down hard on the shaft of his pen. Veins stood out prominently on his hands, and his expression was one of sheer ferocity. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Clearly, he had entered a stage of agonizing decision-making. The departure of dozens of candidates rendered the air around them almost palpable. Expressions of despair manifested on every face, as if an unseen hand had gripped their throats. Under Shinya's watchful gaze, Uzumaki Naruto trembled as he raised his hand, his heart waging a battle within him. In response, Shinya remained unperturbed, even feeling a hint of amusement. The thought of persuading Uzumaki Naruto to forfeit crossed his mind. Perhaps a death threat could achieve that. Do not underestimate me. I shall not retreat at this critical juncture. Even if I must remain a lowly genin for eternity, I will become Hokage through sheer will. I am determined to change this morbid world. Upon hearing these final words, a smile crept across Shinya's face. It seemed his previous counsel had taken root in Naruto's heart. The notion of a morbid world was a vital truth Shinya had once imparted to him. As for the ambition of becoming Hokage, that had always been Naruto's steadfast goal. Is there anyone else willing to concede? This is a decision that will affect your entire lives. Think carefully. Sena Ibiki continued to manipulate the crowd's sentiments. However, Naruto's earlier declaration served as a powerful tonic to the others. What does it matter if I remain a lowly genin for life? It's inconsequential. This sentiment resonated with the remaining candidates in the examination hall. Perseverance became their paramount concern. Well then, since no one has chosen to give up, Senna Ibiki sighed. I announced that all present have passed the first examination. The unexpected turn of events shattered everyone's expectations. As Senna Ibiki elucidated the true purpose of this exam, some individuals displayed expressions of palpable relief. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the examination hall as glass shattered. A shadowy figure dashed into the arena. Honestly, now is not the time for jubilation. The newcomer, with a graceful figure and a resolute expression, declared, I am your examiner for the second round, Mitarashi Anko. Follow me. The second exam is about to commence. A massive black curtain obscured Senna Ibiki from view. Mind the atmosphere. His voice resonated from behind the curtain. Mitarashi Anko's cheeks flushed slightly as she realized the peculiar ambience surrounding her. She hastily diverted the topic. 78 candidates, 26 teams. It appears that far too many have passed the first exam. I have decided that the second exam will eliminate more than half. Chapter 57. The second exam, the scroll contest. Konoha's 44th training ground, the entrance of the Forest of Death, the Genin candidates gathered, awaiting the next round of examinations. Mitarashi Anko stood before them, explaining the rules of the upcoming Nin exam. This is the Forest of Death. You shall soon experience the dread of mortality firsthand. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto interjected, Humph, such things do not frighten me. Mitarashi Anko narrowed her eyes and swiftly hurled a kunai directly at Naruto. Clang, the sound of metal clashing echoed at the entrance of the Forest of Death. Now, that's quite a bold move against the candidates. Shinya, with his hands in his pockets, remarked towards Mitarashi Anko. That doesn't seem to be permitted, does it? He held no respect for this unruly examiner. Witnessing her kunai being thwarted, Mitarashi Anko, initially intending to intimidate the crowd, found herself momentarily flustered. However, a dangerous smile soon graced her face. Ah, an interesting little brat. You must be the top newcomer this year. She toyed with the kunai in her hand. I recall you. A student from Kakashi's team. In response, Shinya maintained his composure and replied, Thank you for your consideration, examiner. Now, please announce the examination rules, so we shan't keep everyone waiting. Upon hearing this, Mitarashi Anko straightened her expression, adopting a more serious demeanor. She retrieved a stack of consent forms from her pocket and explained, These are consent forms that you must sign. The upcoming exam may lead to fatal incidents, so the village prepared these to avoid unnecessary complications. Mitarashi Anko began detailing the examination rules. Shinya slipped back into the crowd. Just moments ago, he had sensed an exceedingly dangerous gaze among the throngs of people, fixated upon him as if it were a serpent lurking in the shadows. The cold fangs of that gaze had locked onto Shinya, the most perceptive individual present. He could vaguely discern the position of its owner, Kusa no Kuni, from the reflection of a forehead protector on someone's shoulder. Shinya recognized their identity. If he was not mistaken, it was likely one of the legendary Sannin. Orochimaru. That a confrontation was inevitable. Shinya silently mused. He had long coveted the mission that Orochimaru had signed up for. Should the need arise, he would unleash his full strength to confront Orochimaru. Although Shinya was not yet a match for Orochimaru, he felt a measure of confidence, as this was Konoha's territory. Surely, Orochimaru would not escalate matters too far, considering he had other plans ahead. If his subsequent plans were to be adversely affected, it would be a case of cutting off his nose to spite his face. It was precisely this understanding that bolstered Shinya's confidence in facing Orochimaru. Otherwise, at his current level of strength, directly confronting one of the legendary Sannin would indeed be tantamount to courting death. Unless, of course, he was willing to reveal all his trump cards. However, contemplating the potential repercussions, Shinya shook his head. Even in the event of mission failure, he could never unveil all his trump cards. In summary. Over the next 5 days, Mitarashi Anko pointed towards the Forest of Death and declared, Everything shall depend on your own abilities. The consent forms were passed around, allowing ample time for consideration at this juncture. There remained an opportunity to withdraw. However, after witnessing Naruto's inspiring declaration earlier, those who stayed were resolute individuals, either steadfast or harboring ulterior motives, such as certain snakes, and still more certain snakes. There was no room for hesitation. Shinya decisively signed his name on the consent form. Withdrawing was simply not an option. He could never abandon the Ch-Nin exam. After receiving the Heavenly Scroll, each team dispersed to their respective entrances. The second round of the Ch-Nin exam was about to officially commence. A total of 26 teams would see at least half eliminated. The competition was bound to be fierce. Team 7 entered through entrance 12. Their leisurely demeanor made them appear more like tourists compared to the other teams. Hey, Chinya, is it really alright for us to be so relaxed? Uzumaki Naruto expressed his discomfort. Perhaps we should survey our surroundings or something, suggested Uchiha Sasuke. Chinya waved his hand dismissively, saying, Relax, relax. The forest of death isn't as terrifying as it sounds. For us right now, maintaining a calm mindset is of utmost importance. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Uzumaki Naruto. Especially you, Naruto, what on earth are you doing? Upon hearing Chiba's call, Naruto turned his head in embarrassment and awkwardly remarked, I was just too nervous and couldn't hold it in. His teammates, Chiba and Uchiha Sasuke, exhibited expressions of helplessness. Over there, that strange scent will attract some enemies with keen senses. Chiba gestured for Naruto to move further away. After Naruto complied, Uchiha Sasuke, puzzled, asked, I don't understand. Why separate Naruto from us? This place is exceedingly perilous. The hint of danger flickered in Chiba's smile. If he doesn't get isolated, how can we lure out the little pests hiding in the shadows? Chapter 58. The arrival of strong enemies. Chiba felt an immense sense of reassurance regarding Naruto's current state. It was worth noting that after rigorous training, Naruto had made remarkable progress. With the physique of the Uzumaki clan, he could rapidly recover from injuries, providing him with a significant advantage in battle and during training. Consequently, Chiba trained Naruto with unrelenting intensity. As long as it enhanced his strength, he would employ any means necessary. Bang! How is this possible? A voice filled with rage echoed nearby, accompanied by the clashing sounds of metal, indicating a fierce battle. You're just a rookie. How could you detect me? The ninja from the Rain Village, always donning a gas mask, spoke in a muffled tone. Multiple shadow clone technique. Come at me all at once. The fighting style of Naruto Uzumaki remained as audacious as ever. If his extravagance were to be measured in terms of wealth, then his chakra usage was equally lavish, though a vast portion of his chakra was used to seal the Nine Tails. It was still considerable. Kakashi Hatake envied this aspect greatly. What is this? The Rain Village ninja stared in disbelief at the multitude of orange-red figures before him. How could there be so many shadow clones all of a sudden? The swarm of Naruto Uzumaki quickly overwhelmed him, pinning him to the ground. A cold kunai aimed menacingly at his vital points. The first enemy was subdued. Clap, clap. Applause resonated from a distance as Chiba and Uchiha Sasuke approached Naruto. Well done. You've learned to utilize your advantages in battle. However, your taijutsu still leaves much to be desired. It was a mix of praise and critique, as Chiba understood that too much flattery could easily inflate Naruto's ego. It seems Cat has not been strict enough with his training, Chiba mused thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, sweat trickled down Naruto's face. Brother Chiba, I think this matter warrants further discussion. Cat needs to rest too. He chuckled nervously, recalling a rather traumatic experience from not long ago. Uchiha Sasuke, taken aback, reflected on how he had come to understand Naruto over time and recognized that Naruto was not one to shy away from challenges. Yet, it appeared that Chiba's training methods had instilled a sense of trepidation in him. An intrigued glimmer sparkled in Sasuke's dark eyes, as if he had discovered a new path to strength. There's no need to worry. Growth is part of being human. Chiba waved his hand dismissively and turned to the subdued Rain Village ninja, inquiring, your name, gender, and the scroll you possessed. A fierce glint appeared in the ninja's eyes. Just a bunch of kids. A chilling scream echoed through the death forest, startling the birds into flight. With a smile, Chiba pierced the ninja's palm with the kunai. I suggest you answer my questions honestly. The sight of Chiba's smile sent shivers down the Rain ninja's spine. It was a smile devoid of regard for life, reminiscent of a bottomless abyss. My name is Ro. The pain coursing through his body and the mental anguish compelled Ro to relent. I am male, a ninja from the Rain Village, and I possess the Book of Earth. Upon hearing this, Naruto's excitement surged. He had not anticipated achieving success on his first mission. The Book of Earth is precisely what we need. However, Ro's subsequent words caused Naruto's expression to falter. I came here alone, having concealed my presence. The Book of Earth is not in my possession, but with my comrades. Naruto's face fell in disappointment. Hey, are you kidding me? Feeling the sudden surge of murderous intent from nearby, Ro's expression turned to one of sheer terror. No. I swear. I'm telling the truth. You can search me. The Book of Earth is indeed with my comrades. Chiba gestured for Naruto to conduct the search. Naruto had no objections, for he regarded Chiba as the most trustworthy. Nevertheless, after the search yielded nothing, his expression remained bleak. Nothing here. Chiba squatted down, fiddling with the kunai embedded in the ninja's hand. Take us to your comrades. This forest is far too dangerous for you. Ro gasped, the pain radiating through his nerves. All right, all right. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged forth, creating a wide passageway in the ground. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Chiba's response was swift. The moment the gale struck, he formed a series of hand seals. A similar whirlwind erupted from his mouth, clashing against the winds of the forest. Trees toppled, and earth flew, creating a spectacular scene. These kids this year are somewhat terrifying. A chilling voice emerged from the depths of the dark forest. Chapter 59. The appearance of Orochimaru with long black hair and clad in a light yellow ninja outfit. Adorned with a purple belt, the figure bore eyes devoid of emotion that I never expected that among the newcomers, there would be someone capable of withstanding my ninjutsu. The gaze directed at Chiba bore a hint of emotional fluctuation. Let us skip the pleasantries. Faced with this formidable early-stage boss, Chiba felt neither panic nor fear. Instead, deep within, his blood seemed to stir with excitement. Unlike Zabuza Momochi, the individual before him was a true powerhouse. Regardless, they would have to confront the challenge head-on. Chiba moved to signal Naruto and Sasuke to retreat. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. A dazzling array of hand seals unfolded in Chiba's hands, his cheeks bulging with turbulent wind chakra. Whoosh! The vacuum sphere shot forth like a bullet, aimed directly at the opponent. These kids are rather impatient. A soft feminine voice echoed from the figure, sending chills down Chiba's spine as he realized the identity of the speaker. Summoning technique. I, the boar, the dog, the rooster, the monkey, and the goat. The seemingly slow hand seals exuded an eerie aura. Just as the vacuum sphere was about to strike, smoke billowed, and the temperature in the surrounding area plummeted. BRR, it suddenly feels a bit cold. Naruto remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, but Sasuke was already drenched in cold sweat. His keen senses detected the terrifying killing intent emanating from the newcomer. Compared to Zabuza, this presence was on an entirely different level. He felt as though death itself had fixed its gaze upon him. Tremors coursed through his body, rendering him immobile. Sasuke's eyes glowed crimson. The Tomo within swirling slowly. Calm down, Sasuke. Chiba suddenly appeared before him, offering reassurance. Leave this guy to me. You can rest easy. As he beheld the sudden silhouette of Chiba, Uchiha Sasuke felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance wash over him. Reflecting on the performance of this comrade during their previous mission, Uchiha Sasuke gradually began to steady his own mindset. Aren't you afraid of death? A gentle female voice resonated once more, imbued with an enchanting allure. Of course I am afraid. How could I not be? Chiba's candid response caught the other party off guard, his expression betraying a hint of astonishment. Yet I have confidence that you cannot kill me. Humph. An intriguing little brat, came the cold snort from the adversary. The smoke generated by the summoning technique dissipated abruptly, revealing a colossal serpent several meters in diameter before the trio. Since you are so confident, let us put it to the test. As the words fell, the giant serpent surged forward, charging at the three with ferocity. The fetid wind from its maw seemed to engulf countless souls, with a swift motion. Chiba grasped Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Sasuke, leaping to evade the impending assault. Crack! The trees beneath them were instantly obliterated. Splintered wood flew in all directions. What manner of beast is this? Naruto Uzumaki finally recognized the gravity of the situation. How could such a formidable ninja appear during the Chunin exams? Chiba set the two down and cautioned, stay alert. I may be distracted from here on out. After all, this individual before us is a ninja of equal renown to Jiraiya-sensei. Hi, Wu, you shun Wei. Chiba too unleashed a summoning technique. Meow. With a fierce cat's cry, Chiba's summoned beast made its grand entrance. Nico, these colossal serpents are yours to handle. Chiba commanded Orochimaru-senpai. Let us continue. At this proclamation, the expression of the Kusa ninja shifted dramatically. A mere child had discerned his identity. What a failure. Orochimaru's voice lost its softness, morphing into a raspy tone tinged with an eerie chill. Tio referred to that fool Jiraiya as a teacher? It seems I must take this more seriously. Although his identity had been unveiled, Orochimaru showed no intention of reverting to his original form. However, it must be noted that the visage he had chosen was, indeed, rather unappealing. Yet upon recalling certain techniques of Orochimaru, Chiba understood to him. Physical appearance was merely an inconsequential matter. Immortality was the true pursuit he was after in comparison to eternal life. Nothing else held significance. An S-rank rogue ninja, his danger level has reached its zenith, Chiba remarked leisurely. The ferocious cat's cry echoed in his ears. Compared to their last encounter, Nico had grown significantly larger, measuring nearly 5 meters in length. Excluding its tail, the black serpent launched a surprise attack, its tail tightly coiling around a branch. The serpent's eyes fixed intently on Nico, who darted between the branches. Orochimaru-senpai, one of the legendary Sannin. Although I am unclear of your intentions. As a Konoha ninja, I must impede your progress. Chapter 60. A battle of total domination. What an arrogant little brat. Orochimaru sneered. Hasn't Jiraiya ever told you? Death will forever linger at your side. The moment his words fell, his figure vanished from the branch. Bang! The sound of their palms colliding reverberated loudly. Chiba staggered back a few steps, his gaze fixed on his opponent with utmost seriousness. Just from that brief encounter, he could sense Orochimaru's formidable prowess. Among the legendary Sannin, his combat strength was not the greatest. Nevertheless, he surpassed the average Jonin by a considerable margin. Orochimaru's soft palm seemed capable of diffusing the force behind Chiba's punch. In terms of taijutsu, you are truly impressive, Orochimaru acknowledged, admiration gleaming in his eyes. You are far more formidable than those other two brats. One cannot measure you by the standards of a genin. Konoha Gale, crack. The branch beneath Chiba's feet emitted a sound of strain. The recoil propelled him instantaneously from his position. An opportunity to engage Orochimaru was too precious to squander. Through combat, he sought to uncover his own inadequacies. In contrast to the battle-hardened Orochimaru, Chiba lacked significantly in combat experience. Orochimaru, taken aback, discerned a shadow of Might Guy within the youth before him. Was there perhaps a connection to the Azure Beast as well? He leapt high, unwilling to engage Chiba in a direct confrontation. The fiery taijutsu was ill-suited to Orochimaru. Having spent years entwined with serpents, he excelled in soft-style techniques. In that moment, his arm curved, bypassing the branch and aiming directly for Chiba's vital points. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless sound of their collisions left Chiba astonished. The other's body seemed capable of neutralizing his force entirely. It appeared that conventional taijutsu might not suffice any longer. A spark of excitement flickered in Chiba's eyes. Faced with such a formidable adversary, he resolved to unveil a hidden card. 8 gates. Open the first gate. The energy surged, the ground beneath Chiba trembling. He released the constraints on his brain, unleashing 100% of his physical potential. Both his strength and speed experienced a significant leap. A forbidden technique? Orochimaru, well-versed in various ninjutsu, recognized the technique Chiba had employed. He had once studied it, but had only skimmed the surface, finding it irrelevant to his quest for immortality. Jiraiya actually taught you such a technique. A flicker of anger crossed Orochimaru's eyes. It was utterly absurd that as Chiba continuously showcased his potential, Orochimaru began to view him as a target. Perhaps a vessel for his soul? Boom! Chiba's speed reached its limit, challenging the visual perception of onlookers. Unbeknownst to them, Uchiha Sasuke had activated his Sharingan. 1 eye singular and 1 dual. It appeared somewhat peculiar. Yet even so, he could not clearly capture Chiba's figure. So fast, he murmured, only able to glimpse fleeting afterimages. Naruto Uzumaki scratched his head and inquired, why must we rely on our eyes to track Chiba-Nai's movements? Chiba previously taught me that in a ninja's battle, the eyes are the most likely to deceive one's perception. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke trembled. He suddenly widened his eyes, contemplating the meaning behind those words. Naruto, oblivious to his expression, continued, thus, it becomes vital to sense the opponent's presence. When a ninja relinquishes their sight, perhaps they can see further. These were Chiba-Nai's exact words. I merely grasped the essence. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Chiba was pleasantly surprised to find that Might Guy's ninjutsu was remarkably effective. Particularly in this densely wooded terrain. Close-quarters combat yielded exceptional results. His right leg lashed through the air like a whip, producing a thunderous sound. Missing the initial strike, Chiba pivoted, twisting his arm at an improbable angle, and unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Orochimaru's head. The exhilarating battle left sweat soaking through his garments. However, for Chiba's opponent, Orochimaru felt increasingly stifled. He had only evaded at the start, yet soon found himself ensnared in Chiba's rhythm of attack. Like relentless waves, one surged after another, Konoha Whirlwind, Konoha Gale, Konoha Great Whirlwind. While the speed was astounding, the power was equally terrifying. Even a single hit made Orochimaru feel a slight twitch in his body. Despite his attempts to recover, a lingering pain persisted. This entirely close-quarters combat style was ill-suited for him. Just as he grew agitated, his movements faltered. Observing this moment, Chiba's eyes gleamed an opportunity. Konoha rising wind, with a powerful upward kick. He struck Orochimaru squarely on the chin. Boom! The entire figure soared several meters into the air. Chinya's legs bent slightly, unleashing a surge of formidable power that erupted from his limbs in an instant. He caught up with Orochimaru, who was suspended in midair. Unbeknownst to him, a strand of metallic wire had appeared in his hand. The wire danced gracefully, swiftly binding Orochimaru in a secure knot. Chapter 61. The terrifying Orochimaru having spent the day training alongside Shaoli. Chinya did not remain idle. Through his eloquent persuasion and the fervor of youth, he was ultimately convinced to adopt the training methods of Biao Lianhua. After several sessions of grappling with a wooden post, Chinya successfully mastered this body technique. Now, it was proving to be quite useful. With a sudden jerk, Chinya tightened the wire in his grip, firmly restraining Orochimaru within its confines. Through his extraordinary perception, he discerned that the Orochimaru before him was not a mere clone, but the genuine body. Spin! Chinya roared internally. Gripping Orochimaru's form tightly, he exerted force from his waist. Chinya whirled, taking Orochimaru along with him. The terrifying rotational speed amplified his momentum to an extreme level. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed through the dense forest. The two figures crashed down to the earth from their lofty height. The immense impact caused the ground to fracture like a spider's web, creating a massive crater at the center. Orochimaru was forcefully driven into the ground by Chinya. Akin to being planted headfirst, Brother Chinya is so powerful. Naruto Uzumaki swallowed hard, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes that it was unimaginable what would transpire if Chinya unleashed such a technique upon him. Merely contemplating it sent cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He would surely die. Though he did not voice this thought, it lingered ominously in his mind. Beside him, Sasuke Uchiha felt no better upon witnessing this scene. Even with his Sharingan activated, he could not keep pace with Chinya's speed. The terrifying velocity from earlier seemed to have reached the limits of human capability. Fearful of Chinya, he suppressed the thought deep within himself. Yet a profound yearning began to swell in his heart. When would he ever reach Chinya's level? If such a day were to come, it would likely not be long before he could eliminate that man. With this thought, Sasuke gazed at Chinya, filled with longing. The moment Chinya made contact with the ground, he distinctly heard the sound of bones fracturing. However, in the blink of an eye, he sensed a lurking danger. Releasing his grip, he leaped away. Chinya swiftly vacated the center of the crater, standing at a distance with a burning gaze fixed upon Orochimaru. Cough, cough. The sudden sound of coughing made the three of them tense with alarm. Chinya turned towards the source of the cough, anxiety gripping him. Indeed, it was a fearsome presence. Orochimaru's voice emerged once more. Perhaps, you might be a suitable choice after all, even more so than that child from the Uchiha clan. As the swirling dust settled, Orochimaru's figure appeared before them, looking somewhat worse for wear compared to their initial encounter. His garments were torn in multiple places, and his already unattractive visage had grown even more grotesque. Orochimaru's face was pockmarked, with flakes of dead skin occasionally falling away that he hunched over, appearing gravely injured, and his persistent cough only underscored his poor condition. What a pity! Orochimaru's voice was devoid of emotion, laced instead with a chilling indifference to life. I rather like this face, though it has suffered some damage. With that, he erupted into a fit of violent coughing, collapsing to the ground and spewing forth a copious amount of blood, resembling a state on the brink of death. Yet, the more he presented himself in such a state, the more uneasy Chinya became. Are you not falling for this trap? Truly a cautious little brat. Seeing that Chinya remained unmoved despite his prolonged coughing, Orochimaru's words dripped with disappointment. Very well, facing you in this condition is rather perilous. No sooner had he spoken than Orochimaru abruptly opened his mouth wide. A pair of hands, as white as jade, emerged from his mouth, followed by his head and torso. Orochimaru's body replacement technique. It was akin to a snake shedding its skin, as he transferred his form from his external body. You do not seem surprised, Orochimaru remarked, his tone composed. Chinya nodded, responding, I have some understanding of Senior Orochimaru. The bizarre body replacement technique of Orochimaru could almost evade all ninjutsu. even that close-range body technique from before. Now, Orochimaru had returned to his original appearance, with long black hair cascading down his back and skin as pale as one who had long been deprived of sunlight. The shadows extending to the sides of his nose bore a mysterious purple hue. Most striking were his narrow, golden pupils, cold and devoid of emotion, reminiscent of true serpents. Chapter 62. Orochimaru's enthusiastic invitation. Did that fool Jiraiya inform you? Orochimaru inquired tentatively. It seems this fellow places considerable importance on you. To this question, Shinya could only nod in acknowledgement. He could hardly claim to be an all-knowing prophet. Senior Orochimaru, do you wish to continue this battle? Shinya maintained a stance of poise, undeterred by Orochimaru's current state. Although the latter still retained some reserves, he had yet to reveal his full hand. This was not the moment to display all his cards in the perilous realm of the shinobi world. One must always exercise caution. Although you evaded certain attacks with your unique technique, you are still injured, are you not? Shinya noted the slight tremor in Orochimaru's body. Cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru ceased to conceal his injuries. With a faint cough, crimson blood appeared upon his pallid lips. The stark contrast only served to affirm Shinya's earlier observation. While Orochimaru had evaded most of the damage, a portion of the earlier assault had indeed struck him. Perhaps it was at the moment of impact with the ground, or somewhere else entirely. What remarkable observational skills! Orochimaru praised without reservation. Your capabilities surpass all of my previous subjects. Shinya, would you be interested in coming with me? To Shinya's surprise, Orochimaru extended an invitation to him. The most distinguished scientist in the shinobi world, the immortal snake, the harbinger of calamity, Orochimaru was now showing immense enthusiasm towards a mere teenager of barely over 10 years. This only heightened Shinya's wariness. Among the legendary Sannin, this one was the most perilous. Even in the chaotic battles of the later stages, Orochimaru remained a formidable presence. After all, science is the primary driving force of production. I can grant you greater power, aiding you in realizing your ambitions. A fervent gleam flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask, what is your aspiration? Shinya's heart raced, yet he maintained an outward calmness. Very simply, to control my own destiny. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes brightened. The commendable aspiration. I find myself increasingly pleased with you. However, Shinya shook his head, resolutely declining. Senior Orochimaru, I cannot accompany you at this moment. I am a ninja of Konoha. My teacher, Jiraiya, has brought me here, and I now have comrades with whom I share life and death. Chiba has exhibited his own unique brand of deception. While it may not quite compare to the verbal prowess of Naruto Uzumaki, it nonetheless demonstrates a formidable capacity for persuasion. In order to uphold the will of fire, I shall steadfastly defend Konoha. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's face revealed a look of disappointment. What a pity, he remarked. However, we shall meet again. With that, his form gradually melded into the ground beneath him. Yet, just as his head was about to disappear below the surface, a cryptic smile appeared on his pale visage. Orochimaru's vanishing act brought a sigh of relief from both Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Even as mere spectators, the murderous aura he emanated had a profound impact on the two, who were, after all, just freshly graduated genin. Despite having faced some battles, the chasm between their experience and that of Orochimaru, a veteran of the ninja wars, was insurmountable. Simply acclimatizing to his murderous intent would require considerable time. Chiba, you actually managed to drive back that ninja? Naruto exclaimed, though he had been of little assistance. His outlook remained notably optimistic. In stark contrast, Sasuke wore an expression of simmering resentment. Chiba surmised that he was lamenting his own lack of strength. Sasuke pressed his lips tightly together, the crimson in his eyes having faded, yet his gaze was rife with complex emotions. To be unable to participate in the battle was a humiliation for the Uchiha clan. Chiba chose not to address Sasuke. Often, verbal reassurances yield little effect. However, his fate had indeed shifted significantly. The most notable change was the absence of the cursed seal. Under Chiba's intervention, Orochimaru had departed post-battle, leaving no time to affix the cursed mark onto Sasuke. Yet, one thing troubled Chiba. There were no signs of completing the sign-in task. He anticipated that he would encounter Orochimaru once more in this exam. All right, let us proceed, Chiba resolved, casting aside these thoughts. We must seek out other teams. The scrolls competition has only just commenced. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the Forest of Death, the ground rippled like water as Orochimaru's form emerged. His eyes gleamed with intrigue. So you can't come with me now? Indeed, a boy with a very different mindset. Chapter 63. The so-called business opportunity due to Orochimaru's appearance. Chiba and his companions did not acquire the Book of Earth. As for the Rain Ninja, Ryo, he had long been swept away to an unknown corner amidst the initial storm. Perhaps he was dead, or perhaps he had fled. Chiba dismissed such trivialities. They were inconsequential figures. He now needed to locate other teams. Boss, the cat has just leapt down from the tree after severing that giant snake's throat. I must be quite strong now, right? It boasted to Chiba in response to this display. Chiba affectionately ruffled its fur, a gesture of approval. Your performance was commendable. However, there is a more arduous task that requires your attention. The cat, sensing Chiba's mischievous grin, bristled with unease. It felt an unsettling familiarity with the sensation coursing through it. As a ninja cat, your sense of smell should be quite sharp, right? Help me track the whereabouts of the other teams. Before it could react, Chiba had already mounted its back. Thud, the cat collapsed onto the ground. Panting as if half dead, Chiba felt a twinge of guilt upon witnessing this. He had forgotten to moderate his strength. He slightly tightened his calves, the muscles beneath his attire subtly bulging. Once the weight was lifted, the cat shakily rose to its feet, though it was not entirely on board with Chiba's suggestion. Boss, I'm a ninja cat, not a ninja dog. It protested. Isn't tracking by sin a bit. Bang. Before it could finish, Chiba delivered a playful thump to its head. The cat's sense of smell is far superior to that of a dog. If you keep making excuses, the training intensity will double next time. Upon hearing this, the cat wilted. Though unwilling, it trudged ahead. By the way, Chiba suddenly recalled his two companions from Team 7 that the cat's endurance is limited, so I will need you two to exert yourselves as well. Both readily agreed, understanding that the cat was Chiba's summoned beast. However, Sasuke was taken aback by the cat's apparent lack of endurance. It seemed to only bear the weight of Chiba, who was merely a boy, weighing no more than 100 pounds. Yet, the cat's grimacing expression did not seem to indicate deception. It appeared that Chiba harbored his own secrets. As the trio, along with the cat, traversed the dense expanse of the Forest of Death. The environment proved far harsher than the external jungle. This was the result of being the 44th training ground of Konoha, where the ninja had replicated every conceivable harsh condition, besides the incessant swarms of venomous insects. There were various natural traps, swamps, quicksand, and hidden currents. Chiba and his companions had encountered 69 traps along their path, and this was only within the span of a single morning. Boss, there's a scent from another team up ahead. The cat sniffed, detecting a clue in the air. Make haste, Chiba urged. Let us not repeat last time, when we arrived only to find they had already slipped away. With that, he leapt off the cat's back. Don't worry, boss, the cat exclaimed, regaining its lively demeanor. This time, they definitely won't escape. With that, its massive form vanished before the trio's eyes. Wow, what incredible speed, Sasuke marveled, watching the cat disappear. Naruto, brimming with pride, chimed in. Sasuke, did you see that? That's the true speed of the cat. It must be because Chiba has been eating too much lately that the cat couldn't move. Bang! Another playful thump ensued. Ouch! Naruto yelped, clutching his head. Chiba had recently discovered the effectiveness of this playful tactic. A single thump would ensure compliance from both Naruto and the cat. I have indeed been mindful of my diet, Chiba replied lightly. You mustn't slander my name. Just yesterday at noon, I merely consumed 32 bowls of ramen. Recently, the Ninja Cat Castle had received numerous task requests, leading the cat to expend a significant amount of funds on essential Ninja Cat supplies, such as ninja tools, until the Ninja Cats returned from their missions. The castle's finances would be in deficit, prompting Chiba to tighten his budget. In truth, he had not anticipated that as his training intensified, his appetite would likewise grow. The modest savings he had accrued were insufficient for his regular expenses, let alone the costs associated with training, such as medicinal supplies for injuries and preparations for the Chunin exams. Wait, I believe I've stumbled upon a promising business opportunity. Chiba's eyes lit up suddenly. In the next moment, his pace quickened as he swiftly ascended above the cat. If you wish to avoid elimination, hand over all your valuables. Chapter 64. The heist. The voice of Chinya immediately captured the attention of the three individuals who were setting traps amidst the bushes. They looked up in bewilderment, still trying to comprehend how they had been discovered. However, upon catching sight of the imposing figure of the cat spirit, they instantly shuddered. What kind of monster is this? Their voices trembled slightly. The enormity of its form was far beyond their imagination, and the ferocious glint in its eyes rendered the cat's spirit utterly terrifying. Chinya exerted all his effort to temper his strength. He leaped down from a branch, landing atop the cat spirit's head. "Is what I said not clear enough?" he demanded. "If you wish to avoid elimination, kindly hand over all your valuables." Witnessing such a massive creature behaving submissively before Chinya sent a shiver down the spines of the trio from Mangekyou, who collectively gulped nervously. One of them shakily withdrew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Aru, the cat spirit, noticing the movement, unleashed a bone-chilling roar. A terrifying gust of wind erupted from its mouth. Crashing against the three individuals, they crossed their arms and hunched their bodies, striving to withstand the onslaught of the gale. "Wait. We're willing to surrender." Upon hearing their capitulation, the cat spirit ceased its growling immediately. This was a talent it had gradually discovered as its form grew, a power comparable to wind release. Great breakthrough. What's more, it required no hand seals. A mere roar sufficed. The cat spirit was quite pleased with this innate ability. Chinya approached, looking down at the three from his elevated position, and declared, "So, what are you waiting for?" Before he could finish, a flash of cold light shot forth from below. Clang! The crisp sound echoed through the forest. The cat spirit's sharp claws intervened, blocking Chinya's path. "It seems you three are still a bit defiant." Stepping back a few paces, Chinya remarked, "In that case, I leave it to you. Naruto, Sasuke, take these three down." Hearing Chinya's command, Naruto Uzumaki was the first to charge forward, sprinting with astonishing speed toward the opposing team's formation. Sasuke Uchiha hesitated momentarily, appearing somewhat reluctant. Yet, upon meeting Chinya's dangerous gaze, he too propelled himself into action. The trio from Mangekyou had not appeared in Chinya's memories, rendering them somewhat unremarkable in terms of strength. Neither the current form of Sasuke Uchiha nor the significantly empowered Naruto Uzumaki could be halted by them. At the cost of a minor injury, the two successfully subdued the trio, pinning them to the ground. Huff, huff. The two panted heavily, their appearances somewhat disheveled. The Mangekyou ninja primarily utilized wind release, and the resulting gust had tattered their garments. "Let us just skip to the main event and get our hands dirty." Without hesitation, Chinya began to thoroughly search the trio for valuables. Aside from an abundance of ninja tools, the most precious items from Mangekyou were the poisons. To Chinya's surprise, one of them turned out to be a puppeteer, possessing a puppet that, while merely a standard model, was still considerably valuable. However, one regret lingered. The scrolls from this team did not include the earth book they required. What a pity. Shaking his head, Chinya tore the trio's clothing into strips and bound them together. Subsequently, he secured the unfortunate team from Mangekyou to a large tree. Job well done. Observing his swift and efficient actions, Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki were left dumbfounded. They couldn't shake the feeling that something about Chinya seemed amiss. "Here, take this." Chinya tossed the heavenly book to Sasuke. "I feel more at ease with you holding it. This is quite valuable." Now he harbored bolder aspirations. Sometimes, in the name of survival, individuals could indeed resort to anything. Chinya extended his arms, pulling Sasuke and Naruto close. "I have a profitable scheme. Are you interested in hearing it?" His expression was enigmatic, his eyes gleaming with an inexplicable light. Naruto, perpetually in need of money and well aware of its importance, exclaimed with excitement, "I want to hear. I want to hear." Sasuke, on the other hand, had never worried about finances due to his clan status. "I don't." His words were abruptly cut off by Chinya. "The majority rules. Listen to me." As he outlined his plan, both Sasuke and Naruto displayed expressions of surprise. After a brief period of contemplation, Naruto, ever the simpleton, exclaimed, "Let us get going." Meanwhile, Sasuke pondered more deeply. "But doesn't that mean we'll offend all the other candidates?" He remained cautious regarding this matter. Chinya patted his shoulder confidently. "Aside from a handful who are exceptionally strong, and those posing as novices, we'll have no issues even if they band together." Chapter 65. Efficiency in action. Although Sasuke couldn't quite grasp what Chinya was saying, it didn't impede him from noticing the confidence radiating from Chinya's eyes. "Forget it. It doesn't matter if Chinya is so confident. Why should I worry?" He shook his head, banishing these thoughts from his mind. His sole objective now was to pass the exam. After a brief rest, Chinya turned to the cat spirit and instructed, "Cat spirit, your task is to scout for other teams. The wood benny and catnip we need for the upcoming period are all part of this examination." He threatened, "If you don't put in the effort, We might run out. Upon hearing this, the cat's spirit shivered, standing at attention that I promised to complete the task. With that, it crouched down, diligently twitching its nose. Soon enough, the cat's spirit pointed towards the north, approximately 2 kilometers ahead. A damp scent wafted through the air. Shinya, satisfied, nodded and proclaimed, "Let us move. Our motto is, take everything." Naruto, brimming with enthusiasm, echoed, "Take everything." Sasuke, however, felt somewhat embarrassed to be associated with the two. His face flushing as he remained silent. He was beginning to regret his decision. When the trio arrived at the location indicated by the cat spirit, they found only 2 individuals there, ninja from the Rain Village. Shinya crouched on a branch, observing them. Although they appeared to be resting, the dense metallic wires surrounding them revealed their traps. These traps seemed rather crude. Naruto, use Shadow Clone and Transformation Jutsu.at Shinya's command. Naruto paused momentarily, but quickly regained his composure in terms of combat. Naruto was quite sharp in the next moment. Naruto's 2 shadow clones transformed into Shinya and Sasuke, leaping down from the branches. Haha, you two had better hand over the scrolls. Watching the 3 shadow clones act so bumblingly, Shinya suddenly felt a pang of regret. It seemed he had made a poor decision. The Rain Village ninjas, upon seeing the shadow clones, suddenly brightened. Tiger Seal. They formed hand seals, triggering their traps. Shadows descended from the sky. The Rain Village ninjas utilized branches and mud to construct their traps, which appeared quite effective. Boom! Naruto's shadow clone barely had time to react before being buried beneath the onslaught. Bang! As it reached the limit of damage it could withstand, it vanished without a trace. The smiles on the faces of the Rain Village ninjas immediately froze. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The fierce winds swept from above, as if imbued with countless blades concealed within. The surrounding trees suffered greatly. Countless branches and leaves lay shattered, creating a scene of utter devastation. The ninjas from the village hidden in the rain, caught off guard, were violently hurled several meters away. It appeared that their strength had been overestimated. Chiba extended his arms and leapt down from the tree, approaching the 2 remaining individuals. The previous ninja from the Rain Village, known as R, had vanished, leaving only these 2 behind. Gentlemen, let us discuss a little matter of robbery. Gazing upon Chiba's devilish grin, the 2 ninjas from the Rain Village were instantly filled with dread. Moments later, they found themselves thoroughly stripped of their possessions, devoid of any unnecessary chatter. Sasuke, take this. Chiba tossed the Book of Earth to Sasuke. This is our proof of passing the exam. The cat spirit continued its pursuit, seeking the next batch of victims. Uchiha Sasuke hurriedly secured the Book of Earth, his face slightly flushed, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. It seemed that this kind of activity was rather entertaining. The efficiency of the cat's spirit far surpassed that of certain ninja hounds. As a member of the two-tailed cat clan, its sense of smell even exceeded that of other felines. The efficiency of Chiba and his companions was equally remarkable, especially with the cat spirit leading the way. In less than half a day, 3 more groups fell into Chiba's hands. Considering the presence of female ninjas among them, Chiba decided to leave a set of clothing for them. The Forest of Death is neither too small nor too large. Soon, a crucial piece of information began to circulate among the candidates. A desperate band of robbers had infiltrated the Forest of Death, accompanied by a gigantic, ferocious cat, known for its ruthlessness and formidable strength. Any ninja discovered by them faced the inevitable fate of being wholly robbed. The trio, undeterred by the encroaching night, continued their nefarious activities. Seizing the moment, the dark surroundings proved more conducive to the cat spirit's tracking abilities. It wasn't until dawn that the 7th squad finally paused. Countless shuriken, kunai, and soldier pills lay before Chiba as he tallied his gains. Indeed, he shamelessly claimed these items as his own. Sasuke had no need for money, while Naruto relied on his charity. The real prize lay ahead: 10 scrolls, 4 books of heaven, and 6 books of earth. Excitement sparkled in Chiba's eyes. Next, we shall guard the center of the Forest of Death. Our final task is to sell the qualifications for passing the 2nd exam. Chapter 66. A respite before battle. Upon hearing Chiba's words, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. You've stolen all the valuables from those candidates. How will they be able to purchase anything now? Chiba smiled gently and replied, there may be as many as 13 groups of candidates passing the exam. With our actions, we have eliminated at least 10 groups. The books of earth and heaven are indispensable. Those candidates we haven't robbed will have to come to me to purchase scrolls if they wish to pass the second exam. Chiba was confident in his assessment. The Forest of Death was not small. From the exit to the central tower, it stretched a full 10 kilometers. Even if these candidates rushed, they would require over 2 hours. In simple terms, the so-called Forest of Death was a large circle with a radius of 10 kilometers. However, locating the corresponding scroll for one's own team was a rather troublesome task, let alone finding additional scrolls. Even Chiba and his companions had only found so many scrolls thanks to the cat spirit's extraordinary sense of smell. Additionally, perhaps Inuzuka Kiba's Akamaru possessed similar abilities. However, based on the timeline, that small team should have already passed the exam. As the strongest survival group among all candidates, they had the capability to swiftly navigate the exam. Moreover, Chiba found it somewhat peculiar. The cat spirit's sense of smell could not distinguish between people it had never encountered. Chiba had not specifically instructed it to avoid ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village. Yet, curiously, none of the 10 candidate teams contained a single leaf ninja. Perhaps I am overthinking it, Chiba mused, scratching his head and dismissing the thought. Let's take a break. He gazed eastward, where the sun had just begun to peek over the horizon. The night's exertions had left his companions fatigued. Naturally, Chiba himself felt little weariness. With his stamina, he could easily endure several days without sleep. However, to better facilitate the sale of scrolls, Chiba decided it was wise to rest. As for keeping watch, that task naturally fell to the cat spirit. 3 hours later, the day had brightened. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Hey, you two brats, it's time to wake up. Chiba stretched his stiff body as the cat spirit nudged the two. Uchiha Sasuke, ever alert, awoke instantly at the cat spirit's approach, swiftly rolling over and grasping a kunai. Naruto, on the other hand, remained undisturbed, even as the cat spirit prodded him with its claws. This kid truly trusts us. Chiba marveled a bit harder. Upon receiving the command, the cat spirit swiped at Naruto. Given its understanding of Uzumaki Naruto, this swipe would surely rouse him. Enemies, enemies. In contrast, Naruto's response was somewhat sluggish. Yet, Chiba did not share this sentiment. Naruto's behavior stemmed from his complete trust in his companions. Otherwise, he would not have succumbed to such deep slumber. It was worth noting that during the previous robbery, Naruto had expended the most energy among the trio. Whenever there was fighting, Chiba had stood aside, allowing Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto to handle everything. Naruto took the lead in offense while Sasuke executed sneak attacks. Though both displayed commendable strength, they ultimately fell short against the numbers of other squads, resulting in significant fatigue. All right, Naruto, it's time to head to the central tower. Chiba finished his stretch, his bones cracking loudly. In that instant, the aura he exuded startled Uchiha Sasuke, who had been observing nearby. Does he have hidden strength? What a terrifying individual. Chiba turned to the cat spirit and said, by the way, stay close to them. I have some matters to attend to. The most important task is yet to be completed. Chiba would not forget his purpose for participating in this exam. Hearing his words, the cat spirit paused, asking, Boss, aren't you worried that other teams will team up to steal our scrolls? Chiba approached the cat spirit and patted its head. Of course, I'm worried. That's why I allow you to unleash your full strength. At this revelation, Uchiha Sasuke's pupils constricted. The cat spirit actually had hidden abilities. Why did those around Chiba grow stronger so rapidly? Reflecting on his own power, he felt a sense of turmoil. Perhaps I should train alongside Chiba? Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Chiba, only to find him watching with keen interest. What are you thinking about? Sasuke? Chiba had noticed the young man's distracted demeanor earlier in nothing. Uchiha Sasuke averted his gaze, unwilling to delve into the topic. Chiba paid him no mind, giving the cat spirit some instructions before departing. Orochimaru, here I come. Flames of battle ignited in his eyes. Chapter 67. The decisive action of Mitarashi Anko. Chiba leapt through the treetops, his attire drastically altered. The hem of his shirt had been slashed open in several places, and both sleeves had been torn off completely. The metal sheen of the wrist guards on his hands caught the light. With one hand forming seals, he pressed it against his chest and softly uttered, Activate! In the next moment, the natural energy of the forest surged violently towards him. The inky pupils suddenly glimmered with a golden radiance, the black mark intertwined at the center of the pupils, evoking an aura of mystery. The crimson gold eyeshadow encircling the eye sockets added an extra touch of elegance. Sage Mode had long been one of Chiba's trump cards. After parting ways with Naruto and the others, he unveiled his true strength. After all, Compelling Orochimaru to retreat from this forest of death was no trivial endeavor. With the activation of Sage Mode, his sensory abilities were amplified several-fold. Within the entire expanse of the forest, no one's chakra could escape his perception. This was the culmination of Chiba's training. The enhanced power of Sage Mode was predicated on his inherent strength. If Chiba's own might were merely that of a genin, then even with the external enhancement of Sage Mode, he would be unable to fully realize its true potential. However, when Chiba's own abilities were sufficient to contend with a genin, the activation of Sage Mode would yield a terrifying augmentation. Orochimaru's chakra. Chiba maximized his self-perception. Found it. It seems there are others present as well. His figure darted swiftly through the trees that in mere minutes. He reached the location where Orochimaru was situated. It turned out to be Mitarashi Anko. Upon witnessing the confrontation with Orochimaru, Chiba furrowed his brow. This situation must not be discovered by the villagers, at least not now. Muttering to himself, he withdrew a mask from his ninja tool pouch. Chiba had long been prepared for such circumstances. The mask was entirely white, adorned with the depiction of a fox's fur. Its snout protruded slightly, resembling that of a pure white fox. Orochimaru, what is your true purpose in coming to Konoha? Mitarashi Anko regarded her former teacher with a wary expression. She was among the few who comprehended the terrifying nature of the man before her, both in terms of strength and disposition. Orochimaru's terror ranked as the most severe among the ninjas she was aware of. There's no need to be so tense. Little Anko, in stark contrast to Mitarashi Anko's readiness. Orochimaru appeared remarkably at ease. He was well acquainted with this disciple he had raised. Were it any other ninja, he might have paid them heed. Yet, in the face of Mitarashi Anko, he could hardly muster interest. After all, Anko's abilities were all nurtured under Orochimaru's guidance. I am merely here to seek out a young individual with potential. Orochimaru's expression remained tranquil. Initially, his target had been the orphan of the Uchiha clan. However, along the way, he discovered a more promising young talent. Perhaps he possesses potential that surpasses even that of the Uchiha clan. Chiba, concealed behind the dense foliage, stroked his nose. Is he referring to me? Should I feel pride or fear at being targeted by Orochimaru? Although Chiba, like Uchiha Sasuke, yearned for power, he would never accept the so-called cursed seal. Bang! As Chiba contemplated, combat erupted below. Mitarashi Anko was well aware of her teacher's manipulative prowess. She had no intention of falling into his verbal traps. Perhaps a swift resolution is best. Her agile figure lunged toward Orochimaru. The efficiency of her taijutsu revealed her genin level without a hint of pretense. In just a few exchanges, Anko had Orochimaru pinned against a sturdy tree trunk. Let's perish together, Orochimaru-sensei. A decisive glint flashed in Anko's eyes. Blood spurted. The kunai in her hand suddenly pierced through her left palm and Orochimaru's right. You once taught me a lethal jutsu. Twin Snake's mutual death technique. Anko's right hand met Orochimaru's left, forming the seal of the tiger. Seeing my emergence, you seem somewhat flustered. Orochimaru's voice resonated from behind her. Little Anko, you are somewhat disappointing me. Anko's complexion changed drastically as she witnessed Orochimaru transform into earth and dissolve. Turning around, she found Orochimaru calmly observing her. She had failed to discern the clone. It seems my previous teachings were somewhat in vain. Suddenly, Mitarashi Anko knelt to the ground, clutching her pristine neck tightly. In the face of Orochimaru, the cursed seal had already manifested. She glared at him with a mix of resentment and fear. Confronting her former teacher, Anko found herself utterly powerless. Orochimaru-sensei. A youthful voice echoed from above them. Long time no see. Chiba's sudden appearance startled both Orochimaru and Mitarashi Anko. Who was this person? Anko gazed at the newcomer in astonishment. He was not particularly tall, perhaps slightly shorter than her. Yet the aura he exuded imparted a formidable sense of pressure. Judging purely by his presence, he could rival Orochimaru. Just a passerby, Chiba extended his hand in greeting. I merely discovered Orochimaru-sensei's tracks and came by. Upon hearing this, Anko gritted her teeth. A lackey of Orochimaru. Is it? The Konoha security system is deteriorating. To this, Chiba denied. I am not Orochimaru-sensei's subordinate. My purpose here is to challenge Orochimaru-sensei to a duel. The Forest of Death is my territory. A flicker of interest appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. Initially perplexed by Chiba's presence, he soon began to discern the identity concealed beneath the pure white fox mask. Chiba leaped down, landing on a sturdy branch, his back turned to Anko. Anko-senpai. The central tower needs your oversight. Allow me to handle this. Anko bit her lip, her gaze toward Chiba filled with turmoil. Yet the other party. Before she could finish her sentence, Orochimaru interrupted. Anko, do not disturb my conversation with this individual. He possesses the strength to engage me in battle. Upon hearing this, Chiba spread his hands, somewhat helpless. Hiding his identity before Orochimaru was an endeavor more daunting than climbing to the heavens in Chiba's view. Orochimaru was the most astute figure in the entire ninja world. No, don't die, Anko exclaimed, throwing back a parting remark as she turned to leave. Her voice echoed through the trees that I will bring someone to save you. In Anko's eyes, no one could confront Orochimaru head-on. Her former mentor was an S-rank ninja on the wanted list. Sensing Anko's chakra gradually dissipating, Orochimaru turned his gaze toward Chiba. Indeed, you are the most promising young talent. Not betting on Sasuke was a wise decision. His eyes were filled with a thirst for life. Chiba removed the pure white fox mask from his face, but he rather liked this mask and could not allow it to shatter in battle. It seems I cannot conceal myself from you, Orochimaru-sensei. However, can you guess the true purpose of my visit? Orochimaru was taken aback by the transformation that appeared on Chiba's face, his expression revealing a hint of bewilderment. For the first time, he realized that matters had begun to slip beyond his control. As the foremost scientist in the ninja world, his scope of research surpassed all imagination. Abundant natural energy, sage mode of Myouboku. Perhaps, even earlier, upon encountering Chiba, Orochimaru had sensed something amiss. Although he had his suspicions, he dared not affirm them, for the implications were far too shocking, even surpassing the use of his forbidden jutsu, the reanimation technique. You just mentioned that the Forest of Death is your territory. Your intent, Chiba, should be to expel me. Astute as Orochimaru, one could easily discern your motives from mere words. Chiba nodded with a sense of inevitability, stating, Orochimaru-senpai, your guess is indeed accurate. This is precisely my intention. Therefore, for the sake of our mutual civility, will you choose to depart on your own accord, or shall I resort to violence to expel you? The contrast between Chiba's youthful visage and his tone was striking. Upon hearing his words, Orochimaru responded not with anger, but with a sardonic smile. Civility? You dare to discuss civility with an S-rank fugitive ninja from Konoha? Chiba deftly threw a kunai, pinning his mask to the trunk of a distant tree. His remarkable control ensured that the mask remained unscathed. Upon reflection, there appeared to be no substantial conflict of interest between us. Chiba attempted to employ a grand deception, suggesting that perhaps in the future, we might achieve some form of collaboration. However, Orochimaru shook his head, declining, I must witness your true potential. Not everyone is worthy of collaboration with me. Furthermore, regrettably, it seems your body is not destined to be mine. Having assessed Chiba's current condition, Orochimaru abandoned the notion of seizing his body. After all, the curse seal's energy is derived from natural energy. There is uncertainty as to whether the standard sage mode would conflict with the cursed transformation. Undoubtedly, given Chiba's current aura, attempting to implant a cursed seal upon him would prove exceedingly challenging. Chiba, resigned, remarked, if that is the case, then we shall have to engage in battle. With a swift incantation, Si, Wei, Shun, Hai, Wu-in, he resolved to strike first against Orochimaru. His gaze sharpened, bracing himself. Fire release, great fireball technique, a massive fireball, several meters in diameter, erupted from Chiba's mouth. Within the confines of the forest, the destructive power of the fire release was amplified. The searing flames instantly charred the bark of nearby trees. The great fireball raced towards Orochimaru with alarming speed, reaching him in an instant. Unfazed, Orochimaru made no attempt to evade the roaring inferno. The flames engulfed him entirely, leaving behind the acrid scent of charred flesh. As the flames dissipated, only a charred form remained. A sound of astonishment emanated from within that ashen shell. A gaping wound appeared in the back of the charred figure, and Orochimaru emerged unscathed, albeit coated in a repulsive, viscous substance. Engaging in combat with you truly necessitates a certain level of psychological fortitude. Chiba sighed, not overly surprised. It was only logical that Orochimaru would remain unharmed. If he were to be defeated by a mere C-rank fireball, it would indeed be astonishing. Moreover, the fireball contained no natural energy, merely an augmented chakra-infused attack. After all, the title of one of the legendary Sannin is not something to be taken lightly. It is earned through the crucible of battle. If this were all the strength you possessed, it certainly would not suffice to compel me to leave this place. Suddenly, Orochimaru's visage contorted into a grotesque snarl, his pallid neck elongated like that of a serpent, lunging towards Chiba, having developed his soft body technique. Orochimaru's physiology had diverged significantly from that of a normal human. In an instant, the distance of several dozen meters was closed. With Chiba's keen eyesight, he could clearly see Orochimaru's neck stretching forth, his grotesque face looming ever closer, the jaws, reminiscent of a serpent's kiss, gaped wide, seemingly ready to consume him whole. His target appeared to be Chiba's neck. Even though the hope was faint, Chiba felt compelled to try. It had been long since he had encountered such a remarkable youth. Just as Orochimaru's sharp teeth were about to make contact with Chiba's neck, Chiba exclaimed, "Orochimaru-senpai, did I not warn you?" A dangerous smile crept across his face. "Do not harbor intentions against me." His alabaster hand grasped Orochimaru's outstretched neck with an iron grip. The sickening sound of bones crunching echoed as Chiba exerted his strength, with a resounding crack. Blood erupted in all directions. In an act of sheer brutality, Chiba had crushed Orochimaru's neck. The severed head fell helplessly from the air. The disbelief in Orochimaru's eyes would forever remain trapped within those serpentine orbs. "Orochimaru, let us cease this charade. Such tricks may suffice once or twice," Chiba remarked, gazing at the body slumped against the stout branch. "But if employed too frequently, they will lead me to underestimate you." As his words lingered in the air, a sinister laughter emanated from the lifeless form. "Truly, Chiba, your perceptiveness is admirable. My lifelike performance failed to deceive you." Chiba replied with a stoic expression, "Perhaps you have forgotten. In sage mode, I can perceive even the faintest fluctuations of chakra." Once more, Orochimaru emerged from the remnants of his body. His unique body replacement technique allowed him to evade most forms of harm. Yet, Chiba had his own countermeasure, Leaf Whirlwind. As Orochimaru re-emerged, still unsteady, Chiba's assault was already upon him, closing in on his vital points. The powerful gust of wind surged from Chiba's leg, infused with the might of sage chakra. Carrying immense pressure, faced with such an onslaught, Orochimaru could no longer afford to underestimate his opponent. He raised his arm to shield himself, attempting to deflect Chiba's attack. However, this strike exceeded Orochimaru's expectations, with a resounding impact. The tumultuous force erupted upon contact. Orochimaru was sent sprawling like a deflated ball, propelled several dozen meters away. The ensuing force collided with the trees, causing trunks thick enough for several people to embrace to splinter and crack. Orochimaru crashed to the ground, leaving behind a web-like pattern upon the earth that a cloud of dust billowed upward, obscuring Chiba's vision. Yet the chilling chakra sensed within the haze kept Chiba on high alert. Just as the dust began to settle, a foul wind swept through the air. The hissing of serpents echoed, reaching Chiba's ears in an instant. Ninjutsu, shadow-style multi-snake hand. A multitude of massive serpents gaped their mouths, releasing a potent stench. The initial chakra fluctuations alone were enough to unleash this technique. Chiba sensed no trace of chakra emanating from these colossal serpents. At times, perception can be deceiving. Orochimaru's sinister grin radiated danger. The foul wind did not come from the front alone. Unbeknownst to him, the sunlight was blotted out as serpents coiled upon the treetops. Surrounded on all sides, escape seemed impossible. The true power of one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, was now fully revealed. Chiba had no notion of when he had summoned these colossal snakes. Beyond the imminent threat of the shadow-style multi-snake hand before him, every direction was teeming with serpents. In the face of such an assault, Orochimaru's excitement grew ever stronger. He was eager to witness the techniques Chiba would employ to counter his onslaught. In such dire circumstances, even an elite Jonin would struggle to survive. Only true warriors could navigate through this perilous situation. Yet Chiba's next move exceeded Orochimaru's imagination. With remarkable speed, his right hand formed seals at a rate of 5 seals per second at Wu, Zi, Cho, Shun, Yu, Rin. 23 hand seals were completed in just over 4 seconds. Meanwhile, his left hand was also engaged, albeit at a slightly slower pace, requiring fewer seals than the other technique. Wu, Si, Chin, Zi, Cho, In, wind release, vacuum great sphere, fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. The two techniques were unleashed in rapid succession. Nearly simultaneously, the flames intensified, fueled by the wind. The roaring, fierce fire dragon seemed intent on completely evaporating the moisture from the air. The air bomb formed by the vacuum orb merged into the fire dragon, further enhancing its ferocity. Wherever it passed, only charred remnants remained. The Shadow's multi-snake hand, which met it head-on, was directly scorched into carbon. A tantalizing aroma of roasted flesh wafted through the forest. In the moment Qianye caught a whiff of the burnt scent, the first thought that crossed his mind was whether it was edible. However, judging by the appearance of those colossal serpents, it was likely not an option. Their flesh had turned to cinders. What a pity. He leapt aside, narrowly avoiding the enormous python that descended from above. The thick branch he had previously occupied was utterly shattered. Countless splinters scattered, piercing through the trunks of other trees, while simultaneously obstructing Orochimaru's line of sight. Orochimaru-senpai, Shinya's voice resonated in his ears. Now it's my turn. Orochimaru's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to evade, but in that fleeting moment of realization, a powerful force struck him from below the chin. Shadow Dance Leaf. Shinya crouched slightly, unleashing a violent force from his legs that crashed into Orochimaru's jaw, sending him soaring into the air. Crack! The tree beneath Shinya's feet groaned under the strain. In the heat of battle, he had lost any reservations about causing destruction. Trees collapsed and the ground fractured, resembling a cataclysmic event, the sheer devastation causing Orochimaru's eye to twitch. Is this kid a humanoid feral beast? As Orochimaru dodged, a hint of panic flickered across his countenance. Though airborne, the modified Orochimaru could evade Qianye's assault in an extreme manner. However, this time, the martial technique was not Might Guy's Lotus series. Brutal continuous assault. Qianye's explosive speed surged forth, swiftly catching up to Orochimaru, even surpassing him from above. His elevated right leg came crashing down with ferocity. Taken by surprise, Orochimaru could only raise his hands in defense. Crack! The crisp sound of bone fracturing echoed from his arm. Utilizing the force of his rotation, Shinya twisted in midair, using his waist as a pivot to execute a 360-degree spin. His right leg, like a heavy hammer, struck down again upon Orochimaru's already fractured arm. Boom! Orochimaru plummeted like a cannonball, crashing into the earth below. A cloud of dust erupted, obscuring any trace of him. This was a technique developed by Shinya himself. Its difficulty merely reaching the level of C-rank martial arts, yet it required his physical prowess to be at an extraordinary level to utilize effectively. The initial move still drew inspiration from Shadow Dance Leaf, a versatile opener that could launch an opponent into the air, allowing for better execution of subsequent techniques. Brutal continuous assault lacked any unique attributes. Its defining characteristic was its terrifying destructive power. 2 successive heavy strikes were sufficient to obliterate anything. Even Orochimaru could not emerge unscathed under such intense assault. Moreover, with the activation of Sage Chakra, Shinya could even unleash a 3rd heavy strike. However, due to Orochimaru's timely evasion, he failed to deliver the complete Shadow Dance Leaf. Consequently, Orochimaru fell from the air upon receiving the 2nd strike. Cough, cough. A harsh coughing sound emerged from the dust. His astonishing martial arts bore a faint resemblance to Might Guy's techniques. Orochimaru staggered out from the haze, his form somewhat hunched, his right hand clutching his chest tightly. A trickle of blood stained his lips, starkly contrasting with his pallid complexion. The assault from the Sage Chakra had hindered his ability to employ the substitution technique. The incomplete, brutal, continuous assault had dealt substantial damage. I acknowledge your talent. The Death Forest is your domain. I shall take my leave. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as his body gradually melted into the ground, leaving behind nothing but chaos. Host has successfully repelled Orochimaru. Task evaluation in progress. Chapter 71. The initial stage of Sage Body. Chinya's face was alight with excitement. This sign-in task had occupied his thoughts for quite some time. To drive off Orochimaru, he had exerted considerable effort, without his rigorous training over the past period. Forcing Orochimaru to leave the Death Forest would have been akin to scaling a mountain. It was possible that he might have fallen victim to Orochimaru's cursed seal. However, now the task had been successfully completed. Although he had revealed some potential, Shinya felt it was all worthwhile. Task rewards are being distributed. Task rewards distribution successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the initial stage of Sage Body. As the mechanical voice of the system echoed, Shinya felt a transformation within his body. A warm current surged from within, flowing to every extremity. The Sage Body was unlike any ordinary bloodline limit. In truth, it transcended the very concept of bloodline limits. The initial stage of Sage Body did not immediately bestow Shinya with immense power. From what he understood, the Sage Body resembled a latent potential. Ashura, son of Otsutsuki Kagaya, inherited the Sage Body. Yet, compared to his brother Indra, Ashura appeared rather unremarkable in his childhood. However, through relentless training, he achieved an astonishing level of strength. The Senju and Uzumaki clans, as his descendants, similarly inherited the sage body, though it varied by individual. Among them were Hashirama and Tobirama Senju, while Naruto Uzumaki represented the Uzumaki clan. Of course, these were not the only individuals possessing the sage body. Many others exhibited its presence. The vast chakra reserves and rapid recovery capabilities were their most notable traits. This also served to validate a crucial point. The sage body merely provided potential for future development. In the early stages, it might not match the speed of the Sharingan. The warm current within his body soothed every cell. He sensed that the potential he had consumed through intense training was gradually restoring. And there was even a slow upward trend in his potential. Once everything settled, Shinya realized he felt considerably lighter. He attempted to form hand seals and was pleasantly surprised to discover that his sealing speed had surpassed the limit of 5 seals per second. Achieving 6 seals per second placed him on par with the Uchiha clan's prodigies. The very individual Sasuke Uchiha sought to eliminate, Itachi Uchiha, came to mind. However, Shinya was not merely achieving 6 seals in a second. He was capable of executing 2 different ninjutsu simultaneously with each hand. This meant that without disrupting his chakra flow, Shinya could instantly perform 2 distinct techniques. Naturally, this required him to be in Sage mode to accomplish. Sage mode granted him extraordinary control. Under normal circumstances, attempting to unleash 2 ninjutsu would disrupt his chakra, leading to internal injuries or, worse, death due to conflicting chakra modes. Having quickly adjusted to the changes in his state, Shinya was thoroughly pleased with his initial stage of sage body that he attempted to slice his arm with a kunai, and under the influence of chakra, the wound healed at a visible rate. Within just a few breaths, his arm returned to its smooth, unblemished state, as if it had never been injured. If it weren't for the blood on the kunai, even Shinya would find it hard to believe. Wow, I'm nearly catching up to Naruto. Shinya's eyes sparkled with delight. Furthermore, his physical constitution had also seen significant enhancement. He had now preliminarily reached the level of talent shared by the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Moreover, with continued development, even more formidable abilities awaited him. Yet, a new question soon arose. What would the next sign-in task be? Shinya gazed curiously at the system within his mind. After all, this was the fastest route for him to grow stronger. Generating new sign-in task. However, the system's response left Shinya somewhat disappointed. He had anticipated the immediate emergence of the next sign-in task, but it appeared he would need to wait a while longer. Chiba shook his head, dispelling the unpleasantness from his mind. Completing the previous sign-in task was, after all, a significant achievement. One must not be overly greedy. There was, at the very least, a buffer period. Alas, Nico had yet to master the art of reverse spiritual communication. Chiba hastened towards the central tower, where a substantial business opportunity awaited his attention. With only those two and Nico at his side, Chiba could not be entirely certain that no troubles would arise. The nearly 10 kilometers distance was traversed in a mere half an hour, a feat achieved even while he moderated his speed. At the edge of the central tower, Naruto Uzumaki propped up a stall with a few branches. Selling scrolls, 100,000 ryo each. We have all kinds of scrolls. Purchase one and you can pass. In response to this hawking, Sasuke Uchiha exhibited considerable resistance. However, observing Naruto and Nico's enthusiasm, it seemed they were quite fervent about it. Yet, the malicious gazes lurking within the surrounding forest hinted that matters were not proceeding as smoothly as they appeared. Chapter 72. 9 out, 13 back TSK. There were at least 10 hidden teams. Although Chiba had dispelled Sage mode, the concealed abilities of the other candidates were, in his view, rather inept. The erratic chakra fluctuations had completely betrayed their hidden positions. Compared to Zabuza Momochi, they were woefully lacking. Having witnessed the true methods of a master assassin, Chiba found it difficult to regard the other candidates' stealth capabilities with any respect, including certain newcomers from Konoha, such as the members of Team 10 Ino, Shikamaru, and Shoji, as well as Rock Lee, Niji Hyuga, and Tenten.as for the outdoor survival team. Kiba Inuzuka and his companions had likely passed the exam without incident, for this second test was indeed quite favorable for them. Speaking of which, the rumors circulating about the desperate bandits in the Forest of Death, could they possibly be Naruto and his companions? Shikamaru Nara, with his pineapple-like hair, wore an expression of disbelief among the combined strengths. Team 10 could only rank in the middle among the dozen or so teams. There were many stronger teams than theirs. It certainly appeared so. That imposing cat nearby looked quite fearsome. Yamanaka Ino hesitated before speaking. By the way, where has that other Chiba from our team gone? As the top newcomer of our cohort, he shouldn't have been eliminated, right? Upon hearing this, Shikamaru replied impatiently, who knows, this situation is truly unwise. What a bother. Naruto and Nico continued their vigorous selling. Clearly, they had also sensed the other hidden candidates nearby. Eventually, someone could no longer contain themselves and stepped out from their hiding place that a figure clad entirely in tight wrappings emerged. Seemingly a ninja from Mangekyou. How much for the Book of Earth? The leader inquired. Naruto's eyes lit up upon the arrival of a customer. All scrolls are 100,000 ryo each. In truth, the price was not excessively steep, considering that even D-rank missions could yield a reward of up to 100,000 ryo, with C-rank missions being even higher. Most ninjas participating in the CH9 exams had, to some extent, engaged in C-rank missions. Some had even ventured into B-rank missions, with Gaara from Mangekyou being a notable example. Upon hearing the price, the other party's eyes flickered with hesitation. Can it be a bit cheaper? We don't have that much cash on us. Naruto wiped his nose and replied, no problem. Brother Chiba anticipated this. You can trade valuable items instead. Ninja tools, food pills, ninjutsu, or even information, hidden among the dense foliage. Chiba nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. It was a sign of progress that Naruto could remember such a detail. However, the trio of ninjas from Mangekyou still seemed reluctant to engage in a transaction. I think robbing you would be a splendid choice. A fierce glint appeared in the leader's eyes as his right hand reached for his ninja tool pouch. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged forth. Before the three ninjas from Mangekyou could draw their weapons, Nico unleashed a powerful slap, sending them flying several dozen meters away, their bodies carving deep grooves into the ground before crashing into a tree. The sturdy trunk of the tree was instantly dented, splintered wood swirling in the wind, much like the shattered dignity of the Mangekyou ninjas. One decisive strike, without any hint of resistance. Other teams harboring thoughts of robbery quickly suppressed their intentions upon witnessing this. This formidable cat not only looked intimidating, but also possessed terrifying strength. Everyone's expressions grew somber as they pondered their strategies. Naruto, Team 10 emerged from the underbrush, with Shikamaru leading the way as one of Naruto's few friends in this cohort. Shikamaru generally maintained a good rapport with him. We wish to purchase a Book of Heaven. However, as he spoke, Shikamaru's expression turned somewhat helpless. But we don't have cash, and as for ninja tools, we don't possess enough to cover 100,000 ryo. Hearing this, Naruto's face reflected a look of dilemma. What should we do? Brother Chiba didn't mention such a situation. It's all right. With the credibility of the three clans, we can easily write an IOU. Chiba's voice called from above. Everyone turned to see a ragged young man leap down from the trees. Despite his tattered clothing, his fair skin bore no signs of injury, and his handsome face radiated a sunny smile. His appearance alone instilled a sense of reassurance among the others. Wasn't he just an innocuous boy? But remember, this is 9 out, 13 back. Chiba's words sounded like a devil's temptation. Chapter 73. Chiba's reluctant compromise. What does 9 out, 13 back mean? Shikamaru had never heard of such a term. However, with his innate intelligence, he sensed an ominous premonition. It's simple. 9 out, 13 back means an interest rate of 10%. Chiba did not elaborate further. Simply stating the interest, Shikamaru pondered for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. Acceptable. As soon as he finished speaking, Chiba produced paper and pen from his ninja tool pouch. Witnessing this, Shikamaru's mouth twitched, given his intellect. It was impossible for him not to realize that Chiba had long since devised this plan. After all, who would carry paper and pen during such an exam? Ino, Choji, what do you think? Shikamaru exchanged glances with his companions, seeking their opinions. Choji was busy attempting to cram the last bag of chips into his mouth. His final reserves. I have no objections. Let's pass the exam swiftly. My stomach is already growling. As soon as he spoke, his stomach complied with an audible rumble. In contrast, Ino seemed utterly entranced, her eyes fixed on Chiba. Hey, Ino, don't lose your ability to think just because he's handsome, Shikamaru said, shaking his head in exasperation. The incessant shaking finally roused Ino from her daze. Huh? What is it, Shikamaru? She appeared oblivious to the unfolding situation, and upon noticing her companion's captivated expression, Shikamaru sighed, covering his face with his hand. Forget it, forget it. Given your demeanor, you probably have no objections, after all. Our three clans are not short on money. With that, Shikamaru wrote the IOU on the paper, casually pricking his finger to leave his imprint. Chiba beamed as he accepted the IOU, simultaneously handing the trio a book of earth. To demonstrate our sincerity, the first transaction comes with a complimentary gift. You three may proceed directly to the central tower. There will be no one to impede your passage. Nara Shikamaru, though skeptical, wondered if it were truly possible. Upon hearing his words, Chiba affectionately patted the head of the cat spirit, saying, Nikoi will be responsible for escorting you there. This is my summoning beast, and you can place your complete trust in it. Nikoyu, displaying an unexpectedly obedient demeanor, seemed a far cry from the cat that had just attacked the ninjas of Sunigakure. Well, fine. Nara Shikamaru initially contemplated a refusal, yet upon seeing his two teammates, he acquiesced. Given their current state, they possessed neither the will nor the energy to engage in battle. Chiba swiftly seized the collars of Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji, and before they could react, he tossed them onto the back of Nikoi. Finally, it was Yamanaka Ino's turn. She had shaken off her obsession and, while acknowledging Chiba's good looks, arguably the best among newcomers, she certainly did not wish to be unceremoniously thrown onto the back of a cat. Observing the mixture of fear and pity in her eyes, Chiba pondered for a moment. All right, just this once, he gently patted the fluffy legs of Nikoyu and crouched down slightly. Naturally, Nikoyu did not hesitate in obeying Chiba's command. Fully understanding his intent, the cat lowered its body, ready to receive Yamanaka Ino. Please, Miss Ino. Ino's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement, as though illuminated by a flickering light. Thank you, she whispered as she leaped onto the cat's back. Nikoyu then turned and dashed toward the central tower. Chiba watched them depart, catching a glimpse of the faint blush on Ino's ears. Why does this feel a bit off? He murmured to himself. With the success of their first transaction, it was not long before other teams approached at Tio Chiba's surprise. Some teams could indeed offer treasures worth thousands of Ryo. Of course, among the candidates participating in the Chunin exams, there were those who were quite ruthless. Realizing they could not pass the exam, they directly presented ninjutsu scrolls, such as the Rain Shinobi's Black Rain technique, with 3 consecutive teams successfully trading. The remaining ninjas began to grow restless. Considering that terrifying large cat had already departed, some individuals found themselves harboring reckless thoughts once more. Attack! A loud cry suddenly pierced the air, just as Chiba was calculating his gains. In the next moment, countless shuriken flew toward him, wind style. Great breakthrough. Without lifting his head, Chiba continued counting his spoils with his right hand, while his left hand swiftly formed hand seals that in an instant. A fierce gale erupted from his mouth, enveloping all the incoming shuriken. The force of the wind did not wane, sending the 3 assailants soaring into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. 3 resounding impacts stirred up clouds of dust. The onlookers gazed at the disheveled attackers with a sense of sympathy. Was that merely a single ninjutsu? Moreover, it seemed he executed it with just one hand. He had effortlessly dispatched 3 ninjas of mid-tier strength. This youth appeared far more formidable than that large cat. Chapter 74. The elusive pharmacist. Kabuto. Without sparing a glance at the 3, Chiba organized all his gains. Everyone, we have but a few scrolls remaining. He smiled amiably at the crowd, his demeanor still very congenial. You must seize this opportunity. The onlookers regarded the seemingly harmless youth, swallowing hard in apprehension. Expressions of astonishment adorned each face. Those who previously harbored thoughts of attacking now buried such notions deep within. There was a collective understanding. Never provoke this boy. Lee, aren't you all considering partaking? Chiba teased as he waved the scroll in his hand, his words laced with temptation. That I don't have that much money. Rock Lee replied, somewhat embarrassed, his cheeks flushing as if feeling ashamed. Although he usually received financial support from Mike Guy, all of that had been allocated to his training. Thus, he found himself at a loss in matters of finance. No worries, someone has money. Chiba shifted his gaze to the other 2 members of Team 3. Neither Hyuga Niji nor Tintin were lacking in funds. Though Niji was a branch family member, his treatment was not as poor as that of a caged bird in other respects. As for Tintin, she was a hidden affluent figure within Konoha, having established her own ninja tool shop at a young age, achieving financial independence long ago. However, to Chiba's surprise, Tintin's expression was far from pleasant. Humph, she scoffed, stepping forward. This scroll contains ninja tools worth 30,000 Ryo. Bring the money. Gazing at the handsome youth before her, The inexplicable anger she had felt moments ago had dissipated significantly. Yet, her naturally stubborn nature prevented her from easily revealing her vulnerable side. Even if it meant risking the chance of someone else taking away what she cherished, Chiba seemed to sense something amiss. Wait, could it be due to Ino? A flicker of surprise crossed his mind as he scrutinized Tenten closely. Dust speckled her delicate features, and her bright eyes brimmed with defiance, concealing her inner anxiety and tension. Just a joke, Chiba said with a smile that revealed his pearly whites. Tenten, you have helped me so much before, and I've never had the chance to thank you. Here, would you prefer the Book of Heaven or the Book of Earth? As Chiba smiled, Tenten's previously furrowed brows suddenly relaxed. The Book of Earth. Upon receiving the Book of Earth from Chiba, all of Konoha's newcomers successfully passed the second exam. Watching Team 3 depart, Chiba ignored Rock Lee's attempts to challenge him, without opening the 8 gates. Lee was no match for him. Meanwhile, Neji wore a sullen expression, reminiscent of a white-eyed version of Naruto. Everyone, there are not many spots left, so grasp this chance. Chiba waved the scroll in his hand, encouraging the crowd to AT that moment. A ninja Chiba did not expect stepped forward. Chiba, I would like a copy of the Book of Heaven. The newcomer, wearing round glasses and the Konoha headband, exuded a sense of safety. Oh, it's you, Kabuto, that I didn't expect you all to be without a scroll, Chiba remarked. Kabuto forced a smile, explaining, it's not entirely our fault. You acted too swiftly. The remaining teams are not to be trifled with. To pass the exam, I have no choice but to seek your assistance. Chiba, upon hearing this, fiddled with the scroll in his hand and replied, no problem at all. Since it's you, Kabuto, I shall offer you a 20% discount. Chiba had more plans for this master of ninja dreams. Selling a favor in advance was undoubtedly a wise choice. Kabuto handed over 3 ninja tool packs, his spoils from the battles, which should suffice. Without even glancing at them, Chiba accepted the packs. Pleasure doing business. Kabuto, for reasons unknown. Kabuto felt an odd sensation as he observed the expression on the youth's face. With his years of experience in espionage, he sensed an unsettling aura emanating from Chiba. I wonder if you could accompany me for a while. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, hesitating slightly. I've temporarily separated from my comrades. Before he could finish, Chiba interrupted. No problem. Just in time for you to help me count the spoils. That I can't trust Naruto, that arithmetic idiot. Naruto Uzumaki's expression instantly fell. This was certainly not a favorable evaluation. After selling off the remaining scrolls, only a handful of candidates were left present. The ninja teams lacking sufficient funds set their sights on those who had purchased the scrolls. In this regard, Chiba could not be bothered with such matters. After all, as long as his objectives were met, that sufficed. The quartet advanced towards the central tower, now merely about 1,000 meters away. Chapter 75. An abundance of candidates. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha led the way at the front. After a night of rest, they were evidently brimming with energy. Meanwhile, Chiba lingered behind with Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Chiba suddenly spoke up. Before Kabuto could respond, he was met with a chilling remark. I suggest you include my specific information in the ninja identification card. This way, Orochimaru will take you more seriously. As the words fell, cold sweat trickled down Kabuto's forehead, and his pupils dilated, clearly indicating his extreme tension. As a spy, the worst fears had indeed materialized. Kabuto was at a loss as to where he had faltered. However, there was no doubt that his identity had been compromised. Fortunately, from Chiba's demeanor, it seemed he was also acquainted with Orochimaru. For now, no immediate danger loomed. Nonetheless, Kabuto resolutely decided in his heart that once the second exam concluded, he would leave this place without delay. Chiba remained oblivious to the profound impact his words had on Kabuto. The central tower was now within sight. Finally, we've arrived, Kabuto exclaimed, casting a wary glance at Chiba. Chiba, you all go ahead. I need to wait here for my companions. Chiba nodded and, accompanied by Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, entered the tower. The empty room felt somewhat desolate. Where has everyone gone? Naruto placed a hand on his forehead, scanning the surroundings. There appeared to be a phrase inscribed somewhere. If there is no heaven, then wisdom must prepare for opportunity. If there is no earth, then pursue profit through the original. Possessing the powers of heaven and earth, the perilous path shall return to the righteous path. This is the ultimate meaning of a ninja. Chiba recited the completed content aloud. This essentially means we should open the book of heaven and earth. Sasuke Uchiha withdrew the book from his ninja tool pouch and at the moment he opened it, a wisp of smoke began to rise. Instinctively, he hurled the book away, swiftly drawing out his kunai in readiness. However, as the white mist dissipated, Irika Yumino stood atop the Book of Heaven and Earth. Congratulations to the three of you for successfully passing the second exam. Irika's eyes sparkled with warmth, clearly pleased with his former students. Although Chiba had not received much of his teaching, both Sasuke and Naruto had once been his proud pupils. After explaining the purpose of the second exam, a look of realization spread across Sasuke's face, while Naruto still bore a somewhat confused expression. Let us not dwell on that, Chiba advised. The exam has concluded. I'll treat you to ramen. That we've certainly reaped substantial rewards this time. Irika glanced at the bags trailing behind the three, his lips twitching slightly. By the way, where did all these items come from? Chiba replied with a smile. Trophies. These are all our spoils. Irika scratched his head in confusion, but did not press further. With Chiba and the others having successfully graduated, there was no need for further oversight. Let us go. I'll take you to meet with the other candidates who passed the exam. Irika led the way, remarking, however, it seems there are quite a few candidates who passed this year. As of now, you are already the 7th team. Chiba chuckled awkwardly but refrained from responding. This was merely the beginning. Based on the scrolls he had sold, at least 5 more teams could potentially pass the exam. Yet, unexpected circumstances could arise, and Chiba dared not guarantee anything. After all, the teams outside displayed a considerable disparity in strength. Irika guided the three to a spacious hall where several teams that had passed the exam awaited. There was the sibling trio from Sunagakure, new candidates from Konoha, and even Chiba's previous clients. However, there seemed to be a team that Chiba did not recognize. It was likely one of the 3 teams that had conducted transactions earlier, only to be intercepted mid-journey. Chiba expressed deep regret over this situation, hoping that next time fortune would favor them. At this moment, nearly 3 days remained until the conclusion of the 5-day exam period. The sheer number of candidates passing the second exam had begun to give Konoha's higher-ups a headache. The final exam would require many prominent figures to attend, and insufficient strength could significantly impact the overall impression. Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his temples, clearly troubled. Perhaps we should introduce a preliminary round to eliminate half the candidates. That might alleviate some of the issues. Evidently, Chiba's actions had led to the seamless execution of the preliminary round. Candidates who had passed the exam could rest for the time being, with further arrangements to be made after the second exam concluded. The one overseeing the proceedings was one of Konoha's elite jonin. Jinjutsu Tetsu. It appeared that Mitarashi Anko was not present. Chiba surveyed the crowd, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes that he wondered who he would draw as his opponent. Chapter 76. The preliminary round commences. The second assessment did not extend to the 5th day. By the night of the 3rd day, all the books of heaven and earth had been collected at the central tower. Therefore, even if some teams were still wandering within the forest of death, they had no chance of passing the second exam. The emergence of such a situation truly caught the examiners off guard. Furthermore, there was another matter that left them utterly astonished. How could so many candidates have passed the assessment set by Anko? Hiruzen Sarutobi furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the names on the list. The smoke from his pipe billowed with an acrid odor. The total of 12 teams had successfully passed the second exam, indicating that a preliminary round was urgently needed. Having rested for only a few hours, Chiba and the others were summoned once more to the spacious hall. The one responsible for this preliminary round was none other than Konoha's special jonin. Mizuki Kaze. He led a life envied by many, with balanced and stable abilities, along with a beautiful girlfriend who adored him. Alas, his health was poor, and his life was tragically short. In Chiba's memory, the Chunin exams marked the time of Mizuki's demise. Chiba held little regard for this somewhat unfamiliar special jonin. As for saving him or not, it was left to fate. Chiba shook his head, refocusing his thoughts. The upcoming preliminary round was what truly concerned him. Since many distinguished individuals will be attending the 3rd assessment, we must eliminate a portion of candidates beforehand, Mizuki Kaze stated, coughing incessantly as he clenched his fist to his mouth. The heavy dark circles under his eyes and his pallid complexion indicated that his health had reached a critical point. Chiba furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Mizuki's condition. Such poor health, he shook his head. Among ninjas, it was rare to find those with such frail bodies. After all, chakra itself is a fusion of physical energy and mental energy. Both are indispensable. Could a ninja with health as poor as Mizuki's truly unleash the full might of ninjutsu? Thus, the decision was made to introduce a preliminary round. The rules are quite simple. As displayed on the electronic screen behind me, the names that appear denote the opposing teams, with the victors advancing to the next round. As Mizuki spoke more, his coughs grew increasingly severe. However, he seemed indifferent to the matter. Before the preliminary round commences, you may choose to withdraw. In the latter half of the year, there remains another Nin examination, wherein those who withdraw may still partake. His words plunged the candidates present into profound contemplation. The 5-minute reflection period led to noticeable changes in the expressions of several injured participants. I withdraw. So do I. Count me in. My body can no longer endure. Once the time elapsed, a total of 6 individuals opted out of the preliminary examination, resulting in a swift reduction of 1/6 in the number of candidates present. In truth, Chiba had also contemplated withdrawal. However, he was regrettably aware that his performance in the preceding tests had been exceedingly outstanding. If he were to withdraw now, he would be placing himself under the spotlight. Setting aside the attention from Sarutobi Hiruzen, the lurking presence of the roots was enough to instill trepidation within him. Chiba did not presume that after his encounter with Orochimaru, he had acquired sufficient strength. He was certain that Orochimaru had not unleashed his full power, as evidenced by various accounts indicating that he harbored numerous hidden capabilities. Yet, Chiba's own power had surpassed his expectations. Moreover, erupting into intense battles within the Forest of Death did not align with his forthcoming plans, although it contradicted Chiba's inherently low-key nature. Participating in the preliminary exam seemed the better choice. Nonetheless, he sensed that he was gradually straying from his modest disposition. Certain individuals had begun to cast their gaze upon him with increased scrutiny, notably an elderly man smoking a cigarette. When Chiba met Sarutobi Hiruzen's penetrating gaze, he offered a harmless, sunny smile. However, Hiruzen's eyes were deeply contemplative, shrouded in mystery. Is there no one else withdrawing? Yukimura Keisuke inquired again with a sense of responsibility. No one responded. Among the 6 who chose to withdraw was a familiar face to Chiba, the deeply concealed Yakushi Kabuto. Unlike before, the look he cast upon Chiba as he departed was laden with palpable wariness. Clearly, Orochimaru had encountered him in the previous exam. None of them seemed willing to remain composed. Chiba murmured softly. The Nin examination served as a detonator for Konoha. Since everyone has made their decisions, I shall refrain from further persuasion. Yukimura Keisuke gestured toward a group of uniquely attired ninjas in the distance. Introducing them, those are our medical ninjas from Konoha, possessing exceptional healing ninjutsu. Therefore, you may participate in the preliminary exam with peace of mind. The next moment, the names of the first-round combatants flashed across the electronic screen. Fixing upon 2 names, Uchiha Sasuke vs. Uzumaki Naruto, Chapter 77, the prematurely arriving fateful showdown. Gazing at the names displayed on the screen, Chiba rubbed his temples vigorously, feeling a twinge of headache. This situation felt awry. How could the first match pit these 2 rivals against each other? Initially, he had suspected the presence of some underhanded dealings. However, it now appeared that Konoha was being exceedingly fair in this regard. Presenting 2 seed candidates as the opening bout, the best possible outcome now would be for one of the 2 to advance, while the worst would see both eliminated. The reactions of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were equally peculiar. Wait. Naruto raised his hand. Aren't Sasuke and I on the same team? Why? Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Yukimura Keisuke. The preliminary exam, including the subsequent 3rd test, is an individual competition. Now, please follow me to the competition area at the back. Under Yukimura Keisuke's guidance, the group arrived at a more spacious venue, flanked by spectator stands for other candidates to observe the proceedings. At Yukimura Keisuke's signal, they ascended to the stands, leaving only Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke in the arena's center. Chiba, what do you think of this match? Rock Lee approached Chiba, his expression grave, among the Konoha newcomers. Aside from Naruto and Sasuke, Lee had formed a relatively close bond with Chiba. Recently, they had often engaged in what could be termed youthful training together. After multiple failures, Lee had designated Chiba as his target to surpass. What else can I do? Just watch, Chiba replied, somewhat helpless. The railing in front of the spectator area was rather high, and sitting would obstruct his view. Lee appeared reluctant to relent, eager to press further. Just relax and enjoy the match, Chiba assured him, dismissing the matter entirely. After all, even without this preliminary exam, they were both merely lowly genin. This aspect bore little relevance to their respective strengths. Lee intended to voice something more, but Chiba restrained him. With no other choice, Lee turned his attention to the competition below in the arena. The atmosphere between Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke was palpably tense. Sasuke, this time I absolutely will not lose, Naruto declared, his eyes brimming with unwavering determination. Fool, I hardly believe you can surpass me, Sasuke replied, his expression dark and his gaze lowered. Yet, the tightness of his clenched fist betrayed the turbulence within him. In truth, under Chiba's guidance, both were presently at their peak. Despite having endured numerous battles within the forest of death, their rapid advancement through the examination had afforded them ample rest, allowing their stamina to recover considerably. As for their injuries, most were superficial and posed no hindrance to their combat capabilities. Competitors ready, the match begins. With Yukimura Keisuke's command, both figures vanished in an instant. Uzumaki Naruto retaliated with a kunai, aimed directly at Uchiha Sasuke's face to in the face of the assault. Sasuke sidestepped, raising his arm to deflect Naruto's attack. The sharp clash of their kunai resonated throughout the arena. Sasuke felt the force behind Naruto's strike. A flicker of astonishment crossing his dark eyes. Is this the extent of Naruto's current strength? He has indeed become significantly stronger. Although Naruto's attack was parried, he displayed little surprise, despite his frequent bravado. He understood that Sasuke's prowess still surpassed his own. However, thanks to Chiba's rigorous training, Naruto brimmed with confidence in advancing through this preliminary round. After a moment of stalemate, Sasuke's sudden surge of energy shattered the gridlocked dynamic. The kunai flew through the air, descending straight to the ground. As the crisp sound of impact echoed, their figures collided once more. In the exchange of fists and palms, fleeting afterimages appeared, though both were merely freshly graduated genin. Their physical prowess rivaled that of seasoned shinobi. A brief period of testing left them at a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand against the other. Sasuke began to regard Naruto's strength with newfound respect. Viewing him as a formidable rival, Naruto, I will now employ my full strength, Sasuke declared solemnly, his expression serious. No more chatter. Continue. At the moment Sasuke finished his words, his eyes transformed to a blood-red hue, the tomo within them swirling ominously. Clearly, he had abandoned any notion of underestimating Naruto. Naruto brought his index and middle fingers together, crossing his hands to form the sign of the tiger, multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, smoke erupted across the arena, obscuring the view of the spectators. Naruto's figure multiplied in mere moments, saturating the space with a sea of orange silhouettes. This was a tactical maneuver of overwhelming numbers. Chapter 78. A battle of equals. Standing, the scene of combat unfolding between the two surpassed the expectations of all present, whether it was the emergence of the Sharingan or the astonishing multitude of Naruto's clones, or the breathtaking speed that left the audience in awe. It was evident that both had surpassed the standards of mere newcomers. Many graduates from their cohort were incapable of matching the prowess displayed by Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. It was astonishing to witness the former underdog possess such formidable strength. Naruto is indeed a formidable rival on my path to becoming Hokage. Go for it. Naruto, what a hassle. How could this year's exam feature so many monsters? Uchiha Sasuke, do take care. The discussions in the audience were incessant. No one seemed to make an effort to lower their voices. Chinya, do you have more faith in Sasuke or Naruto? The same question was posed from different mouths. Unbeknownst to them, Tian had also taken her place beside Chinya. Noticing this, Chinya's eyes held a hint of helplessness. It wasn't just Tiantian. Yamanaka Ino was also standing not far away, her errant gaze occasionally drifting in this direction. To be honest, I can't say for certain. Chinya pondered for a moment before offering his explanation. There are too many uncertainties with both of them, making it difficult to predict the direction of the match. However, I do have a hypothesis. Tian, who had initially intended only to engage Chinya in conversation, was suddenly filled with a sense of curiosity. What hypothesis? Their chances of passing the Chunin exam are probably slim. Upon hearing this, Tian turned her gaze towards the center of the arena. That moment, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Naruto's shadow clones were relentlessly lunging at Sasuke. The sheer number made Naruto treat his shadow clones as expendable resources. Chinya had devised a combat strategy specifically tailored for Naruto during a grueling 7-day training session. In fact, Naruto had employed it before, though he often opted for a more straightforward approach. Sometimes, however, a flanking strategy is essential. Naruto had kept Chinya's teachings at the forefront of his mind. His true self hid among the shadow clones, constantly shifting positions while the clones were sent forth to exhaust Sasuke's stamina. Faced with the relentless shadow clones, a flicker of impatience crossed Sasuke's eyes. Although each clone could be dispelled with a single strike, minutes passed without any noticeable decrease in their numbers. This cannot continue. Sasuke felt an overwhelming sense of agitation that Naruto's tactical plan had begun to bear fruit. His mindset was no longer as it had been before. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Sasuke obliterated the two shadow clones in his path and seized the opportunity to leap into the air. The great fireball technique, concluded with the tiger hand seal, was unleashed in an instant. Thanks to Chinya's influence, Sasuke had been somewhat invigorated and his rate of strength growth had significantly accelerated. His right hand formed a trumpet shape before his mouth. Unleashing a torrent of flames, the scalding fire struck the ground, sending embers flying in all directions. Countless shadow clones disintegrated into thin air, consumed by the flames. The unconventional use of the great fireball technique cleared a significant portion of the arena. Meanwhile, Naruto, unable to shift his position in time, found himself locked onto by Sasuke. Found you. The crimson of his eyes spun in their sockets. As Sasuke descended from the air, he swiftly began forming hand seals once more. Fire release. Fireball technique. The searing flames caused the temperature of the entire arena to rise considerably, and a massive fireball erupted from his mouth, covering a tenth of the arena. Naruto's pupils constricted, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. In that fleeting moment, he had made up his mind. Dozens of shadow clones, resolved to buy time, charged towards the fireball. Though it only delayed the inevitable for a brief instant, it was sufficient that Naruto's hand seals seemed oddly familiar. Sarutobi Hiruzen, enveloped in swirling smoke, appeared somewhat dazed. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Highly condensed wine bullets erupted from Naruto's mouth. The collision between the wind bullets and the fireball produced an intensely powerful shockwave. A wave of air emanated from the point of impact, forming an eerie arc above and below. Naruto, witnessing the power of the vacuum sphere he had unleashed, felt a surge of excitement. This was also a technique Chinya had taught him during his leisure time. Sasuke, however, would not squander the opportunity presented by Naruto's momentary distraction. As he landed, he crouched slightly, his legs bursting forth with incredible speed, racing directly towards Naruto. Bang! A merciless punch landed squarely on Naruto's abdomen. The immense force sent him flying. A faint trace of blood scattered through the air. Naruto was propelled several meters away, collapsing weakly onto the ground. It seemed that the outcome of this battle had been determined. Chapter 79. The Clash of Wind and Fire. Did Naruto lose? Kakashi Hatake gazed at the fallen Naruto, a flicker of regret in his eyes. Though somewhat disappointed, Kakashi, sometimes one must not view matters solely from the surface. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted him, lightly tapping his pipe on the back of his hand, ash cascading down. The battle had only just entered its most intense phase. Sasuke, his body taut, approached Naruto, declaring, "Naruto, concede. You are not my match." His tone was flat, as if stating an undeniable fact. In the eyes of most, this was indeed the case. Only a select few held a different opinion. There's no way I can concede. Struggling to rise from the ground, Naruto bore a crimson trail of blood at the corner of his mouth. His azure eyes were filled with unwavering resolve. Brother Chinya is still watching me. How could I possibly concede? Multiple shadow clone technique. Fueled by sheer willpower, Naruto rose once more, casting the A-rank forbidden technique. Orange figures filled the arena once again, though this time, the number of clones was significantly reduced. Sasuke took note of this. Your chakra is insufficient to sustain the upcoming battle. Naruto, however, wore a confident smile. Then let's settle this with one decisive move. As his words resounded, the shadow clones standing opposite Sasuke began forming hand seals. The familiar hand signs did not bode well in Sasuke's eyes. His expression darkened, yet he had no choice but to respond. For Naruto's next jutsu, evasion was simply not an option. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Dozens of shadow clones cupped their hands in front of them, unleashing a tempest from their mouths. A singular great breakthrough might not have garnered Sasuke's attention, but wind, by its nature, is characterized by its vast range. When dozens of shadow clones executed this technique simultaneously, the prerequisite for qualitative change had been met through sheer quantity. In an instant, the howling wind enveloped the entire arena. Even the examinees in the audience were affected to some extent. The sound of the wind drowned out all other noise. Faced with such an assault, Sasuke no longer underestimated the threat. He swiftly withdrew several shurikens from his ninja tool pouch. Is Sasuke out of his mind? Nara Shikamaru wore a look of disbelief. Does he truly intend to use shurikens to counter the onslaught of the wind? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Sasuke hurled the kunai in all directions. Sichinin, fire release, dragon fire technique. Chaotic flames erupted from his mouth, scattering in all directions. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the turbulent flames coalesced into a fiery curtain. As the gale collided with the fire curtain, countless sparks erupted, creating a perilous spectacle. Yet, Sasuke stood behind the fire curtain, his gaze calm and his form unwavering. However, observant individuals would notice the beads of cold sweat lining Sasuke's forehead. How? How could this be? The audience wore expressions of confusion. Is this a new jutsu developed by Sasuke? Utilizing fire release for defense is truly. Hearing part of the crowd's murmurs, Shinya shook his head, clarifying, "Look closely. Sasuke is holding a bundle of metal wire. This is not a new technique, but rather the dragon fire technique." Shinya's words provided the audience with a clearer understanding. However, some less astute individuals remained baffled by the underlying principles. Meanwhile, the quick-witted Nara Shikamaru swiftly pieced together the answer. "I see now." Sasuke infused chakra into the metal wire, granting it a certain degree of stability. As the shurikens soared through the air, they formed a rudimentary protective barrier. The characteristic of the dragon fire technique lies in its ability to manipulate the shape of flames using the metal wire. Nara Shikamaru's explanation enlightened the candidates in the audience, allowing them to grasp the principle behind the emergence of this fiery curtain. However, some candidates cast wary glances at Uchiha Sasuke, filled with apprehension. To devise a countermeasure in such a brief span of time speaks volumes about Uchiha Sasuke's innate combat prowess, far superior to what we might have imagined. Otherwise, he would not have caught the attention of the adults. Chiba noticed the vigilant gazes of the Sound Ninja trio, their expressions brimming with caution. The creative idea demonstrated a unique understanding of fire-based ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not hesitate to offer his praise, his eyes reflecting admiration as he regarded Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto's comprehension of wind release techniques was equally impressive. Both exhibited commendable qualities, albeit their luck seemed somewhat lacking. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his concern regarding the unfortunate pairing of the two. Such a battle, if placed in the third exam, would undoubtedly create a stunning spectacle. Alas, it was regrettable. As the wind and fire dissipated, only two figures remained, locked in mutual gaze. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were both panting heavily, sweat soaking their garments. Clearly, both had reached their limits. Chapter 80 witnessed their elimination. Indeed, Chiba sighed, observing the two fallen figures, shaking his head with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Both Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto were characterized by their indomitable spirits. Not only in their battle against each other, but even in ordinary confrontations, they would never concede defeat. Unless they truly lost consciousness, the fight would undoubtedly continue unabated. In an extreme display of determination, they resorted to physical combat as they approached their limits. A few minutes of fierce engagement left them incapacitated. They struck fiercely against their foes, showing no mercy even to one another. The moment they collapsed, both bore bruises and contusions, their surroundings stained with dark crimson blood. Upon realizing both had lost consciousness, Tsukuyami Jikaz stepped forward to assess the situation. After a brief moment, he raised his hand and announced, "Ahem, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke have lost consciousness. The match is suspended." The emergence of such a situation had been anticipated by the examiners from Konoha. Their usual judgment would dictate that both candidates be eliminated simultaneously. However, due to the unexpected nature of the battle, it was decided that further internal discussion was necessary before reaching a conclusion. Following the medical team's removal of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto from the arena, a brief silence enveloped the venue. Numerous examiners gathered to deliberate. "I believe we should grant both candidates the opportunity to participate in the third exam. Based on their true capabilities, they have already reached the level of Chunin." Tsukuyami Jikaz stated from a position of objectivity. Mori no Ibiki furrowed his brow, his expression growing more menacing as he shook his head. "Rules are rules. They must not be disregarded. Should we grant them a second chance simply because they hail from Konoha? What would the candidates from other villages think of us?" He approached the matter with a broader perspective. Opinions varied, each supported by its own reasoning. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed their discussion, the smoke from his pipe curling around him. "Enough. Both candidates are disqualified. As the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen delivered the final verdict, with the capabilities of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Passing the subsequent half-year evaluations would not pose a significant challenge. He provided his rationale, noting that sometimes the youth require a degree of tempering. Thus, the decision was set. Tsukimi Jika's gaze swept across the assembly as he declared, due to the simultaneous loss of consciousness by Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Both are disqualified. The pronouncement incited a chorus of dissent. Was this decision overly harsh? Could they not be afforded a single opportunity? Eliminating both candidates would undoubtedly lessen the competition. Each individual held a differing stance on the matter. For Chiba, however, this held little weight. After all, it was merely a Chunin exam. Were it not for the registration task, he would have chosen to remain a perpetual Genin. Humility was his true nature. Although the current developments had gradually strayed from that essence, he still harbored a desire to return to his authentic self. The registration task had been confirmed, and a new registration assignment was announced. Sign in at the Chunin exam venue and successfully advance to Chunin. Hiss. Chiba inhaled sharply. Was the system actively working against him? His expression stiffened. It was merely a system reward. After all, he could always forego it. Task reward. Lightning attribute chakra. Chiba's lips twitched, regretting his earlier thoughts. The specifics of the task reward were inconsequential. What mattered most was his desire to participate in the Chunin exam. Initially contemplating a direct concession in the preliminaries, the sudden emergence of this registration task compelled Chiba to revise his plans. Advancing to Chunin was indeed troublesome. As his interactions with the Pineapple Head clan increased, Chiba began to adopt their catchphrases. Nara Shikamura momentarily paused, seemingly lost in thought. Chiba, what did you just say? Upon hearing his words, Chiba waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I've merely made a resolution. For some reason, upon hearing this, Nara Shikamura felt an ominous premonition stir within him. Tsukuyami Jikaze continued to dutifully announce the next pair of contestants. His voice echoed, and the names on the electronic screen began to scroll anew. After a dizzying array of names passed by, they finally settled on two. I didn't expect it to be my turn so soon. Chiba expressed surprise. As for his opponent, he regarded them with indifference. Aside from a certain volatile individual, he held no concern for the others. Tsukuyami Jikaze called out, Konoha Ninja Chiba versus Sound Ninja Akagane. Chiba's gaze fell upon the Sound Ninja shrouded in a black mask. His nonchalant demeanor inadvertently rendered his opponent rigid, cold sweat trickling from their pores. Chiba, go for it. Rock Lee cheered from the stands. Without turning his head, Chiba returned a thumbs up, declaring, in the name of youth, I shall never lose. In truth, anyone who had witnessed Chiba in action would harbor no doubts about his capabilities, aside from the two recently carried away. Rock Lee could be considered Chiba's most ardent supporter. In his eyes, Chiba, as the one who had defeated him in a fair fight, represented a lifelong goal to strive toward. Chiba, you must not lose. I believe you can win. A sweet voice resonated from the audience, momentarily catching Chiba off guard. Wait, was that Tintin with Yamanaka Ino? He turned awkwardly, only to find the two girls waving enthusiastically from the railing. However, they quickly sensed something amiss. The two girls exchanged fierce glances, glaring at one another. Their sixth sense warned them that the individual before them was undoubtedly a rival. Sparks seemed to fly as their gazes collided, and an air of tension thickened between them. Hiss. Chiba inhaled sharply, realizing, this situation seems rather peculiar. Tsukimi Jikaze urged, Candidate Chiba, please make your way to the center of the arena promptly. The second match is about to commence. Without further delay, Chiba dashed to stand opposite Akagane. You little brat. I shall crush you. Despite the obscuring black cloth covering the face and the completely opaque glasses, Chiba could not discern the expression of his opponent. However, judging by the palpable aura of hostility emanating from the bronze armor, it appeared that this foe was quite oblivious to the information at hand. It seems that Senior Do has concealed some vital details from you. Chiba regarded the man before him with keen interest, particularly intrigued by the abilities of the bronze armor. What? The bronze armor seemed momentarily bewildered. The combatants readied themselves, and the match commenced. The moonlit breeze hastened the end of their conversation. For there were numerous battles yet to unfold, and time could not be squandered on idle chatter. In the face of his adversary, the bronze armor struck first, unleashing a faint blue glow from his hands. A cloak of chakra enveloping him. With a powerful thrust, His hand surged toward Chiba's face. From Chiba's perspective, the speed of the attack was mediocre, the force average, and the angle unremarkable. He raised his hand to counter. Meeting the attack head-on, at the moment of contact, chakra surged from within his body toward the bronze armor. Chiba's expression shifted. "Haha, little brat. Did you not see this coming?" The laughter of the bronze armor had an air of triumph. As he proclaimed, "My ability allows me to absorb the chakra of others. Anyone who comes into contact with my hands will have their chakra siphoned away. Does it not leave you feeling weak and hollow?" However, his response was met with a swift kick from the side. The force was tremendous, sending the bronze armor flying. His towering figure tumbled like a rolling gourd, offering no resistance whatsoever. Boom! The bronze armor crashed into the wall at the edge of the arena. The wall fractured in a spiderweb pattern around him, debris raining down, and the ground stained with blood. Chiba's powerful kick had nearly shattered his insides. That all. A seemingly casual remark landed like a crushing blow to his spirit. The bronze armor widened his eyes in an effort to see the young man before him. Yet, the presence of his sunglasses rendered his vision somewhat unclear. You. Another spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, staining his chest. With a tilt of his head, the bronze armor succumbed to unconsciousness. Chiba, ever mindful of his strength, had exerted careful control over his power at such a critical juncture. It was best to avoid causing a scene. The moonlit breeze approached to check on the state of the bronze armor. He was already unconscious. The match was concluded. The victor is Chiba. In truth, Chiba could have effortlessly dispatched him at the onset of the battle. However, he was genuinely intrigued by the bronze armor's abilities. Absorbing chakra was reminiscent of the technique utilized by the ninja blade, Samahata. Thus, Chiba had taken the risk of engaging directly to test the limits of his opponent's power. To his disappointment, the bronze armor's ability proved to be quite limited. Even if Chiba offered no resistance, the absorption was minimal. Furthermore, if Chiba actively resisted, the bronze armor would be unable to absorb any chakra at all. A useless ability, devoid of merit. This was Chiba's assessment of his power, which paled in comparison to the Sound Ninja Trio. The second match unfolded in a manner that exceeded most expectations, initially presumed to be a fierce battle. The contest ended in mere seconds, leaving the audience in a state of shock that Chiba's prowess far surpassed that of his opponent. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a glance toward Hatake Kakashi. Was his performance during the mission similar? Kakashi nodded solemnly, stating, "Chiba's strength is far beyond that of the other two. Prior to the Chunin exams, Naruto had been training closely with him. Judging by today's display, Naruto has made significant progress." Sarutobi exhaled a cloud of smoke, calmly observing, "It seems Jiraiya has invested considerable effort into his training." Chapter 82. The struggle among female ninjas. Compared to the first match, Chiba's performance seemed to capture even greater attention. Almost all gazes were fixed upon him. Even a certain gourd-bearing individual was transfixed by Chiba. The murderous intent emanating from him appeared barely contained at a powerful ninja. How he yearned to eliminate him. Gaara felt a twitch in his eyelid. Struggling to suppress his murderous intent at this moment, he could not afford to act recklessly. Though he possessed a wild disposition, it did not imply he was a fool. In terms of intellect, Gaara had always been quite astute. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the position of 5th Kazekage. "Chiba, your strength has grown," Rock Lee exclaimed excitedly as he surrounded Chiba, brimming with enthusiasm. Chiba held no aversion toward his single-minded friend. On the contrary, he regarded Lee as a commendable companion. Pure of heart, he also possessed a unique character. Most importantly, he was fundamentally sound, though he would soon face repercussions for his extraordinary abilities. With Chiba around, he would ensure that the tragic scene was averted. The title of Chunin was inconsequential. It was Lee's ninja journey that must not be jeopardized. Aside from a few exceptional cases, the gazes directed at Chiba were filled with deep trepidation. Though some had witnessed Chiba's formidable strength in the Forest of Death, it paled in comparison to the direct observation at hand. The ninjas who had reached this stage were all quite formidable in their own right. Yet, even so, they were swiftly dispatched by Chiba. At this moment, the overwhelming majority of the candidates had internalized the belief that they could not stand against him. The next duel's contestants were announced. As the somewhat weary voice of the moonlit breeze echoed, the names on the electronic screen ceased their scrolling. Konoha Ninja Tenten vs. Sunagakure Ninja Temari. Chiba's gaze sharpened as he observed the two young women stepping into the arena. Finally, The matches had returned to their intended course, regardless of the internal conflict of Team 7 in the first match or Chiba's performance in the second. Both had deviated from the original trajectory of this world. Now, it seemed the preliminaries were back on track. In fact, based solely on appearances, this battle already hinted at a certain outcome. Compared to Temari's pristine and unblemished appearance, Tintin's condition appeared rather disheveled. The pink fabric of her attire was laden with dust, and her exposed skin bore numerous cuts and bruises. Though her face was marked by a resolute expression, it could not conceal the fatigue evident in her features. This is going to be tough. Chiba sighed, simultaneously heightening his focus. This battle promised to be a near-total domination. It could not be said that Tintin was weak. Rather, her techniques were completely countered by Temari. The fierce and swift winds could sweep away any ninja tool. Temari's wind jutsu was inherently powerful. Coupled with her 3-star fan, it rendered Tintin's chances of victory nearly unimaginable. Tintin had assisted Chiba greatly during training. He was a person who valued his debts. The two faced each other, their expressions serious. The match began. In response to her unsuspecting opponent, Tintin opted to strike first. She took a step back to create distance. The kunai in her hand was launched forward. However, before she could discern her opponent's reaction, she heard the sound of the kunai embedding itself in the ground. How is that possible? A look of disbelief crossed Lee's face. How could Tintin miss her target? Her accuracy had always been impeccable. Hearing his words, Chiba corrected him. Pay attention. Lee, Temari's position has shifted compared to before. It is not that Tintin has misfired. Rather, Temari has evaded her attack. Tintin stared in disbelief at Temari, who stood not far away. Did she really dodge? If that is all she is capable of, she might as well concede now, Temari advised. Although the Sand siblings were known for their unpleasant personalities, Temari was comparatively more amiable. However, as she spoke, a hint of defiance remained in her demeanor. Humph, Tintin huffed disdainfully, reaching for a scroll. It was merely a test. The scroll was cast forth, unfurling in midair to transform into a dragon-like form that spiraled upward. Tian leaped into the air, merging into the open scroll. In an instant, a multitude of ninja tools and hidden weapons erupted from within. Yet, Temari merely opened her 3-star fan, softly declaring, "Second star." A furious gale surged forth from the fan, instantly deflecting all incoming ninja tools and weapons. The moment the 3-star fan was fully opened would herald your defeat. Temari held unwavering confidence in her prowess. As Tian descended from the air, she gritted her teeth, a hint of reluctance in her expression. Deep down, she sensed that her journey in the Seichnin exams might be reaching its end. However, with her tenacious spirit, Tian would not concede easily. Double Rising Dragon. 2 scrolls were nestled between her slender fingers before being tossed into the air. The spiraling dragon-like scrolls enveloped Tian, scattering countless sharp ninja tools like petals falling from a celestial maiden. Kaminari. A crystalline voice resonated across the arena. The tornado surged upward, the howling winds consuming all hidden weapons, rendering them utterly powerless. Yet, the tornado's momentum did not wane, charging straight for Tian. The anticipated scene of her defeat did not unfold. A figure flashed past in the spectator stands. Upon a closer look, Tian had evaded the reach of Kaminari's attack. All right, we concede. Chiba swiftly embraced Tian, his voice echoing throughout the arena. Chapter 83. The impetuous Chiba. The sudden appearance interrupted Temari's impending strike. As Tian felt the warmth radiating from Chiba, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Momentarily taken aback, she quickly struggled to rise. With her disposition, such behavior was far from her norm, since she had not sustained any injuries. Chiba released her. Interfering in a battle must be considered a violation, right? For some reason, when hearing Temari's words, Chiba sensed a hint of jealousy permeating the So you concede. Tian nodded in agreement, proclaiming, "Examiner, I concede." With the double rising dragon yielding no effect, continuing the fight held little significance. All of Tian's strength hinged on those ninja tools, without the ability to break through Temari's wind release techniques. Her efforts were in vain. However, Temari still wished to argue. Yet, the voice rising from the stands compelled her to swallow her words. "All right, Temari, that's enough. This fellow is mine to eliminate." Temari turned toward the voice, only to find Gaara's eyes gleaming with excitement. Having assessed Chiba's strength, he could no longer contain his inner impulse. "I sincerely apologize for interrupting your battle. Chiba disregarded Gaara, instead explaining to Temari, Temari, why are you still standing there? Beneath Gaara's voice lay a thread of frantic madness. What is there to discuss with a corpse? Boom. The swift shadow left the audience in a state of astonishment. All eyes were fixed on Chiba, who had just delivered a powerful kick that sent Gaara flying, leaving them at a loss for words. Wah! Chiba actually dared to strike this murderous maniac. Woof! In the wake of witnessing Gaara's lethal actions, Inuzuka Kiba's expression was the most exaggerated. The whimpering Akamaru in his arms was barely audible. Even Akamaru, sensing the imminent danger, could not maintain composure in the face of Gaara. Meanwhile, an even more terrifying aura of killing intent than Gaara's emerged on the battlefield, making it all the more unbearable. Time and again, Gaara provoked. Before he could rise, he was once more forcefully pressed to the ground. Oh, you truly believe I have no temper? Chiba had harbored displeasure toward the browless boy for quite some time. Do you think your title grants you the right to act so arrogantly? In truth, you simply lack proper discipline. The raccoon spirit within him was of the same ilk. Do you wish to die now? Gaara appeared quite defiant, struggling to rise, eager to retaliate. Yet, the strange chakra emanating from Chiba's palm rendered him incapable of utilizing ninjutsu. Bang! Feeling the stirring beneath his palm, Chiba intensified the infusion of senjutsu chakra. I advise you to behave yourself. The situation thus reached a stalemate. All right, Chiba, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke. Release Gaara that it's better to minimize conflicts among the youth. Maki, standing nearby, wished to interject, but refrained upon noticing the surrounding Konoha ninjas. Swallowing a few harsh words. Very well. Third Hokage. Chiba cheerfully relinquished his grip on Gaara's face. To his surprise, Gaara did not retaliate again, although the murderous intent in his eyes remained unabated. But I will definitely kill you. Chiba spread his hands, nonchalantly replying, You're welcome anytime. Returning to her seat, Temari gazed at Chiba with astonishment. Despite having some understanding of Chiba's strength, she had never anticipated he could suppress the wrathful Gaara. Even though he had gained a slight advantage in the earlier battle, in ninja confrontations, results mattered far more than the process. Temari's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of unspoken thoughts. Chiba stood in his place, lost in contemplation. In truth, given his temperament, he would not easily be provoked. However, to test Sarutobi Hiruzen's limits, Chiba had acted without hesitation. From the current perspective, it seems Sarutobi Hiruzen held Chiba in considerable regard. This realization further bolstered Chiba's confidence. Simultaneously, during the recent skirmish, he had gauged some of Gaara's capabilities in his incomplete tailed beast form. Gaara was undoubtedly no match for him for the fully transformed state. That remained uncertain. Tailed beasts were currently regarded as boss-level entities. After tidying up the arena, the preliminaries resumed. The electronic screen rolled to a halt, displaying two names. Moonlight Gale glanced over, his expression somewhat peculiar. Another internal conflict within the squad. Inuzuka Kiba versus Yamanaka Shino. Chapter 84. The internal strife of Team 8. As a seasoned competitor with over 700 episodes of experience, Inuzuka Kiba harbored dreams of becoming Hokage. For this ambition, he had dedicated all his efforts. Yet, when confronted with certain overpowered contestants, he often felt a sense of inadequacy. He had once hoped to encounter a simpler opponent in the preliminaries. Perhaps someone like Naruto. However, he never anticipated facing an internal battle within his own team. The intra-squad conflict of Team 8 left him in a quandary, being part of the same team. Kiba was well aware of Yamanaka Shino's unpredictable strength. It was inconceivable for Kiba to admit that Shino was superior to him. Yet, persuading Kiba to concede voluntarily seemed an even more daunting task. Shino, I advise you to concede early, before the future Hokage. You stand no chance whatsoever. Kiba pointed at himself with pride that you're as arrogant as ever. In contrast to Kiba's haughty demeanor, Yamanaka Shino maintained a calm composure. His tranquil voice revealed no hint of emotional fluctuation. Teacher Irika once taught us that for a ninja, maintaining the right mindset is crucial. Your mind is already in disarray. Upon hearing this, Kiba bared his teeth in a fierce expression, ready to retort. Yet, Moonlight Gale interrupted their exchange. The match begins. In that case, let us fight with all our might. Kiba dropped to all fours, his chakra visibly clinging to his limbs. Beast mimicry technique. Four-legged technique. At the moment of attachment to the chakra, the nails on his hands visibly elongated, becoming sharper and more menacing. The fierceness in his gaze intensified, radiating a sense of brutal ferocity. Let this one move determine our fate. Shino, a thunderous roar erupted as Inuzuka Kiba vanished from sight, his limbs propelling him with unparalleled swiftness. With a resounding thud, Kiba pivoted to unleash an elbow strike, channeling all his strength into his right elbow. Yamanaka Shino, caught off guard, was struck directly in the chest before he could even react. The force of the blow was so overwhelming that it appeared to concave his chest. The battle had reached its conclusion. Chiba observed intently, rendering a verdict on the match. Success. A glimmer of joy flickered in Kiba's eyes, for he was acutely aware of his teammate Shino's capabilities. Despite his prowess in insect manipulation, he was significantly lacking in physical combat. With Kiba's close-quarters assault, victory seemed all but assured. However, a moment's hesitation revealed an unsettling sensation. Kiba's expression shifted as he sensed danger. He retaliated with a fierce strike, retreating repeatedly. Yet, the Shino he had struck remained motionless, devoid of any response. Kiba, I am far more aware of my own weaknesses. Shino's voice emerged from another side. Therefore, how could I allow you to engage me in close combat? Kiba's eyes widened with rage as his emotions surged. It was an insect clone. Humph, what does awareness matter? I will undoubtedly claim victory in this battle. In response to Kiba's confident declarations, Shino countered, No, the battle has already concluded. Secret technique. Insect sphere. Shino raised his arm, chakra swirling ominously around it. Almost immediately, Kiba sensed his chakra rapidly depleting. He glanced at his right elbow, shock flashing across his eyes. He had been infested by insects. The emergence of the parasitic insects marked the true end of this confrontation. Yet, the spectators remained silent, devoid of cheers or any sounds of excitement. Whether it was the insect clone or the insect sphere, the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques evoked a profound discomfort. The swarm of parasitic insects instilled a chilling dread. As the chakra continued to be devoured, Kiba lost his ability to fight, leaving only Akamaru, who was of little use. The match concluded, with the victor being Yamanaka Shino. Moonlight Shikaku shook his head and coughed lightly. Delivering his judgment, Kiba had lost his composure in the face of his teammate. Defeat was inevitable, but he had charged in without observation, using close combat techniques to dismantle the insect clone while unwittingly allowing the parasitic insects to cling to his elbow. Once the parasites made contact with a person, they were exceedingly difficult to expunge, an ordeal far beyond the capabilities of a mere genin. Damn it! Kiba's fist slammed into the ground, his eyes filled with resentment. Let us go. I will strive alongside you. Shino approached Kiba, extending his hand in camaraderie. The bond within Team 8 remained remarkably strong. Kiba merely loathed his own inadequacies. That I must stand tall. Kiba gripped Shino's hand tightly. Such camaraderie, Chiba remarked from the spectators' area, shaking his head in admiration. Beside him, Rock Lee chimed in. This is what youth is all about. With their departure, the electronic screen began to scroll once more. It seemed they were determined to conclude the preliminary rounds today. However, the two names that appeared were unfamiliar to Chiba. They were likely teams that had managed to secure their spots through purchasing scrolls. To Chiba's surprise, someone entered through the back door mid-match. The Guardian appeared to be one of the leaders from the Sound Village. Yet, the cold aura surrounding him betrayed his true identity, the Winds of Calamity. Orochimaru, Chapter 85. The clash of the overpowered and the grindstone players. It must be said, Orochimaru's skills in concealment were exceptionally refined. Not only did he employ transformation techniques to subtly alter his appearance, but he also utilized his unique ninjutsu to obscure his facial features. The combination of these techniques rendered his disguise nearly flawless. Without an enhanced perception akin to Sage Mode, one would be utterly unable to discern his true identity. Although Chiba had not activated Sage Mode, he had recently crossed paths with Orochimaru, allowing him to recognize the distinct chakra signature emanating from him. Orochimaru was evidently aware of Chiba's presence, a chilling smile curling upon his pale lips. Reminiscent of a soulless serpent lurking in the shadows. We meet again, Chiba? Orochimaru's lips moved, though no sound escaped. However, the exaggerated motion allowed one to infer his words. Chiba did not respond, casting a dispassionate glance before redirecting his focus to the center of the arena. There, two combatants engaged in a fierce struggle. Ninjutsu and tools were unleashed in a relentless torrent, each maneuver aimed at the utter annihilation of the opponent. Thus, the battle concluded with remarkable swiftness in less than 3 minutes. Both fighters collapsed to the ground, gravely wounded, one having lost an arm, and clearly unable to continue the Chunin exams. This encounter had been far more brutal than the preceding matches that a select few newcomers from Konoha felt a sense of discomfort watching. Clearly struggling to adapt to the harsh realities of the ninja world due to their lack of mission experience. With both contestants losing consciousness, the match ended in elimination. Unlike before, the examining committee did not engage in discussion. The combat displayed a complete lack of technical finesse. Consequently, Moonlight Shikaka swiftly announced the elimination of both fighters. The tournament proceeded until names ceased to scroll, leaving Chiba taken aback. Konoha Ninja Rock Lee versus Sunagakure Ninja Gaara. The moment Moonlight Shikaku's voice echoed, it provoked a significant reaction from the audience. Lee, have faith in your strength. Might Guy expressed unwavering confidence in his disciple. When the moment arises, you may unleash your true potential. In facing an opponent like Gaara, Guy understood the inherent dangers far better than Lee himself. A master of physical combat, he possessed a heightened awareness of external threats. Just do your best. Lee. Chiba held a deep appreciation for his earnest friend. You are a genius in my eyes. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise and joy illuminated Lee's face. Like Naruto Uzumaki, he had long sought the approval of others. But only a scant few believed in him. Now, however, he had gained another supporter. Guy regarded Chiba with unexpected acknowledgement, a hint of respect in his gaze. Spurred on by Moonlight Shikaku, Lee leaped into the center of the arena. He surveyed both opponents and gestured, "You may begin." Thud, Lee caught the incoming projectile and casually tossed it aside. Gaara's gourd was already swirling with a cloud of yellow sand. His body trembled slightly. Since the onset of the preliminary rounds, Gaara had been suppressing his murderous intent. Just moments ago, he had been pinned down by Chiba, causing his inner rage to nearly spiral out of control. Had it not been for the presence of the third Hokage, Gaara would have unleashed a massacre. Fortunately, he finally had the opportunity to strike. Sand billowed behind him, swirling like a living entity as it wreaked havoc in the air. "I will kill you." Gaara transferred all his hatred for Chiba onto Lee. Lee stood with his left hand behind his back, his right hand raised in a gesture of invitation. He approached this battle with utmost seriousness. Showing no hint of underestimation, the moment the sand was stirred, Lee sensed the imminent danger. Boom! A tempest of swirling sand coalesced into a singular mass, crashing down upon the location of Lee with the swiftness of a lightning strike. Leaving no time for evasion, faced with Gaara's onslaught, Lee dared not exhibit the slightest hint of complacency. He swiftly sidestepped, maximizing his advantage in speed. Countering with an offensive maneuver, Lee was not merely a defensive ninja. In the very moment the sand descended, he closed the distance to Gaara's side. With a forceful and heavy fist, he struck towards Gaara's chest. All the years of rigorous training in taijutsu culminated in this singular moment. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the shield of sand thwarted his attack. Despite multiple attempts to land consecutive blows, he ultimately failed to breach this layer of sandy defense. Automatic defense. Chiba rubbed his brow and remarked, "Without surpassing the speed of sand, one cannot hope to shatter the opponent's defenses." The swirling dust, after a series of fruitless strikes, returned to Gaara's vicinity. Against the ferocity of the sandstorm, Lee's corporeal form was utterly incapable of withstanding the assault. He evaded repeatedly, ultimately leaping atop a stone pillar. Huff! There is no way to break through. A flicker of frustration crossed Lee's eyes. The formidable sand shield and the raging storm of dust rendered the continuation of the battle nearly impossible. Chapter 86. Rock Lee's all-out effort. Lee, shed your restraints. On the spectator's platform, Might Guy gave a thumbs up, his gleaming white teeth catching the light. However, Sensei Guy, Lee appeared somewhat hesitant. It's all right. I permit it. With Guy's approval. Lee removed the weighted gear strapped to his legs. But it's merely a weight. It still won't harm Gaara. Kanjuro seemed to look down upon this taijutsu-focused Rock Lee. Boom! The tremendous noise and the billowing dust momentarily stunned the crowd. Lee cast aside the weight, invigorating his newly liberated body, his eyes brimming with determination. Guy, you. Kakashi Hitaki shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet, his astonished expression spoke volumes that I believe in Lee's potential. At that moment, Guy's gaze toward Rock Lee shimmered with a flicker of brilliance. This is much easier now. Lee leaped down from the stone pillar, charging directly at Gaara. His speed was such that even the spectators struggled to track his movements. Among the candidates, only a select few could discern his actions. Is this truly the power of Rock Lee? Uchiha Sasuke's voice echoed in Chiba's ear that he regained consciousness so quickly. Chiba was taken aback. What about Naruto? I'm right here. The optimistic voice of Naruto Uzumaki rang out from behind. It seems you two are no longer in any significant trouble. Chiba nodded, gesturing towards the arena. Watch this match closely. Your strengths still fall far short compared to him. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth, seemingly reluctant. Yet, his silence suggested a grudging acceptance of the truth. He had already recognized his inferiority to Lee back during the Chunin exam registration. Now, witnessing Gaara's prowess only reinforced that realization. Lee, give it your all. At some point, Naruto Uzumaki and Rock Lee had forged a commendable friendship. A slight smile graced Lee's lips as he unleashed a whirlwind of speed upon the arena. As a representative of the primary martial arts style, Lee's combat was highly captivating. Without the burden, his movements transcended the capabilities of a mere genin. Even some of the Chunin examiners could only catch glimpses of his afterimages. Their faces turned pale, seemingly envisioning how they might contend with this youth. The ochre dust swirled, once more erecting a shield around Gaara. Yet, this time, the sand shield failed to achieve its intended effect. With a fist wrapped in white bandages, Lee struck with all his might, piercing through the sand barrier. Had Gaara not evaded in the nick of time, that punch would have likely collided with his skull. How is this possible? Gaara's eyes reflected disbelief. The sand shield, famed for its impenetrability, could not withstand a single punch. The airborne dust instantly retaliated. Relying solely on that flimsy layer of sand was insufficient to halt Lee's relentless assault. Buzz. As Rock Lee continued his barrage, he gradually acclimated to his unencumbered body. Spotting a flaw, he executed the Shadow Dance Leaf Kick. The elevated kick sent Gaara soaring into the air. However, the vast quantity of sand adhering to Gaara prevented him from ascending too high. Lee's combat intuition was remarkably keen. Observing the situation, he leapt into action. Continuous Shadow Dance Leaf. With his head down and legs elevated, Lee unleashed a flurry of kicks, propelling Gaara further into the sky. Gaara attempted to manipulate the sand for defense, yet Lee's figure had already materialized behind him. Unfortunately, the pain in his muscles caused a slight deceleration. Sand clone. Chiba astutely sensed that Gaara, now bound by the bandages, exhibited subtle changes in his chakra. Clearly, at the moment Lee slowed his pace, Gaara had completed the sand substitution, allowing him to evade the oncoming attack. Meanwhile, he seamlessly merged with the swirling dust around him. The terrifying destructive force of the sand coffin created a colossal pit in the ground, fracturing the arena's surface. Yet, at the center of the fissure, Gaara's visage gradually crumbled away. The entire form disintegrated into sand. Scattering across the ground, Lee's smile abruptly froze, and he instinctively dodged, but it was too late. The potent force of the yellow sand struck him squarely in the abdomen. Caught off guard, Lee was sent flying. Naruto Uzumaki shouted anxiously, his expression filled with concern. With few friends, he cherished each one who entered his life. I struggled to rise, only to see Gaara's sand armor cascading from his face. The visage concealed beneath the sand armor resembled a mindless beast. A glimmer of drool escaped the corner of his mouth, and his eyes radiated a murderous intent. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Lee took several deep breaths, regaining his composure. Come on, I will give it my all. Chapter 87. Intervening again. Could it be? Observing Lee's uncharacteristic demeanor, Kakashi Hitaki pondered a possibility. Guy, did you teach Lee the 8 gates as well? In response to the inquiry, Might Guy nodded gravely. Li possesses a natural aptitude in this regard. He is also incredibly diligent. Thus, I have greater faith in him for this battle. Upon hearing this, Chiba raised an eyebrow, clearly harboring a differing opinion in the face of a player with an extraordinary power-up. The efforts of a dedicated player seemed utterly futile. To be honest, I am not particularly optimistic about Lee's strategy against his opponent. Chiba frowned, expressing his thoughts. Why not activate the 8 gates immediately upon recognizing the opponent's strength? Is it to conceal his capabilities, or perhaps to underestimate his foe? Although the sand coffin was formidable, it was insufficient to inflict harm upon Gaara. Upon hearing his words, Might Guy's expression stiffened, and he refrained from further discussion. Lee's combat approach was a result of his teachings, and the current predicament could not be dissociated from his influence. There was once a ninja named Zabuza who taught me a valuable lesson. Chiba continued, disregarding Might Guy's expression. Showing mercy to an enemy is but cruelty to oneself. Presently, Lee, in a state of severe fatigue, activating the 8 gates is a form of self-destruction. Creak. Might Guy's fist clenched tightly. producing a sound that grated on the nerves. Boom! A shockwave surged forth as, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Lee activated the 8 gates. First gate, opened. The ethereal blue chakra, akin to a tangible essence, danced across his skin. Beneath the suddenly flushed surface, varicose veins were starkly visible, and his eyes, devoid of any color but white, brimmed with an insatiable thirst for victory that he yearned to demonstrate his worth through this battle. To prove that even without mastery of ninjutsu or jinjutsu, one could still ascend to the status of a ninja. Li Lianhua, before the last syllable had escaped his lips, Shaoli had already vanished from sight. In the fleeting moment that the final word was uttered, a tempestuous force surged towards Gaara. The shield of sand, the armor of sand, both epitomes of absolute defense, were rendered impotent against the ferocity of the current Shaoli. A punch erupted with a sonic boom, sending shockwaves radiating from his crimson fist. Gaara was propelled several meters away, crashing violently against the wall of the arena. The resounding crash shattered the wall, scattering countless debris. Gaara shook his head, momentarily disoriented. Yet, before he could regain his bearings, Shaoli reappeared before him. Behind me is the unwavering gaze of Teacher Guy. Once more, he initiated the shadow dance of the leaf. But this time, his strength was magnitudes greater than before. With a single strike, he sent Gaara soaring into the air. The ground beneath Shaoli's feet fractured under the immense recoil. A series of rapid impacts rained down upon Gaara from every direction, while his sand shield and sand armor desperately attempted to defend. Yet injuries still manifested within him as the bandages on his hands unraveled. The final blow ensnared Gaara's waist. Shaoli knelt on one knee, descending from the sky towards Gaara. This strike would undoubtedly exact the price of failure. Shaoli's eyes glimmered with confidence. Boom! The ground buckled as dust and debris erupted into the air. A flicker of joy crossed Might Guy's face just as he was about to speak. As the clouds of dust began to settle, Gaara coughed up blood, yet remained undeterred in his combat prowess. The gourd upon his back transformed into a myriad of sand particles, dissipating all incoming force. The forbidden technique of Li Lianhua ultimately met with failure. Meanwhile, Shaoli's body approached the brink of exhaustion. The activation of the 5th gate and the use of Li Lianhua had imposed an unimaginable burden upon him. At this moment, even lifting a finger was an arduous task. Gaara struggled to rise from the ground, his face contorted in a grimace. A different consciousness, filled with a murderous intent, stirred within him. He extended his right arm, and the sand swiftly coalesced into a massive hand that lunged towards Shaoli. Sand binding coffin. The sand surged violently, propelled by Gaara's lethal intent, swiftly closing in on and unable to evade Shaoli. Boom! A figure descended from above, shattering the frenzied onslaught of sand. The battle reached its conclusion. Chiba's silhouette emerged within Gaara's line of sight. You again? A flicker of madness ignited within Gaara's eyes as he once more commanded the sand to attack Chiba. However, the chakra-drained Gaara was no match for Chiba. Repeated sand assaults were effortlessly dismantled by him. Chiba, this is my fight. Shaoli cautiously interjected from behind. Silence. Chiba snapped back. Do you still possess the strength to resist? Senior Guy is a madman, and you are not far behind. Under such exhaustion, opening the 8th gate and utilizing Li Lianhua has left you with grave injuries. 639 lacerations, over 400 torn muscle fibers, and 11 fractures. Should you sustain another injury, your career as a ninja will come to an abrupt end. Chiba's words struck fear into Shaoli, but he fell silent, retreating cautiously behind Chiba, with multiple attacks proving futile. Gaara panted heavily as he glared at Chiba. I concede, Chiba's silent cue. Shaoli, though begrudgingly, uttered those words. The battle concluded, and the match was terminated. Yet, the sudden appearance of a figure before Chiba heightened his vigilance yet again. Senior Maki, is there an issue? Chapter 88. Maki's Inquiry. Chiba had long harbored a wariness towards this elite jonin of Sunagakure. Upon his arrival, Chiba activated his chakra. Should Maki exhibit even the slightest sign of hostility, he would undoubtedly face Chiba's counterattack. Having interrupted the preliminary assessments of the Sunagakure Genin twice already, Chiba was taken aback by Maki's demeanor, which revealed no signs of agitation. Do you harbor any grievances against the ninjas of Sunagakure? His words, however, escalated the issue to that of the entire village. Chiba was no fool. He would not indulge Maki's provocations. Apologies, Senior Maki. I simply acted out of concern for the few friends I have in the village. Witnessing their defeat and injuries compelled me to intervene. Maki's gaze shifted towards the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi in such matters, especially in a public setting. Maki knew Sarutobi would not tolerate any semblance of favoritism. Meeting Maki's scrutinizing stare, Sarutobi nodded, affirming they indeed share a close bond. Chiba has frequently visited the 1010 Ninja tool shop for supplies and often trains alongside Shaoli. Upon hearing this, Maki ceased his confrontation with Chiba. So, the outcome of this match. He had yet to finish his sentence when Chiba interjected, "The victor has been determined. Gaara is the winner." Then, "Farewell, Senior Maki." No sooner had he spoken than he supported Shaoli back to the spectators' stand. Simultaneously, medical personnel rushed to their side. Following a preliminary examination, their expressions turned grim. Numerous muscle tears, extensive fiber ruptures, multiple fractures. The situation was dire. Might Guy's face mirrored their concern that we must expedite treatment. Under his watchful gaze, the medical team hurriedly carried Shaoli away. "This time, I owe you a debt of gratitude." Might Guy spoke earnestly. Rock Lee, who inherited his martial prowess, was one of his greatest hopes and no need for formality. "Senior Guy, Shaoli is also my friend." Chiba maintained clarity in the face of significant matters. He valued this somewhat naive friend. However, he harbored ulterior motives regarding Might Guy's favor. If navigated correctly, this gratitude could be of immense benefit. Might Guy's strength ranked among the most formidable within the upper echelon of Konoha ninjas. Aside from a select few with extraordinary abilities, he had no rivals. The title of Might Guy was not merely a name without substance. The preliminaries continued, yet Chiba found little interest in the remaining contestants. The four under Orochimaru, 3 Sound Nin, and Kinbi Swearin. The Inuzuka trio from Konoha, 2 from the Hyuga clan, and 4 veteran genin. The remaining contenders included Kankuro from Sunagakure and 2 unfamiliar faces, whose teammate appeared to have forfeited the preliminaries. The last 4 all hailed from the Rain Village, and Chiba vaguely recognized their faces. Somewhat familiar. They likely passed the second exam with scrolls purchased from him. Nevertheless, he was more intrigued by the upcoming matchups. With the elimination of Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and others, who would be their next opponents, and who would ultimately secure the final spots for the third exam? Chiba required an advanced understanding of his opponents. The preparation of the ground had consumed a considerable amount of chakra from several members of the Umbu. From the ninjutsu they displayed, it was evident that they were specialized in earth release techniques. In less than 5 minutes, a smooth surface reappeared before the onlookers. The names on the electronic screen continued to scroll. However, the subsequent battles rendered Chiba drowsy. The Ino, Shika, Cho trio faced off against 3 ninjas from the Rain Village. Although they had only recently graduated from the Ninja Academy, their exceptional talents and the secret techniques passed down through their families enabled them to progress through the preliminary rounds with ease. Meanwhile, Kankuro from the Sand Village confronted another puppeteer from his own village. Unfortunately, Kankuro still fell short in comparison. Yet, it did manage to pique Chiba's interest slightly. After all, it was his first encounter with puppetry ninjutsu, which seemed somewhat intriguing. The connection between the puppeteer and the puppet was established through chakra strings. When necessary, they could even switch places to confuse their enemies, somewhat akin to the substitution technique, but more potent, as it allowed the puppet to counterattack the adversary. A moment's carelessness could lead one into the puppeteer's trap. Overall, this form of ninjutsu was a battle of wits. The names on the electronic screen scrolled and then abruptly halted. Moonlight Surephone glanced over and gently cleared his throat. Konoha Village Ninja Hyuga versus Sound Village Ninja Sakurin. Please, the 2 contestants, make your way to the stage. Chapter 89. The provocative Sakurin. The instant Chiba laid eyes on the names, he silently prayed for Sakurin's safety, hoping he would emerge unscathed. However, judging by Hyuga expression, it seemed this fellow was in for a rough time. As the highest combatant among the newcomers under normal circumstances, Niji's strength far surpassed that of the others, at least when excluding Chiba from the equation. The others, in their typical states, could not compare to Niji's prowess. Merely possessing those Byakugan eyes that could see through chakra pathways elevated him beyond the average ninja by an impressive margin. Furthermore, the Byakugan's enhancement of combat effectiveness in early stages was immensely beneficial at long last. It was time for this esteemed individual to take the stage. Sakurin, moving his head with eagerness, displayed a glimmer of thirst for battle in his eyes. "Byakugan brat, I hope you can last a while." Clearly, This fellow did not regard the Hyuga clan's reputation with any seriousness. Enough chatter. Let us begin. Hyuga Neji, too, was brimming with pent-up frustration. He had initially anticipated proving himself during this Chunin exam. But the emergence of consecutive genius ninjas had truly shaken his confidence. Even Lee, who had always aimed to challenge him, had unleashed astonishing potential. Just that one technique, the 8 gates, left him with no confidence whatsoever. Neji had previously pondered what would happen if that Lianhua technique struck him. Merely contemplating it sent shivers down his spine. That it would be fatal. There was no alternative possibility. Once Li opened the door of death, his physical potential would reach its zenith. The sheer speed he exhibited would be difficult for even the Byakugan to track. And even if he could track it, what could he do? He simply could not keep up with Li's speed and would be left to endure the blows. With these thoughts, Neji felt an unbearable rage simmering within him, while Sakurin continued to taunt. Match start. Moonlight Shurfeng raised his arm and brought it down with force. Before Sakurin could react, Neji darted forward with the swiftness of an arrow. You're in for some bad luck. His voice betrayed an indomitable anger. Gentle fist, the seemingly soft palm struck directly against Sakurin's chest. Startled by the speed, Sakurin was thrown into a panic. However, upon realizing he had not sustained any injuries, he became arrogant once more. This all the Hyuga clan can muster. You couldn't even injure me with that strike. How utterly pathetic. One must admit, this fellow had a peculiar talent for courting death. Not only the other spectators, but even his companions found it hard to bear. Sakurin had truly become too brazen this time. Trosh, the leader among the trio, wore a look of disappointment in his singular eye. He had always been responsible for coordinating their affairs, as well as restraining Sakurin and Kinkei's egregious behaviors. Compared to the other two, Trosh exhibited a far superior capacity for self-control. Indeed, a dog that only barks will not have a favorable outcome. Even as a companion, Kinkei shared a similarly dreadful temperament, creating a stark contrast to his refined appearance. Neji did not engage with Sakurin's taunts. Instead, he executed a swift counter. His right hand transformed into a blade, striking down upon Sakurin's shoulder. Once again, it seemed to be an utterly ineffective attack. Observing this, Sakurin completely dropped his guard. Is this all you've got? I truly wonder how you passed the second exam. Sakurin continued to provoke Neji's patience. Meanwhile, he began to gather chakra within his palm. It appeared he had noticed the flow of chakra within his own body. Neji's speed of attack escalated significantly. His hands became mere blurs, relentlessly pounding against his opponent. Although Sakurin had lowered his guard, he still attempted to evade with all his might. Yet Neji's hands seemed to possess a will of their own, continuously targeting Sakurin. After 1, 2, or even several strikes, Sakurin began to feel the pressure mounting on his face. Damn it! Sakurin endured a couple of gentle strikes, then retaliated by drawing a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. He aimed to use the sharp weapon to drive Neji back, thereby allowing his abilities to shine. However, as he launched his attack, Neji simply stepped back and evaded several meters away. He exhaled deeply, as if expelling the tumultuous emotions from his heart. Now you know my prowess, don't you? Sakurin, wielding the kunai, mistakenly believed Neji had retreated due to his attack. Yet, facing such a braggart, Neji felt that engaging in conversation was a waste of his breath. He turned and walked toward the spectators' platform, disregarding Moonlight Shurfeng's verdict. Running away without a fight? Sakurin mocked. Is this how the Hyuga clan operates? Bang! A series of explosive sounds erupted from his joints. Blood burst forth like a fountain, and in the blink of an eye, Sakurin was on the brink of death. Moonlight Shurfeng cast a sympathetic glance at him and calmly declared, Hyuga Neji, victory. Chapter 90. The advancing Hinata, those who speak insolently, shall face the direst consequences. Hyuga Neji tossed aside a comment that hardly qualified as an explanation and made his way back to the spectators' platform. The gazes of those around him were tinged with a hint of trepidation. It was worth noting that Sakurin ranked above average among the contestants. Yet even so, he could not withstand a single sequence of Neji's gentle fist techniques. Those with even a slight degree of perceptiveness could see that Sakurin was gravely injured and nearing death. Moreover, even if he were to be revived, he would likely be rendered a shell of his former self. Neji had channeled chakra through his gentle fist technique directly into Sakurin's chakra points, impairing his chakra flow and severely injuring his internal organs. After medical personnel carried Sakurin away, the competition continued. Konoha Village Ninja Hinata Hyuga versus Rain Village Ninja Kaguya. Moonlight Shurfeng's voice sounded weary. The recent battle held little significance for him in his eyes. The strength of the Hyuga clan was to be expected as for contestants like Sakurin, who merely boasted. It would be best for them to withdraw from the Chunin exams sooner rather than later. Otherwise, they risked encountering someone with a violent temperament who might not hesitate to eliminate them. Should they strive to save Sakurin now, there might still be a chance for survival. Hinata Hyuga stood timidly in the arena. Raising her right hand in readiness, it turned out she was merely a young girl. The character of Gao has significantly improved when compared to the previous Sakurado at the very least. His words are quite clean. It would be wise to concede early that I have no desire to engage in conflict with a woman. Gao, whose eyes are shrouded in bandages, seems to possess a unique way of perception that I will do my utmost. Hinata Hyuga feels a bit anxious that it is not due to facing the enemy alone, but rather because there is a rather boisterous fellow among the audience watching. Naruto, do you think Hinata is beautiful? Regarding the future happiness of his younger brother, Chiba feels it is his duty as an elder brother to show concern. If he weren't present, this simpleton would take ages to realize Hinata's feelings. Upon hearing Chiba's inquiry, Uzumaki Naruto tilted his head in confusion. Huh, Chiba, what are you talking about? Do you like Hinata? Chiba, who was focused on the match, nearly choked on his own saliva upon hearing this. Cough cough, what nonsense is this? I was inquiring about your feelings, not asking you to question me. Regarding Naruto's thick-headedness, Chiba could only feel that he was beyond saving. It's all right. Hinata is very cute. There's just one small issue. Every time I see her, I become rather strange. Naruto reminisced about his encounters with Hinata Hyuga. However, it seems that various situations always arise. Just as he finished speaking, another problem surfaced in the arena. It appeared that Hinata had overheard Naruto's words. Her face turned crimson, and her technique began to falter. Hinata, go for it. Naruto, oblivious to the situation, cheered on, causing Hinata's gentle fist technique to become even more chaotic. If it were not for her solid foundation, she would likely have been defeated by now. You must not lose. With continued encouragement, Hinata gradually regained her previous composure. Her determined gaze reflected a strong desire for victory. Naruto is watching me from the sidelines, Hinata silently vowed. I cannot falter here. With her conviction solidified, her gentle fist technique became increasingly elusive. Gao's abilities primarily lie in ninjutsu. However, under relentless assault, he is utterly unable to utilize his signature ninjutsu. Moreover, as Hinata pressed closer, defeat became an inevitability. After witnessing the earlier match, he dared not allow this Byakugan girl to touch him. Though her gentle fist may appear weak and ineffective, upon contact, it can unleash unimaginable devastation. A moment's carelessness could lead to a tragic fate. Yet, is there truly a flawless defense? From the outset, Gao found himself ensnared in Hinata's rhythm of attack. Unlike those who came before, Gao's strength is quite limited. Defeat has become a foregone conclusion. With a decisive strike, Hinata landed a blow on his chest. The shockwave radiated from the point of contact with her palm. In this instance, Hinata did not employ the gentle fist technique. Deep down, she still possessed a measure of kindness. Gao flew backward, utterly devoid of the strength to resist. Well done, Hinata. Naruto cheered from the audience. Gao believed he would meet the same fate as Sakurado. The overwhelming shock, combined with the blow to his chest, caused him to lose consciousness. Moonlight Gale approached to assess his condition. Upon confirming his inability to resist, he raised his arm and announced the result. The Rain Village ninja, Gao, has lost consciousness. And Hinata Hyuga is the victor. Hearing this outcome, Naruto couldn't help but cheer. Though a bit thick-headed, Chiba sighed with some relief. At least he is obedient. Chapter 91. The preliminaries conclude. The suspense surrounding the upcoming matches has diminished considerably. Among the Sound Ninja Trio, 2 have advanced, and Kanjiro has also successfully triumphed as expected. However, the 4 veteran Leaf Ninjas have indeed underperformed, each falling to their opponents. Thus, the final spots for the 3rd match have been determined. Chiba stood at the center of the competition venue, surveying his surroundings. Despite numerous changes during this preliminary round, the list of participants for the 3rd match has notably increased. Of course, Chiba's contributions cannot be overlooked. Aside from Naruto and Sasuke encountering a few unexpected hurdles, those who were meant to advance did so smoothly, and even more individuals have joined their ranks. Reflecting on his opponents, Chiba sighed inwardly. Among the new Leaf Ninjas, there are as many as 7. The unfortunate ones are none other than Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Inuzuka Kiba, and Tenten, all of whom succumbed to internal conflict. The new ninjas from Sunagakure have all successfully advanced to the third match. Additionally, 2 from the Sound Village, Toshiro and Kanetsu, have also made it through. Furthermore, 2 others who should have advanced have been rendered incapable due to the brutality of their battles that it remains uncertain if they will ever become ninjas again. Let alone participate in the third match. A total of 12 individuals have advanced to the third match. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the 7 new Leaf Ninjas, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. In his view, this symbolizes the gradual restoration of prosperity in the Leaf Village. The new generation has begun to emerge. Congratulations to all for successfully passing the preliminaries, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, holding his pipe and addressing the crowd. The third match will take place in 1 month's time. This is necessary to accommodate the Kazekage from Sunagakure and other dignitaries from various nations. Therefore, this month is crucial. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe, shaking off some ash. Moreover, and most importantly, this month will also be your time to grow stronger, so please make the most of it. That's all I have to say. As the preliminaries concluded, the participants followed their respective instructors out of the venue. Kakashi Hitaki led the way, seemingly unconcerned about the slightly disheartened Naruto and Sasuke. Only Chiba from Team 7 had advanced through the preliminaries. Kakashi felt this was a decent development point. One must experience setbacks, he mused. Without adversity, how can one grow? The fact that the 2 were not eliminated by outsiders but by their own comrades was actually a positive aspect. At the very least, it would not exacerbate internal conflicts. The bond between Naruto and Sasuke had only just begun. Reflecting on this, Kakashi's lips curled into a slight smile, his mood lifting. Chiba, shall we train together? Naruto bounced around beside Chiba. I was eliminated because my strength isn't sufficient. If I intensify my training, I will surely be able to defeat Sasuke. Upon hearing this, Sasuke snorted disdainfully. Idiot! Though he appeared nonchalant. He was secretly clenching his fist. If Naruto trains with Chiba, how can he rapidly grow stronger? Should he also seek Chiba's help? Sasuke glanced at Chiba, meeting his seemingly amused expression. No, there must be other ways to grow stronger. Sasuke temporarily suppressed his thoughts. He grinned. Unlike usual, Naruto did not immediately retort Sasuke. He wore a mischievous smile. Sasuke, want to train together? The prolonged teamwork had allowed him to gradually understand Sasuke's mindset. The more Naruto said this, the more Sasuke's proud nature would resist the idea. For this period, Sasuke, let us train together. Kakashi suddenly paused, speaking up as he walked ahead. Kakashi-sensei, are you being too biased? Naruto grumbled. In response, Kakashi explained, training with Chiba will be far more beneficial for you than being with me. My training methods are not suited for you. Chiba chimed in to reassure him. It's all right. Naruto, I've found you an even more formidable teacher. Upon hearing these words, the eyes of Naruto Uzumaki instantly sparkled with brilliance. Just how formidable is this person? Is he even more powerful than Brother Chiba and Teacher Kakashi? Chiba stroked his chin, contemplating. Strictly speaking, he is vastly superior. Moreover, in terms of hierarchy, this individual is the teacher of my teacher. The anticipation in Naruto's gaze became even more palpable. Meanwhile, Sasuke Uchiha gritted his teeth, his expression one of bitter resentment. Kakashi Hitaki, upon hearing this, appeared to be deep in thought. The person Chiba referred to must surely be Jiraiya, one of the legendary Ascend. It seems he has returned from his journey. Chapter 92. The return of Jiraiya. Has Elder Jiraiya returned? A flicker of doubt crossed Kakashi's eyes. Chiba nodded, confirming that he should arrive in the village within the next couple of days. Kakashi sighed in relief upon hearing this news. With Elder Jiraiya's guidance, I need not worry excessively. He then turned his attention to Naruto, advising, Naruto, be sure to learn diligently from Elder Jiraiya when it comes to teaching students. He is leagues ahead of me. Naruto nodded, his azure eyes brimming with excitement, seemingly unable to restrain his eagerness to begin training. Chiba accompanied Naruto, bidding farewell to Kakashi as they returned to his small courtyard. To his surprise, he found a white-haired figure seated in the center of the courtyard. You actually didn't go spy on the women's bath? Chiba's words were laden with astonishment upon hearing his voice. Jiraiya turned, his expression one of displeasure. You truly believe I am that sort of person? Without hesitation, Chiba fervently nodded. Indeed, the great sage Toad. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiraiya clamped a hand over his mouth. In front of Naruto, he wished to maintain a respectable elder's demeanor. Perverted sage, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother Chiba, said you could teach me how to train. I want to become stronger and then become Hokage. To change this decaying world, his lively figure bounced around excitedly before Jiraiya, who gazed at the familiar face with a hint of nostalgia. He was reminded of his former disciple, the fourth Hokage. Minato Namikaze to it seems Naruto bears his shadow. All right. Jiraiya waved his hand, signaling for quiet. I will teach you how to train. However, I have just returned from my travels and need a day to rest. We shall commence our training tomorrow. His words ignited an even greater thrill within Naruto's heart. Yay, a new training journey is about to begin. Chiba approached Naruto, patting him on the shoulder, and stated, to help you adapt to the pace. Your task for today is to run 20 laps around Konoha village. Upon completion, I shall treat you to the finest ramen. The mention of luxurious ramen made Naruto's eyes gleam with excitement. Luxurious ramen, he dashed off, heedless of any reservations. Watching Naruto's departing figure, Jiraiya pondered thoughtfully, no wonder Naruto's physique has undergone such a significant transformation that you've been mentoring him in his training, haven't you? Chiba nodded, replying, of course, since Naruto calls me brother. It is my responsibility to look after him. Moreover, his father is a hero of Konoha. Jiraiya's expression darkened at once. So you are aware of that? Huh? Minato saved Konoha, Chiba explained. I can distinctly sense the tumultuous chakra within Naruto. Beyond the Nine Tails, I cannot fathom any other being that would fit. Jiraiya lowered his gaze, earnestly regarding Chiba. I hope you can keep this a secret. Chiba felt perplexed that I cannot comprehend the decisions made by the higher-ups in Konoha. Since Naruto's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is common knowledge, why is there such an effort to conceal his lineage as the descendant of the fourth Hokage? Shouldn't the offspring of a hero receive the treatment they deserve? As he spoke, Chiba's frustration began to surface. Having visited Naruto's home previously, the filthy and chaotic environment had rendered him nearly unable to find a place to rest. Expired instant noodles and milk constituted Naruto's primary sustenance. Were it not for his robust physique, Naruto might have struggled to survive. I have not been in Konoha during this time. Jiraiya felt a pang of guilt regarding Naruto's experiences, simultaneously feeling shame for the higher-ups in Konoha. Aside from the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the leader of Root, Danzo Shimura, the remaining individuals were merely occupying their positions without merit. The unbearable nature of such an environment was one of the reasons Jiraiya had left Konoha. Thankfully, Naruto still harbored a deep affection for this village. Chiba exhaled, recognizing that he had his own connections. It was precisely because of Naruto's ability to endure various injustices that he could not imagine what would happen to others in his situation. Chiba questioned himself, realizing he would absolutely be unable to tolerate such treatment. His words filled Jiraiya with remorse, while simultaneously solidifying his resolve to diligently instruct Naruto in his training during this period. For the upcoming training, you shall join Naruto. Jiraiya's gaze was earnest. Naturally, Chiba would not pass up the opportunity to learn from a professional ninja. Thank you, Elder Jiraiya. Chapter 93. The Summoning Technique of the Toad Clan. The following morning, as the first rays of dawn illuminated the earth, the silhouettes of two young boys could be seen sweating profusely at the outskirts of Konoha village. Their chakra levels were commendable, yet their control exhibited numerous flaws. Jiraiya sat upon a nearby rock, observing their training. A series of physical exercises had drenched Chiba's clothes in sweat. As for Naruto, he appeared utterly disheveled. Although his training regimen was nearly half of Chiba's, his physical stamina could not compare. The two stood atop the water's surface, their shoulders burdened with weights. Since Naruto had not faced Orochimaru, the seal on his abdomen remained intact. Consequently, his control over chakra was much more stable. Jiraiya looked up at the sky. All right, time's up. You may set those down. As he spoke, the two plummeted into the water with splashes. Huff, huff. Naruto gasped for air. While it's certainly effective, I still have no idea how the perverted sage intends to teach us. This method of exhausting chakra was conceived by Jiraiya. Maintaining chakra beneath their feet enabled them to stand on the water's surface, and increasing their weight would consume more chakra. More importantly, it would hone their control over chakra. All right, kiddos, Jiraiya waved them over. Next, I'm about to teach you a secret technique. Excitement flickered in his eyes. Naruto, your chakra should be nearly depleted by now, right? Naruto nodded, feeling his own weakness. Not only his chakra, but his stamina was also dwindling. Jiraiya leaped from the rock, stating, in that case, let us commence the new training. The secret technique I will teach you is the summoning technique of the Toad Clan. Watch closely. Saying this, he placed his thumb in his mouth, and bit down gently. Crimson blood oozed forth as he pressed it onto the ground. Black markings began to spread from his palm. Summoning technique. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the figure of Toad Juin appeared before the two individuals. Its crimson body was adorned with intricate black patterns. Toad Juin possessed a remarkably gentle temperament. Although it could not speak, this did not imply an inability to comprehend human language. Clasped in its mouth was a scroll, which it slowly extended towards Naruto Uzumaki. This was the contract scroll of the Toad clan, a by inscribing one's name and blood upon it, and subsequently pressing a handprint, one could summon the Toad clan. Jiraiya, as a mentor, provided a detailed explanation. Naruto, trusting in him, promptly unfurled the scroll. Within the preceding sections, several names were already inscribed. Notably, Jiraiya's name was prominently featured among them. Wait, is that the name of Chiba in the final section? The characters for Chiba were also engraved. Indeed, Chiba had long since established a contract with the Toad clan. Jiraiya had been aware of this since their time in Mount Myouboku. However, he was simultaneously curious about the extent of Chiba's prowess in utilizing summoning techniques. Following the prescribed steps, Naruto wrote his name upon the scroll. The hand seals for the summoning technique were Hai, Su, Yu, Shin, and Wei. Jiraiya, perched upon Toad Juin's back, watched Naruto with keen interest. You may proceed with your attempt. He encouraged that Naruto's hand seals were not as swift as Chiba's, yet they were executed with commendable precision. Summoning technique, he exclaimed, pressing his palm against the ground, chakra surging forth once more. Chiba glanced over in intrigue. Wait, this chakra. Bang! Before he could finish his thought, a colossal figure abruptly materialized beneath Naruto's feet at a towering form, several meters high, loomed before Jiraiya and Chiba. Chiba's training had not gone to waste. Naruto's strength had significantly advanced. Most notably, he had begun to harness the power of the Nine Tails. Yo, Toad Kushi, at your service. A large toad, with alternating black and brown stripes, brandished a long staff and struck a lively pose. It's you. Jiraiya seemed to recognize the toad before him. I've met you, Lord Jiraiya. Toad Kushi responded with great courtesy. As for this giant toad that had never appeared in Chiba's memory, he was unaware of its capabilities. However, judging by the sturdy metal staff it wielded, it was likely associated with the upper echelons of Mount. Is this truly the toad I summoned? Naruto exclaimed with excitement, kneeling on Toad Kushi's back and stroking its smooth surface. Chiba, you should also attempt to summon. Jiraiya directed his gaze towards Chiba, eager to witness his performance. Upon hearing his words, Chiba felt a twinge of reluctance. Come on, Chiba. Naruto, exhilarated by his initial success in summoning, couldn't help but oversell the moment. Let's see whose summoned toad is larger. Reluctantly, Chiba acquiesced. In a mere second, he completed the hand seals, his speed causing Jiraiya's pupils to constrict. He silently mused. What an astonishing youth. Chiba placed his hand upon the ground, channeling chakra to its utmost limit in an instant. Summoning technique. Bang! A colossal cloud of smoke, so vast it obscured their vision, erupted into being that a towering figure suddenly appeared before them. Damn it, who executed the summoning technique? A fierce voice resonated from the enormous being. Jiraiya's gaze fell upon the massive toad, rendered momentarily speechless. Toad Wentai took notice of the two individuals beneath him. Jiraiya, Toad Kushi, and a yellow-haired brat. Hey, Jiraiya, why have you summoned me? Clearly, Toad Wentai assumed that Jiraiya was the one responsible for his summoning. However, Jiraiya's response took him by surprise. It wasn't me who summoned you. It was Chiba on your back. Upon hearing this clarification, Toad Wentai finally acknowledged the presence of another person atop him. It's you, little brat. Toad Wentai evidently recognized Chiba. I picked you up from outside Mount Myouboku when you were just a clueless child. I never expected your progress to be so rapid. In the exchange, Toad Wentai expressed a sense of nostalgia. Chiba was equally surprised, realizing that his appearance in Mount Myouboku was indeed thanks to Wentai's efforts. Speaking of which, I haven't had the chance to thank you, Toad Wentai. He crouched atop Toad Wentai's head, gently patting the large, red dome. It's all trivial. Nothing to mention. Toad Wentai did not exhibit the unpleasant demeanor one might have anticipated. Perhaps it was due to his strength or his experiences in Mount Myouboku. Regardless, Toad Wentai's presence was an undeniable force to be reckoned with. With his might, he could even confront certain tailed beasts head-on. Even against the Nine Tails, he would not find himself at a disadvantage in a short span. Toad Wentai's prowess had been validated over a decade ago. Toad Kushi, Do you know this red toad? Naruto inquired from atop Toad Kushi's head. Of course I know him. Lord Wentai is the strongest toad in Mount Myouboku. Many toads greatly admire Lord Wentai. Upon hearing this, Naruto's confusion deepened. What exactly is Mount Myouboku? Jiraiya had never explained the origins of the toads to him. Mount Myouboku is the dwelling place of the Toad clan, also known as one of the three great legacies. You are far too early to comprehend this. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with a sense of pride. However, to summon Toad Kushi on your first try was indeed beyond my expectations, based on the performance of the summoning technique. Naruto had likely begun to make initial contact with the creature residing within him. The so-called monster. Jiraiya's words caused Naruto's expression to darken momentarily, but he quickly regained his optimism that I've reached a certain understanding with the Nine Tails. When my own chakra is depleted, I can utilize its chakra. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed that Naruto had come to terms with the reasons for his ostracization during childhood. Yet, other matters still remained shrouded in mystery. This situation was precisely what Jiraiya had hoped for. While he was uncertain how Naruto had come to this agreement with the Nine Tails, it was undoubtedly a positive sign. Having participated in multiple ninja world wars, Jiraiya understood the concept of a perfect Jinchuriki. This was undoubtedly the direction Naruto needed to pursue at present. He had made an excellent start. It has been quite some time since I breathed the air of the mortal realm. Toad Wentai's voice boomed like thunder. If there is nothing further you require of me, I shall take my leave. Chiba leaped down from Toad Wentai's head and looked up to say, until next time. Toad Wentai. Toad Wentai turned to depart. The overwhelming presence from his massive form gradually faded. Naruto gazed at Toad Wentai's retreating silhouette, filled with envy. He had previously felt that summoning Toad Kushi was a remarkable feat. However, the size of Toad Kushi paled in comparison to Toad Wentai. The two were not even in the same league. In light of this comparison, the joy he initially felt upon successfully summoning dissipated entirely. Damn it! Naruto cried out. Why is there such a vast disparity in strength between Chiba and me? Without comparison, there can be no harm. In this regard, even Jiraiya found it difficult to provide a reasonable answer. Although Naruto Uzumaki's talent may not quite measure up to that of his father, overall, his innate abilities are still quite commendable. However, when juxtaposed with Chiba, he pales in comparison. From what he knew, even the mere existence of Sage Mode was sufficient to place others in the shade. Not to mention the summoning technique. The fact that Chiba was able to summon the enormous toad, Fukasaku, on his first attempt is a testament to his exceptional talent. Naruto, do not be overly disheartened. Jiraiya consoled. After all, one cannot equate individuals. In truth, your talent is commendable in its own right. Initially, he was concerned that Naruto might become arrogant due to his own abilities, fostering a sense of entitlement. However, upon witnessing Chiba's performance, Jiraiya dismissed this worry. Who could possibly rival Chiba's extraordinary gift? Chapter 95. The utilization of basic Sage Body. The initial attempt at summoning a toad brought forth great encouragement for Naruto Uzumaki, instilling in him a newfound confidence. This motivated him to exert even more effort in the subsequent training sessions. However, summoning Fukasaku was no simple task. After numerous attempts, he still saw no results. In such circumstances, it was only natural for Naruto to feel somewhat disheartened. There is still ample time, Chiba reassured him. Just take it slow. By the way, you can summon it alongside you. With that, Chiba bit his finger once more. The regenerative qualities of the basic Sage Body were beginning to manifest. In fact, the moment the summoning technique was concluded, his finger had already healed. Summoning technique. As smoke billowed forth, a two-tailed cat of considerable size appeared before everyone. Oh! Jiraiya's gaze was instantly captivated. This was a rare summoning beast within the ninja world, a two-tailed cat. His eyes sparkled with surprise and delight. Chiba, how did you form a contract with this two-tailed cat? In response to this inquiry, the two-tailed cat provided a rather audacious reply. Foolish white-haired human, mind your tone when addressing my master. The two-tailed cat looked down upon Jiraiya, its demeanor seemingly imbued with a newfound arrogance due to its recent power increase. Well, look at that. The cat's gotten a bit too full of itself. Speaking to Jiraiya in such a manner truly displayed an outrageous level of arrogance. Jiraiya cast a glance at Chiba, silently asking, "May I strike this seemingly haughty creature?" Under the pressure of his gaze, Chiba decisively sold the cat out. What followed was an unrelenting and merciless beating. Although the cat's strength had rapidly increased, it was still on a completely different level from Jiraiya. Its very own physical prowess was sufficient to leave it questioning its existence. The cat's cries of anguish echoed far and wide. However, given the vigor in its cries, Chiba chose not to dwell on it excessively. "Little cat, are you feeling subdued?" Jiraiya inquired while standing atop the cat's head, patting it gently. The cat replied pitifully, I concede. This brutal beating was not in vain, despite standing 5 meters tall and nearly 10 meters in length. Not including its 2 swaying tails, such a colossal creature now appeared battered and bruised, utterly devoid of the imposing presence it had initially possessed. Histe. Chiba approached, delivering a sarcastic remark. "Will you dare to act so recklessly next time?" He stroked the cat's large head and asked. The cat, casting a sideways glance at the figure above, recalled the recent beating and shivered slightly, murmuring, "Boss, why is it that everyone around you is increasingly formidable?" This old fellow's strikes were painfully effective. Bang! Just as the words left its mouth, it received another punch to the head. When speaking ill of others, one should be mindful of whether the subject is present. "You rascal!" Jiraiya thought to himself that he had perhaps gone a bit easy on the creature. "All right, cat." Chiba timely intervened, for if left unchecked, the cat's sharp tongue might very well lead to its demise at Jiraiya's hands. This is Jiraiya-senpai, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, the village's greatest fighting force. Mind your words. If you provoke him to the point of death, I shall be left without a companion." Upon hearing this, the cat trembled, no longer daring to utter another word. Meanwhile, Naruto's eyes sparkled with admiration as he regarded Jiraiya. He had always perceived Jiraiya as strong, but he had not anticipated that he was. In fact, the village's top combatant. Is Jiraiya-senpai truly this powerful? Faced with Naruto's admiration, Jiraiya felt a surge of satisfaction within. During his time teaching the 4th Hokage, he had often been humbled by his talent. Yet now, the tides of fortune had turned that it was not unreasonable for the son of the 4th Hokage to look up to him with admiration, with the 2-tailed cat assigned to Naruto. The upcoming training would undoubtedly be more arduous. The cat's recent surge in strength could only be described as terrifying. Just its size alone imposed a significant psychological pressure, given Naruto's current level. Engaging in one-on-one training with the cat would certainly lead to considerable hardship. Furthermore, the 2-tailed cat seemed particularly keen on exploiting various means to dominate Naruto. Thus, the training ahead promised to be unimaginably grueling. Chiba, too, had his own training regimen planned. His most pressing task was to enhance his physical capabilities. With the basic sage body at his disposal, Chiba was equipped with a new layer of strength. He could now train his physical abilities without reservation. As for any potential injuries, there was no need for concern. His inherent healing abilities would suffice for rapid recovery. Without adequate physical prowess, he could not hope to sustain the 8 gates technique. Chiba had no intention of relinquishing such a formidable trump card. Therefore, for the next month, he would dedicate himself wholeheartedly to physical training. Chapter 96. Diligent training. A day's training nearly exhausted his stamina. Although his recovery speed was swift, Chiba had begun to increase the weight he was carrying. The might of the basic sage body was gradually becoming apparent. During training, Chiba could effortlessly balance both exertion and recovery. As a result, his training efficiency was nearly multiplied several times over. Since the onset of the struggle for the Book of Heaven and Earth in the second round, Chiba had swiftly acclimated to the added burdens on his body. By the end of the preliminary rounds, he had once again increased the weight he was carrying. Due to Lee's injury, he had borrowed the weight apparatus from him, simultaneously, to further enhance his training. Chiba had asked Tintin for assistance in crafting even heavier gear. However, he felt a slight sense of unease regarding Tintin's seemingly unusual attitude. Yet, he could not quite pinpoint what was amiss. The thoughts of a young girl seemed more perplexing than forbidden techniques. Chiba prepared to journey to Haki City, aiming to thwart a potential tragedy. The higher-ups of Konoha had designated a specific area within Haki City to host guests from other ninja villages. Participants and their companions from various ninja villages had gathered there. Naturally, Konoha's shinobi were also present to maintain order. At least on the surface, Konoha still reigned as one of the strongest ninja villages. However, after searching a vast area, Chiba abandoned this endeavor. The sheer volume of people made it impractical. Frowning, Chiba thought, even in sage mode, I cannot discern chakra signatures. It's not that I refuse to help you. The conditions simply do not permit it. As dusk fell, Chiba returned to Konoha alone. In the small courtyard, Jiraiya and Naruto were awaiting his return. The expressions on their faces were remarkably relaxed. According to Jiraiya, the path of training requires a balance of relaxation and intensity. Excessive tension could lead to negative repercussions. Chiba, you have returned. Jiraiya raised his small wine cup, beckoning Chiba to join him for a drink. What brings you to Kaiki City at such a late hour? Regarding this question, Chiba held nothing back that I sought to rescue someone. But regrettably, I found no one that upon the utterance of those words, Jiraiya's slight inebriation dissipated in an instant. What do you mean? Shinya shrugged. Expressing his helplessness, I have come to learn certain tidings. Orochimaru's infiltration and the betrayal of our allied nations that I, in response. Jiraiya displayed no signs of astonishment. Although he was not a rogue ninja at present, he no longer held a position of authority within Konoha. Even with knowledge of these matters, Jiraiya was reluctant to intervene. These affairs do not concern you, he stated, his demeanor growing somewhat indifferent. The third Hokage is no fool. He must already be aware of Orochimaru's return. Naturally, they will have their own countermeasures in place. Your task, however, is to focus on your training. Shinya nodded, choosing to say no more. It is better to avoid unnecessary complications. Should he become entangled in this matter, given his current capabilities, he could easily be devoured by lurking wolves. For now, it is paramount to enhance his own strength. Once he possesses the ability to protect himself, he will have a voice in this world. Would you care for another drink? Jiraiya raised his cup once more. Shinya gladly took a seat, filling his own cup. The elder and the youth lifted their cups, exchanging a knowing smile. Clink. The glasses met, sending a few droplets of sake splashing into the air. The sake was not particularly potent, yet under the moonlight, Shinya found himself feeling a gentle intoxication. Training continued to progress. Thanks to the foundation of Naruto Uzumaki, which Shinya had honed to a fine edge, Naruto made significant strides under Jiraiya's guidance. As for Shinya, he had his own training regimen. Of course, he still needed to consult Jiraiya on certain details, such as chakra control, the timing of ninjutsu release, and the simplification of hand seals. The initial stage of Sage Mode allowed him to perform simplified hand seals, yet achieving the level of Hashirama Senju, who could effortlessly combine hand seals and incantations, was still a distant goal for Shinya. A month of training flew by swiftly. Once he determined that his training would no longer yield significant gains, Shinya decided to take a day off. Tomorrow marked the official assessment. Turning to the still exercising Naruto Uzumaki, he said, "Let us visit Lee." Shinya recalled vividly the unsettling nature of certain individuals. After suffering setbacks in the preliminary rounds, they would undoubtedly seize any opportunity for vengeance. At Ino's flower shop, he selected a high-quality carnation. Bidding farewell to Ino, who wished to accompany him, he and Naruto made their way to the hospital. Why does it feel so empty? Naruto, with his blunt intuition, sensed the odd atmosphere. How fortuitous. Shinya's tone turned somewhat frigid. Naruto, hold this carnation and meet me on the third floor. With that, Shinya's figure vanished from sight. Naruto, completely unaware of his speed, was left in a state of shock. Is this the result of brother Shinya's training? In the room where Lee lay, sand had already spread across the bed. Chapter 97. The unruly Gaara beside the bed. Gaara wore an expression devoid of emotion, his gaze apathetic. Yet, the speed at which the sand spread was alarmingly swift. In his eyes, killing seemed as mundane as quenching one's thirst. Boom! A violent force shattered the door, and a figure burst in from outside. Are the Sand Village ninjas so unruly? Noticing the intruder, Gaara's pupils constricted as he instinctively commanded his sand to defend. However, compared to Shinya's speed, his sand was somewhat sluggish. Shinya extended his palm, pressing it against Gaara's forehead. Boom! Gaara was forcefully driven into the wall, which crumbled under the impact. Debris scattered, dust swirling in the air. The hospital room lay in disarray. Since you are unfamiliar with rules, allow me to teach you. A glint of icy killing intent shone in Shinya's eyes. At present, Gaara was indeed lacking the lessons that life could impart. This, of course, was intricately linked to his father, who was a mental case. His singular focus on assassinating his own son was perplexing to Shinya. While others sought to enlighten through love, this individual chose to provoke with hatred. He imposed his own views upon others. Such actions had undoubtedly shaped the Gaara of now. The issues with your psyche have molded your character into this state. Shinya's tone turned extremely cold. However, I hope that while in Konoha, you will adhere to the rules. Otherwise, even Shikaku cannot protect you. These few words conveyed a wealth of meaning. In the hospital room, aside from the still sleeping Lee, it was just the two of them, and Qianye harbored no reservations, given Gaara's nature. He would not disseminate such words indiscriminately. Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment passed through Gaara's eyes. How could it be? Just as he was about to inquire further, Naruto rushed in. Brother Qianye, what are you doing here with Gaara from the Sand Village? Upon seeing Gaara, Naruto exploded with fury. Tomorrow is the official match. Qianye released Gaara's head, which bore several cracks. His previous attack had already shattered the outer layer of sand armor. In the presence of Qianye, such a feeble defense was utterly inadequate. If you can defeat me, then perhaps you may inquire about these matters later. Gaara's sand armor returned to normal, suppressing his agitated expression beneath the layers of sand. He left with remarkable calmness, without further disturbance. Shortly after his departure, Myouboku also arrived at the hospital. Upon hearing Naruto recount the events, gratitude flickered in his gaze as he looked at Qianye. Thank you, Qianye. Myouboku's demeanor was quite earnest. Had you not intervened, Lee would likely. He shook his head, not wishing to continue. Qianye smiled warmly. No need for thanks, Guy. Lee and I are friends. This is simply what I ought to do. Lee's condition remained grim. Although most of his injuries were self-inflicted, forcibly employing the 8 gates had inflicted unimaginable damage on him. According to the doctors, Lee would need at least 6 months of rest before he could return to missions and training. Otherwise, he would be playing with his life. Myouboku, aware of this, wore a rare expression devoid of his usual optimism. Despite having Hinata Neji and Tintin as students, ultimately, it was Lee who embodied his will. Do not worry, Guy. Lee will surely recover swiftly, Qianye reassured. Sensing his concern, Myouboku nodded anxiously, saying no more. As a taijutsu expert, he felt powerless in this regard, left only to silently pray for Lee's speedy recovery. After changing Lee's room, Qianye placed the fragrant carnation in a vase on the bedside table. Get well soon, Lee, he murmured, gazing at the still unconscious Lee. The future of the ninja world will lack much brilliance in your absence. After a brief pause, Qianye and Naruto left the hospital. The two wandered through Konoha, where Qianye noted that as the official match approached, the flow of people in the village had grown tremendously. Countless indistinguishable faces filled the streets. Although the scene appeared lively, an undercurrent of unease permeated the air. A storm is brewing. Qianye sighed, choosing not to dwell on it further. Without destruction, there can be no rebirth. The will of fire burns brightly due to the ample fuel it possesses. One can surmise that the third Hokage has long since grasped this truth. Chiba gazed at the Hokage building, his eyes taking on a profound depth. The day had passed swiftly. By the time dawn broke, Chiba and Uzumaki Naruto had already arrived at the venue of the competition, listening to the raucous sounds emanating from within. Chiba confidently stepped into the arena. That moment, he officially entered the gaze of the ninja world. Chapter 98. The first match of the official tournament. The formal matches of the third exam commenced under the scrutiny of numerous high-ranking officials. Not only were the leaders of the Hidden Leaf Village present, but even the fourth Kazekage, Raza, had made an appearance. Additionally, the feudal lords of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind were also in attendance. There were even some minor country lords among the spectators, and anyone who had made it to this point was undoubtedly of considerable status. The remaining audience comprised the ordinary citizens of the Leaf Village. What piqued Chiba's curiosity, however, was another matter. At the conclusion of the preliminary rounds, the examiners had not announced the matchups. Following Sarutobi Hiruzen's suggestion, the list was to be revealed today. I wonder who my opponent will be. Chiba murmured, standing within the viewing area and surveying the flat arena. The examiner had now changed from Moonlight Breeze to Narashikaku. Upon seeing him, Chiba felt a twinge of regret, although it was unfortunate. He had done his best at that time in Kaiki Castle. He had not discovered the whereabouts of Maki and others. This had ultimately led to the demise of Moonlight Breeze. Such a pity. Examiner Breeze, Chiba sighed, refraining from further comment. As the contestants continued to enter, it was time to unveil the matchups. Narashikaku glanced at the paper in his hand and addressed the competitors gathered in the viewing area. The first match will feature Leaf Village Ninja Hyuga Neji against Sound Ninja Tsujin. Upon hearing the names of the combatants, Chiba remarked, I didn't expect Neji to be fighting in the first match. However, it seems this match has little suspense left. Tsujin and Hyuga Neji leapt from the viewing area to the center of the arena. With the entrance of the contestants, the cheers from the audience grew ever louder. The reputation of the Hyuga clan had long since spread throughout the major ninja villages due to the Great Ninja War. in the Leaf Village. Their prestige was second only to that of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, with the Uchiha clan's demise, the Hyuga clan had become the last remaining prominent family in the Leaf Village. Other clans like Inuzuka and Nara paled in comparison. That I can't believe it's my turn in the first match. Tsujin muttered, hunched over with bandages wrapped around his face, his sleeves completely concealing his arms. The little brat from the Hyuga clan is truly pitiful. His luck is quite abysmal. Hyuga Niji's expression remained indifferent, showing no regard for Tsujin. After the preliminary rounds, he had already assessed his opponents. Aside from a couple of exceptionally powerful competitors, he regarded no one else as a threat, including the sound ninja before him. Tsujin. The match begins, Nara Shikaku announced after a brief glance at both fighters. However, Tsujin did not underestimate the boy from the Hyuga clan as his words suggested. The moment Nara Shikaku's voice fell, he had already vanished from his original position. His rapid movement was accompanied by a sonic resonance dot on Tsujin's arms. Armor riddled with small holes became visible. Hyuga Niji furrowed his brow, sensing the impact of the sound waves on himself. Indeed, one should never underestimate anyone. Start. Niji called softly, and veins suddenly bulged around his temples. The perceptive power of his Byakugan captured Tsujin's movements in their entirety. Yet, the experienced Tsujin launched his attack the instant Niji activated his Byakugan. Sound wave strike. With his right arm extended, visible sound waves surged forth, enveloping Hyuga Niji, faced with the onslaught of sound waves. Niji's expression morphed into one of agony, blood seeping from his ears. That a flicker of delight flashed in Tsujin's eyes as he rushed towards him. The final blow. His voice was filled with exuberance, as if victory was already in his grasp. The tragic pawn. Chiba observed the unfolding scene with clarity. His keen eyesight allowed him to foresee the outcome of the battle as Tsujin charged. A fierce glint appeared in Niji's otherwise pale eyes. 0.8 trigrams palm. Return heaven. A substantial amount of chakra erupted from the chakra points in his hands, despite the interference of the sound waves. Niji exerted his legs and forcefully twisted his body. In an instant, he began to spin at high speed, forming an impenetrable defense with his chakra. Unaware, Tsujin collided directly with Niji's return heaven. This unconventional absolute defense also served as a formidable offensive technique. The rapidly spinning gentle fist chakra shattered Tsujin. His hunched figure soared into the air. Gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Niji concluded his return heaven, his hands radiating blue chakra. A relentless barrage of strikes rained down upon Tsujin. In the blink of an eye, all his chakra points were sealed. Tsujin collapsed onto the ground, utterly devoid of fighting capability. The battle concluded, with the victor being Hyuga Niji. Chapter 99. Battle of Wits. The near-overwhelming victory resonated the reputation of the Hyuga clan once more across the nations. The fight was executed with such precision that there was not a hint of hesitation that Niji's Byakugan had been utilized to its fullest extent. The spectators witnessed a young genius from the Hyuga clan. After watching the match, the feudal lords of various nations reached a consensus. If all went well, Niji's promotion to Nin was all but assured. Such a display of prowess was precisely what Sarutobi Hiruzen wished to see. The burgeoning strength of the new generation in the Leaf Village was a testament to its might. That I hope the second match does not disappoint me. The voice of the fourth Kazekage, seated beside him, emerged from beneath his veil. Although Hiruzen sensed something unusual about this Kazekage, he chose not to dwell on it. The second match would feature the heir of the Nara clan, a family known for its intellect. Hiruzen was immensely confident about this bout. Perhaps the spectacle would not be particularly thrilling, but the strategic acumen displayed would undoubtedly be top-notch. The participants in the second match are Nara Shikamaru and Kinjur. Nara Shikaka gestured towards the viewing area, signaling the two to come forth. How bothersome, can I forfeit? Nara Shikamaru, who had never possessed an ounce of fighting spirit, contemplated withdrawing from the match. The title of Nin represented nothing but greater troubles for him. He sensed that those capable of ascending to Nin would be exceedingly few. This implied that if he were to win the match, a slew of complications would inevitably ensue. Everyone is waiting for you to take the stage. Chiba approached Nara Shikamaru from behind, grinning as he spoke. How can one flee without a fight? As soon as he finished speaking, Chiba grasped Shikamaru's collar and effortlessly tossed him down. Shikamaru was startled to find himself falling from a height, yet landing steadily on the ground. His posture unchanged. He glanced at Chiba, a hint of awe in his eyes. Such unfathomable strength, truly worthy of being this year's top newcomer. Even as a transfer student, he possessed a foundation that was unparalleled. Shikamaru shook his head, choosing not to overthink it. Chiba had consistently exhibited an exceedingly amiable demeanor. With Shikamaru's ability to read people, he had yet to detect any malice from him. However, he still harbored some trepidation towards someone whose capabilities far exceeded his own. The Shadow Manipulator. Kinjiro regarded Nara Shikamaru with complete seriousness. He had witnessed T-Sujin's defeat firsthand. Every ninja entering the official rounds was anything but ordinary. The match would conclude when one side lost consciousness, died, or surrendered. Nara Shikaku looked at the two fighters, raising his arm high. Let the battle begin. As the words fell, shuriken flew forth from Nara Shikamaru's hand. He had gathered ample insight into the capabilities of the Iron Hammer from the previous preliminary rounds. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he was certain of his victory in this battle. Unlike ordinary shuriken, the ones thrown by Nara Shikamaru this time were specially crafted. Adorned with elongated ribbons, they appeared quite peculiar. Were these shuriken truly suited for combat? This question simultaneously arose in the minds of the audience. Clearly, they were not well acquainted with the Nara clan of Konoha. Otherwise, such doubts would not have surfaced. It seemed that Shikamaru had undergone substantial transformation as well. Chiba observed the specially crafted shuriken scattered around him, lost in thought. He, who had always detested fighting, was surprisingly preparing before the battle. Evidently, these shuriken were meticulously prepared to secure victory. However, little did Chiba know that he had played a significant role in this endeavor. Even now, he clutched a promissory note from the Nara clan in his hand. Indeed, the note written by Nara Shikamaru bore the name of the Nara clan. When his father, Nara Shikaku, learned of this, he promptly shifted the burden onto his son and issued an ultimatum. Should he lose in the official matches, he would have to find a way to deal with the note himself. Reluctantly, Nara Shikamaru resolved to strive for victory. These special shuriken were one of his strategies. Underestimated, he had resorted to such an attack to test the waters. The Iron Hammer sent the shuriken flying. A flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. If this is all you're capable of, then I regret to inform you. The battle concluded. Her body suddenly froze, rendering her immobile. Indeed, the fight was over. At that moment, the Iron Hammer noticed that the fluttering ribbons, illuminated by the sun, cast shadows. Under the control of Nara Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique, she had been completely ensnared. The battle ended, with Nara Shikamaru emerging victorious. Although the second match lacked the flair of the first, Nara Shikamaru's grasp of the battle situation and self-awareness greatly expanded the audience's perspective, revealing that ninjas also engage in cerebral combat. On the main platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the fourth Kazekage, chuckling, "Haha, the performance of that Nara kid is quite impressive. However, I believe you will find the upcoming match even more intriguing." Chapter 100. Chiba's opponent. The strongest of Sunigakure. Upon hearing his words, the fourth Kazekage raised an eyebrow beneath his hat, a flicker of interest flashing in his narrow eyes. Could the next contestant be from Sunigakure? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Replying, the strongest newcomer from Sunigakure faces off against the strongest newcomer from Konoha. I wonder if a victor will emerge. Nara Shikaku scrutinized the battle roster in his hand. His brow furrowed. It seemed they would need to deploy more personnel to the arena for the upcoming match. The third match would feature Gaara from Sunigakure and Chiba from Konoha. Contestants, please proceed to the arena swiftly. The match is about to commence. Hearing his opponent's name, Chiba was somewhat taken aback. He had never anticipated encountering Gaara. Was this arrangement made for the sake of entertainment? Gaara cast a detached glance at Chiba, uttering not a word as he walked toward the backstage. Yet, the murderous intent emanating from his gaze did not escape Chiba's perception. What a stubborn child. Chiba shook his head, hoping that the harsh realities of society would alter his perspective. Otherwise, he felt utterly powerless to assist. He leaped down from the observation area, landing directly in front of Gaara, who was emerging from backstage. Gaara remained silent, continuing forward. Chiba shrugged, feeling a touch helpless at times. These troubled youths were indeed perplexing. The match began. Nara Shikaku sighed, his expression grave. Having observed the previous preliminary rounds, his focus had sharpened like never before. It could be said that the two individuals in this battle were among the most formidable of all the contestants. With his extraordinary genin strength, he truly lacked the confidence to maintain control over the situation. He did not wish to serve as the examiner for this match. Nara Shikaki muttered under his breath, quickly retreating. The opposing duo exuded an unsettling aura. Finally, it had begun. Gaara's calm words were laced with malice. I shall severely injure you, and then interrogate you about how you came to know those things." He raised his right hand, and countless grains of sand erupted from the gourd on his back, enveloping him entirely. "I wonder where you derive your confidence from." Chiba, hands clasped behind his back, showed no signs of preparing for battle. After a month of rigorous training, he had made significant strides in his abilities. He could not deny that Jiraiya was indeed a first-rate instructor. Under his guidance, Chiba had quickly mastered his full potential and made considerable improvements. "I will crush you, someone like you. The scent of blood must be quite delightful." "No," Gaara sneered, his expression growing increasingly frenzied. Having suffered defeats at Chiba's hands multiple times, he found it difficult to suppress his inner turmoil when facing Chiba. The swirling sands transformed into a colossal hand. Hurtling toward Chiba, the ferocity of the attack elicited gasps from the audience. Was this truly the strongest newcomer from Sunagakure? Just the ability to manipulate sand was already on par with some nin. This year's official matches promised to be quite captivating. However, the Konoha newcomer opposite seemed to be a name that had not yet circulated. Facing the approaching sand giant, Chiba remained remarkably composed. Such an attack was easily counterable. He twisted his body, his right hand forming a fist, his legs rooted to the ground like sturdy tree roots. First fist technique. Bone, he unleashed a strike, channeling all his strength into a single explosive blow. Boom. The violent shockwave radiated from Chiba's right fist. There was no resistance whatsoever. The sand giant disintegrated into mere grains, cascading from the sky. The sight left Gaara momentarily stunned. While many had managed to shatter his sand, none had ever disrupted the special chakra contained within. This was a first for him. "To defeat me. This sand is insufficient." Chiba flexed his wrists, casting a provocative glance at Gaara. The audience fell into an awed silence. Even the two Kage were left speechless, struggling to comprehend the unfolding scene. After a prolonged pause, the fourth Kazekage slowly spoke. What a formidable young man. Yet, his calm tone belied any significant emotional upheaval. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not suppress his grin. "Haha, Chiba's talent is indeed remarkable. He is the top newcomer this year." Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his satisfaction with the youth brought back by his apprentice. As he faced the inevitability of aging, he longed to witness the flourishing of Konoha. "Let us seize the moment." Chiba swept a glance at the audience, declaring, "I will swiftly conclude this battle and strive for a position among the nin ranks." No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished from sight. Gaara's pupils constricted as the sands swirled in defense, kicking up countless fragments of stone. Bang! Desert wave. A tremendous sound erupted from the defensive barrier formed by the sands. The dense grains enveloped Gaara completely, their special chakra lending an extraordinary density to the sand. Chiba's full force strike failed to breach Gaara's defenses. The scene fell into a stalemate. Chapter 101. The Collapse Plan of Konoha. How troublesome, Chiba mused, scratching his head in frustration that he had initially intended to conceal a portion of his strength. But to his surprise, Gaara was equally resolute, as so soon, he had already unleashed the desert wave. All the sand was utilized for defense. Conventional attacks were utterly futile. This was indeed a predicament, and Chiba pondered how to respond. It appeared that the match might devolve into a stalemate, for that sand was anything but ordinary. How challenging it would be to breach the opponent's defenses. The heated debate among the crowd left no one capable of persuading the other. This minor challenge was hardly enough to deter Brother Chinya. The words of Naruto Uzumaki interrupted the ongoing conversation. Brother Chinya, from beginning to end, had not displayed his full strength. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, Chinya unexpectedly began to engage in some peculiar behavior at the center of the arena. "Wait a moment, is he taking off his clothes?" Yamanaka Ino exclaimed, her face flushed, feeling a surge of blood rushing to her head. As Chinya removed his outer garment, he revealed a specially crafted metallic attire beneath. There was even another piece of clothing. Yamanaka Ino's tone shifted, tinged with disappointment, as if the anticipated sight had eluded her. Beside her, Nara Shikamaru regarded her with an oddly peculiar expression. "Women, it seems, are indeed troublesome," he muttered under his breath, careful not to let Yamanaka Ino hear him, for with her temperament, it would surely lead to some trouble. After shedding the specialized attire, Chinya felt an overwhelming sense of lightness, as if his entire body had been liberated. Finally, it was off. Chinya rubbed his shoulders, stretching his limbs, pondering what level his full-powered strike could reach. In truth, he himself was uncertain. The prolonged burden had led him to become accustomed to its presence. The sudden removal of this weight left him feeling somewhat disoriented. With a thunderous crash, he tossed the weight aside, producing a cacophony of sound. The ground sank, carving a wide path beneath. The earth churned. An unimaginable destruction wrought merely by Qianye's casual throw. The audience fell into a profound silence, all staring in disbelief at the spectacle before them. With their limited imaginations, they struggled to comprehend how such a terrifying combat scene had unfolded while he bore such a heavy load. What level of power would Qianye possess now that he had discarded this weight? Qianye placed his left hand on his right shoulder, gradually acclimating himself to his own body. I hope this sand wave has sufficient defensive capabilities. In his view, the concept of absolute defense was nothing but a fallacy. Is it truly called absolute defense if it cannot be breached? No, that merely indicates your offensive power is insufficient. There is no such thing as absolute defense. If one punch fails, then 2 punches shall suffice. Ever since acquiring the 8 gates, Qianye's demeanor had taken a peculiar turn. To expedite his adaptation to this newfound trump card, he had been training fiercely. The remarkable adaptability of the initial stage sage body had continuously elevated his physical prowess. First fist style, one bone. A deep voice resonated throughout the venue. In the next moment, the previously silent audience began to stir. A terrifying shockwave erupted from beneath Qianye's feet. The ground sank, and he was propelled forward. The air rippled visibly around his fist. Like iron, his fist collided directly with the spherical sand wave. Boom! Crack! Crack! Initially, a muffled sound issued from the sand wave, quickly followed by the sound of shattering. Under the tense gaze of the audience, the so-called absolute defense began to crumble. Boom! The subsequent force detonated it instantly. Countless grains of sand dispersed, and Gaara was hurled away by the residual energy. The distance of several dozen meters caused him to crash against the wall of the arena. Spiderweb-like cracks radiated from the point of impact. Cough, cough. Gaara struggled to withstand such a heavy blow. His internal organs suffering significant damage. Blood spewed from his mouth. The emergence of his injuries rendered Gaara's gaze even more frenzied. He was also mentally affected by this assault. At that moment, vibrant feathers descended upon the audience, drifting down like beautiful snowflakes. Noticing the chakra fluctuations emanating from above, Qianye glanced upward. Sigh, has it started so soon? I hope my performance has left a sufficient impression on them. The moment golden feathers began to fall, nearly everyone succumbed to slumber. Among the spectators, not all were ninjas. A considerable portion were merely ordinary individuals. Jinjutsu, Nirvana abode technique. The disguised Umbu member, Yakushi Kabuto, completed the final hand sealed as the crowd fell into unconsciousness. A tremendous noise suddenly erupted from the gates of Konoha. The chaos erupted in an instant. Sand ninjas surged, sound ninjas stirred, rendering the scene uncontrollable. The plan for Konoha's collapse had commenced. Chapter 102, The Great Deceiver. In the moment the plan for Konoha's collapse began, disturbances erupted everywhere, not only in the audience, but even on the platform where Sarutobi Hiruzen resided. Violent explosions erupted. The sand ninjas had already planted explosive tags near the platform. The force generated by a single explosive tag could rival that of a high-level fire release technique utilized by elite ninjas. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had prepared for this and evaded in time, he still fell under Orochimaru's control. Is this how your sand hidden village operates? Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed his inner fury and asked in a strained voice, Sensei, you remain so naive. A hoarse voice echoed in his ear. Orochimaru. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from between clenched teeth. Sarutobi Hiruzen had always been wary of this disciple, but never did he expect him to transform into the 4th Kazekage. Without needing to ask further, it was apparent that the 4th Kazekage had likely sacrificed himself for Orochimaru's scheme. The ability to manipulate the ninjas of the sand-hidden village sent shivers down Sarutobi Hiruzen's spine. Orochimaru pressed a cold kunai against Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck. The two ascended to the expansive rooftop. The quartet of sound ninjas, arranged by Orochimaru, made their debut before the world. They stood at the corners of the rooftop, arms outstretched, enveloping the area in a barrier of violet flames. Observing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, I never imagined you would prepare so extensively to kill this old man. Orochimaru cast a glance at his aging visage, and his raspy voice echoed once more. I have always held great respect for you, my teacher, in terms of both strength and other aspects. In the center of the arena, Qianye glanced in the direction of Sarutobi Hiruzen but chose not to dwell on it further. He had a far greater predicament to address. He never anticipated that this individual would be provoked to such an extent. Chinya frowned, fixating his gaze on Gaara, who was nearly transformed into a monster. The gourd of sand on his back seemed to melt into his body, the densely packed yellow sand tightly enveloping his right arm. Half of Gaara's form had morphed into a sand monstrosity. The cruciform pupils of his right eye held no trace of humanity. In his wounded state, Gaara had transformed into a vessel of vengeance. The encroachment of Shikaku's chakra was driving him to madness. Blood, Gaara roared, fixated on the bloodstains on the ground. I will tear you apart. Faced with such a creature, Chinya sighed. There's no choice now. Hiding my strength will lead to death. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing a pair of weighty devices on his arms. These were significantly heavier than the previous load he had borne on his upper body. Boom! He discarded the wrist-like weight devices, creating 2 large craters in the ground. Then, Chinya rolled up his pant legs, revealing 2 identical weight devices once more. Witnessing his actions, even the frenzied Gaara paused momentarily. He could hardly fathom that, during their battle, his opponent bore such a heavy burden. This was even more extreme than Rock Lee's previous display. The remaining ninjas in the audience who were still conscious twitched their lips and eyes at this sight. Shinya's behavior was utterly outrageous. While others sought to unleash their full potential against their foes, Shinya appeared to be suppressing his strength to a mere 70%, if not less. Are you underestimating me? Though Gaara was in a state of lost reason. It did not imply he lacked intelligence. Witnessing Chinya's actions, he felt a profound sense of humiliation. No. Chiba removed the weight apparatus from his legs, still resting on the ground. Rising to his feet, he repeatedly denied. There is nothing that exists. Do not misunderstand. See, I have taken it off, have I not? Upon hearing his evasive arguments, Gaara found himself momentarily at a loss for words. All right, that's enough. We can continue. Chiba stretched his body, his left hand resting behind him while his right hand extended forward, smiling as he said, Come now, defeat me, and I shall reveal to you the truth about Yashimaru from years past. At the mention of the name Yashimaru, Gaara's left pupil constricted sharply. In that instant, the yellow sand surrounding him seemed to waver, as if his will momentarily suppressed Shikaku's chakra. How do you know that name? In response, Chiba devised a rather clever retort, as one who has encountered the great sage Toad. I possess knowledge of the past through dreams. So, do you wish to uncover the truth? Come, I offer you this chance. Faced with the temptation of the truth, Gaara completely lost his rationality, drool trickling from the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with a frenzied gleam. He roared, thrusting his arm of yellow sand forward with great force. A chaotic torrent of sand surging towards Chiba. Chapter 103. The first style of fist, dual bones. Uncertain of what the boy had said, Maki stood amidst the sand shinobi. Murmuring, he has managed to provoke Gaara into a berserk state. This truly disrupts my plans. He hoped the other aspects of the plan would remain unaffected. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and departed, leaving no trace behind. Given Gaara's current state, intervening would only result in his own demise. Without any hesitation, Maki was a wise individual and would naturally avoid placing himself in such perilous circumstances. Within the arena, Shino and Kankuro were also present. Both were rare talents from Sunigakure, and it was imperative that nothing went awry here. In the face of the chaotic yellow sand, Chiba chose to rely on taijutsu. Although Gaara in his transformed state was truly formidable, he posed no immediate threat to Chiba. Without employing the technique of feigned sleep, it was nearly impossible for Gaara to defeat him. Chiba held great confidence in his own strength. First style of fist, one bone. Having cast aside all burdens, Chiba unleashed his full power, generating a force that rivaled that of any Jonin. As for the technique one bone, it was inspired by memories from the depths of his mind. Drawn from a certain powerful and terrifying entity, twisting his waist, he channeled his entire strength into his right fist. The visible chakra, taking on a tangible form, coiled around the tip of his bone. Boom! The clash between the hand of sand and the fist of one bone erupted, sending shockwaves radiating from the epicenter of the collision. The surrounding environment was profoundly affected, dust swirling and the ground cracking. Yet, the patch of earth beneath Chiba's feet remained undisturbed, untouched by the chaos. Sand shuriken. Compared to his previous self, Gaara now fought more instinctively. This instinctual combat elevated the danger he posed. The sand shuriken whistled through the air, hurtling towards Chiba's vital points. How troublesome! Chiba maintained his punching stance with his right hand while his left had already completed the necessary hand seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A true tempest surged forth from his mouth. The incoming sand shuriken offered no resistance, scattering to the ground in defeat. Sand hand. In response to the gale, Gaara extended his arm, the yellow sand rapidly spreading out to form a colossal hand, aiming to envelop Chiba within its grasp. Furthermore, as the sand expanded, Gaara's form gradually shifted closer to that of Shikaku. His entire body, save for his legs, no longer resembled that of a human. With a mighty strike, Chiba showcased the fruits of his recent training. His inherent strength had reached a certain zenith. The sand hand was instantly shattered, transforming into a cloud of yellow sand. Before Chiba, it seemed that all of Gaara's offensive measures had become futile. You have attacked for long enough. It is now my turn. Chiba crouched slightly, the muscles in his legs swelling with power. Boom! The ground beneath him fractured, splintering into countless fragments that were then compacted. The terrain sank, and Chiba's figure vanished from the original spot. Sensing the imminent danger instinctively, Gaara slammed the ground with great force. Countless grains of sand surged upwards, forming layer upon layer of sand shields before him. First style of fist, dual bones. Chiba's deep voice echoed in Gaara's ears as his arms struck the sand shields with blinding speed. The force erupted at a single point, sending shockwaves rolling. The tremendous impact obliterated several layers of sand shields. The destructive power of dual bones surpassed that of one bone by more than double. Not even this level of sand shield could withstand it. Boom! The sand shields disintegrated into yellow sand, and Gaara was hurled backward, crashing against the wall of the arena. The wall cracked, debris raining down. Cough, cough. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth as Gaara, in his transformed state, sustained yet another injury. The yellow sand continued to envelop him, his form gradually exceeding the confines of the arena. Even outside the arena, his towering figure could be clearly seen. Standing dozens of meters tall. One tail, Gaara had completely lost his reason. Maki's expression stiffened. The situation had spiraled beyond his control. The appearance of Shikaku drew the gaze of the opposing master and disciple duo. Is this part of your plan, Orochimaru? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened, anxiety surging within him. Yet, before his pupil, he maintained an air of calmness. Orochimaru's elongated serpentine eyes glimmered with a hint of surprise. He harbored no intentions of concealing his thoughts from his soon-to-be-departed mentor. No, these circumstances were unforeseen. However, it seems Shikaku could serve as a gentle breeze to stir the winds of the ninja world. That I imagine it shall be quite pleased. A long, slender tongue flicked from Orochimaru's mouth, licking around the corners of his lips, his gaze icy and malevolent. At last, the big guy has made his entrance. Chiba straightened his posture, placing his thumb to his mouth and biting down hard. Summoning technique. Come forth, boss toad. A thick cloud of smoke billowed forth, revealing the massive, crimson form of Gamabunta. Shikaku, Gamabunta clearly recognized the giant raccoon. I never imagined that the first time you summoned me for battle, it would be against such a troublesome foe. The two colossal beings faced off, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Chapter 104. The technique of feigned sleep. The emergence of Shikaku once again drew the attention of all. Even the ongoing battle nearly faltered. Kakashi Hitaki, having just sent a sand shinobi flying, stared in astonishment at the center of the arena. At this moment, the walls of the arena could scarcely contain the two titanic entities. Is that Gamabunta from Mount Myouboku? When did Chiba form a contract with this clan? He mused aloud. Yet, memories from the past suddenly flashed in his mind. Of course, Chiba had originally come from Mount Myouboku to Konohagakure. As the leader of Team 7, Sarutobi Hiruzen had shared many details with Kakashi. Naturally, such matters were not particularly secretive. However, upon witnessing Gamabunta, Kakashi couldn't shake off an uncomfortable feeling within, especially when he recalled his own pack of ninkan. Why is there such a vast disparity between people? With this thought, Kakashi's strikes became even more forceful. Having been competing with him to slay the most enemies, Might Guy suddenly felt a surge of respect upon witnessing this scene. Truly, he is my lifelong rival. This is how youth should manifest. Leaf Gale. Might Guy fully embodied the proud moniker of the Azure Beast of Konoha. No matter the enemy, he would never deliver a second blow. Yet, judging by the performances of both, it seemed they were now holding back, comparable to the water release techniques of the second Hokage. Chiba shot a glance at the two, muttering, "Old-timer is slacking off, hoping for the third to die early." Though the intentions of the adversaries remain shrouded in mystery, the current circumstances suggest that the third Hokage is indeed no longer among the living. From the distant four purple flames formation, two coffins have emerged through the rooftop, while a third coffin is gradually ascending. Had it not been for Sarutobi Hiruzen's swift reflexes, he would have faced three exceptionally formidable foes. Such an awe-inspiring presence is truly intimidating. As the coffin lid fell, two figures emerged. The first Hokage, the god of ninja, Senju Hashirama. The second Hokage, the master of forbidden techniques, Senju Tobirama. Their appearance caused a trickle of cold sweat to slide down the wrinkled visage of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Teacher, it has been far too long, Monkey. I did not expect you to have aged so considerably. The voice of the second Hokage resonated, gradually aligning with Hiruzen's memories. Being a nostalgic individual, tears glistened in Hiruzen's eyes. I sincerely apologize. I did not foresee that my demise would trouble you. A hint of regret flickered across the first Hokage's face as his body emitted a creaking sound. Their moment of reminiscence was abruptly interrupted. Orochimaru produced two specially crafted kunai, placing them behind the two Hokages. Teacher Sarutobi, allow me to share the impending joy of my triumph with you. Let us commence. With these words, the eyes of the first and second Hokages suddenly lost focus. Orochimaru dared not allow these two titans to operate freely, for the Edo Tensei was a forbidden technique researched by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Although he had made numerous enhancements, exercising caution was always prudent. The three Hokages were soon embroiled in battle. Debris flew, flames danced, and earth churned, while torrents of water assailed the four purple flames formation. Chiba cast a fleeting glance, choosing not to linger on the spectacle. The outcome was predetermined. Orochimaru's resolve was unwavering, and so was Sarutobi Hiruzen's. There was nothing left to alter. As Orochimaru aptly noted, the current Konoha resembled a stalled windmill, requiring a gentle breeze to set it in motion once more. The collapse of Konoha or the death of the third Hokage could serve to catalyze this change. Now, let us resume our battle. Chiba redirected his attention towards Shikaku. The peculiar patterns adorned its body, and its cross-shaped pupils radiated an aura of savagery. At this moment, it was Gaara who maintained control over Shikaku. I shall tear you apart. Gaara's legs melded into the top of Shikaku's head. Sleep technique. Without the slightest hesitation, he plunged into a profound slumber, thereby fully unleashing Shikaku's power. Yohaha! At last, I am free. The moment Shikaku regained consciousness, the true might of the tailed beast erupted forth. The air was as fresh as ever. Yohaha! There's even a giant frog. The creature's demeanor stood in stark contrast to that of its Jinchuriki, revealing a truly malevolent personality. Chiba folded his arms, gazing at Shikaku, and remarked, "Do you not see that there is another presence here?" Shikaku squinted, detecting the source of the voice. A strange little brat. I sense a hint of threat emanating from you. The sensory prowess of a tailed beast is no trifling matter. Such innate abilities are beyond the envy of humanity. Well then, I shall not allow you to underestimate me. Chiba clasped his hands together, and in the next moment, natural energy surged towards him. With each blink of his eyes, two symbols faintly intersected, and around his eye sockets, a golden red shadow danced. Let us attempt to send you back to your seal. Chapter 105. Full force. Yoha! What an arrogant little brat! Shikaku bellowed with boisterous laughter upon hearing Chiba's words. You dare to make such grand claims? Aren't you afraid of biting your own tongue? I am the strongest tailed beast, Shikaku. Clearly, in the absence of a certain fox, this raccoon dog felt quite emboldened. Of course, it had every reason to be arrogant, as it ranked among the mightiest of tailed beasts. However, having undergone rigorous training, Chiba was fully capable of matching its strength when unleashing his full potential. Frog boss, prepare to engage. Unlike Naruto Uzumaki, Chiba's words resonated with Gamabunta, likely due to their shared encounters with the great sage of Mount Myouboku. Naturally, strength played a significant role as well. Gamabunta sensed the extraordinary chakra emanating from above him, distinct from that of a typical ninja. As one of the upper echelons of the Toad clan, how could he be unaware of such capabilities? He had thought it merely a rumor. To his astonishment, here was Chiba, a mere teenager, who had truly mastered Sage Mode. Moreover, the speed at which he activated Sage Mode seemed rather astonishing. Gamabunta's mind raced with thoughts, yet his limbs remained swift. He drew forth a massive short sword from his waist, gripping it in his claw. Yoaha! In the face of the poised duo of Chiba and Gamabunta, Shikaku's colossal arm slammed down onto the ground. The earth fractured, creating a fissure several meters wide that spread from beneath its feet. "Little brat, I shall mold you into a sand sculpture." Upon hearing this, Chiba's lips twitched as he struggled to process the absurdity of Shikaku's words. Where on earth had this creature acquired such ridiculous banter? Perhaps it was merely a product of its overactive imagination. The sand sculpture Shikaku referred to was undoubtedly not the same as what Chiba envisioned. As the tremendous fissure widened, the venue itself began to crack. The towering walls crumbled instantly, showering countless debris upon the ground. Shikaku was transforming Konoha into its own battleground. Gamabunta, of course, noted this development, and with muscles rippling, leapt into action. The ground groaned under the strain. With his massive short sword raised high, he aimed it squarely at Shikaku's head. Indeed, it was not a mere cut but a strike. In Chiba's eyes, the appearance of the short sword was even more exaggerated than a door plank. Referring specifically to its width, frog short sword slash, the immense bulk brought forth a force beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Gamabunta, a paragon among the toads of Mount Myouboku, certainly possessed strength that could withstand the test. Like a small mountain, the massive short sword descended upon Shikaku's head. Faced with such an assault, Shikaku appeared somewhat sluggish, unable to evade in time. Nevertheless, defending against it was not insurmountable. Its sturdy arm rose high. Coated with unique yellow sand shield imbued with Lord Shikaku's chakra, a dull thud resonated as the sword struck Shikaku's arm, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The collision of these titanic forces was undeniably formidable. Seizing the opportunity amidst their standoff, Chiba leapt from Gamabunta's head, eager to test the might of his sage art fist technique. He positioned his fists together, flexing his wrists. Sage art fist technique. Dual bones. Without holding back in the slightest, he launched into a full frontal assault, for sparing one's strength against a tailed beast would be a grievous error. Chiba refrained from attacking the deeply slumbering Gaara. Once spoken, words are akin to water spilled. Declaring one's intention to send the opponent back to their seal must be executed without any thoughts of treachery. This was merely the beginning. His fists, charged with all of Chiba's power, coalesced with Sage Chakra, unleashing the full potential of this martial art. The radiance of absolute righteousness imbued his blows. With a mighty strike, his fists collided with Shikaku's forehead. Crack! Gamabunta, locked in confrontation with Shikaku, faintly heard the sound of shattering. Almost immediately, a cry of agony echoed throughout Konoha. "Howl! You insolent brat! I shall grind you into the finest sand." The tremendous uproar halted the ongoing skirmishes among the ninja. All eyes drawn to the stage, they beheld a diminutive figure crouched atop Shikaku's head, where his fist had created a colossal indentation in the center of the beast's brow. The sand-like skin fractured and crumbled. A testament to the terrifying power of that single blow. With a swift opportunity, Gamabunta seized the moment, the power atop his short blade surging once more. With a single slash, he sent Shikaku hurtling through the air, shattering the sand shield that adorned its arm in an instant. The impact against the wall of the venue was so forceful that it caused the structure to collapse, and with unyielding momentum, Shikaku soared out of the venue. Under its massive form, buildings crumbled and the earth trembled. Yet, Shikaku paid little heed to its other injuries, instead clutching its head in anguished eye in its eyes, which bore the mark of a cross-shaped pupil. The gaze directed at Chiba was filled with seething rage. This moment, Chiba had regained his position atop Gamabunta's head, his eyes gleaming with mockery as he looked down at Shikaku. One must be true to their word. If he vowed to retaliate, he would indeed follow through. This was merely the beginning. Oh Great Raccoon. Chapter 106. The Trustworthy Chiba Wind Release. Vacuum Sphere. A substantial amount of chakra gathered within Shikaku's mouth. After a brief moment of accumulation, a colossal sphere of wind erupted forth. The powerful shockwave instantly caused multiple walls to collapse, and nearby houses were reduced to ruins. Continuous vacuum sphere, multiple wind spheres spewed from Shikaku's mouth, wreaking havoc and destruction. Gamabunta, wielding his massive short blade, cleaved through the wind spheres while simultaneously employing the techniques of the Toad clan. Water release, great water bullet. The collision of the large water sphere and wind spheres sent countless droplets splashing, drenching the vicinity of the venue. The battleground of these two colossal entities gradually drifted away from the center of the venue, where countless civilians, along with various feudal lords and high-ranking officials from different nations, were present. Should any casualties occur in Konoha due to this battle, it would herald an unimaginable dark era for the village. Before the next mission was assigned, Chiba intended to remain in Konoha. Therefore, a conducive environment was absolutely essential. Under Gamabunta's deliberate guidance, the battleground of the two titans was veering towards the gates of Konoha. Gamabunta, I'll draw its attention. Unleash your full force. Chiba contemplated how to break the stalemate. Ultimately, it boiled down to insufficient hatred. If that were the case, he would escalate the intensity. Eighth gate of the 8 gates. Open. The physical chakra surged around Chiba's body. Merely opening one gate, he felt an overwhelming strength coursing within him. With complete control over his physical abilities, he had fully unlocked his potential. He perceived the limitations imposed by his brain as paramount. This total mastery over his own power was sufficient to obliterate anything in his path. At Chiba's signal, Gamabunta charged once more at Shikaku with his blade raised. A colossal hand of sand materialized out of thin air, firmly pinning Gamabunta's massive short blade aloft. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. In this tense standoff, Shikaku unleashed its full combat capabilities. Its battle instincts were undeniably formidable. Water release. Great water bullet. Gamabunta found himself caught off guard. He had assumed Shikaku was blinded by rage. Yet it appeared to have devised a strategy as well. This cunning maneuver nearly forced Gamabunta to endure a direct hit from a vacuum sphere. However, the objective was achieved, and Chiba reappeared atop Shikaku's head. Sage Art. Fist of the Strong Flow. Shatter Sky. Chiba descended from above, his elevated right leg brimming with an abundance of sage chakra. This was a technique he had developed during a month of rigorous training. Was there not a technique for descending with a kick, just as there was for a descending fist? Adhering to this belief, Chiba devised this technique, Shatter Sky. The results were evidently impressive, feeling the overwhelming pressure from above. Shikaki momentarily disregarded the vigilant Gamabunta to its side. A torrent of sand was summoned, swiftly converging above its head to form a formidable sand shield. Defense was Shikaku's forte, with its utmost effort invested in defense. It believed it could withstand the assault, gazing at the multi-layered sand shield overhead with a sigh of relief. This brat can actually instill a sense of life and death crisis in me. What a terrifying little imp. Fortunately, it was no pushover either. It would surely manage to parry this blow. However, its thoughts were abruptly cut off. Crack. The sound of shattering echoed from above. Impossible? Shikaku screamed, instinctively raising its arm to shield its head. Boom! With an explosive force, the ground itself sank slightly. Dust and sand swirled, obscuring all visibility. A torrent of yellow sand erupted from Shikaku's arm, engulfing the surrounding structures, amongst which were even some sandstones adorned with purple patterns. Cascading to the ground, Gamabunta observed this scene, his mouth twitching. This brat seemed even more formidable than that violent woman. A physical beast capable of withstanding a tailed beast. Are there truly so many monstrosities in this era? A cry of pain erupted from Shikaku. Its arm was riddled with cracks, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, Chiba, propelled by the recoil, returned to the top of Gamabunta's head, gazing at him atop his head. Gamabunta felt a pang of trepidation. Should such power spiral out of control, would he not risk a fatal blow to his own head? Fortunately, with the 8th gate opened, Chiba had fully liberated himself from cognitive constraints. Capable of wielding his powers freely, with arms hanging limply, Shikaku's gaze towards Chiba remained filled with hatred. Yet, deep within its eyes, there lingered a trace of fear that even it could not perceive. After finally returning to the world, this relentless series of beatings had left Shikaku utterly dazed. Gamabunta, give this fellow one final blow. Chiba sensed that the surrounding environment was devoid of ordinary people. It appeared they had been evacuated by the Konoha ninja. It was time to test the fruits of his training. Upon hearing this, Gamabunta understood Chiba's intent. He opened his mouth to the maximum, unleashing a torrent of toad oil from within. Chiba swiftly formed hand seals, completing the combination. Fire release. Toad oil flame bullet. The toad oil spread over hundreds of meters, ignited in an instant, engulfing the area in flames. Unable to evade due to its injuries, Shikaku could only release a few vacuum spheres in a futile attempt to defend itself. Yet, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Before long, it was transformed into a roasted tanuki. The searing pain coursed through its body, becoming unbearable. Crack. Its form abruptly morphed into a massive sand sculpture, crumbling to the ground. Shikaku had retreated back into its seal. Chapter 107. Revealing the truth. Changing perspectives. What a grueling battle it has been. Gamabunta uttered a phrase that felt insincere, for it was evident that Chiba had been the primary force in this confrontation. Fortunately, the skin of the toad was red, concealing the color of Gamabunta's face. Chiba, I shall return to Mount Myouboku now. With that, he vanished into thin air before Chiba could respond. Chiba leapt down from the air, realizing that the previous battle had taken a significant toll on him as well. Although his recovery rate was astonishing, he could not yet sustain continuous regeneration amidst combat. Thus, while short bursts of explosive battles were manageable, prolonged engagements posed a genuine risk of complications. Before Shikaku's escape, it did not forget to envelop Gaara with a sand shield, mindful that it did not wish for its Jinchuriki to plummet to his demise from above. Of course, whether he survived or not depended entirely on Chiba's intentions. At this moment, the surrounding environment lay in disarray, with sand strewn about and charred remnants scattered everywhere. The air was thick with a strange scent reminiscent of barbecued frogs. Likely a consequence of the toad, OIL.AS Gaara tumbled from the sky. He shattered the sand shield. Awakening from a deep slumber, he gazed around in confusion, clearly still disoriented. Chiba waved his hand in front of him. "Hope I didn't knock your brain loose," he murmured. Gaara's current state seems somewhat abnormal. "How are you still alive?" Gaara exclaimed upon spotting Chiba, fully regaining his senses. Hearing this, Chiba felt a twinge of annoyance. Did this unfortunate child lack conversational skills? Why could he not be alive? Was that great raccoon an invincible entity in his eyes? Don't be foolish. There are plenty in this world capable of taking down that tanuki. Gaara has once again returned to a state of bewilderment. Now, in response to this, Chiba dismisses him with a wave of his hand. Somewhat at a loss for words, Gaara retreats into his seal. And it seems that this period will be quite peaceful. He has an inkling that Gaara, upon falling from the sky, may have suffered a concussion, as he often appears lost in thought. Upon hearing this, Gaara regained his composure. After a meticulous comparison of strengths, he realized that he was utterly no match for Chiba. Even Shikaku, the one tail, had been forced back into its seal, leaving him at a loss for how to confront Chiba. So, is it my turn to die now? Clearly, this individual's thought process deviates from that of an average person. However, considering his tragic childhood, Chiba patiently explained, essentially, you simply wish to know about the events of the past. I can tell you. But there is a condition that Gaara's hostility had diminished significantly. Upon recognizing that he was not Chiba's equal, he adopted a more open-minded perspective. Hearing this, Gaara's eyes brightened, and he eagerly inquired, "What is the condition?" Chiba pondered for a moment before uttering a rather peculiar statement. "Just obey." Gaara wore an expression of confusion and bewilderment. "You must learn to heed my words." Without a moment's hesitation, Gaara acquiesced to this demand, solely concerned with uncovering the truth of the past. Chiba disregarded the untidy ground and sat cross-legged. "Isn't this all due to your unfortunate father's mental shortcomings?" In his eagerness for quick results, he lacked the necessary ability. He merely sought to harness the tailed beast as instruments of war, yet he placed the entire burden upon your shoulders. Chiba's gaze was piercing as he observed the dazed Gaara. Thus, he intended for Yakumo to probe, leading to this tragic outcome. As for whether Yakumo harbors feelings for you, well, that's a rather absurd topic. Do you think the sand protects you for no reason? The conversation circled back to Gaara. He had gradually regained his composure, despite the pain radiating from various parts of his body. However, he had never experienced such clarity of thought. My mother's hatred for me? After contemplating for a while, he ultimately voiced the answer he had derived from Yakumo. Bang! A sharp slap landed on his head. Wrong. Absolutely wrong. That is Karura's love for you. Chiba offered no leniency to Gaara. For a child deserving of a good thrashing, a couple of harsh lessons could potentially rectify his pathological thought process. The same applied to Yakumo. It was precisely because of the love within familial bonds that she chose to remain by his side. Unfortunately, it all collapsed due to the reckless actions of your foolish father. Regarding Raza, Chiba truly struggled to find any commendable qualities, attempting to assassinate his own son. Although he managed to salvage the declining situation of Sunigakure, he sacrificed familial ties in the process. It was a matter of weighing the pros and cons. Ultimately, it stemmed from a lack of intellect. Both were fourth Hokage, yet look at Minato, enlightened by the truth. Gaara fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he raised his head to look at Chiba, his voice slightly hoarse. So, are you not concerned that I might go back on my word? This question elicited an odd look from Chiba directed at Gaara. Are you not worried that I might pursue you to Sunigakure and give you a beating? Chapter 108. New mission issued. Gaara departed alongside Temari and Kankuro, under Chiba's watchful gaze. The transformation of his younger brother did not escape the notice of the two. Although they were unaware of the specifics of what had transpired, Gaara's survival amidst the earlier assault was already a stroke of fortune. Both Temari and Kankuro felt immense gratitude for this. Naturally, they held an increased wariness towards Chiba. Despite being fellow candidates in the same CH9 exam, it was evident that their strengths belonged to different tiers. The other Konoha genin arrived slightly later than those from Sunagakure. Chiba, Naruto Uzumaki's voice stood out distinctly among the crowd, where Esgara, Naruto held a deep apprehension towards this dangerous individual, particularly upon witnessing the towering Shikaku, which raised concerns for Chiba's safety. Fortunately, Chiba appeared to be unharmed. In response to his friend's concern, Chiba expressed his happiness that I was rescued by the people of Sunagakure, but I no longer have the chakra to keep them behind. The great Toad Sage had consumed too much chakra. In terms of crafting excuses, Chiba was indeed a master. Moreover, it was also self-serving. He recalled that when he first entered Konoha, he had aimed to remain inconspicuous. However, Chiba glanced at the chaotic battlefield and silently retracted his previous thoughts. Being low-key clearly did not suit a dazzling genius like himself. As he surveyed the scene, dust and charred earth mingled together, leaving scarcely a patch of intact land. Buildings lay in ruins, and debris was strewn about. Thankfully, the Konoha ninjas had managed to evacuate the civilians in time, preventing excessive casualties. Nevertheless, the sporadic splatters of dark red blood served as a testament to the unimaginable wounds inflicted upon Konoha by this collapse plan. Yet, what concerned Chiba even more was the progress of the battle involving the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi. Let us return to the venue. The group felt somewhat perplexed. Shouldn't they seek refuge at such a time? The battles of the Jonin were not something they could interfere with. However, seeing the 7th squad depart, the others, albeit reluctantly, followed suit. What a hassle. Nara Shikamaru grumbled about this arduous task. Hurry up and catch up. Yamanaka Ino was the fastest among the three, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Although she had not encountered much combat, being near Chiba seemed like a splendid choice, with an intelligence quotient soaring to 200. Shikamaru found it challenging to decipher the thoughts of girls that he sighed and kept pace. However, by the time they returned to the center of the venue, all battles had already concluded. The Konoha Umbu had cleared the invaders. Among them, Kakashi Hitaki and Might Guy stood out for their remarkable achievements. To make matters worse, it seemed that Might Guy had emerged from the fray with hardly a speck of dust on his clothes. As for injuries, that was an entirely foreign concept. Above the venue, the 4 purple flames formation had inexplicably dissolved. Hiruzen Tsurutobi lay upon it, appearing quite serene. The third Hokage had ultimately passed away. Whether the so-called will of fire could be passed on remained outside Chiba's concern. What he contemplated was whether he could advance to CH9. However, given the current circumstances, Konoha would need some time to recuperate. Everything seemed to have returned to its normal trajectory. Chiba sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. 3 days later, he received intelligence from Kakashi Hitaki. Has the CH9 exam yielded results? Chiba looked at Kakashi, who bore a pair of lifeless, fish-like eyes, with skepticism. Kakashi nodded, lamenting, a total of 3 individuals have successfully advanced to CH9. Niji Hyuga. Shikamaru Nara. And as soon as he finished speaking, a mechanical system notification echoed in Chiba's ears. Detected hosts advancement to CH9. Task rewards being issued. Task rewards issued successfully. Congratulations. Host has acquired lightning release chakra. Hearing this, Chiba exhaled in relief. Phew, at long last. My efforts were not in vain. A hard-fought battle has yielded results. Kakashi gazed at him calmly and stated, from now on, you will be the captain of Team 7. As a CH9, you are expected to shoulder certain responsibilities. This, Chiba had long been prepared, showing no signs of surprise. However, the voice that echoed in his mind caused his expression to change. Sign-in task being issued. Task content. Proceed to Short Book Street to sign in, treat Tsunade Heim's hemophobia, and eliminate Manda. Task rewards. Single Tomo Sharingan. Dear. Has this escalated directly from a simple challenge to a hellish ordeal? The entity known as the 10,000 Snakes was, after all, obliterated by a certain artist's self-detonation. At this moment, Chiba's face was etched with conflict. P.S. I visited the hospital today and was unable to write. I shall make up for it tomorrow. Apologies. Chapter 109. Kakashi Hitaki, with a heart bleeding within. Although the difficulty of the sign-in task has increased significantly, it remains imperative to fulfill it. Based on Chiba's speculation, the rewards for this sign-in task should form a series, from the initial stages of Sage Body to higher realms, as well as this time's sign-in reward of the single Tomo Sharingan. He is not a member of the Uchiha clan, so enhancing his Sharingan will likely require a focus on tasks. Kakashi Hitaki observed Chiba lost in thought and waved his hand in front of him. Hey, have you become so ecstatic that you're dazed? He murmured. I recall that Chiba has quite the strong mental fortitude. How can a mere chunin be this elated? Snapping back to reality, Chiba replied with a smile. After all, this is something I've earned through my own efforts. How could I not be delighted? Kakashi's expression grew peculiar as he said, "Are you not aware that your Jonin application has been rejected?" Chiba's face stiffened. "What do you mean?" Kakashi sighed. "Based on your performance in the Chunin exams, as well as your contributions during the defense of Konoha, I submitted your application for Jonin status, but it was denied. The reason being, your qualifications are insufficient." "Are you all right, Chiba?" He was concerned that Chiba might not be able to handle the blow. In response, Chiba could only chuckle wryly. Submitting a Jonin application was bound to be rejected. "I find Kakashi's actions somewhat perplexing. With the third Hokage just having passed, how could they possibly approve the promotion of such a unique talent as myself? This is, after all, the darkest hour for Konoha. Come, let us celebrate your successful promotion to Chunin," Kakashi said, patting Chiba's shoulder, his eyes brimming with mischief. "I've decided to treat everyone to barbecue." Upon hearing this, Chiba's eyes lit up. He had just finished training and was pondering what to eat. Since a generous benefactor was offering, he felt no qualms about accepting. "Naruto, let us go." Chiba shouted towards the other side of the forest. "Kakashi-sensei is treating us to barbecue." No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous sound erupted from the earth, as if a heavy object had fallen. Naruto Uzumaki dashed to the front of the two, his clothes drenched in sweat, a testament to his recent training efforts. "Barbecue! Barbecue!" Naruto exclaimed, his joy palpable at the prospect of a free meal. Naturally, the gathering of Team 7 would not be complete without Sasuke Uchiha. Though he was decidedly reluctant, how could he resist the pull of Chiba and Naruto? Ever since Naruto began training in taijutsu, his strength had become increasingly formidable. As for Chiba, it was better left unsaid. In Naruto's presence, his power seemed almost insignificant. Ever since Naruto had challenged Chiba to a straightforward duel, he had been thoroughly trounced. Naruto had never again dared to issue a similar challenge, claiming, in his own words, that Chiba's strength transcended that of mere mortals. Chiba could only sigh in resignation at this evaluation. The initial stages of Sage Body seemed to yield extraordinary benefits in taijutsu training. As for concerns about rapid progress, they were entirely outside his realm of consideration. By the way, Kakashi-sensei, Chiba suddenly recalled his usual appetite and kindly reminded him, "Naruto and I have been eating quite a lot lately, so don't feel burdened." Listening to the first half of Chiba's statement, Kakashi felt a flicker of gratitude. After all, it was nice to see his student considering his feelings. However, the latter half of Chiba's remark caused his expression to darken. "What do you mean by don't feel burdened? Are you suggesting that I, a dignified elite jonin, lack the funds to treat you?" With a sweeping gesture, Kakashi reassured him, "Rest assured, I still possess a modest savings." Chiba felt reassured upon hearing this. Since Kakashi-sensei had said so, they could eat to their heart's content. Naruto chimed in, "Thanks a lot, Kakashi-sensei." Meanwhile, Sasuke remained silent, casting a deeply sympathetic glance at Kakashi. For reasons unknown. As Kakashi observed the excitement of the two, an ominous premonition settled in his mind. Though Konoha had suffered immense devastation, barbecue establishments had promptly resumed operations. After all, ninjas are human too. After exhausting missions, they inevitably require sustenance. Moreover, enjoying barbecue while conversing is a remarkably relaxing affair. Many ninjas relish coming here for a drink during their downtime. "Boss?" Chiba's voice echoed throughout the barbecue restaurant as he raised the menu high, exclaiming, "Let us have one of everything. If it's not enough, we'll order more." Kakashi nodded. "Oh, one of everything? That sounds reasonable. Wait, what do you mean by one of everything?" His previously calm expression transformed into one of wide-eyed shock, nearly dislodging his forehead protector. "Chiba, what do you mean by one of everything?" Chiba looked at him as if it were the most natural thing in the world and clarified, "It means we want all the items on this menu." Upon hearing this explanation, Kakashi felt as if his heart were bleeding. Chapter 110. A special visitor to Konoha. My name is Kakashi Hatake, an elite jonin of Konoha. I have undertaken numerous missions, ranking among the most active ninjas in the village. Moreover, as the head of the Hatake clan, though I am but one, I still possess a modest fortune. Yet, I find myself in a state of panic. For after today, the Hatake household may very well face bankruptcy. "Chiba, please tell me," Kakashi's voice trembled slightly, "have you and Naruto not eaten for several days?" Chiba, stuffing barbecue into his mouth, looked up in confusion at Kakashi. "I just ate this morning." In taijutsu training, it is crucial to maintain proper nutritional intake. "Kakashi-sensei, why do you ask such questions?" Kakashi's face turned ashen, having already given up on resistance. Never mind. Eat up that I was merely asking out of curiosity. Meanwhile, Naruto, engrossed in his meal, could hardly lift his head. Sasuke gazed at him in astonishment, as if he were meeting his rival for the first time. After a moment, he regarded Naruto with a mixture of disbelief and resignation. Naruto's eating habits seemed even more terrifying than before. Sasuke felt a pang of melancholy. If he could not surpass Naruto in strength, must he also fall short in the culinary arena? It appeared that Naruto was now overwhelming him in every aspect. 3 hours later, Naruto leaned back in his chair, a look of utter satisfaction on his face. I'm so full. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Meanwhile, Chiba absent-mindedly picked at his teeth, silently calculating that a single menu was insufficient for 4 people. Perhaps next time, they could order 1.5. As they settled the bill, Kakashi's other eye turned crimson, as if he were about to awaken a second Sharingan. His heart was in tatters. In such a brief time, at least 2 mission rewards had vanished. The prices in post-disaster Konoha seemed to have soared. The 4 of them strolled down the street. Appearing somewhat relaxed, Chiba proposed, "How about some tea after our meal?" Kakashi, his expression devoid of emotion, had completely surrendered to the situation. "You lead the way today. However, do take note that my funds are running low." He had effectively exhausted an entire month's worth of food expenses in one meal. If it weren't for just having completed a mission, it was uncertain whether they would even be able to leave the barbecue restaurant. As they approached the tea house, Chiba sensed an unusual chakra. One was immense and volatile, while the other, inscrutable. He suppressed his playful demeanor and thought to himself, could it be that those two have arrived? In front of the tea house, Chiba unexpectedly encountered Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi, who were out shopping. Chiba rubbed his nose and mused to himself, has your father really been gone for just a few days? And you've already forgotten? However, he merely offered a quip without giving it much thought. Oh, you two are also out shopping. Kakashi Hitaki gathered his composure and greeted them. Asuma Sarutobi, somewhat puzzled, turned to the 4 and inquired, "What brings you here?" Kakashi chuckled and replied, "Isn't it Chiba's promotion to Chunin? I brought them along to celebrate." Asuma's expression shifted to one of understanding as he remarked, "Indeed, being promoted to Chunin is a momentous occasion." The 2 groups stood beside the tea house, engaging in conversation. Moments later, as one group departed, Kakashi led the others inside. As for Asuma and Kurenai, they discreetly followed suit. Based on Kakashi's earlier hint, they too discerned that there were 2 unusual individuals within the tea house. "Take your time with your drinks. I'll step out for a moment." Kakashi settled the trio before exiting the establishment. Shortly after, Chiba stood up. "Naruto, Sasuke, I'm going to the restroom. You two carry on." Inside the tea house, the 2 exchanged perplexed glances, sensing something amiss with Chiba and his companions, yet unable to pinpoint what exactly was out of the ordinary. Once outside the tea house, Chiba was already certain of the identities of the 2 enigmatic figures. He never expected a simple meal could lead to such an encounter. Excitement flickered in his eyes. These 2 were not opponents to be compared with Gaara. Even Shikaku would pale in their presence. They were, without a doubt, the true powerhouses of the current ninja world. Activating Sage Mode, he quickly detected the chakra signatures of several individuals. Chiba hastened to their location, only to be greeted by the sight of the distinctive black and red cloud cloaks. Kakashi and his companions were tensely confronting them. However, Asuma and Kurenai seemed hesitant to even open their eyes. The only one exuding such intimidation was none other than Uchiha Itachi, a member of the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, a peculiar-looking figure, wielding the sword Samahata, arrogantly glared at the 3 to let us give it a try. "We'll meet again eventually." Without the inclination for pleasantries, Chiba launched a fire-style Fire Dragon Flame Bullet as a gesture of respect. The roaring fire dragon surged toward the 2, its terrifying heat evaporating a significant amount of water from the river's surface. "Who goes there?" Kisame Hashigaki's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly countered with Samahata, which possesses the ability to absorb chakra, effectively nullifying the fire technique. The roaring dragon was promptly devoured. All was well. Chiba stood calmly on the water's surface, a strange glint flickering in his composed gaze. The mist-covered rogue, Kisame Hashigaki, and the S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 111. Confrontation. Kisame observed the newcomer with an odd expression. His first impression was that he was young. The fact that Chiba was in the same class as Naruto Uzumaki indicated he was not of advanced age. Although he was unsure of his exact age, it was clear that he was quite youthful. Chiba could feel the exuberance and vitality that only the young possess, in stark contrast to someone like Sarutobi Azashi, who, despite his spirited demeanor, was enveloped in the weight of age. The 2 were entirely different. When did Konoha produce such a talent? Kisame unabashedly praised. I am Kisame Hashigaki, an S-rank wanted ninja. This was the appropriate attitude to take toward a formidable opponent. Konoha Chunin, Chiba. Chiba shrugged. Kisame's demeanor was somewhat unexpected, despite his shark-like visage being rather off-putting. A newcomer. I see. Itachi's gaze shifted toward Chiba, while Kakashi, facing him, appeared utterly drained. Collapsing onto the water's surface, his body twitching as if enduring unimaginable torment. Chiba understood that this was the effect of Tsukuyami, an inescapable genjutsu, although, in his memory, this technique had a reputation akin to another called Amaterasu, seemingly never having claimed a life. A ninja not mentioned in the intelligence reports. A flicker of confusion passed through Itachi's eyes. The Akatsuki's intelligence network was notoriously proficient. Yet Chiba's existence seemed never to have been noted. An unforeseen variable was indeed troublesome. Itachi's extraordinary combat intuition alerted him to the latent power within Chiba. Let me eliminate this genius before he becomes a significant threat. Kisame slowly began to unwrap the bandages from Samehada, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Itachi's expression turned contemplative, clearly weighing his companion's suggestion. Konoha, Gale Palm. A spirited voice echoed amidst the splashing water. Kisame's expression changed as he raised Samehada in defense. The overwhelming force sent him flying. Who dares? The newcomer landed on the water's surface, splashing water everywhere. The proud azure beast of Konoha. Might Guy. Clearly, he was concerned for his dear friend, Kakashi. After the lunch hour, he had returned. The situation is rather grave. Itachi. Kisame retreated beside Itachi, his gaze serious as he regarded the group. Both Chiba and this remarkable Might Guy exerted tremendous pressure on him. Are you two intending to continue this battle? Chiba smiled, an eager glint in his eyes. To him, engaging with these two would be an exceptional experience. Itachi would not strike to kill, while Kisame, despite his formidable strength, would find it challenging to take a life in the presence of Might Guy. Thus, it felt quite safe. Chiba was also curious to gauge the extent of his current abilities, especially considering his next mission required the defeat of the Great Serpent. He needed to feel assured. No, we did not come to wage war. Itachi remained as composed as ever. Regrettably, they had to take their leave. Chiba, I'll remember you. His crimson eyes fixed upon Chiba, as if to engrave his likeness into memory. However, moments later, the two departed from Konoha. Chiba felt a sense of regret. They were excellent opponents, truly a pity. Might Guy and the others escorted Kakashi to the hospital, while Chiba returned to resume his afternoon tea. He lacked any medical ninjutsu, so there was little point in following. Moreover, it appeared that Naruto and Sasuke had not brought any money. Upon returning to the tea house, Chiba found that the teapot had been replaced 3 times. Brother Chiba, you're finally back, Naruto exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his tone. The owner is urging us to settle the bill. Clearly, he had great faith in Chiba, as he typically covered the expenses when they dined out. No rush. Chiba sat down, pouring himself a cup of tea. I just stepped out and encountered an interesting individual. He sipped his tea and continued. That person's eyes bore a resemblance to Sasuke's. Crack. As soon as he finished speaking, the teacup in Sasuke's hand shattered. That person was seemingly named Uchiha Itachi. Chiba paid no heed to Sasuke's reaction, continuing to speak to himself. Where is he? Each word seemed to be squeezed out between clenched teeth, but a palpable hatred was evident on Sasuke's face. Chapter 112. Sasuke Uchiha's request. The driving force behind Sasuke Uchiha's relentless pursuit of strength was his profound hatred for Itachi Uchiha. Upon hearing that name, he erupted in fury. You think knowing where he is will help you defeat him? Chiba took another sip of his tea, responding calmly, with Itachi's strength, if he were to use even a second jutsu, I would consider myself defeated. Yet, Uchiha Sasuke found it exceedingly difficult to attain a state of calm. He yearned to rush out in search of Itachi Uchiha's whereabouts. No longer could he harbor resentment in this place. With such meager strength, it was likely that he could not even best Naruto. Chiba observed the overly dramatic youth with a hint of disdain. Although fueled by hatred, one cannot afford to lose all sense of reason. Can they? Were it not for Itachi Uchiha's protection, did he truly believe he would have survived to this day? Ultimately, it was a sign of immaturity. However, this was entirely normal. Such burdens are unbearable for anyone. Sasuke's demeanor was, in fact, rather commendable. The two had already departed. By the way, Kakashi-sensei had resisted Itachi Uchiha's genjutsu and was now lying unconscious in the hospital. Chiba rose to settle the bill. Upon hearing this, Sasuke paused momentarily, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Was it merely a single instance of enduring a genjutsu? He recalled the gap between himself and Kakashi Hatake, and immediately felt his hopes of eliminating this man dimming. At the same time, his gaze grew somewhat lost. In the face of such an adversary, how was he to grow stronger? Sasuke was reminded of Naruto Uzumaki, who had once been at the bottom of the ranks. Now, his strength had surpassed Sasuke's by a considerable margin. Indeed, he had completely eclipsed him. During the recent invasion, Sasuke had realized this truth through battle observation. Moreover, the Toad clan summoned by Naruto exhibited astonishing combat prowess as well. This revelation deepened the bitterness etched on his face. Was it possible that the Uchiha clan's vendetta would come to an end in this manner? Yet soon, Sasuke's expression regained its resolve. How could he simply give up? Had he not vowed to kill Itachi Uchiha? Would he abandon that pledge at the first sign of adversity? No, absolutely not. He recalled the reasons behind Naruto's growth and discerned a profound connection to a certain individual. In an instant, Sasuke fixed his eager gaze upon Chiba. Meanwhile, Chiba wore a peculiar expression. Had this boy fallen ill? Why did he fluctuate between despondency and excitement? Perhaps my words had been too harsh. Delivering a blow to him, Chiba mused quietly to himself. See Chiba in eye. Sasuke's face flushed slightly, as if he were unaccustomed to this form of address. However, his gaze quickly regained its determination. Please, guide me in my training. Chiba's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth was this sudden turn of events? Why had Sasuke sought him out for guidance? Besides, he was merely an unremarkable nin. Ha, Sasuke, you have finally come to this realization. Naruto Uzumaki laughed heartily, feeling a sense of satisfaction at his rival's correct decision. It was a relief that he had not strayed from his path. However, Sasuke paid Naruto's laughter no heed. He earnestly regarded Chiba. Awaiting his response, observing Sasuke's earnest gaze, Chiba fell into deep contemplation. After all, he had no capacity to teach students. He was acutely aware of his own limitations regarding the ninjutsu he possessed and his knowledge of the ninja world. Possessing extraordinary strength did not necessarily equate to being able to cultivate excellent students. Likewise, lacking strength did not preclude one from nurturing talented pupils. There existed no requisite correlation between the two. Thus, the question arose once more. Should he instruct Uchiha Sasuke? Presently, Sasuke had not been marked by Orochimaru's cursed seal. With this thought, Chiba felt a twinge of concern. The cursed seal was a bond between Orochimaru and Sasuke. Without Orochimaru, Sasuke's path to strength might be set back by others. After careful consideration, Chiba devised a reasonable solution that it was not out of the question. However, during their training together, he would require Sasuke to follow his guidance. When there was nothing left to teach him, Chiba would find a more suitable instructor. Sasuke was overjoyed and readily agreed. As for Chiba's stipulations, they seemed trivial in comparison. When shall we commence our training? Sasuke inquired, barely able to contain his eagerness. Chiba pondered for a moment before responding. First, you must run 30 laps around the village. Sasuke? Chapter 113. A new task. Although Sasuke harbored doubts about Chiba's training method, he chose to trust Chiba's words in his quest for strength. Thus, within the rebuilding Konoha village, a youthful figure chased the wind. As the sun dipped below the horizon, sweat poured down, marking the passage of Sasuke's fleeting youth. Damn it! Why must I trust this con artist's words? Sasuke gasped for breath, casting a defiant gaze at the setting sun. If merely running could lead to strength, then what need was there for any other form of training? He did not hold back, directly voicing his thoughts to Chiba. Chiba's reaction was decidedly nonchalant. This development had not surprised him in the least. Consequently, Chiba pointed to a certain green figure executing inverted laps around the village, saying, "Do you see Guy-sensei?" Sasuke nodded, perplexed. What did Might Guy have to do with any of this? While Guy was indeed formidable, there were limits, were there not? Let me share a secret with you. Chiba's expression turned mysteriously serious. Currently, within the entire Konoha, no one can match Guy-sensei in terms of raw power. Sasuke's pupils constricted in shock. Was he truly that strong? Chiba gazed at the diligently training Might Guy, a hint of admiration gracing his features. After all, he's not just a flash in the pan, right? This comment left Sasuke utterly baffled. Just kidding. Chiba straightened his face and continued. Just know this. If Guy-sensei wished to eliminate someone, there would be no stopping him. Before those who would come to challenge him even appear, Guy-sensei truly is the pinnacle of strength. Although his upper limits are heavily constrained, it cannot be denied that Might Guy is indeed incredibly powerful. It is not beyond the realm of possibility for him to defeat a tailed beast with a single kick. After a moment of confusion, Sasuke quickly solidified his resolve. If Might Guy could attain such strength, then so too could he. Sasuke held a steadfast confidence in his own talent. Thus, he resumed his laps around the village. Chiba watched his retreating figure, nodding in satisfaction. Excellent. Yet another one has fallen for the ruse. While physical training could indeed lead to growth, it was still rather slow for Sasuke. It would not be long before this boy could no longer endure it. However, this was merely the first step of Chiba's plan. First and foremost, Sasuke needed to cultivate unwavering trust in himself. Much like Naruto Uzumaki, after several days of intense physical training, Sasuke was astonished to discover a significant improvement in his strength. Although he had undergone similar training before, the intensity this time was incomparable. This led to a remarkably rapid advancement in his physical skills. Could it be that Chiba's words held a grain of truth? Doubts surged within Sasuke's mind. Regardless, the fact that he was growing stronger was undeniable. Just as Sasuke resolved to exert even greater effort in his training, Chiba delivered an unexpected announcement. You mean there's a new task to undertake? Sasuke's expression once again returned to its usual stoic demeanor. Beyond his desire for strength, nothing else could shake his current resolve. This is tentatively classified as a B-rank task, should unforeseen events arise. The task's classification may be elevated, Chiba explained. Naruto's face filled with confusion. What sort of peculiar task could this be? Chiba elaborated. Due to the potential for encountering insurmountable foes during this mission, and considering the significance of the mission's objective, the task's rank has been elevated. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke could no longer suppress the curiosity that stirred within him, and he inquired, what is the objective of this mission? Chiba cast a somewhat resigned glance at the emotionless figure before him. It seemed that since he had liberated himself within the village, Uchiha Sasuke's stoicism had only intensified. Yet, it was understandable, after all. Anyone would likely experience a psychological shift when compelled to run laps around the village daily alongside Might Guy. Sasuke's transformation could be considered quite commendable under such circumstances. Shaking his head, Chiba elaborated. The third Hokage has perished in the line of duty, leaving the village in disarray. We must seek a new Hokage to lead the people. Therefore, our current mission is to search for the fifth Hokage. He had no intention of concealing this information, as they would inevitably learn of it in due course. Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Sasuke exchanged glances, both reflecting the surprise that flickered in their eyes. How could this task be entrusted to us? Naruto stammered. This mission seems far too daunting. Will we truly be able to accomplish it? Chiba regarded the boy with a bemused expression. It appeared that since his power had surged, he had become somewhat arrogant. Now, he dared to question a mission classified as a B-rank task. What are you thinking? He chided. The primary leader of this mission is none other than Jiraiya-sensei. He tapped Naruto lightly on the head, adding, we are merely accompanying him on his journey for training purposes. Chapter 114. The gap between people after the trio had quickly gathered their belongings. They made their way to the gates of Konoha. As for Jiraiya, it seemed he had yet to arrive. A thought crossed Chiba's mind. He isn't off spying again, is he? Just as this idea formed, Jiraiya's voice echoed from behind them. Are you all ready? Chiba shook his head, sighing inwardly. It appears that the passing of the third Hokage has indeed affected Jiraiya to some extent. Look, even something as pivotal as spying has become a matter of concern for him. As Jiraiya turned around, his expression abruptly became rigid. Good heavens, I am still too young for this. The sight before them was of Jiraiya, battered and bruised, his face marred with foam, as if he had been assaulted by toiletries. Is it truly so difficult for the perverted sage to exercise a modicum of restraint regarding his proclivities? Chiba sighed, utterly speechless. It was incomprehensible to him how one could consider voyeurism a hobby. As for gathering material, hadn't his paradise of intimacy already concluded? Kid, what do you know? Jiraiya retorted with disdain. I was merely gathering material for my novels. As a great literary master, how can I craft breathtaking tales without proper inspiration? Chiba was left in awe by this exchange. Truly, Jiraiya was one of the legendary Sannin. Even his audacity was beyond the grasp of ordinary folk. Impressive. Uchiha Sasuke scrutinized the unreliable white-haired ninja, harboring considerable skepticism in his heart. Is this truly one of the legendary Sannin, the same individual who once fought alongside Orochimaru in the Forest of Death? For reasons unknown, this seemingly unreliable demeanor left him questioning everything.